This is an episode that ought not to have occurred at the twilight of the Third Age, during which the treacherous Dark Lord Sauron was regaining strength and expanding his influence, in Dol Guldur. The illustrious burglar Mr. Bilbo Baggins was enjoying a splendid life in Bag, and with 6 or 7 meals a day, the sorrowful king under the mountain, Thorin Oakenshield, was pursuing a better existence in the Blue Mountains with his kin, the Elvenking Thranduil, adorned with crowns of seasonal blooms. Increasingly withdrew into seclusion, the wise wizard Gandalf perceived the dangers threatening Middle-earth, the resurgence of dark forces, and was warning all around him. Knowing that soon his protection would descend upon the Nadain, and our protagonist began his tale amidst the passage of a shooting star. Chapter 1 Prologue. All beginnings can be traced back to a meteor streaking across the skies of Middle-earth, a celestial phenomenon noticed in an instant by the solitary deity residing in the eternal hall, the father of all beings, Eru Ilvatar. This meteor was not a creation of his or the Aenir. An interlude? The deity pondered, and after a moment of contemplation, without any discernible action, the meteor, which had initially been heading toward Rohan and Gundor, abruptly veered and plunged into the vast wilderness of Eriador, specifically the realm of Rivendell. The eternal hall fell once more into silence. Chapter 2 The Arrival. The narrative unfolds near the mighty Anduin River, which originates from the Grey Mountains' grey waters and the long streams flowing from the northern reaches of the Misty Mountains. The confluence of these two rivers marks the source of the Anduin. This river traverses the eastern Misty Mountains, meandering through the Black Forest, Lothlorien, Rohan, and Gundor, ultimately flowing into the mouth of the Anduin. It nurtures countless beings and witnesses the demise of many. On an unremarkable morning, a gentle breeze caressed the desolate banks of the Anduin, causing the grass to bow slightly. On the eastern bank, a spotted doe was peacefully foraging with her fawns, while a robust stag remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a brilliant white light descended from the heavens, forming a vast circle of luminescence on the eastern shore of the Anduin. The stag stood frozen, momentarily stunned. As the brilliance faded, a camp materialized silently. The sudden sound of neighing horses shattered the tranquility, prompting the stag to flee in the opposite direction with its family. "Wake up, Lord Allen, please awaken." A hurried female voice urgently sought to rouse the man slumbering within the tent. In an instant, the man jolted awake, sensing something amiss. He was alone, and the distance from his bed to the door was considerable. Even if awakened, it should have been by the doorbell, and a woman's voice could not have so clearly reached him. Upon realizing the peculiarity, he opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, threw off the covers, and instinctively extended his legs down, only to find them resting directly on the grass. Momentarily taken aback, he swiftly regained full awareness, though the content of his dream had already faded from memory. A tent? Surveying his surroundings, he finally comprehended his environment. It was a diminutive tent constructed of wood and canvas. So small was the tent that standing up allowed him to step out in a single stride. In one corner lay a wooden chest, cluttered with various garments and, oddly enough, some armor. With little time to ponder, he hastily donned a piece of clothing as the woman's urgent voice outside grew more insistent and exited the tent. What sight greeted him? The sky was as blue as a flawless gem, and the rosy dawn drifted gently, while a soft breeze stirred the leaves like waves. A great sun, not too blinding, slowly rose from the distant forest. For a moment, he stood bewildered by the scene before him. Wait, where is this? Where's my house? Is this truly a landscape my 600-degree myopia can perceive? And my belly, where did it go? Are these muscles truly mine? Realization dawned upon him. This was no ordinary morning. An unfamiliar environment, a strange self, a beautiful, golden-haired maiden. "My lord, I understand that appearing in this place is quite extraordinary, but there is no need for such astonishment. Do you require washing up? If you are fully awake, please follow me. Everyone is waiting over there." He gazed at the rosy-cheeked maiden speaking to him, feeling a strange familiarity. "Who are you?" "I am Ymira, my lord. Have you truly forgotten me?" Seeing the peculiar expression on the face of someone familiar, Ymira grew slightly anxious. The entire camp had suddenly materialized in this strange land, and even Desai, who had been on guard during the night, was bewildered by the occurrence. Such a miraculous phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Although her captain possessed many extraordinary abilities, he had never mentioned such an event. If the man before her were to experience any further anomalies, Ymira dreaded to imagine the consequences for their group. Upon hearing the name Ymira, a chill ran through Alan. Perhaps he could indeed be referred to as Alan. Following the direction indicated by the maiden, he observed 5 fully armed individuals standing by a wooden table several meters away, seemingly waiting for his approach. Is that James and Desai? And Elrian, Oddieman, Bandak? And where are Cress and Fatus? Recognizing these individuals, Alan felt a pang of anxiety and quickened his breath. He believed he had grasped the situation if he was correct. They were in the kingdom of Vikia, one of the 6 great kingdoms of Coradia, where he was leading these NPCs along with a small contingent to eliminate pirates near Jawacha. He should be at the helm of over 20. Ah, yes, the 20 or so Rodok sharpshooters gathered north of the camp, those 15 bound captives sitting in a row, should be intended for sale to slavers, right? There should also be 11 Swadian knights present, shouldn't there? But where were they? No, wait, that was merely a save file. I was supposed to be joyfully playing a game in my 3-bedroom apartment. Confusion surged within him, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he continued conversing with Ymira. Fatus took Cress and the cavalry out to scout, my lord. Alan glanced at the individuals bowing to him, waved his hand casually, and seated himself at the head of the table. In the short distance of those 10 or so steps, Alan's mind became a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew he should behave like a fallen noble. Yet who could say how such a noble ought to act? Should he speak with pretentious eloquence, or adhere to various tiresome formalities? Though Alan did not fully comprehend the situation, his past experiences as a leader taught him that in moments of unexpected adversity, the foremost principle is to remain unflustered and composed, projecting an air of resilience as if he could withstand the very collapse of the heavens. Such demeanor would instill confidence in his subordinates, enabling them to swiftly regain control of the situation. The second principle was to ascertain the current circumstances as quickly as possible, which would facilitate the development of an appropriate response plan. He recalled the events of the previous day vividly. They had just cleared a bandit stronghold and successfully completed a bounty task for Lord Malagaboy of the Jawachas. After distributing wages, he had intended to hunt more bandits the following day, selling captives to accumulate funds for establishing a velvet factory in Jawachas. As the absence of a stable income made it impossible to sustain his men, Alan felt it was a risk worth taking, as he urgently needed to discern whether the current predicament was connected to his game safe. If it was, he would have one approach to consider. If not, then he would have to adopt another. Do not jest, my lord. After we departed from Jawachas yesterday, we clearly camped near Vizin. Where are the rivers? Where are these dense forests? Look around. What is this place? Can anyone tell me where we are? Moreover, I must mention that the wild Cress stealthily followed Fathes and the others. It seems she acts with impunity again. Last time she perused my blueprints without my consent. I believe she requires some discipline to understand the concept of order. Yadiman and I seem to share merely an employer-employee relationship. He calls me boss, yet he shows little respect. After all, I have only just recruited him. Oh, and he despises James and Cress. He wouldn't run off as he does in the game, would he? I doubt it. He is aware of his surroundings and would not risk that. Silence, Yadiman. How long have you been here? There is no need for such futile chatter. The priority now is to inform Alan of what transpired. Disvey was on watch last night. He should be the one to elucidate the events rather than listen to your complaints. Save your petty thoughts for later. Alan recognized the man speaking. Distinguished by his clever hairstyle, it was James. Alan had previously identified him as a good man, possessing remarkable medical skills and joining the team without demanding a single coin. Yet, was he so irritable? Or was his brusqueness merely directed at Yadiman? My lord, I was on watch with Fathes last night. I am not entirely clear on what occurred. I distinctly remember glancing at Vizin as dawn broke, yet in the blink of an eye, we found ourselves here. I cannot fathom how this happened. I have never encountered such a situation before. Disvey paused, casting a glance at Alan before bowing his head. Take your time. It's all right. Alan encouraged, raising a hand in a gesture of comfort. Disvey, a woman of dark complexion, rumored to be even more beautiful than Yamala if she underwent skin whitening, had a tragic backstory, yet her resilient character made her trustworthy. Feeling slightly reassured, Disvey continued, just moments ago, Yamala called for you. Fathes took the cavalry out for reconnaissance. He is your second in command, and also the cavalry captain. I did not stop him. And I implore you not to hold Cress accountable. You know how she is, restless. However, I assure you she means no harm. She is merely a girl who tends to cause chaos. A mere nuisance of a girl, Yatiman muttered. After receiving orders, Bandak bowed his head and glanced at Alan before quietly departing. Alan looked at the departing figures, noting that none objected to the orders, then turned to the still somewhat agitated Disvey, saying, "You should rest. A good sleep will do you wonders." Disvey seemed poised to speak further, but ultimately refrained. Rising to head toward her tent. Now left alone, Alan pondered, what is the meaning of this situation? This is not Coradia. Where could this be? Am I experiencing a double crossing? Or have I crossed over into another realm, bringing an entire camp with me? Is this some sort of layered existence? Sighing, he mused over the absence of problems with the others. But how do I maintain the facade? Who will serve as my anchor? Once all had departed, Alan dared to speak softly to himself, his once serene visage gradually contorting into a frown, his hands rubbing his face in distress. What is this? I have no choice in the matter, do I? Alan gazed at the simulator for an extended period, pursing his lips before selecting yes. Chapter 3. The Simulator Initiates. The simulator is booting up. You find yourself in Coradia, time unknown, location outside the city of Jawaz. You are a farmer eking out a living near Jawaz. Now, you are being driven like livestock by the influential figure of the Nord Kingdom, King Ragnar. With a sack filled with sand upon your back, you labor to fill the moat of Jawaz, while inadvertently drawing the arrows of the defending soldiers. The Vikia archers atop the walls relentlessly rained down arrows upon you and your fellow workers. Whether it was the favor of fortune or your own robust physique that aided you, you managed to sprint to the edge of the moat, casting the sack of sand into the trench. Fortunately, during your frantic dash, you noticed a hollow near the city wall. You reasoned that if you lay low there, luck permitting, you might escape the Nord's notice. Even if they did spot you, the likelihood of them wasting arrows in pursuit seemed slim, as those on the wall were meant to protect you. Deciding to take a gamble, you shed the burden of the sandbag, allowing you to move with greater speed and agility. With the water in the moat shallow, you crawled into your chosen hiding spot with relative ease. Convinced of your safety, you exhaled heavily and resolved to remain hidden until nightfall to devise an escape. At that moment, the defenders atop the wall noticed your presence, and suddenly, several large stones rained down from the battlements, striking your back. Your internal organs ruptured. You have died. Simulation concluded. Result: failure. No valuable items remain for preservation. Would you like to continue the simulation? Yes, no? Dead. Indeed. Seeking the mercy of others on the battlefield is a luxury. Alan rubbed his slightly swollen head and chose yes once more. The simulator is booting up. You find yourself in Coradia, time unknown, location Paravon, Lower District. Lion's Tavern. You are the leader of a mercenary band whose entire team perished in the battle yesterday, with your bounty in hand. You are now drinking heavily at the Lion's Tavern. At this moment, a figure clad in studded leather armor, bearing a crossbow and a long sword, gazes intently at you. In your despondent and drunken state, you blurt out, "What are you staring at? You look like a mangy dog," the other retorts with scorn. Infuriated, you draw your only weapon, a Germanic sword, and swing it at him. But your intoxication renders you unable to grip the sword properly, let alone mount a substantial offensive. He easily dodges your attack, and in turn, thrusts his long sword into your chest. Your heart shatters. You have died. Simulation concluded. Result: failure. No valuable items remain for preservation. Would you like to continue the simulation? Yes, no? Alas, how frustrating. Rubbing his hands together to relieve the pain, Alan defiantly chose yes again. The simulator is booting up. You find yourself in Coradia, time unknown, location Veruga, recruitment point outside the city. You were once a petty trader, but recently, the situation has become increasingly chaotic. Bandits ravage the areas beyond the reach of the army. After careful consideration, you liquidated your goods and made your way to the recruitment point in Veruga, preparing to enlist as a soldier under Lord Matus. Initially, the officer in charge of recruitment, noticing your robust physique, assigned you to be a Rhodok spearman. However, after parting with a significant portion of your savings and showcasing your remarkable shooting skills along with your seemingly divine combat abilities, you successfully became a Rhodok sharpshooter. In good spirits, the officer handed you command of 10 newly recruited Rhodok crossbowmen. As a newly appointed captain, you report directly to Lord Matus's only son, Mr. Madurai. the second in command. You lead your 10 gaunt subordinates toward the camp. The afternoon sun beats down fiercely. Along the route, you encounter a bustling market organized by local villagers and traveling merchants, primarily catering to the nearby military camp. You keenly observe that your subordinates are slowing down, and soon learn that most of them have family members engaged in small trades within the camp. They wish to see their loved ones before entering. The remaining 3 are eager to indulge in a drink before proceeding. You toss a few silver coins onto a table, and upon receiving the payment, the proprietor brings forth some food and a large mug of beer for you and your 3 empty-pocketed subordinates. You take a sip, then calmly pass the beer to one of your more agreeable subordinates while sampling the snacks on the table, which are surprisingly palatable. At this point, you feel everything is progressing smoothly, only for one subordinate to rush toward you, panicked, informing you that a fellow townsman and one of your own men has been seized by a group of thuggish bullies. After a brief contemplation, you command your entire squad to sprint to the scene of the incident. As you run, you experience firsthand the strength of your body, clad in chainmail, helmet atop your head, chainmail boots on your feet, a siege crossbow on your back, a quiver of steel bolts at your waist, and a straight-bladed military knife by your side. You still move with unhurried grace. It is merely a tale of a laborer and a cabbage, a pack of weak thugs with no real power attempting to extort your comrade over debts owed by his sister. You've witnessed such scenarios before, yet it does not deter you from ordering your men to ready their crossbows. Upon seeing you, your subordinate begins to cry out for help, struggling to embrace his sister, only to be kicked to the ground by one of the bullies. The leader of the thugs, a shifty-eyed man clad in finery, upon spotting you, immediately deflates, halting his men's actions and loudly proclaiming that it was all a misunderstanding. He offers a handsome sum to settle the matter, hoping you will overlook today's unpleasantness. You agree, reflecting on the universal truth that money holds sway in any world. Its allure is undeniable. You draw your knife and, in a gesture of mercy, bestow it upon the remaining conscious enemies on the ground, while your subordinates eagerly scavenge the spoils. You do not perceive this incident as the conclusion, but neither do you regard it as particularly significant in your current predicament. Training for the new recruits commenced. This was merely the eve of war, and intense conflict had yet to fully erupt. Under the command of Officer Madurai, your squad, alongside several other units, underwent basic training the day after entering the camp, which included shooting drills and formation exercises. The remainder of the time was spent idly in the camp. Unable to tolerate such a squandering of life, you utilized the funds acquired from the thugs to seek out Bob, who had transformed into the quartermaster. You requested he allocate additional crossbow bolts for your squad, procure animal entrails and apples, and provide an extra meal for your men. Bob, pleased with the money, readily agreed and cryptically informed you that your matter had already been resolved by his brother-in-law. You expressed your gratitude but did not dwell on Bob's words. A month passed. Under your relentless training regimen, your subordinates endured 2 hours of running every morning and an hour every afternoon, with the remaining time spent honing their shooting skills at the range. You firmly believe that even the most talentless archer, through the relentless practice of shooting several hundred times each day, can cultivate a certain sense of skill. In your fervor, you have crafted a few movable straw men, compelling your subordinates to compete in shooting at these moving targets. Victorious participants are rewarded with extra rations in the evening, and even a monetary incentive, while the defeated are tasked with cleaning toilets and laundering clothes. Although your peculiar methods have drawn whispers from others in the camp, they have not stirred significant reactions. One afternoon, while engaged in shooting practice with your soldiers, you were summoned to the tent of your commanding officer, Madurai. Half an hour later, you emerged from the tent. You had been recommended by Bob to undertake a rather complex task. Madulai's sister, Miss Emma, had gone missing while traveling to Jerkala for a family visit. Madulai explained that few were aware of Emma's journey, suggesting that this was an orchestrated abduction. While he could not divulge further details, he mentioned that the family had pinpointed the kidnapper's location. To avoid alarming them, he ordered your squad to accompany the family's scout, Night Owl, to rescue Miss Emma. Upon receiving orders, you promptly sought out Bob to collect the 10 sets of expertly crafted Rewrote crossbowman gear promised by Lord Madulai. Given that your team consisted merely of a handful of Rewrote crossbowmen, it was imperative to enhance your strength. After swiftly organizing your troops, Night Owl led you into the night. In this chaotic land, the commands of the nobility reign supreme. Though the Rewrotes refer to their leaders as counselors, the nature of authority remains unchanged. You have no right to refuse, especially considering that Madalai has previously aided you. As dusk fell, deep within the mountains several miles from Veluga, your team, guided by Night Owl, marched swiftly for an hour, finally arriving near the kidnappers' encampment just before darkness enveloped the land. The guards here were not particularly vigilant, perhaps believing themselves safe. With only 2 sentinels stationed by the campfire at the entrance of a wooden cabin, a 7 to 8 meter long and 2 to 3 meter high earthen mound on the western side housed another guard. Approximately 30 kidnappers roamed the camp, scattered across various locations. Armed but poorly equipped, resembling the bandits that Rewrote is known for. You conferred with Night Owl and decided to rest for an hour. When night fell, you and Night Owl would stealthily infiltrate the cabin to rescue or protect Miss Emma, signaling your soldiers to attack once you had secured her. If all went smoothly, a quiet retreat would also be an option, as saving her was your foremost priority. As darkness descended, the rescue operation commenced. You all concealed yourselves on the hillside, observing the bandits as they jovially conversed with comrades by the campfire. Moments later, the banter ceased, and the bandits began to patrol. Seizing an opportunity, Night Owl stealthily followed one of the guards on the mound, silently dispatching him before gently laying him on the ground, unnoticed by those by the fire. The revelers remained oblivious, and as you and Night Owl stealthily approached the side of the cabin, the prepared crossbowman unleashed a volley, claiming the lives of several bandits. While you and the scout rushed into the cabin, upon entering, you spotted a well-equipped figure sprinting toward Miss Emma, who was cowering in a corner. Without hesitation, you charged at the assailant, intercepting him with your shield, while Night Owl similarly engaged a young man clad in leather armor, who was shouting loudly. You became embroiled in a fierce struggle, the battle quickly escalating as your opponent, clad in chainmail and wielding a massive 2-handed sword, relentlessly swung his weapon. Despite the intensity, you felt no pressure. Strangely, you did not feel like a novice, but rather a seasoned veteran, adept in the art of sword and shield combat. You parried his attacks with your broad shield, while your military knife sought openings to strike. After a few exchanges, he opted for evasive maneuvers, but you continued to press him, limiting his mobility. The young man's shouts stirred the camp into chaos, and your soldiers had already felled several enemies attempting to breach the cabin. Recognizing the urgency, you swiftly bound the surrendering enemy, signaling to the scout to watch over him and Miss Emma before brandishing your shield and charging out of the cabin. In the darkness, you discerned at least 20 enemies gathering and rushing towards you. You commanded your troops to fire at will, while you curled most of your body behind the shield, preparing to meet the enemy's charge. However, the anticipated assault did not materialize. After your soldiers unleashed a volley, approximately 1/3 of the enemy fell, and the remaining foes scattered into the vast wilderness. Blinking in surprise, you called for your men to begin securing the area. Not only had you rescued Miss Emma, but you also captured the leader of the kidnappers, and within their camp were a dozen bound farmers, some of whom recognized your subordinates. You liberated them, commanding them to carry your spoils as you departed the kidnappers' encampment. Before leaving, your soldiers established a perimeter and set fire to the structures, ensuring that no bandits would reclaim the site. The simulation concluded, and the data was saved. Retaining your rank as captain of the 2nd Legion of Veluga, you could abandon this position to permanently summon 10 skilled Rewrote crossbowmen who would fight for you in any world. You earned a reward of 1 point of honor, 20 points of reputation, and 1,000 dinars. The dinars could be used to directly purchase equipment and supplies in the land of Coradia. Reputation could be exchanged for identities and upgrades for your soldiers. Honor determined the limit for exchanging identities and could be spent for lotteries and other special purposes. Using honor as a consumable did not affect the upper limit of identity exchanges. You could continue the simulation. Yes, no? Alan decisively chose no. His weary mind recognized that each simulation drained his mental state. Although over a month had elapsed in the simulator, the surrounding situation remained unchanged from the moment he had just concluded the meeting. He certainly did not resemble someone who had merely awakened. This simulator was far too taxing on his psyche. With that thought, Alan slumped onto the table and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. Fathies and Crest. The sunlit weather had inexplicably retreated, shyly concealing itself behind ominous clouds. Meanwhile, Alan remained sprawled across the table, lost in slumber, while a young maiden lingered nearby. "Oh, Ymira," Alan murmured, nodding and smiling at her. "Thank you." Ymira smiled and gently shook her head. At that moment, Alan felt certain that this person was indeed Fathies. Everyone has worked hard. How is the situation outside? He inquired. Alan, it is dreadful, Fathies replied gravely, dismounting from his horse and tossing a dark, ominous object onto the ground. What is this? A half-orc, a goblin, or a gremlin? Alan pondered, gazing at the bloodied head on the ground, attempting to discern its origins. Black blood? It bore a resemblance to the half-orcs from the Lord of the Rings. Could it be that he had ventured into Middle-earth? Alan recalled the familiar creatures from the Warhammer universe, particularly the greenskins, one of which was the goblin, resembling the gruesome sight before him. However, the goblins predominantly boasted green skin and were a species that thrived on spores and photosynthesis, colloquially known for their rapid reproduction, which would have compelled Alan to flee at any sign of such a creature. The most primitive and common half-orcs in the Lord of the Rings were called orcs, fitting the description of the head on the ground. With their grayish-black skin, sparse hair, hideous faces, and uneven, filthy teeth, the most critical detail was indeed the black blood. After kicking the head and confirming that the newly oozing blood was also black, Alan's anxiety subsided. If one were to rank realms in the fantasy genre, Alan would least prefer to find himself in the Warhammer universe, a realm steeped in despair, where no matter how hard one fought, they could not escape their fated doom. Even with a simulator, survival would be a daunting challenge. Yet, the Lord of the Rings presented a different narrative. If it were the Fourth Age, under the protection of King Elisar, resolving matters of identification could allow him to lead a life of prominence, albeit without the comforts of the internet. He mused that he could endure such an existence. But what if it were any other age? As long as it was not the First Age, he believed he could struggle on with his subordinates and simulator. Alan, do you recognize this creature? Fathies keenly observed Alan's reaction and expressions, sensing that Alan might have some knowledge of the matter, alleviating some of his concerns. I know what this is. It is a filthy half-orc, also known as an orc. They are the dark servants, the minions of evil, and not a species native to Colradia, Alan explained. Fathies, a young man with a prematurely aged visage marked by sorrow, had undergone a transformation due to significant life changes. Reports suggested he was merely in his 20s, a legitimate nobleman who had once served as an officer in a cavalry unit of Swadia. He had forsaken a promising future to wander after accidentally killing his own brother in a dispute over a woman. It seemed this woman had played both sides, manipulating the Fathies brothers until the younger sibling initiated an attack that Fathies regrettably ended. Now, he sought redemption on his journey, and his position as an officer in this band indicated that their actions had Fathies' endorsement. I must be a just and noble leader, which is no easy feat. Alan silently contemplated his future role. Upon hearing that this creature was not from Colradia, Fathies' initial relief was abruptly replaced with alarm, prompting him to inquire, "Then what are we facing?" In response to Alan's question, Fathies steadied himself and recounted the events from the previous night to the morning. The party had indeed camped near Vizin, and the first half of the night had been uneventful. To guard against potential retaliation from marauders, Fathies had requested additional crossbowmen to secure the camp's perimeter. These camps had been established by Alan's predecessor to facilitate the long-term pursuit of pirates in the vicinity of Jawash. While local residents appreciated Alan's efforts to rid them of these pests, the majority of the regional power holders were less welcoming of his elite forces, particularly mercenaries. After all, mercenaries had a mixed reputation. Some groups were scarcely better than brigands. Thus, Alan's predecessor had worked diligently to secure the approval of the highest noble in the Jawash area, Malagaboy, offering a substantial sum from his own pocket to hire local villagers and utilizing existing resources to establish camps for the mercenaries. As Fathies continued his report, he did not hesitate to commend Alan, stating, "Alan, I must reiterate, never have I heard of a mercenary leader who would expend such effort and finances to create a safe and comfortable living environment for his men. Your kindness towards your subordinates is truly remarkable." Though the events of the morning were peculiar, they did not present an imminent crisis. Fathies instructed Ymira to awaken Alan. After waiting a moment and finding Alan still absent, he took the cavalry out for reconnaissance. However, at this juncture, Fathies mentioned that Ymira had entered Alan's tent and quickly exited, leaving the circumstances within unclear. While Fathies' expression turned slightly animated as he mentioned this, filled with curiosity, Alan had no intention of indulging Fathies' intrigue and continued to press for details regarding the half-orcs. Fathies then elaborated on their reconnaissance efforts, stating that he led the cavalry in a circular sweep around the camp, discovering an endless forest to the east and an expansive mountain range to the west. with a great river dividing the two. Given this scenario, Alan could easily imagine that the half-orcs, clearly not a part of any orderly faction, would be treated as monsters by Fathies, especially since they rode wolves. This was mutual. The wolf riders would not greet Fathies as men with pleasantries. Thus, conflict was inevitable. After a brief standoff of around 20 riders on either side, weapons were drawn, and they charged at one another. Despite having traveled for nearly 2 hours, the Swadian cavalry's combat prowess was formidable, and they managed to annihilate their foes with only one minor injury. As Fathies concluded his report, he paused to gauge Alan's expression, spreading his hands in exasperation and stating, "At that moment, I could not locate Cress." What? Alan was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed, Cress had quietly slipped away during that time, sensing that these creatures were up to no good and utilizing the tracking skills she had learned from Desaiwe to stealthily depart. She was acutely aware that Fatus would undoubtedly intervene to thwart her unilateral actions. Thus, she resolved to act swiftly and decisively. Crossing the riverbank stealthily in pursuit of Ox Trail, while Fatus commanded the troops to scour the battlefield, setting aside the formidable prowess of Cress's throwing skills. It was her exceptional steed, a magnificent white horse, that ensured her safety. This horse possessed remarkable agility and spirit, and Fatus had long coveted it, yet alas, it had been gifted to Cress by Alan as a token of gratitude for her life-saving deed. Although Cress's equestrian skills were not particularly exceptional, the bond forged between the two women over time had cultivated a certain rapport. With a resigned sigh, Alan instructed Fatus to rest with the cavalry and called for Ymira to prepare lunch. He couldn't help but marvel at the resilience and positivity of his companions. Nonetheless, he harbored concerns for Cress, who seemed to be the sole unpredictable element within their ranks. One could not quite determine if her audacity stemmed from exceptional talent or an overwhelming initiative, as she had chosen to deviate from the main group to pursue the enemy alone. In the game, Cress's character was notably reckless, displaying immense bravery. She had once confronted Oddieman for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. She was presumably from Vikia, her father having passed away prematurely. Their family had once owned land, but due to familial pressure, her mother was compelled to work as a cook in a noble household, and Cress accompanied her. As she matured, her remarkable skills led her to undertake unsavory tasks for certain nobles, and after navigating a series of complex events, she regained her freedom. She was likely the youngest in the group, around 15 or 16 years of age. Despite her tumultuous past and a somewhat tenuous grasp on conventional morality, she exuded a cheerful disposition, empathized with the weak, cherished friendship, and shared a particularly close bond with Desaiwe in the game. Suddenly, a cry rang out from Bandak atop the wooden lookout, startling Alan from his reverie. Enemy attack. Due south. Prepare for battle. Just as Alan contemplated whether to send Desaiwe and the cavalry in search of Cress, he hastened up to the wooden platform alongside Bandak. Gazing southward, he spotted a white figure racing down the hillside towards the camp, pursued by several dark figures. As they drew nearer, he discerned that it was Cress on her white steed, with 7 or 8 wolf cavalry in hot pursuit. A girl with reddish-brown hair grasped the reins with one hand while cradling a ragged child with the other, shouting loudly. The Rhodok sharpshooters stationed around the camp had already begun to eliminate the wolf cavalry trailing Cress. Fatus, who had just settled in for a break, quickly mounted her horse and charged out with several others. One by one, the cavalry followed suit, including even the lightly injured comrade. Meanwhile, Ymira and Desaiwe, having grasped their weapons, rushed to the camp's entrance to defend it, with Oddieman drawing his long sword in a defensive stance. All of this transpired in mere minutes. Alan descended from the platform to find Eileen, fully armored and awaiting him with his weapons and steed, his youthful face brimming with eagerness. It seemed this young man was indeed a battle enthusiast. However, there was no time for Alan to take action, as the battle had already concluded. Fatus and the cavalry had swiftly engaged the retreating wolf cavalry, and what remained was but a massacre. "Boss, we need to save people. A village has been attacked by these monsters." The girl with reddish-brown hair, drenched in sweat, approached Alan while clutching the small child. "So, you decided to act without consulting anyone, did you?" Alan snapped, donning his armor with Eileen's assistance, glaring at the freckled girl. After a brief pause, he asked, "We'll discuss your actions later. How many of them are there?" Upon receiving her answer, Alan contemplated the situation and resolved to rescue the villagers. From his observations, The majority of his companions would support his command to save the villagers, and his predecessor would undoubtedly have issued the same order. Setting aside the importance of role-playing, Alan's own conscience compelled him to act. Furthermore, he assessed their combat capabilities and deemed them sufficient. Surveying the eager faces surrounding him, he declared, "Everyone, you have 10 minutes to prepare. In 10 minutes, all mounted individuals will assemble here." Once armored, Alan mounted his horse with ease, accepting the heavy lance and cavalry kite shield handed to him by Eileen. The excitement was palpable as Eileen also mounted his steed, following Alan out of the camp. Their coordination was seamless, as if this scene had played out countless times before. As Alan rode out, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He had never ridden a horse before, having only ever seen them. This was peculiar. Yet even more so was the sight of several Rhodok sharpshooters leading horses from the stables and mounting them to follow Alan. When had they become mounted archers equipped with siege crossbows? Was this a new strategy he had developed? Alan internally critiqued his predecessor's decisions. Moments later, Fatus, Desaiwe, Cress, and even Ymira arrived, fully armed, by Alan's side. Observing the seemingly fragile Ymira, Alan suddenly realized that he had indeed been training them to become heavy cavalry. Albeit with differing focuses, Desaiwe on mounted archery, Cress on throwing techniques, and Ymira as a heavy cavalry charge. Finally, the fully armored Swadian knights gathered behind Alan, donning helmets, sleeveless plate armor, carrying cavalry shields, swords, and heavy lances, silently forming ranks. This was not their complete form, as their horses would also require armor. However, this was a pursuit, not a charge, so horse armor was unnecessary. Upon hearing the command, Bandak nodded expressionlessly, assuring Alan of his competence. In many films and novels, leaders often instill their subordinates with the righteousness of their cause before battle. With a fervent spirit ignited within him, Alan turned his steed to face the assembled crowd and proclaimed, "My friends, my soldiers, I have always aspired for us to be a noble and beloved team. I hope that we, driven by conviction, shall always strive to perform glorious deeds, that we, armed with weapons, shall eradicate those who deserve to perish, and that we, wielding power, shall assist those in distress. Now, those in need await our aid. What shall we do? Of course, we shall assist them, just as we have done before, vanquishing those bandits and obliterating those who harm others for selfish gain." This all transpired an hour later, near the old ferry crossing. Due to Desaiwe discovering new developments, tracking the footprints required some time, allowing the others to rest and have a bite to eat. Alan chewed on the dried beef that Eileen had handed him, his gaze fixed upon the large stains of blood on the ground as he listened to Desaiwe's analysis. Desaiwe wore a grave expression, bending down to scrutinize the tracks on the earth, loudly relaying his findings to Alan. "My lord, I believe we must continue our pursuit southward. Observe these tracks. They appear to belong to dozens of wolves accompanied by several hundred humans who crossed from the opposite bank, lingered here for a while, and then proceeded southward. The imprints are fresh, indicating they cannot be far off. The corpses were also missing. The remains of those creatures had been right here." Fathis, still chewing, approached and casually remarked, "They would not leave behind corpses. If they are starving, the bodies of their kin become a source of sustenance. Feeding the wolves poses no dilemma at all." Alan uttered these unsettling words, which caused both Desaiwe and Fathis to shudder. Thus, when confronting such vile creatures, we must show no mercy. Our fates are irreconcilable. However, that is a matter for later. Desaiwe, you shall lead the way from here. Fathis, inform everyone to prepare for departure. With Alan's command, the entire party swiftly set forth towards the south. Chapter 5. The Rescue Beneath the Somber Sky. A troop of wolf riders, accompanied by over 100 captives, meandered through the vast wilderness. Their grimy faces were adorned with expressions of unrestrained glee. The bright morning sun was particularly unkind to the orcs, who had achieved little from a night of harassing the village. Now, under the command of their leader, the half-orc king, they marched towards Dol Guldur, intending to present their captives as tribute to Sauron, who was consolidating power there. At this moment, Alan, leading his forces, crested a hill and spotted the enemy. The distance between the two parties was less than a kilometer. "Chase them down and eliminate them," Alan shouted, spurring his mount forward, urging his comrades to charge towards the orcs. Stealth was not an option. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed loudly, even over the soft earth, enough to alarm the keen-eared wargs. In response to Alan's charge, the half-orc battalion halted, Soon, a half-orc, larger and stronger than his comrades, emerged from the ranks. Brandishing his weapon and issuing commands, rallying the majority of the wolf riders to launch a counterattack against Alan's forces. Meanwhile, the remaining riders lashed their whips, driving the 100-odd humans southward. Under the heavy blanket of dark clouds, the two forces rapidly approached one another. Alan, at the forefront of his troops, found himself engulfed in a peculiar sensation. He believed he should feel excitement or fear. At the very least, his hands should tremble. Yet they did not. His right hand, firmly gripping the heavy lance, remained steady, as thoughts of what to pay attention to while charging, how to confront cavalry, and how to manage infantry flooded his mind. It was as if his body instinctively directed his mind on how to act, creating a profound sense of disconnection. As though he were merely an observer of his own actions, he watched as the mounted Rewrote sharpshooters targeted the opposing force of 50 to 60 wolf riders. Noting how they secured their siege crossbows to their saddles and drew their straight-bladed sabers, continuing their advance. He observed Desaiway, stationed at the edge of the formation, drawing his bow and bringing down wargs with each shot, while Cress swiftly hurled his javelins at the approaching foes, each strike dismounting a rider. He saw Fatus, Arian, Ymira, and a dozen or so Swadian knights wielding their weapons, closely following in his wake. Finally, he galloped forward, charging towards the towering orc, swinging his right arm with force, piercing through the creature's skull with a decisive thrust. Pulling on the reins, his agile steed dodged a warg's lunge. Alan then pressed down with his right arm, driving the lance into the chest of a second enemy charging at him. Following this, he relinquished the lance, drew his knightly sword, and delivered a downward strike, slaying a warg attempting to ambush him, before delivering a final blow that sent an orc's head flying. However, the battle was swiftly concluded. The two cavalry units had swiftly determined the outcome amidst their clash, with only Cress and Desaiway continuing to pursue the scattering remnants of wolf riders and their wargs. The combat prowess of the half-orcs was notably low, particularly those from the Misty Mountains, who were small of stature, hunchbacked, and clawed. Yet, they served as Sauron's minions. Having previously engaged the elves of the Woodland Realm alongside the half-orcs of Goblin Town during the War of the Ring, their weaponry was woefully inadequate, as Sauron essentially neglected them, only calling upon them for menial tasks, affording them little in return. It was only due to Asog's dominion over Moria, situated conveniently close to Dol Guldur, that they received any consideration from their overlord. In reality, Sauron's elite forces were the half-orcs stationed in Mordor and Dol Guldur, who boasted superior equipment and fighting capabilities. Thus, even the mounted half-orcs faced swift defeat when clashing with Alan's crack troops. However, Alan's own men were not faring much better. All 8 Rewrote sharpshooters lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, as they were not trained cavalry, likely possessing only rudimentary riding skills. 3 or 4 Swadian knights formed a defensive line on foot, their horses having fallen victim to the wargs. Yet, due to their exceptional riding skills, even when their mounts were downed, they quickly regrouped with their fallen comrades to continue fighting. At this point, only half of their original number remained mounted. Fatus, gather all remaining mounted Swadians and follow me. The rest, secure the battlefield. Alan bellowed, conveying his orders. He understood that his mission here was not merely to slay the orcs. The true objective was to rescue the captives. Hearing the command, Fatus rallied the remaining Swadians to follow him, while Alan turned and led them in pursuit of the remaining orcs. The few remaining wolf riders, witnessing the annihilation of their main force, began to slaughter the captives. After a brief massacre, they fled upon seeing Alan and his men swiftly approaching. Alan directed his cavalry towards the largest group of fleeing enemies. However, in the short distance of the chase, the speed of their horses could not compete with the offspring of those vile wolves, and the horses, exhausted from their long journey and recent fierce battle, lacked the stamina to continue pursuing these wretched foes. After the orcs had executed a portion of the captives, nearly 100 remained. Yet not a single adult male was visible among them. Only the elderly, women, and children remained. Alan, surveying the frightened faces of the captives, raised his voice. "Who is in charge here? Step forward if you can speak." A moment of chaos ensued among the crowd, before an elderly woman with white hair and a hunched back, her face lined with wrinkles, stepped forward. She humbly bowed to Alan, expressing her gratitude, and upon rising, said, "Esteemed sir, thank you for your tireless efforts in coming here to rescue us from our tragic fate. May I be so bold as to inquire whether you are from Rohan or Lake Town?" Alan, observing the elderly woman who was likely older than his own grandmother, quickly dismounted and approached her. In a gentle tone, he replied, "We are neither from Rohan nor Lake Town. I, along with my kin, have migrated from a distant land, seeking to settle in this region." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's aged face. "Sir, that is not a wise decision. The half-orcs of the Misty Mountains have begun to stir. Ever since the great battle between the dwarves and the orcs many years ago, the half-orcs have remained silent for a long time. It was during that time that my great-grandfather led our people to settle in the forests near the old crossing, which had been relatively safe. In my youth, I often gathered fruits with other children in the woods and fished by the river. I never imagined our peace would be so fleeting." The woman momentarily lost her train of thought, startled that she had spoken too much, and quickly apologized. "Forgive me, sir. As one ages, one tends to ramble on about trivial matters." Alan contemplated and decided to acquiesce to the request. He had not given much thought to the long-term development of his team, as his time here had been fleeting. Regarding the question of whether to settle in this place, there ought to be some clarity, after all. Should he merely declare himself a traveler from another world upon encountering others? His current thoughts were quite straightforward. If this land had an owner, he would not mind being subordinate, provided he retained a semblance of autonomy. Furthermore, the secular power dynamics in this realm bore a striking resemblance to early medieval Europe. In a land devoid of inhabitants, he reasoned, "I have lived here, thus. This land is mine. Should there be dissent, they could resort to conflict, where the first to yield would be deemed the loser." Although Alan was reluctant to engage in hostilities with humans, dwarves, or elves, he harbored no qualms about seizing territory from orcs, albeit the process would be more cumbersome and time-consuming. Through his conversation with the elderly woman before him, he gleaned a clearer understanding of his position. The woman spoke of the orcs in the Misty Mountains and mentioned residing near the Old Ferry. If these were indeed the Misty Mountains, an Old Ferry Alan knew. The location was unmistakable. He was in the eastern wilderness of the Misty Mountains on the continent of Middle-earth. The ferry she referenced connected the old pass of the Misty Mountains with the ancient paths bordering the southern edge of the Black Forest. To illustrate, after the dwarves' expedition to the Lonely Mountain was ambushed by Azog, they were rescued by the Great Eagles and subsequently cast near Karak, which was somewhat distant. Traveling north from there for approximately 60 kilometers would bring him to his destination. Alan resolved to visit this renowned landmark the following day. In his recollection, the land between the Black Forest and the Misty Mountains was, at present, ownerless, or at least devoid of significant powers. The majority of northern humans congregated around the River Valley city-states located at the northern fringe of the Black Forest, with only a few woodland inhabitants establishing villages in the nearby forests. The strongest presence was likely Bjorn near Karak. He was not one to be trifled with, yet he lived in solitude. To Alan's knowledge, his kin were few, perhaps reduced to mere survival. As for the mayor inhabiting this region, as long as they did not wreak havoc upon the environment or disturb his way of life, Radagast would likely not mind having an additional neighbor. Presently, it was over a century since the conflict between dwarves and orcs, and the orcs' audacity suggested it was prior to the Battle of Five Armies. For that monumental clash had decimated the orc population in the Misty Mountains. Alan mused that the timeline was still a bit hazy to him, as he could not pinpoint the current year with precision. He recalled the fierce battles of the First Age, such as the Ent's desperate siege of Isengard during the treachery of the Two Towers. While he could not participate in the War of the Ring, he was eager to engage in the Battle of Five Armies, should the opportunity arise, even to witness Thorin Oakenshield's ancestral treasures or to encounter the loquacious Smaug. The cinematic experience paled in comparison to being present in such moments. "We have only recently settled in this place. Conditions may be somewhat harsh for now, but my kin will gradually arrive, and I believe life will improve," he remarked, extending a warm welcome. The elderly woman, upon hearing Alan's agreement, managed a faint smile. Her spirit revitalized as she said, "My lord, I thank you for your kindness." After a brief pause, she continued, "How foolish of me. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Dorsalai Razin, but you may call me Dorsalai." Meanwhile, Alan, accompanied by 4 horseless scouts and 3 remaining warriors, gathered the enemy corpses to prepare for incineration. He felt a flicker of curiosity regarding what Cress had discovered, yet it was evident that attending to the wounded took precedence. Alan observed Ymira, her face smeared with blood, and found it curious that this inherently kind-hearted character in the game could still muster a smile in such dire circumstances. Was it merely a matter of becoming accustomed to the cycle of life and death? Though the survivors had been rescued, the remaining scoundrels had escaped. Gradually, Ymira's expression shifted to one of melancholy. Unlike the last time when Yalman had suffered a fatal blow to the head, this was different. If one merely fell into unconsciousness rather than dying outright, would they recover in a few days? Alan found it difficult to discern whether this was reality or merely a game. Yet, since Ymira had expressed optimism, he felt it prudent not to be overly surprised and to observe the situation further. Something felt amiss within the group. After offering some words of comfort to the wounded and exchanging greetings with Ymira, Alan resolved to seek out Cress to discover what the girl was so intent on finding. "Did you uncover something interesting?" he inquired, stealthily approaching Cress from behind. Startled by Alan's sudden voice, Cress leaped forward, swiftly producing a throwing knife. Turning to face Alan, his filthy visage contorted with irritation, he exclaimed, "Boss, please refrain from sneaking up on me like that. I nearly hurled my knife at you. I throw with deadly accuracy. You know." Cress demonstrated his throwing motion, though he clearly had no intention of actually throwing the knife. After a brief exchange, Cress produced a pendant from an undisclosed pocket, revealing a rough-cut sapphire, only minimally polished, still bearing remnants of its natural exterior. Yet, this did not detract from its allure. The exposed facets shimmered with a deep oceanic blue, glimmering enchantingly in Cress's hand. A slender cord was tied through the gem's recess, indicating its former owner's affection. "This is for you," Cress said, leaning closer to Alan, his voice barely above a whisper. "Boss, please don't be angry with me. If it weren't for me, could we have saved so many?" In truth, Alan bore no anger. He merely reacted in a manner he deemed appropriate to maintain the group's trust. Thus far, he felt he had managed well, albeit sometimes he felt a disconnection from his true self. Taking the sapphire from Cress's hands, Alan lifted it to the sky. Regretting the overcast weather, with sufficient sunlight, the gem would have revealed even greater beauty. He then placed it around Cress's neck. Though the gem had been scavenged from the dead, Alan doubted Cress would mind, as the joy on his face suggested otherwise. Before they could converse further, Alan noticed Alaron leading an orc, its hands bound and limping. "My lord, this creature still lives. Would you like to interrogate it?" Alaron tugged at the rope, causing the orc to stumble and fall to its knees before Alan, who gazed down at the orc with an impassive expression. With a cold chuckle, he seized the orc by its collar and effortlessly lifted it to eye level. Alan fixed his gaze upon him and spoke slowly. "Who is your master? Where are you taking these captives?" It was evident that the orc was in great pain, his feet thrashing wildly as he sought a point of support, his bound hands flailing about. A discordant sound escaped his throat. "Since you dare to tamper with the tribute bestowed by the chief upon our lord, he will undoubtedly not spare you. Who is your leader? Is it Azig, Borg, or that fat wretch from Half-Orc Town?" The lifted orc grimaced, saliva dripping onto Alan's hand. Yet he remained defiant, declaring, "There is no need for you to inquire, for your demise is certain. My chief will arrive with an endless army to seek vengeance." Alan did not allow him to finish, tossing him to the ground. The filthy creature gasped for breath a few times before breaking into a sinister laugh. Unmasked mockery and disdain lacing his tone. "He, tremble in fear, scum. You have dared to touch the tribute given by the chief to our lord. Soon, you will all be slaughtered, captured, enslaved. The chief will not let you escape. Enough. I already know that the fat wretch from Half-Orc Town is your leader. You need not say more." When Alan mentioned the names Azig and Borg, the orc displayed no reaction, but upon hearing the term fat wretch, his expression shifted dramatically, and Alan deduced his allegiance. Alan waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to be taken away. "Very well, my lord." Alan settled back down, exhaling softly as he gazed at the thick clouds above. Let us hope it does not rain. Chapter 6. James. Ultimately, it was Doris who, along with several village women, collaborated with Ymira to prepare a sumptuous meal. Utilizing the half-cooked deer procured from Desaiway, they combined it with potatoes and cabbage, simmering several potfuls of rich broth. They also managed to warm up the large baskets of bread purchased from the marketplace, ensuring that everyone was served a piping hot meal in a short span of time. Meanwhile, Alan took advantage of the dining occasion to gather his original crew within the military tent. However, Desaiway was absent, as she was on guard duty. In truth, Alan's camp was quite commendable, encompassing several hundred square meters. One could only imagine the considerable wealth in golden dinars that Alan's predecessor expended to establish this encampment. From the outside, It appeared as a fence constructed of wooden planks over a meter high, enclosing a mound of earth nearly a meter high within. This elevation allowed the guards to stand at a vantage point, making it more convenient for them to launch attacks on encroaching enemies with their bows and crossbows. To the southeast and northwest of the camp stood wooden lookout towers, enabling an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. Typically, those on night watch would occupy these towers. The main entrance of the camp faced south, with the central area featuring a small wooden shed for storing supplies and spare armor, surrounded by several wooden carts. To the west lay a row of stables where all the horses of the contingent were kept, with hay stored nearby for their nourishment. Naturally, a diet solely of hay would lead to weight loss. Thus, a portion of legume feed was also stored within the shed. The eastern side of the camp housed two large conical tents, where all the male cavalry, archers, and fetus resided. At the northern center stood the largest tent, designated as the military assembly tent, reserved for discussions regarding their next course of action. Alan's personal resting tent was situated to the east of this large tent, while the western side was designated for the women to sleep and cook. At this moment, nearly everyone gathered within the tent held a bowl of soup in one hand and a piece of bread in the other, the space filled to capacity. Some sat, while others stood, and the sounds of chewing and slurping filled the atmosphere. After a brief pause, Alan continued, expressing his gratitude to everyone for their courageous and correct actions during a critical moment, when they offered their swords in response to his call. He then took a sip of the meat broth, set down his bowl, and waved his hand with a smile, reassuring the increasingly anxious crowd. Please, do not be so reserved. I am quite reluctant to utter these peculiar words. I merely feel that expressing gratitude should be somewhat formal. Now, I have a few messages to share, and I believe you are all curious about our current location and future plans. Fear not, as I shall address these matters shortly. Gradually, the sounds of sipping and chewing returned to the tent, albeit faintly, not detracting from Alan's speech. Observing the audience's relaxation, he spoke again. As he concluded, a series of soft gasps rippled through the tent. Alan raised his hand, signaling for silence, and paused momentarily to see if anyone had questions. To substantiate his words, he waved his hand, and a flash of white light illuminated the table, revealing a bag of wheat. Curiously, the crowd displayed little astonishment at this miraculous occurrence. At this juncture, a squire raised his left hand, clutching a piece of bread, and cautiously inquired, "Chief, can you bring my mother and father here? I have saved up a considerable amount of money to spend on them." He glanced around at his companions, lowering his head and mumbling, "If not, that's all right." Upon hearing this, Alan paused once more, scanning the crowd, hoping someone would step forward with a question, yet all eyes remained fixed upon him. Even Kreese and Oddyman showed no inclination to inquire. Fetus, having received the command, nodded affirmatively, but then recalled something. "During today's battle, we lost 7 horses and 5 died. Moreover, the remaining horses are quite fatigued. We may need to utilize the horses previously allocated to the archers." Alan waved his hand in acknowledgement, indicating there was no issue, and turned to Ymira, stating, "Ymira, I need you to take good care of the women and children we rescued today. I would also like you to gather and record their information. We are no longer merely a mercenary band. I am contemplating establishing a village in a suitable location nearby. I will require your assistance in this endeavor, and I have a rough idea of the location I wish to verify tomorrow. If time allows, we may relocate as early as tomorrow morning." Ymira nodded in response, saying, "Currently, our food supply could sustain our original group for half a month. However, with the sudden increase in numbers, even if we arrange for hunting and fishing, it would not last long. Food will pose a significant challenge." Alan reassured Ymira that it was not a concern. He would devise a means to address the food shortage. Much like the bag of wheat on the table, he had observed that a portion sufficient for 50 people for a day would only cost 10 dinars, whereas converting it into bread would require 30 dinars. Salted fish cost 45 dinars, fresh beef could reach 100, and prices for cabbage, apples, and dried meat varied widely. With the resources at Alan's disposal, converting everything into wheat would provide ample sustenance for the current population for over a month. He was confident that by then, they would discover additional means to procure food, thus harboring no worries regarding provisions. After discussing the food situation, Ymira raised the issue of inadequate sleeping arrangements. Although there were some spare tents within the camp, they were insufficient for all the newcomers. She proposed utilizing the spoils taken from the pirates' lair, a large cart of burlap, to construct makeshift tents from burlap and branches for temporary shelter. However, this would render the burlap unsuitable for future trade. Alan dismissed these concerns, affirming that as long as they could temporarily care for the women and children, it sufficed. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave to prepare, as they may require considerable assistance tonight. Upon receiving Alan's approval, Ymira departed the tent, aware that her tasks were numerous, leaving her little time for rest that evening. Oddieman, Kreese, and Arain, you three will accompany me tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock as we head north. I need to confirm something there. The assigned Bandak nodded silently, acknowledging the order. Observing Bandak's quiet demeanor, Alan found it peculiar. He recalled Bandak's typically outspoken nature, characterized by a hint of youthful rebellion and skepticism. He had served as a veteran in Rewrote for 2 decades, attaining the rank of sergeant before being dismissed by the new regime. He had even physically confronted a nobleman in the past. It struck Alan as odd that Bandak now appeared so subdued. Is he truly unaffected by the past? Did the former circumstances leave any imprint on him? Alan pondered, yet he understood that he must refrain from probing further. If there are no other questions, let us disperse to our tasks. Kreese, please relay my words to Desaiwei. Should there be any issues, she can seek me out. Well then, everyone, if there are no other matters, we shall adjourn. After finishing his meal, Alan picked up a piece of bread and dipped it into the warm meat soup, thus concluding his solitary dinner for the day. From Alan's perspective, the taste was far from delightful. However, at least it was warm, and his hunger compelled him to consume it in a hasty manner, the sounds of his eating echoing through the tent. Once he had finished, he looked up to find that James was the only one remaining in the tent. Sitting across from Alan, James noticed that he had finished eating, rose to pour him a bowl of water, and subsequently took a seat beside him, sipping from his cup as he observed Alan with a calm expression, gently inquiring, "Alan, is something amiss?" At that moment, Alan's mind was tumultuous, akin to a raging storm, overwhelmed with countless thoughts that surged through him. A state of disarray he had not experienced even upon waking that morning. A hint of smugness appeared on James's face as he continued, "They cannot perceive what is amiss. And that is perfectly normal. You are Ymira's savior. Her every thought revolves around you. Of course, I understand that you harbor no such intentions. You live under her watchful gaze daily. Thus, any transformation in you might seem entirely customary to her. As for Fatus, as long as you remain upright, benevolent, and willing to assist those in suffering, he will never question your commands. Desaiwei and Bandak acknowledge you as their leader, and as long as you affirm this bond, how could they possibly doubt you? Aileen admires you, and Cress is merely a carefree young girl, but I am different. We have known each other for quite some time. Alan, over 2 years of companionship, I vividly recall the moment you burst into my room carrying the injured Ymira, pleading for my help. From then on, we embarked on our journey together. You then were remarkably like the person you are now, courteous and patient in your interactions with others. You often spoke of your noble lineage, and I never doubted it. However, in comparison to the aristocrats I have encountered, your kindness is somewhat excessive." James paused to take a sip of water, contemplating before continuing. "But then you changed. When did this transformation occur?" "Over a year ago, perhaps when the number of people in our group swelled. Your temper grew increasingly irritable, your actions more autocratic, and you became increasingly taciturn, reluctant to engage with others. Yet, you remain virtuous and compassionate. Under your astute leadership, the group has flourished. Nevertheless, your mode of expression has become more brusque. The last time you reprimanded Cress, we all understood it was for her benefit, but even so, your words were rather harsh. Let us not dwell on the past. The person you were yesterday would never have uttered the words you spoke tonight. You would likely have issued a command without such detailed explanations, dismissing any inquiries. You would not have allowed anyone to question your orders. Therefore, my friend, I suddenly see in you the person you were 2 years ago. Should you not offer an explanation to an old friend?" Alan sat in stunned silence for an extended period after hearing James's words, long enough for impatience to flicker across James's face. Meeting James's unwavering gaze, Alan let out a heavy sigh, resignedly saying, "James, my friend, I think I may have, well, I believe I may have lost my memory." "Lost your memory? Amnesia?" James exclaimed in astonishment. "What has happened, my lord?" A voice called from outside the tent, Aileen's voice. "It's nothing. I'm just discussing matters with James," Alan replied, all the while silently apologizing to James. "Forgive me, James, I did not intend to deceive you. I truly do not recall what you have mentioned, after all. We are but 2 individuals. Is it truly that severe? James pondered for a moment before abruptly stating, could it be a result of your special abilities? I have warned you before that employing such powers invariably exacts an extraordinary price. Huh, what abilities? Alan was taken aback, genuinely unaware of what James referred to. You don't remember that either? James inhaled deeply before saying, very well, as a friend, it seems I must help restore your memory. Look at those warriors outside. Their combat prowess is impressive, is it not? In truth, most of them were merely young men toiling in the fields 2 years ago. How could they possibly transform into warriors stronger than noble mercenaries in such a short span? That is entirely due to you. After each battle, you would select certain young men, and in the blinding light, they would grow stronger and gain richer combat experience. The following day, you would provide them with equipment that matched their newfound strength. Look at those people, those horses. The money we have earned as mercenaries could never suffice to purchase such things. Do you now recall anything? Wow, was my previous ability really that formidable? I no longer want this simulator. Please return my old abilities. Alan mentally lamented the loss of his powers, yet his expression remained unchanged as he nodded, saying, I still possess that ability, though it is not as effective as it once was. Alan, I advise you to refrain from using those powers too often. It is perilous. Nevertheless, James shook his head, continuing, I understand that my counsel may not sway you, but I implore you to inform me should you experience any issues, particularly regarding your health. I am a doctor, and above all, I am your friend. Faced with James's sincere concern, Alan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Nodding in acknowledgement, James sighed, continuing, you should retire early. Ample rest will benefit your health. I will contemplate potential treatments for amnesia. By the way, I will keep this matter confidential. It is not suitable for them to know at present, and I believe they would prefer the current version of you. I shall not intrude further. Good night. With that, James made his way toward the tent entrance. Alan watched his retreating figure, exhaling quietly and wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh, very well, I understand. Alan nodded in acknowledgement, and upon hearing his agreement, James left the tent, satisfied. At last, Alan felt he had managed to evade the situation, wiping away the perspiration from his forehead, relieved. As a bold thought emerged, could it be that I genuinely have amnesia? Have I truly traversed into Coradia? Chapter 7. The Battle of Gruenward, Simulator Initiating. Do you choose the role of the officer of the Veruga 2nd Legion? Yes. You have arrived in Coradia. Time, 1 morning. Location, Veruga, command tent of the 2nd Legion. You entered the command tent of your superior, Commander Madalai, where 4 of your colleagues were gathered, awaiting his arrival. Moments later, Commander Madalai entered with his guard captain and announced that all units must be ready for departure by this time tomorrow, utilizing the next 2 days to reach Gruenward Fortress and assist the local lord in defending against a potential Swadian attack. In truth, despite the orders, 2 burly squad leaders wished to gauge the prowess of their new commander, claiming it would enhance their coordination in battle. You permitted both to engage you in a demonstration. The skirmish was swift, and you dispatched the 2 ruffians with a few well-placed strikes. Though their faces bore bruises, they maintained a brave facade as they raised a toast to you, thus temporarily settling the matter of your promotion. After a hearty meal, you informed your subordinates of the need to prepare for tomorrow's departure, warning them not to falter, as consequences would be dire. The following morning, your battalion of 110 men stood in an 11 by 10 formation in the camp's training ground, awaiting Commander Madalai's arrival. Although your unit did not exhibit the utmost discipline and precision, it was notably superior to the other 4 battalions. A quarter of an hour later, Commander Madalai arrived with his cavalry guards, delivered a brief speech, and issued orders for all units to reach Gruenward Fortress before sundown the next day. Subsequently, the entire force of approximately 600 men commenced their march towards Gruenward. The journey proved chaotic, while the path from Veruga to Gruenward was established. The urgency imposed by Commander Madalai was palpable. Typically, this journey would require 3 days, yet now the troops were expected to arrive in 2. Initially, most soldiers kept pace, but by afternoon, discipline waned, and entire formations began to fall out of line, including your own battalion. This resulted in a cumbersome march, and you found yourself running back and forth, urging them to hasten, for the penalties of military law were no trifling matter. Consequently, the time allocated for rest that evening was severely curtailed. Thus, your troops stumbled into the encampment near Gruenward Fortress just as the sun began to set the following day. Upon reporting that your contingent had swelled from the expected 110 to over 190 men, Commander Madalai was taken aback, spilling his tea across the table before chuckling and stating that since the men were yours, how you managed them was up to you. Your battalion now comprised 196 individuals, including 1 Rhodok sharpshooter, 16 seasoned Rhodok crossbowmen, 58 Rhodok crossbowmen, 11 seasoned Rhodok spearmen, and 110 Rhodok spearmen, divided into 18 squads, 7 of crossbowmen and 11 of spearmen. Apart from your fully staffed 10 squads, you had 86 additional men, of which 7 squads were at full strength, leaving only 1 squad short of complete numbers, with 9 remaining after accounting for the squad leaders. You opted not to make further adjustments, instructing them to rest well that night and assemble outside the camp the next morning. You were somewhat perplexed by the subpar quality of the Varuga troops. Not only your own men, but 80% of the 2nd Legion comprised fresh recruits. Only the squad and battalion leaders possessed any semblance of combat capability. The others were little more than fodder for the battlefield. Your musings were soon interrupted when Bob, arriving for a drink, elucidated the situation. The true elite of Varuga, the 1st Legion, had been dispatched 3 months prior by Lord Madalas to join forces with the garrison at Gamich, bordering Sauron. Alongside them were the Lord of Grunward Fortress and other battalions, gathering to repel the Sauron armies stationed at Wyhar Fortress. The entirety of the 2nd Legion had been composed of recruits over the past 2 months, primarily serving as a deterrent against Swadian ambitions in the northeastern Rhodok territory. Clearly, this plan had faltered before it even commenced. The bandits captured in the initial days had divulged that the Swadians, summoned by King Holowies, had amassed thousands of troops and would soon arrive. Intelligence suggested that the Swadian forces could be visible outside the city within 2 to 3 days. Bob, evidently inebriated and somewhat despondent, did not forget the purpose of his visit as he produced a small chest of dinars and pushed it toward you. Bob expressed his surprise at your decision, but said little more, noting that iron armor would scarcely procure a few pieces, yet he could source ample cotton or padded armor, enough to equip all your men. He had stock available at Grunward Fortress and could deliver it by the next morning, inquiring if you were amenable to this arrangement. You readily acquiesced to Bob's proposal while subtly questioning whether it might provoke Commander Madalai's suspicions. Bob waved off your concerns, assuring you to disregard them, and before leaving, he discreetly warned that the impending conflict could be exceedingly brutal, urging you to prepare accordingly. The following morning, accompanied by your elite guards, 10 seasoned Rhodok crossbowmen, you maintained order as you distributed the cotton armor acquired from Bob to your troops. After shedding their tattered uniforms, they finally presented a semblance of a proper army, and Bob bid you farewell after completing the handover. Grunward Fortress, in comparison to typical castles, sprawled over a vast area, perched atop a steep hill, flanked by a continuous range of mountains. The sides were predominantly steep cliffs, with only a winding path leading directly to the gate. Beyond lay an expanse of forest, and a small stretch of flatland served as a vital thoroughfare for trade, where soldiers would traditionally levy tolls. Currently, approximately 200 guards were stationed at Grunward, and with Commander Madalai's troops, the total force of 700 to 800 did not render the fortress overcrowded. Upon reaching your designated post, you meticulously surveyed the wall you were to defend, which extended nearly 200 meters, about 30 meters from the gate. A protruding watchtower provided an excellent vantage point over the wall's entirety, most of which was constructed atop sheer cliffs. 2 areas, however, posed significant vulnerabilities, one near the gate where the wall stood a mere 6 to 7 meters from the ground, and the other at the wall's center, featuring a gradual slope of 4 to 5 meters in width and several meters in length, offering an easy ascent for enemy forces. If tasked with assaulting this wall, these 2 weak points would undoubtedly serve as the most advantageous targets. Subsequently, you summoned all squad leaders to the watchtower, issuing them defensive orders. You divided all the spear squads into 2 segments, assigning them to guard 2 vulnerable points along the city walls, instructing them to remember their designated locations and to remain steadfast in the face of any adversities during battle. Concurrently, you evenly distributed the crossbowmen along 3 sides of the walls and watchtowers to ensure they possessed optimal angles for shooting. As you finalized your defensive arrangements, 2 serious-faced Rhodok soldiers approached you. They were part of the original garrison at Grunwald Fortress, holding the modest rank of squad leaders. Yet their combat prowess far exceeded that of your troops. They commanded 2 squads of seasoned Rhodok spear wielders, each veteran clad in full chainmail and donning kettle helmets, armed with exceptionally long pikes. Their battle capabilities were leagues ahead of your forces. However, they were not under your command. They merely offered to cooperate with your troops in defense. You subtly discerned the intentions of Materai. He understood that your men were predominantly inexperienced recruits, and in the heat of battle, there was a significant likelihood of them fleeing. These seasoned warriors might well serve as an oversight squad, ensuring discipline. In response, you welcomed them with evident delight, fully aware that your meager force of fewer than 200 misfits stood little chance against the enemy's fierce onslaught. When the time came, these so-called oversight troops would undoubtedly join the fray of defense. As an old adage from your homeland aptly illustrates, under a collapsed nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? You endured 2 days of calm, yet did not squander this time. You tirelessly reiterated warnings to your subordinates, imploring them not to flee. Death at the hands of the enemy might afford their families some compensation, but demise at the hands of the oversight squad would surely bring misfortune upon their kin. You meticulously instructed them on how to conceal themselves behind battlements for shooting, how to raise shields in defense during enemy fire, and how to swiftly eliminate foes once they scaled the ladders. It was evident that the Rhodok's equipment was exceptionally suited for fortification. In addition to their formidable crossbows and pikes, even the most basic soldiers were equipped with rudimentary large shields, capable of forming a wall of shield bearers within the fortress once enemies breached the walls. On the third morning, as you emerged from the inner keep to ascend the walls, you discovered a throng of villagers congregating at the gate, with thousands entering the fortress. For the nearby villagers, this was a routine occurrence. Living on the border of two nations, they bore the burden of supporting the garrison within the castle and in times of conflict. They were compelled to seek refuge within the fortress to avoid being driven away by the enemy and becoming part of the siege. Nevertheless, despite their experience, their entry into the castle inevitably resulted in some chaos. This turmoil persisted until nearly evening, and as twilight approached, you beheld a multitude of Swadian noble banners fluttering in the northern expanse of Grunwald Fortress. The enemy had finally arrived. The Swadian kingdom is a nation characterized by military equilibrium. Although its infantry and archers are somewhat inferior to those of the Rhodoks, its cavalry reigns supreme across the Colradian continent. The formidable reputation of Swadian knights looms large over the nobility of all realms, and no king would dare confront the iron cavalry of King Harless, especially after he has summoned the nobility of his entire nation. Grunwald Fortress and Agorland Fortress stand as the two most significant bastions along the northeastern border of the Rhodok kingdom. Historically, the initial conflicts between the two nations invariably unfold at one of these fortifications, or even simultaneously at both. Should Harless breach either of these strongholds, the vast plains surrounding Velluca would no longer possess any barriers against the iron hooves of Swadia, placing Velluca itself in imminent peril. If Velluca were to fall, it would signify a gaping wound in the very heart of the Rhodok kingdom. At this juncture, King Harless had finally seized the opportunity presented by the standoff between Rhodok and Sauron to position his formidable army of tens of thousands beneath the defenseless Grunwald Fortress. Chapter 8. The Defense and Assault of Grunwald. You witnessed a procession of ragged serfs emerging from the encampment, laboring under the weight of timber and earth as they hastened towards the city walls, striving to construct a passageway suitable for the army's passage upon the steep hillside. Inwardly, you cursed King Halaris for his blatant disregard for human life, yet you were compelled to obey the orders of your superiors, instructing your archers to unleash their arrows upon these unfortunate farmers. Meanwhile, the archers of Swadia took cover behind wooden barricades, directing their fire towards the walls to shield the serfs as they endeavored to build the siege road. Upon recognizing this dire situation, you promptly commanded your archers to redirect their aim at the enemy's sharpshooters. Nevertheless, the serfs of Swadia continued to fall in droves under the onslaught of your comrades, and your suppression inadvertently drew the enemy's archers' focus upon the wall you defended, alleviating some of the pressure on your allies, thus facilitating their slaughter of the serfs. You found yourself in a moral quandary, uncertain whether your actions were virtuous or nefarious. The tentative battle drew to a close at dusk, with the forces of Swadia dispatching personnel to gather the scattered corpses upon the hills. You and your soldiers observed this grim spectacle in silence. Your emotions were tumultuous. Throughout the day, thousands of lives had perished in this mountainous expanse, yielding merely a few meters of rudimentary wooden roadway leading to the base of the walls. Your own troops had suffered a dozen injuries due to the enemy's concentrated fire, a fate mitigated by your relentless training and the superior equipment you had provided them. For without such preparation, the casualties among these fledgling soldiers would have been far greater. That night, as you leaned against the battlements in a fitful slumber, you were jolted awake by the cacophony of battle cries. Irritated, you chastised your soldiers for failing to rouse you as the combat commenced. Rising to your feet, you were struck by the sight of flames illuminating the night sky, revealing two factions engaged in fierce combat. Inquiring with your fellow guards, you learned that Mithrai had dispatched his most elite soldiers, armed with heavy hammers and flammable oil, under the cover of darkness to emerge from Grinwald Fortress, intent on dismantling the road constructed by Swadia during the day. Initially, their mission progressed smoothly, but somehow they were discovered, leading to a conflagration that echoed through the mountains and roused you from your slumber. As dawn broke, the enemy launched another assault, this time comprising a formidable force of regular infantry, at least 500 Swadian soldiers, a mix of footmen and heavy infantry, arrayed in 5 formations, brandishing kite shields, advancing along the somewhat intact wooden pathways toward your position. Your troops, alongside your allies, endeavored to repel the advancing foe, though their efforts bore little fruit. Shields rose in every direction, absorbing the bolts that rained down upon them, significantly diminishing the archers' efficacy. Only a handful of skilled marksmen could exploit gaps in the shields to inflict damage, yourself among them, while the enemy archers sought to suppress your own defenders atop the walls, hastening the advance of their formations. Fortuitously, a relatively intact wooden pathway led directly to the section of the wall you guarded. 2 formations, marching with resolute determination, traversed this path, ascending the gentle slope that brought them closer to your defended area. With keen observation, you noted 2 ladders extending from the formations, aiming to bridge the wall. You commanded your men to hurl canisters of oil at the encroaching first formation. Several barrels struck the front ranks of shields, shattering upon impact and splattering oil everywhere. Immediately after, a burning bundle of hay was thrown forth, igniting the oil and sending flames surging upward, causing half of the enemy to tumble down the slope in anguished cries. The remaining foes raised their shields to fend off the rain of bolts. But after incurring several casualties, they retreated into the second formation, regrouping and once more advancing toward the walls. You longed to command your men to launch another barrage of oil canisters, yet none remained. You had been allotted a limited supply, and the previous night's ambush had depleted the fortress of most of its flammable resources. Moreover, this substance was perilous. Improper storage could lead to catastrophic consequences, even within the confines of Grinwald Fortress, where reserves were scant, likely due to the expense of such materials. Fortunately, Grinwald Fortress was stocked with ample quantities of heavy stones and logs, which the shields could scarcely withstand. Despite the losses they suffered, the enemy was unable to successfully position their ladders against the wall and ultimately retreated, bringing the morning's skirmish to an end. In the afternoon, Swadia's assault resumed, this time without formations or elite soldiers, replaced instead by a multitude of militia armed with rudimentary weapons and armor, guided by a handful of Swadian light infantry, bearing ladders toward the walls. Behind them trailed yet another procession of serfs, once again bearing timber to repair the damaged wooden pathways. The afternoon battle was brutal yet straightforward. The crossbowmen upon the walls unleashed their fury upon the encroaching enemy, yet this time the adversaries appeared particularly cunning, hesitant to charge forward, instead seeking cover and advancing in spurts, only to evade once more. As the conflict continued until its conclusion, few of their ranks managed to reach the base of the walls, and casualties remained minimal, with merely 200 or 300 bodies left behind, most of whom were the laboring serfs attempting to mend the pathways. Your crossbowmen were weary, many unable to stand straight, their fingers bleeding from the strain, while the spearmen exhibited signs of tension, their faces drained of color. Though the enemy had yet to breach the walls, despair flickered in the eyes of your soldiers. It was not until dinner that you learned of the ferocity of the fighting at another passage, where some of the enemy had even managed to scale the walls, causing significant casualties among the spearmen in a short span of time. Once again, it was the elite defenders who thwarted the Swadian forces' ascent, and Mithrai, leading a small cadre of Rhodok sharpshooters, eliminated the immediate threat, averting a potential disaster that could have seen the outer fortress fall. Following dinner, a messenger summoned you for a meeting. These forces, though unable to confront King Halorus on the plains, could circumvent through Amelra Fortress and hasten through the mountains near Ceramis to provide support to Grinwald Fortress. According to the latest intelligence, all that was required was to hold out for 2 days. Yet, it turned out that the wait would not extend to 2 days. The afternoon following the meeting, King Halor's troops began their withdrawal, leaving behind only a contingent of nearly 1,000 men to guard the base of Grinwald Fortress, while the remainder of the army retreated with remarkable efficiency, leaving the camp eerily vacant. You were left bewildered, having received no explanation from Matthirai regarding this sudden turn of events. That night, clarity came as a messenger risked his life to convey the latest intelligence from the mountains. Count Tachias, guarding a Gorlan fortress, had betrayed his post, defecting with his entire force to join King Halorus. Rumor had it that Halorus held his only son and several of his direct nephews hostage, forcing Count Tachias to betray the Rhodok kingdom to safeguard the lives of his family's future generations. After all, should his lineage perish, to whom would his castle and title pass? In that moment, Mathirai's face turned ashen, and for the first time, you witnessed a look of sheer panic etched upon his features. However, unfortunate news continued to unfold, and the following morning, the word spread that reinforcements would no longer arrive to support Grinwald Fortress. It turned out that the 1st Legion of Veruga, along with the garrison at Grinwald, had diverted their path towards Imel upon receiving news from a Gorlan fortress. They commanded Matara to hold Grinwald at all costs, leaving the fortress isolated. Matara attempted to rally all available forces for a decisive confrontation against the enemy encamped below. You understood Matara's thoughts. If he could scatter the enemy, the situation would greatly improve. At the very least, the entrance would not be blocked, granting them more options and alleviating pressure on Veruga. Upon observing, you noted that the enemy had left behind approximately 200 to 300 elite troops, along with over 1,000 militia and serfs. You surmised their strategy. By besieging the fortress and preventing the garrison from launching a surprise attack on their supply lines, they would achieve their primary objective. Additionally, by cutting off supplies to the fortress, it would inevitably succumb without a fight, yielding extra gains. The soldiers left behind revealed that King Halus had thoroughly assessed the situation within the fortress, and you suspected Matara was aware of this as well. Indeed, that evening, he sought you out, his demeanor weary as he elaborated on their dire predicament, assuring you that the fortress had not yet reached its breaking point, but was inevitably sliding towards that fate. Curious, you inquired why Matara had not commanded the villagers to bring more provisions. He offered a rueful smile and explained that typically, battles do not extend beyond half a month, at most a month. If King Halus had not made strategic progress by then, they would retreat. The villagers of Serendil, as per tradition, only brought enough food for half a month. The garrison had to provide for them, and often, if they brought surplus, it would go uneaten and not returned. Thus, most villagers would refrain from carrying additional rations. Now, Matara required you to lead the 1,000-odd villagers to safety, traversing the mountains behind the fortress to reach Serenmis, a journey of 3 days. During the 1 day you managed to secure, you equipped your soldiers with new gear, a result of your negotiations, transitioning them entirely to the proficient armaments of the Rhodoks, even securing seasoned soldier gear for your personal guard. However, you could only take your original 100 subordinates. The rest had to be returned to the other 4 commanders. You expressed your dissatisfaction, but Matara firmly advised against being overly demanding. In the afternoon, you convened with the village chief of Serendil and respected locals, instructing them to divide the villagers into 10 groups according to their relationships to accompany your squads. Your personal guard would serve as the rear guard, while you prepared for constant movement. The villagers were reluctant to abandon Grinwald Fortress. You warned them that should they remain, Commander Matara might resort to drastic measures to defend the fortress, potentially leading to more dire outcomes. They seemed to grasp the implications, and amidst cries and lamentations, they complied with your directives. By evening, all departed with 3 days' worth of provisions, entering a hidden path leading to a valley behind the inner fortress walls. This single act stretched from dusk into the depths of night. From the map, Seremis appeared relatively close to Grinwald, though the terrain was mountainous. With your personal guard, you believed a day's journey would suffice, and with your entire force, it would take at most 2 days. Yet, leading the 1,000 villagers, you feared that 3 days might be insufficient. At dawn the next day, you instructed your men to awaken the villagers in preparation for the journey. You realized you could not command the villagers as you would an army. They struggled to comprehend their predicament, and even when they did, they could not effectively manage themselves. The march was arduous, with inadequate food and rest. Many villagers, burdened with their meager possessions and families, trudged alongside your troops through the valley in the sweltering heat, causing numerous individuals to fall behind. You refrained from chastising them. However, when someone lagged, you would trail closely, your expression fierce as if ready to claim their life at any moment. Such an arduous march inevitably incited the villagers' discontent, though they dared not voice their grievances before you. Minor disputes arose frequently among neighbors, escalating into a cacophony of discontent. While your squad leaders managed to quell these disturbances promptly, they nonetheless drew the attention of the enemy. It was not until 2 days later, on the morning of the third day, that you noticed the enemy tailing you at a distance of several hundred meters. Their numbers were modest, around 200, and you could not ascertain their elite status. However, you deduced they were likely not particularly formidable, otherwise, they would have charged directly. Knowing your slow pace with the villagers, you attempted to ambush them, but they evaded confrontation, leaving behind a few corpses before withdrawing, and you found it impossible to shake them off. Now the pressure mounted upon you. If you continued towards Serenmes with the villagers, the location would inevitably be compromised. In fact, you had already traversed half the distance, and it would not be long before signs of habitation were revealed. Alternatively, you could bypass Serenmes and head for Imel, hoping for a longer opportunity to evade the enemy. Yet, your provisions were far from sufficient for such a plan. Ultimately, your only option was to station all your soldiers in this narrow valley, blocking the enemy's path while allowing the villagers to proceed independently towards Serenmes. Most villagers followed your plan under the guidance of their chief, yet approximately 300 remained behind, led by an elder. They believed that even if you managed to block this passage, it would not prevent all enemies from pursuing them. If the enemy discovered alternative routes, their fate was all but sealed. Only under the protection of your army could they find true safety, and in the past 2 days, you had treated them well, not like other commanders who would scold, plunder, or insult their families, but rather you had often provided them with free meat broth. You realized on the first day that Madara had led you into a trap. No forced march could bring you to Serenmes within 3 days. Reluctantly, you slowed your pace, allowing your soldiers to hunt for sustenance during rest periods. Fortunately, most of your soldiers were mountain folk, experienced in capturing small game, and many villagers were skilled hunters as well. Armed with borrowed equipment, they could procure meat, which is why over 300 chose to believe in your ability to lead them to safety. The enemy soon caught wind of your strategy, halting a mere 200 to 300 meters away. Before long, a third of their forces departed, heading in other directions. You understood they were seeking alternative paths, yet you could not spare more troops to intercept them and could only watch them leave. Nevertheless, they were aware that your numbers remained disadvantageous. Thus, an eerie standoff ensued, and you recognized that the longer it persisted, the more unfavorable it became for you. Your food dwindled gradually, while their preparations appeared more robust than yours. You are not one to sit idly by. After dinner, you summoned all your subordinates, elucidating the current situation and declaring your intention to descend into the valley under the cover of night for a decisive battle against the enemy. Your loyal guards immediately expressed their willingness to accompany you into this perilous venture. Though they had only followed you for less than 2 months, they respected your character and acknowledged your capabilities. The remaining squad leaders gradually voiced their agreement. Perhaps they were moved by your actions in the castle or believed that following you would enhance their chances of survival. Regardless of the reason, your decision received unanimous support. The plan was sound, yet you were unprepared for the revelation that the enemy commander harbored the same intent. Assuming your forces were at a numerical disadvantage and would not initiate an attack, he opted to launch a surprise assault in the dead of night. Consequently, both sides encountered each other unexpectedly in the valley, creating a moment of palpable tension. With keen perception, you were the first to spot the enemy. But it was too late to lay an ambush. You directed your crossbowmen to unleash a volley of bolts before discarding the siege crossbow, drawing your military machete, and leading your men into the fray with a resounding battle cry. After enduring the initial ranged assault, the enemy clearly fell into disarray. However, a figure who appeared to be their leader shouted commands to restore order. At that moment, you and your subordinates charged directly at them, aiming straight for the leader. The opposing forces were not mere lambs awaiting slaughter, as they drew their weapons and rushed to meet your advancing troops. Upon contact, your team gained a significant advantage. Your downhill charge met their uphill struggle. You, wielding a shield, barreled through 2 foes and confronted the enemy leader, whose eyes widened in horror as you swiftly dispatched him with a single blow. Witnessing their leader fall, a portion of the enemy fled, while others raised their weapons against you, and some stood paralyzed in confusion. You had no time to dwell on this. You recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Raising your weapon, you struck down any unfamiliar figure within your sight. In a brief span, the enemy crumbled, and those fleeing incited even those who had yet to engage in battle to join their frantic retreat. You pursued them relentlessly. Uncertain of how many you had slain or how long you had hunted, you only knew that as dawn broke, you felled the last enemy you could chase. As you looked around, not a single living soul remained by your side. Only you stood alone. The simulation concluded and was archived. You retained your rank as the captain of the 2nd Legion of Varuga, with the option to relinquish this title for the permanent summoning of 9 seasoned Rewrote crossbowmen who would fight for you in any realm, 43 skilled Rewrote crossbowmen, 52 adept Rewrote spearmen, all believing that following you would enhance their survival in warfare, and 312 villagers who wished to accompany you, perceiving that following you would lead to a better life, alongside 43 captives compelled to follow you. You earned 1 point of honor, 200 points of renown, and 6,000 dinars. Would you like to continue the simulation? Yes, no? Ellen chose no and peacefully fell asleep in his tent. Chapter 9. The settlement of Carl Rock this morning was as radiant as ever, with the sun casting a warm glow that uplifted the spirits of those bustling about the camp. Awakened by Ymira's gentle call, Alan washed up and observed the orderly activity around him. He surmised that Ymira, bearing the weight of dark circles under her eyes, was likely the reason he was roused from his slumber. After a simple wash and breakfast, Alan set out northward along the riverbank, accompanied by Yadiman, Cress, and Arain. In fact, Desaiway and half of the cavalry were also in tow, tasked with a patrol mission to the north, conveniently on the same route as Alan. The colossal rock stood on a small river island, encircled by a flowing stream. Alan gazed toward the western bank, where a steep cliff loomed over a torrent below, while the eastern shore revealed a shallow, clear expanse of water where fish occasionally darted through. The riverbank was strewn with pebbles, connecting to a vast meadow that stretched to distant hills, interspersed with clusters of small oak groves. It bore a resemblance to the Carl Rock from Alan's memory. Yet there were many discrepancies. When comparing it to the depiction in the film, the surrounding environment seemed quite different. In the movie, there was no grassy area, predominantly mountains and forests instead, and the river did not encircle Carl Rock. This incongruity puzzled Alan. Was it possible that the film's perspective was too broad to capture the true essence of Carl Rock? By contrast, when aligned with the original text, the resemblance was striking, yet there were no signs of artificial excavation. The riverbank lacked smooth stone slabs, and the rock bore no carved steps, which contradicted the original description. If this truly was Carl Rock, the only conclusion Alan could draw was that Bjorn had yet to establish his residence here. In Alan's recollection, Gandalf had passed through this area a few years before the expedition, though it was not explicitly stated that Bjorn was discovered at that time. Gandalf merely noted that Bjorn, transformed into a bear, had watched the setting sun over the western mountains from Carl Rock, roaring that one day they would perish, and he would return to his homeland. What did this imply? It suggested that Bjorn hailed from the Misty Mountains. Considering Bjorn's jubilance upon learning of the death of the half-orc king, it was easy to infer a deep-seated enmity towards them. If one were to refer to the film's narrative, Bjorn's plight was even more tragic. He openly declared that his kin were the earliest inhabitants of the mountains, lamenting how his family had been captured and displayed in cages for amusement. Alan recalled the scars adorning Bjorn's body and the shackles on his wrists, shedding light on Bjorn's harrowing past. Furthermore, there was a clear distinction between the character of Bjorn in the film and that in the original text. The literary Bjorn was more animated, jovial, and fond of stories. And though he had his reservations about dwarves, he welcomed the members of the expedition for the sake of a captivating tale. In stark contrast, the cinematic Bjorn appeared stoic, vigilant, seemingly ensnared in sorrow, unable to escape the shadow of his family's tragic fate. This Bjorn chose to aid the dwarves due to a shared enemy, a significant divergence from the source material. At this moment, Bjorn was leading his kin against relentless assaults from the half-orcs. He had yet to be driven from his home in the Misty Mountains by the orcs, so it was unsurprising that Alan had not encountered him. After a half-hour ride, Alan and his companions reached the hillside Yadiman had indicated. Upon surveying the surroundings, Yadiman pointed to the east, towards the Anduin River, and exclaimed, "My lord, look! We find ourselves at the highest point for miles around. From here, we could establish a castle with an excellent vantage point. Moreover, this location is in close proximity to a water source. We can build the walls near it, ensuring we won't have to worry about anyone easily cutting off our supply. We could even construct a road to connect with the opposite bank and find ways to gather resources from the mountains. Look over there, Yadiman continued, gesturing towards the distant oak forest. Those trees would provide ample timber for our initial construction of houses, and even for sturdy wooden walls, we would have more than enough. My lord, I already have a preliminary design in mind. Enough of that, Alan interjected, eager to avoid attracting the attention of bears, mayor, or forest elves. The nearby oak groves are sufficient for our initial needs, and if that falls short, the trees on the mountain across are plentiful. Alan pointed towards the misty mountains, then gestured around them. These meadows and hills are ripe for cultivation. We could settle here and establish a village. Observing the nods of agreement from his companions, particularly Yadiman's enthusiastic endorsement, Alan took a deep breath, activated the simulator, hesitated momentarily, and relinquished his position as captain of the 2nd Legion of Veluga. He summoned all the soldiers and villagers willing to follow him, while spending a significant amount of dinars to procure enough provisions for a month and a plethora of construction tools. Yadiman's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he stared at the multitude of people and supplies appearing in a radiant light, murmuring, you. He finally grasped the concept of what Alan had mentioned the previous evening, the notion of bringing the compatriots of Colradia to this place. Cress and Arain, having undergone the transformation of soldiers, were not overly astonished by this sudden influx of life. They understood that their leader possessed extraordinary abilities, and they were simply elated by the growing number of companions. Alan, unperturbed by the reactions of Yadiman, Cress, or Arain, rode forward to address the crowd of over 400, who appeared somewhat disoriented. He raised his right hand and called out loudly, "Villagers, soldiers, do not panic. Look here. Look this way." The front lines of the crowd gradually quieted upon recognizing Alan, a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, and as they heard his commanding voice, the throng settled. The individuals at the rear, unable to discern Alan's words, nonetheless fell silent, perhaps overshadowed by the striking image of him, bloodied at dawn, even though he now sat elegantly atop his horse. As the crowd grew still, Alan took a moment to gather his thoughts, then proclaimed, "Villagers, soldiers, do not be overly alarmed. I bring you good news. We shall not proceed to Seremis. Instead, we have arrived at a more distant land, the great wilderness, far removed from the wars of the Rhodoks and Swadia. We shall no longer be wearied by incessant battles, nor shall we suffer from the relentless oppression of the nobility. I vow to protect your lives with all my strength, to ensure a peaceful and stable existence for all, and to guarantee that your lives will improve." Overwhelmed by shock, the summoned soldiers and villagers struggled to comprehend the full implications of Alan's words, yet the concepts of peace and stability resonated with them, and they grasped the essence of his message. The villagers enduring the ravages of war mostly yearned for a stable environment in which to exist. Their limited aspirations render them devoid of grand ambitions. Merely surviving is a challenge in itself. Presently, a formidable figure has promised them a life of peace and security, capable of ensuring their safety with unwavering commitment. In an instant, the crowd was enveloped in an eerie silence. This stillness exacerbated the growing unease within Alan, who began to doubt his oratory skills and regretted not investing in charisma during his character enhancement, focusing instead solely on strength and agility. However, such doubts and regrets quickly dissipated as some villagers began to comprehend their newfound circumstances. They realized they no longer had to flee from the pursuit of the Swadia soldiers and erupted into cheers. This sentiment gradually spread to others, momentarily allowing them to forget their departure from familiar homes and the loss of all they had not brought with them. Observing the jubilant crowd, Alan breathed a silent sigh of relief. He then dismounted and approached the elder, summoning Yadiman. The task of constructing the village would require their collaborative efforts. Alan's role was merely to issue commands, as it is prudent for the inexperienced not to direct the adept. Yet, until this moment, Alan had not even learned the elder's name. Pointing to the somewhat awkward Yadiman, he addressed the elder, saying, "Esteemed elder, this is Yadiman, an experienced engineer. Our endeavor to settle here and create our home will undoubtedly rely on his assistance. My preliminary plan is to establish a village here, and I hope you both will communicate frequently. Should any issues arise that cannot be resolved, feel free to seek my assistance." "Ah, How remarkable, the elder mused, reflecting on the current situation. Upon hearing Alan's words, he quickly replied, "You are too kind. Simply call me Carl. Please do not hesitate to instruct me on any matters, and I shall cooperate fully with Mr. Yadiman to accomplish our tasks." Most village elders had long served the nobility, acting as intermediaries between the aristocracy and the common folk. Carl adapted swiftly to his new role, astonished yet reassured by the presence of this reliable young man. He understood the significance of their predicament and was clear about what mattered most. Before long, Carl and Yadiman convened to discuss the initial steps of their undertaking. Under Carl's guidance, some villagers had already begun wielding tools to fell trees, while others commenced leveling the ground. Gradually, the hillside became a bustling hive of activity. Alan watched the lower-class citizens of this war-torn era with awe. Their survival needs were so minimal that it overwhelmed his imagination, and their indomitable will to live commanded his utmost respect. As the villagers' work fell into a rhythm, Alan remembered the over 100 soldiers awaiting his instructions. He summoned all of his squad leaders, instructing them to temporarily disarm and assist the villagers, thereby providing themselves with shelter. Once everything was on track, Alan would offer them a choice. Those reluctant to remain soldiers could retire, needing only to respond to his call in times of dire need. Most of these soldiers were young men from the village, either the younger sons of landowners or landless drifters. After all, who among those with families and land would voluntarily enlist? They sought military service in hopes of a better life, and though they had left their original families behind, they believed that Alan could lead them to a brighter future. As for Alan's personal guard, the 9 individuals who had accompanied him the longest in the simulation, he gathered them around and pointed to Aline, saying, "You will continue to serve as my guards. Do you see that individual? He is my attendant, and he will be your captain from now on. His name is Aline. Remember it." Upon hearing Alan's words, Aline gaped in surprise, pointing at himself and blinking, as if to confirm, "Is it me?" After receiving a nod from Alan, he contemplated for a moment before accepting this responsibility. After establishing Eileen's role, Alan meticulously observed the remaining 9. The young man he had favored was conspicuously absent, evidently having perished in the last battle. Alan felt a pang of sorrow but understood that it was far too common in both the simulation and this era of Middle-earth for a human to not survive to a ripe old age. Dismounting, Alan led his horse closer when Desaiwei called out, "Cress, come down quickly. The Lord is coming. He will scold you." Hearing this, Alan felt a sudden kinship with a father confronted by a disobedient daughter. How reminiscent it was of his own daughter, just 6 or 7 years old, who would sulk and glare at him when scolded, ignoring him until he finished, only to continue her business as if nothing had happened. Such memories brought a bittersweet smile to Alan's face. Reflecting on these moments in this foreign land, the frustration caused by Cress's antics dissipated. Desaiwei, who had been watching Alan approach, bowed and remarked, "My lord, you have arrived." Cress, Alan smiled and shook his head, waving his hand to dismiss the concern. He then looked up at Cress, who was still climbing Carl's rock. Noticing that Alan was not angry, Desaiwei quietly reported that everything was normal and that no unusual situations had been detected, after which he fell silent. In this manner, everyone watched in silence as Cress reached the summit of Carl's rock. "Is it fun up there?" Alan called, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. In truth, Cress could not make out what Alan had shouted. She only recognized his familiar voice. Glancing down, her heart sank as she realized trouble was imminent, and reprimands were unavoidable. Complaining inwardly about how quickly her task had concluded, she suddenly had an idea. Waving her hand at Alan, she produced a large bundle of rope, secured it to a stable boulder, and after testing its strength, swiftly slid down to a platform halfway up the rock. With a few agile leaps, she descended to the river island, her expression sheepish as she waded through the water to join Alan. As she approached, she exclaimed, "I just wanted to see if there were any enemies lurking around. What if those strange creatures riding wolves stealthily attacked us like yesterday? If there was danger, I could alert you." Observing Cress's continued justification, Alan affectionately tousled her hair and chided, "You could have flown over to inform me." After a moment, he paused, sighed, and gently added, "In the future, please let me know beforehand, understood?" Seeing that Alan was not truly angry, Cress breathed a sigh of relief and then moved aside, cheerfully whispering to Desaiwei, "Do you know how beautiful the scenery is up there? Next time, we should go together." The two of them began chatting and laughing amiably. Observing this scene, Alan felt a sense of helplessness as he thought, James claims that his temper has become increasingly irritable. Yet I see no signs of fear from either of these two. Ladies, let us converse on the road. We are pressed for time. With a hint of irritation, Alan interrupted the two young women's chatter as he mounted his steed, urging them to hasten towards the camp. Chapter 10. Preparing for battle. It is often said that tranquil days pass swiftly. In truth, whether in peace or turmoil, time elapses rapidly when one is either excessively busy or delightfully leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. During this period, the weather was exceptionally fine. Alan directed Ymira, who in turn guided the others, to relocate the entire camp to a newly established village near Carl Rock. The villagers integrated seamlessly, displaying no signs of discord as they collectively labored to construct their new home. Alan was uncertain how they communicated, as all their conversations sounded like Chinese to him. Yadiman, an exceptionally seasoned engineer, initially intended to concentrate all efforts on erecting a lord's longhouse first. However, he was firmly rebuffed by Alan, who insisted that the construction of a protective wall must take precedence. This urgency arose from the unsettling news brought by Fathys during his patrols over the past 2 days. Mysterious figures lurked in the forests across the river, shadowing their movements. Some woodlands near the Anduin River were alarmingly close, and startled birds had been observed fluttering along their patrol route, leading towards the village. Even a fool could discern the danger, and Fathys, along with Cress, who often stood watch over Carl Rock, were certainly no fools. They swiftly identified the reconnaissance wolf riders. To avert the grim scenario described, Alan convened a meeting attended by Fathys, Desavi, Yadiman, Alien, Ymira, Bandak, Cress, and Dorsalai. Alan solemnly declared that the village's wall must be completed by the following night. Even if it were somewhat smaller than intended, it must provide adequate defense. Yadiman would lead this endeavor, with Ymira, Dorsalai, and Carl assisting. Over the past 2 days, Yadiman had become increasingly courteous towards Alan, addressing him as my lord as if the man who had called him boss just 3 days prior was a different person altogether. He assured Alan that even with 24-hour shifts, the task would be accomplished on time. The second matter of importance was reconnaissance, which needed to be conducted in the south, north, and west. The eastern Black Forest was relatively safe, but the other 3 directions were potential avenues of attack. After all, the Gondabad Mountains to the north were the old stronghold of the orcs, and the half-orc town lay nestled within the Misty Mountains to the west. They could potentially launch an assault from the shallows near Carl Rock or cross the river from the old ferry to the south. The reconnaissance mission was entrusted to Desavi, Fathys, and Cress, ensuring that Cress would be stationed at Carl Rock daily, whether she liked it or not. Alan issued this command in response to her pitiful gaze. After the meeting, Alan remained industrious, acutely aware that time was of the essence. However, he was vexed to discover that the simulator had entered a cool-down period after summoning, lasting over 30 days. Although the use of dinar, reputation, and honor was unaffected, the accumulation of power had significantly slowed. Frustrated, he began to tally his possessions while silently lamenting the ineffectiveness of his simulator. What exactly did Alan possess? Firstly, in the chest within his abode, he stored over 8,000 dinars and a small pouch of gems. Regarding weaponry, he owned an undamaged heavy lance, a knight's longsword, a steel shield, a great sword, a war bow, a set of sleeveless plate armor, a chainmail hauberk, a great helm, a pair of arm guards, and a pair of plate boots. He also had 2 horses, a hunting steed for daily rides, and a warhorse for battle. At this point, one must pause for 3 seconds to pay homage to Alien, who bore the brunt of maintaining this equipment, including feeding the horses. Fortunately, Alien now had an entire personal guard to assist with these tasks. After assessing his inventory, Alan found himself suddenly at leisure, contemplating how much his own body could possess that his mind was unaware of. Initially, he competed in a strength contest against 4 Swadian knights in a tug-of-war, holding his own with remarkable prowess. Subsequently, he excelled in a weighted running competition, leaving the other participants far behind, compelling him to award himself the gems he had brought along. In archery contests against Desavi, whether mounted or on foot, Desavi readily conceded defeat. Yet, when he sought to demonstrate his melee skills, none would step forward to challenge him. Only in a throwing contest against Cress did he suffer a humiliating defeat, promising to remain calm the next time Cress caused trouble. Through these competitions, Alan finally comprehended the extent of his attributes, skills, and proficiency within the game. His hearing and sight were notably sharper than the average person's. and his overall strength was on par with any protagonist in the tales he had encountered, at least within the realm of normalcy. No one wished to compete with the likes of a wizened Maya or an extraordinarily handsome elf. Of course, these competitions consumed less than half a day, and once again left Alan with ample time on his hands. To avoid appearing superfluous, he took to carrying timber bare-chested, joining the villagers in constructing the protective wall. This endeavor was of paramount importance. No one could predict when the half-orc king might launch an assault. Erecting the wall early would better safeguard the defenseless villagers. Alan had resolved that should the wall remain incomplete and hostile forces approach, he would lead the villagers to seek refuge in the Black Forest. Though they might risk getting lost, be ensnared by the malevolent forces within, or even be invited for tea by the forest elves, it would surely be preferable to being slaughtered by the half-orcs. Alan understood the wisdom of preserving lives overland. Initially, Alan had contemplated establishing the village within the forest. However, this would significantly hinder development and encroach upon the territory of the forest elves. He was uncertain whether Celebrimbor would appreciate a large group of humans settling in the Black Forest. Despite the relatively amicable portrayal of humans in both the original narrative and cinematic adaptations, the notion that the heart of the other is inherently different resonated with Alan. He desired to take charge of his own fate and was eager to confront the orcs, hoping to demonstrate his prowess to that heavy metal-loving rotund figure. For peace is often forged through strength. Fortunately, the orcs did not attack until after the wall was completed, and Alan was quite pleased with the fortification. The wall consisted of a circle of wooden palisades, with 2 gates for convenience. The main gate faced Coral Rock, leading via a gentle slope, while the rear gate opened towards the Black Forest. The entire camp was not particularly large, encompassing approximately 2,000 square meters in a circular formation, sufficient to accommodate all without feeling cramped. The wall was not overly high, merely exceeding the height of a man, with intervals of 15 to 20 centimeters between each wooden post. The gaps were reinforced with wooden planks salvaged from the old camp, and an earthen mound, 1 meter high and half a meter wide, was constructed inside, serving dual purposes of preventing the palisade from being toppled and allowing crossbowmen to target incoming foes effectively. On the exterior of the palisade, numerous sharpened tree branches were retained, further enhanced by the villagers who scorched the sharpened ends over fire, purportedly to harden them. Simultaneously, Alan instructed the villagers to level the surrounding terrain, taking his fully armed Swadians to run numerous laps around the village perimeter, compacting the earth. The branches left by logging were evenly piled on the ground several meters away from the camp, forming a dozen heaps. The grass surrounding the camp had been entirely cleared away. Alan intended to use these materials to create a substantial gift for the approaching orcs. However, to Alan's surprise, it had been 2 days since the camp was established, and aside from the enemy scouts lingering, the area remained eerily tranquil. While calmness is generally a blessing, this exceeded Alan's expectations. He knew that the half-orcs inhabiting the Misty Mountains were generally reluctant to venture beyond their territory. Their raids on villages or the initiation of skirmishes required communication and coordination with their wolves, a process that demanded time. Yet, the current situation diverged significantly from Alan's predictions. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, devoid of any signs of large-scale gatherings of creatures. Such stillness was ominous. The longer the calm before battle persisted, the more catastrophic the ensuing storm would be. In Alan's mind, the enemy should have launched their attack the previous night. This left him feeling uncertain, doubting whether the preparations he had made were sufficient for the inevitable confrontation. Thus, on the 3rd day after establishing the camp, he sought out Carl to explain the situation, hoping Carl could muster 40 able-bodied men to assist in defense. Hearing the news, Carl was understandably alarmed. He hadn't expected that just a few days of peace would be shattered by the onset of war. Alan quickly reassured him, stating that this was a confrontation they had to face, and he was confident it would not last long, but he needed Carl's assistance. Reluctantly, Carl complied with Alan's request and gathered the 40 men. Observing the villagers whispering among themselves, Alan sighed inwardly. He was loath to involve them in the impending conflict. If given a choice, he would prefer they lead peaceful lives. However, the entire group faced the threat of annihilation, and they had to make an effort for their own sake and that of their families, much like when they had fled in panic through the valley. The Rewrote crossbowmen were the only troop type in Colradia capable of exhibiting formidable combat prowess at lower levels. Lacking protective gear and possessing poor melee skills, their strength lay in their powerful crossbows, which could inflict significant damage on lightly armored foes within a certain range. Not to mention the poorly equipped half-orcs of the Misty Mountains. A well-placed shot could take one down. With the addition of these 40 Rewrote crossbowmen, Alan felt a surge of confidence regarding the forthcoming battle. Yet, that night, the Orc King once again left Alan waiting, with no attack materializing. It is worth noting that on this day, Alan had disbursed the wages of all his subordinates, further depleting his already meager treasury. On the fourth day after establishing the camp, Alan grew increasingly anxious as he received no news. He began contemplating the use of his meager 2 points of reputation. He felt the urge to draw a prize. He had never enjoyed card-drawing games, and had even developed an aversion to them. He firmly believed that luck could not be altered by spending, and he had always held a respectful distance from the unpredictable. Thus, for many days, he had resisted the temptation to use his reputation points. Yet, the current circumstances had surpassed his calculations, veering into the realm of the unknown. He could not fathom how many troops that detestable fat man was gathering to assault his modest village of around 500 people. He had no choice but to stake all his chips on the table. Ultimately, Alan decided to use 1 point of reputation. The simulator prompted, "Are you sure you want to use reputation to draw a prize in Colradia?" Yes, no. Selecting yes. Alan awaited the results of the draw with a mix of trepidation. There was no fanfare or visual effects. The simulator simply presented 3 choices, requiring Alan to select one. The first prize was a complete set of luxurious full-plate armor, including an ornate great helm, a splendid full suit of plate, a pair of lavish plate arm guards, and a pair of exquisite plate boots. This armor set is considered the pinnacle of armor in Colradia. Donning it significantly enhances your survival rate on the battlefield, and its radiant brilliance will ensure your soldiers easily recognize your valiant presence at the front lines. The second prize was quite humble, 10,000 portions of wheat, each sufficient to feed 50 people for a day. This year, the villages near Dehiram experienced a bountiful harvest, with wheat abundantly available in any quantity you desire. The third prize was 10 fully armed Nord Royal Guards. They are the most formidable infantry in Colradia, having followed their Jarl into battle during the Nord Civil War. These Nord warriors have lost their families, lands, and identities, and now do not know whom to fight for. If you are willing to provide them with food and lodging and pay them a weekly wage, they will gladly fight for you as your private soldiers. Faced with these 3 prizes, Alan was taken aback. This was no mere lottery. This was a forced remedy for decision-making paralysis. Given the current situation, Alan could only choose the 10 Nord Royal Guards, yet he was also in dire need of food. He had little grain left and could not continuously spend dinars, which were dwindling rapidly. The armor was appealing as well. Had he drawn earlier, he would have undoubtedly chosen that option. A full set of such armor would cost at least several 100,000 dinars in Colradia, a rare find, and it would be splendid to display in his castle for others to envy. With a heavy heart, Alan opted for the 10 Nord Royal Guards. Watching as they emerged from the white light, they approached Alan, and a remarkably intelligent, formidable-looking giant stepped forward, saying, "My lord, I am Ganding. I heard you are willing to grant us an opportunity, providing us with food and lodging, and paying us a weekly wage." Alan, observing the 10 fully armed, robust Nord warriors brandishing massive axes, nodded calmly and replied, "Indeed." After a brief loyalty ceremony, Alan led the Nord warriors to Fatus, instructing him to show them to their quarters. Motivated by the thrill of the rewards, Alan decided to use his remaining point of reputation once more. However, this time the rewards were rather abstract. They were not categorized by quality, but rather by peculiarity. The first prize was 50,000 dinars. The second prize was also 50,000 dinars, and the third prize was 100,000 dinars. Alan, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and chose the 100,000 dinars. If he had the option, he would still prefer to have the 10 Nord Royal Guards to prepare for the possible attack that night. Yet, once again, silence reigned that evening. On the 5th day after establishing the camp, the sun shone brightly in the cloudless sky. Alan, waiting for the Orc King's arrival, stood atop the newly constructed wooden watchtower, wearing an odd expression as he observed the captives digging trenches just 10 meters beyond the walls. They seemed to be in a quandary, for there was nowhere for them to escape, judging by their direction. They were likely heading to offer warmth to the spiders of the Black Forest. As Alan continued to ponder whether to arm the captives, Desai rode into the camp, interrupting his thoughts with an urgent voice. "My lord, there are signs of large-scale creature gatherings in the forest across the river. They are advancing towards us along the wooded banks. At last, the moment had arrived. Upon hearing the news, Alan leapt down from the wooden platform, exhilarated. Chapter 11. The defense. The air was filled with a cacophony as flocks of birds ascended from the dense forests at the foot of the misty mountains, their silhouettes breaking through the fog. The trees stood motionless, and Alan understood that the moment he had been anticipating was finally at hand. How many could there be? Alan, astride his horse on the eastern bank, gazed gravely across the river at the stirring of the wilderness, calculating the strength that the half-orc king had amassed and pondering whether his own forces were sufficient to confront such a threat. Within the sprawling expanse of the misty mountains, which stretched over 800 kilometers, resided tens of thousands of half-orcs. They might dwell in caves, the thick forests, or the extensive tunnels that wove through the range. Their numbers were colossal yet disunited, often clashing among themselves over trivial matters. The half-orc king was one of their rulers, governing those who resided in the half-orc town, while various smaller tribes acknowledged his sovereignty. However, he could not command all the half-orcs scattered throughout the mountains. Figures like Asog were considered equals. Asog, a colossal half-orc towering 3 to 4 meters tall, was a rarity even in Middle-earth. His intelligence was remarkable, and his extensive experience allowed him to navigate social customs with ease. Judging by his demeanor towards the beast-biting sword, Oxrit, it was likely that he had lived for an exceptionally long time. The half-orc king's fury exceeded Alan's expectations. Upon learning of the specific situation in Alan's village, he gathered nearly 2,000 half-orc soldiers. Although ragged and armed with rudimentary weapons, their sheer numbers constituted their greatest asset. Additionally, the half-orc king had dispatched messengers to negotiate with the warg leader, securing over 100 wargs to accompany his elite guards in this offensive. He had even unleashed 2 cave trolls from his collection, a process that consumed considerable time. A week later, having prepared meticulously, the furious yet composed half-orc king commanded his assembled troops and trolls to avoid sunlight. They advanced from the edge of the misty mountains, ordering their officers to wait until nightfall to cross the shallow waters near Cow Rock and launch their assault on Alan. Meanwhile, the warg riders received orders to delay their departure by a day, waiting in the nearby forest until dusk, then attacking Alan from the old crossing along the river. This was meant to catch Alan, who was already engaged with the 2,000 half-orcs, by surprise. The half-orc king refrained from direct involvement in the battle's command. His size rendered him unsuitable for the mountainous terrain. He merely instructed the leading officers with a directive. As night fell under the radiant moonlight, shadows began to emerge from the pine forests west of Cow Rock. At that moment, a lithe figure swiftly traversed the canopy, vanishing in an instant. Having awaited this moment with anticipation, Alan spotted the flickering flames atop Cow Rock and promptly ordered his forces into a state of readiness. He understood that this confrontation would be a battle of attrition, determined by the strength of will, the depth of hidden resources, and the fortitude of each side. For this impending conflict, Alan had prepared numerous surprises for the half-orc king's forces. Among those stationed behind the walls were over 100 crossbowmen, 50 professional infantry at the gate, and 15 heavily armored cavalry poised for action. He intended to deploy these forces judiciously to secure victory. Believing the half-orc king could scarcely fathom that a village of 500 housed nearly 200 professional soldiers. Indeed, both sides operated under a veil of misinformation. The half-orc king had not anticipated such a formidable force in Alan's village. His substantial troop deployment was motivated not only by Alan's provocations, but also by the need to swiftly eliminate all inhabitants, avoiding conflict with the elves of the Black Forest. Additionally, the tribute intended for Sauron had been pilfered under his nose, an affront to his authority that he needed to rectify, demonstrating his power to all surrounding half-orcs. Conversely, Alan had not foreseen the half-orc king mustering such a vast army against him. He initially believed a mere 500 or 600 half-orc infantry, alongside 100 warg riders, would pose a significant threat. However, as time dragged on and the half-orc offensive was delayed, he realized he had miscalculated, growing increasingly anxious and devising contingency plans for an escalating crisis. The moon cast a luminous glow over the scene, and with its light, Alan observed the advancing half-orcs crossing the Anduin River, an unending tide merging into the darkness. Similarly, the half-orc officer leading the contingent, upon reaching the hillside towards Alan's village, spotted the vigilant defenders behind the walls. Dismissing their presence, he, as one of the reconnaissance warg riders, was convinced that the village could muster no more than 40 or 50 professional soldiers, the rest mere civilians or laborers lacking combat prowess. They were seasoned in assaulting such settlements. Once the combatants were dispatched, the remaining inhabitants would be easy prey. The half-orc officer, growing more excited, lashed at the sluggish half-orcs around him, bellowing, "You worthless sloths, wasteful of food. Move faster, I say." The struck half-orcs shuddered and whimpered, hastening their pace. In Alan's view, the half-orc forces, now within 500 meters, began to stall, their formation spreading out to form a thick middle flanked by thin lines stretching 200 meters. A half-orc wielding a whip directed the troops, shouting incomprehensible commands as they surged toward the camp, the thickest part aimed directly at the gate, while the weaker flanks advanced toward the sides. The camp's elevated walls afforded an excellent vantage point, as the gentle slope from the wall to Cal Rock provided a significant height advantage. Alan observed the approaching half-orcs with trepidation, scrutinizing his own men, who appeared increasingly composed. To his astonishment, Cress even made a face at him, seemingly oblivious to the enemy's numbers. In a moment of distraction, Alan raised his war bow, preparing to unleash arrows upon the encroaching half-orcs, his aim precise, reflecting a proficiency level above 400, with a range ample enough to reach them. Alan's shooting speed was astonishing. Within a remarkably brief span, he released 7 or 8 arrows, each striking down a half-orc scrambling uphill. However, the foes he felled barely made a ripple in the ranks of the enemy, as more half-orcs soon filled the gaps left by their fallen comrades. In short order, Desai also joined the fray, wielding a sturdy bow. At this moment, it was not the optimal time for crossbowmen to unleash their fire. The effective range of crossbowmen was limited. Those armed with siege crossbows could not shoot beyond 120 meters, while skilled crossbowmen with standard crossbows had a range of no more than 80 meters. The effective range of light crossbows barely reached 50 meters, yet their lethal range exceeded 100 meters. They waited in silence for Alan's command. As the half-orc forces drew ever closer to the camp walls, Alan could see their grotesque faces clearly. Sensing the moment had arrived, he loosed several pre-prepared fire arrows. These projectiles soared through the night sky, accurately striking the carefully arranged pile of firewood, which had been doused with oil purchased by Alan. The resulting flames illuminated the surrounding darkness for dozens of meters, signaling the command for crossbowmen to fire. The half-orcs, not fond of the light, skirted around the bonfire, inadvertently clustering even more densely together. With a resounding buzz, hundreds of crossbow bolts flew into the advancing half-orc ranks, dropping dozens in the process. The assault momentarily faltered, and a half-orc officer, realizing he had underestimated the enemy's ranged power, bellowed, "Move faster. Run quickly." In truth, the half-orcs were not slow, having been climbing uphill. But under the officer's command and the threat of death, they surged forward with renewed vigor. Alan had been searching for the half-orc officer wielding a whip. To him, half-orcs often appeared similar, making it difficult to distinguish one from another in the dark. However, when the officer emerged from the crowd, Alan quickly locked onto him, releasing an arrow aimed directly at his direction. At that moment, the half-orc officer remained oblivious to the danger, swinging his whip to urge 2 cave trolls crawling nearby to charge and break down the camp's gates. Just as the whip descended, Alan's first arrow pierced the officer's palm, causing him to recoil in agony, clutching his injured hand. Alan's second shot grazed the officer's scalp. Recognizing he had been targeted, the officer ducked behind several half-orc soldiers, vanishing from Alan's sight. At this juncture, Alan's attention shifted to an unexpected sight: 2 cave trolls charging toward the camp gates from a distance of 100 meters, trampling the slain half-orcs beneath their feet. "Everyone, focus fire on those 2 trolls," Alan shouted, directing his bow's aim toward them. Though the others were unfamiliar with trolls, the sight of the towering creatures, 3 to 4 meters tall, rushing toward the gates made it clear whom they should target first. In that fleeting moment, Cress raised his heavy spear, summoning all his strength to hurl it at the troll's bewildered eyes, striking true. With a howl, the troll, now severely injured, threw back its head. Another spear pierced its mouth, emerging from the back of its skull, causing it to claw at its face in desperation before collapsing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the troll wielding several half-orcs as makeshift shields reached the gates. At this point, attempting to resolve the situation with ranged weaponry was unrealistic. Alan steadied his breath, releasing his battle bow, and grasped the heavy cavalry spear beside him. With a powerful thrust, he positioned himself atop the wall, donned his massive helmet, and fixed his gaze on the charging troll. As the creature closed in within 4 or 5 meters of the gates, Alan inhaled deeply, gripping the spear tightly. He propelled himself off the wall, clad in full armor, and launched into the air. In that moment, he collided with the charging troll, his spear piercing through a half-orc's abdomen and plunging into the troll's chest, snapping the spear in the process. He was hurled backward by the troll's momentum, rolling to a stop against the gates. Shaking his head to clear his senses, Alan swiftly drew his massive sword and charged at the enraged troll. The troll, momentarily stunned by the impact, staggered back a few steps, then hurled the half-orc it had been using as a shield at Alan. He deftly dodged, closing in on the troll's feet and swinging his sword forcefully into its left leg. The troll, howling in pain, sank to the ground, swinging the half-orc wildly in an attempt to strike Alan. Having landed a blow, Alan swiftly retreated, extracting his sword from the troll's leg and evading the projectile half-orc. He then stepped beside the seated troll, seizing the opportunity to thrust the sword into its head, twisting it for added effect before being swatted away by the creature's furious response. As Alan staggered to his feet, he observed the troll gradually succumbing to stillness. Realizing that the camp walls had been secured, he approached the fallen beast, withdrawing his sword from its skull, shaking off the unknown substances clinging to it, and charged toward the half-orcs who had breached the ditch and were scrambling up the walls. At that moment, the gates behind Alan swung open, revealing over 50 seasoned Rewrote spear wielders emerging under the command of Thetis. They formed a formidable shield wall, advancing rapidly to a position within 2 meters of the camp wall. Their shields raised high as they focused on the incoming half-orcs, gripping their spears tightly. Meanwhile, 10 Nord royal guards hurled their throwing axes and leaped off the wall, brandishing their massive axes to decimate the half-orcs that had encroached on the sides of the shield wall. The half-orcs, initially surrounding the camp, were taken aback when their enemies boldly emerged, and they shrieked as they rushed to envelop their foes. In that chaotic moment, our protagonist Alan was already amidst the half-orc throng, engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 12. The defense battle. Had it been daytime, one would witness a harrowing scene from the sky. A camp spanning approximately 2,000 square meters was besieged by a throng of half-orcs, who relentlessly assaulted a fragile shield wall. Countless half-orcs perished upon the deadly spears that jutted from the shield wall, while soldiers bearing shields occasionally succumbed, dragged into the mass of half-orcs, their anguished cries piercing the air. The shield wall, inching ever closer to the camp's perimeter, grew increasingly diminished. Before the shield wall lay a vacant expanse of roughly 2 meters in diameter, where any half-orc daring to enter would be swiftly met with the lethal arc of a whirling greatsword. Flanking the shield wall were 5 heavily armored royal guards of Nord, wielding massive axes, who moved in unison to defend either side. Any half-orc that ventured too near faced dismemberment at their hands. Within a mere span of moments, over 100 half-orcs had fallen before them. Yet, perceptive half-orc officers noted that the great axe-wielders' strikes were slowing, their stamina nearing depletion, unless circumstances shifted dramatically. The current rate of casualties suggested that once 1/3 of the half-orc forces had been slain, the shield wall would ultimately crumble, followed by the 5 armored infantrymen, and finally, the man wielding the greatsword. At that moment, several flames flickered over the camp's walls, cascading into the surrounding trenches. The flames quickly ignited, forming a fiery circle a meter or 2 high around the encampment. The rear gate of the camp creaked open, revealing 15 fully armed cavalry, astride their ironclad steeds, charging out in a clockwise formation. At the forefront rode Alien, leading Alan's warhorse, flanked by Fartiz, Yamala, Cress, and 11 Swadian knights. They expertly maneuvered their mounts in synchronized but swift strides towards the half-orc ranks. As the battle escalated, more than half of the half-orc forces had crossed the fiery boundary, while many others found themselves trapped in the trench. Those within could only watch helplessly as flames ignited the oil-soaked grass beneath them, engulfing their bodies in excruciating pain, prompting desperate cries for survival. In their frantic attempts to escape the blazing trench, they scurried in all directions, rolling and thrashing about, hoping such actions would extinguish the flames and spare their lives. This chaos further compounded the disarray among the half-orc forces. Previously, their confusion was directed. Now, the burning half-orcs, in their flight, collided with others drenched in oil, igniting them as well. Those not aflame pressed against their comrades, striving to distance themselves from the fiery threats. The entire half-orc army began to scatter across the space between the fire circle and the camp. no longer concerning themselves with the now diminished shield wall or the gasping Nord guards, nor could they evade Alan's greatsword. Half-orcs outside the fire circle came to a halt, recoiling in fear, while those at the back, including a half-orc officer, widened their eyes, transfixed by the flames. In their frantic escape from their burning kin towards the south, they collided with the incoming heavy cavalry. Like dust, they were swept aside by the cavalry's charge. Some half-orcs, regaining their wits, fled in panic, only to be overtaken and slain or trampled by the advancing riders, while others leapt from the fiery circle, meeting their end in flames or vanishing into the night. Before long, the heavy cavalry obliterated any half-orc that dared stand in their path, converging upon Alan. They did not slow their charge, merely circumventing his position and allowing Alan's warhorse to remain. Without waiting for his mount to come to a halt, Alan grasped the horse's armor and vaulted onto its back. However, he did not join the ranks of the heavy cavalry. Instead, he controlled his steed's pace, wielding his greatsword to slay the fleeing half-orcs alongside the adept spear-wielders and royal guards of Nord. Illuminated by the flames, most half-orcs within the fire circle became aware of the cavalry's approach, and at that moment, chaos reached its zenith. A multitude of half-orcs, pressed by the cavalry, attempted to leap over the walls to escape, but most were thwarted by branches and fell to the ground, where they were subsequently trampled. A fortunate few were met with the deadly bolts of crossbowmen, either shot down or slain in the frenzy. Many half-orcs, fearing the flames and the panicked cries of their comrades, began to retreat. The harrowing screams of those leaping from the fire circle, combined with the thunderous hooves of galloping steeds, incited terror among them. Finally, some half-orcs could bear it no longer, shoving their fellows aside in a hurried retreat, only to be struck down by a whip wielded by one among them. He lashed out, shouting, "What are you running for? Stay calm. We still outnumber the humans by far. Once the flames die down, we charge." Before he could finish, a crossbow bolt pierced his neck, and upon witnessing his demise, the remaining half-orcs found no one left to restrain their flight. In a matter of moments, nearly 1,000 half-orcs scattered in disarray, fleeing towards their original direction. On the walls, Bandak coldly observed the twitching half-orc officer on the ground, spitting contemptuously before reloading his siege crossbow, preparing to take aim at the next enemy. As the flames of the fire circle began to wane, Alan halted his slaughter of half-orcs, surveying the battlefield. He understood that victory was his, albeit with a lingering sense of unease. Nearly 2,000 half-orcs had been decimated by his forces, with close to half now retreating towards Carl Rock. The remainder faced death. Merely a matter of time. Alan raised his helm and exhaled heavily. A howl echoed as the second wave of the half-orc king's preparations unfolded. Hundreds of wolf riders surged forth from the old ferry's direction. Initially, they had intended to delegate the grim tasks to the half-orc infantry, awaiting their breach of the camp's gates to storm in and slaughter the civilians, plundering all they desired. However, upon their arrival, they found the nearly 2,000 half-orc forces had already been routed. The wolf rider leader cursed the officer commanding the half-orc forces, surveying the battlefield in disarray before hastening the charge toward Alan's troops. At this moment, Alan's heavily armored cavalry continued their relentless pursuit of the fleeing half-orcs. The seasoned spear-wielders of Rewrote bore injuries, while the crossbowmen swiftly repositioned themselves to prepare for the impending assault of the wolf riders. Noticing the swiftly approaching cavalry, Gandalf struggled to gather all the Nord royal guards together, standing resolutely before the skilled spear-throwers, brandishing his massive axe in anticipation of the impending charge. A glimmer of determination flickered in Alan's eyes. He realized he had been overly optimistic and finally grasped the source of his unease. However, the precarious situation left him little time for contemplation, compelling him to focus all his efforts on confronting the immediate crisis. With a sudden tug on the reins, he urged his steadfast steed over the diminishing flames of the trench, charging full speed towards the wolf riders. Unbeknownst to anyone, under the luminous moonlight, several dark figures descended rapidly from the west. Before Alan could engage the wolf riders, these silhouettes materialized before him. Accompanying them was a thunderous cry, resonating from the great eagles that dwelled in the misty mountains. They had observed the unusual gathering of the half-orcs 2 days prior, and had tracked their movements to Alan's location. After careful observation, they discerned that Alan and his companions were not the same humans armed with purplewood longbows that had previously assailed them. Under the leadership of the Eagle King, They had come once more to aid the people of Order in thwarting the nefarious forces. A dozen great eagles, with wingspans spanning several meters, dove down and swiftly dispatched hundreds of wolf riders. The cavalrymen were snatched up by the eagles and flung onto their comrades, leaving few capable of standing after the assault. Only a handful of stragglers managed to evade the great eagles and reach Alan. Alan promptly dealt with the remaining wolf riders, stowing away his weapon and steadying his mind. Dismounting, he called out to the circling eagles above, expressing his gratitude for their timely rescue of his village. He vowed that whenever called upon, they would respond with unwavering dedication. Alan understood the nature of these magnificent creatures. Some claimed they were all Mayor, while others believed only the Eagle King held that distinction. Regardless of their true essence, these great eagles were vividly present before him and had offered their assistance. A particularly massive eagle descended before Alan, causing his horse to become restless and flee towards the camp. Alan gazed up at the great eagle, realizing it was the leader, though he hesitated to confirm if it was indeed the Eagle King. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude once more. The eagle, its eyes reflecting Alan's figure, spoke. "There is no need for thanks, young human. We are pleased to disrupt the schemes of the half-orcs. It has been long since any human has chosen to settle in this perilous wasteland. Might I inquire why you have chosen to reside here?" Steeling himself for the inquiry, Alan recognized the eagle's intent to learn about the newcomers. He replied, "My kin and I migrated from afar to escape the turmoil of human civil war, seeking a new life in this land. Recently, we rescued hundreds of our compatriots who had been captured by the half-orcs. If possible, I wish to safeguard those who live under the shadow of the half-orcs in the north." The eagle pondered Alan's words for a considerable time before responding, "Young human leader, I hope you find a new life here. If you so wish, I can have my kin relay information regarding the half-orcs in the Misty Mountains, on the condition that you do not attack my followers. Farewell, young human leader." With that, the eagle took flight into the sky amidst a gust of wind. Alan waved farewell to their retreating figures and turned back towards the camp, knowing he had no choice but to walk now that his horse had bolted. The battle at the camp had concluded. Bandak was leading the surviving crossbowmen in delivering mercy to the wounded half-orcs outside, ending their suffering. James guided some villagers in treating the injured warriors, while others, under Carl's direction, began gathering the bodies strewn across the ground. The half-orc corpses were piled together, with a few reserved for James's examination. The rest would soon be set ablaze. The bodies of their own people were neatly arranged for later burial. Meanwhile, Elrain, Fathis, Cress, and the Swadia knights had set off in pursuit of the fleeing half-orcs. Alan, now acutely aware of his aching body, sank onto the wall's edge, leaning back to rest. At that moment, he noticed the simulator frantically notifying him in the corner of his vision. "You have gained 9 points of soul energy. Non-integer amounts will not be counted. Soul energy is used to unlock new worlds." Chapter 13. After the war, the battle, from its inception to conclusion, lasted merely half an hour. Excluding the time taken by the half-orc forces to march, the half-orc troops crumbled remarkably quickly, leaving a grim trail of over 1,000 corpses stretching from Alan's camp to the forest's edge across the river. However, Alan's side also paid a steep price. His men suffered heavy casualties, with nearly 100 wounded and 23 fatalities, 18 of whom were seasoned Rhodok spearmen, bearing the brunt of the defense against the fiercest assaults. The remaining 5 were Rhodok crossbowmen, whose lives were abruptly extinguished by arrows while stationed atop the walls, unable to be saved. Yet, amidst the sorrow, there was a glimmer of hope. The injured soldiers, under James's attentive care, would soon recuperate. During their conversation, Alan learned that their recovery speed far surpassed that of the real world. He began to suspect that the skills related to surgery and medical aid present in the game manifested distinctly within his army, a notion he attributed to the possible enhancements from his prior life. Despite the favorable ratio of casualties, Alan felt no joy. As he gazed upon the neatly arranged corpses of the 23 young soldiers, a profound heaviness settled within him. He lamented that these brave souls had perished for him. Had he not summoned them, they might have thrived in Ceramis, rather than meeting their end in another world, denied even the solace of returning to their roots. Alan understood the harsh truth of leadership, that compassion cannot govern armies. This strategy had been devised in collaboration with Fathis, necessitating ample space for the crossbowmen to strike, while the cavalry required distractions to draw the enemy's attention before charging. Without a bait, Alan's mere 200 men could scarcely defend a wall nearly 200 meters long, yet merely 2 meters high. If the enemy breached the camp and flooded through the gates, the consequences would be dire, far beyond what Alan could endure. He recognized that the sacrifices of these men were not in vain. Without them, the toll would have been even greater. Yet, this knowledge did little to quell the sorrow that rose within him, akin to the resentment felt in his youth when his parents insisted their decisions were for his own good. Just then, Carl, who had meticulously arranged the aftermath of the battle, approached Alan. With his seasoned insight, he discerned the young leader's melancholic state. It struck him as unusual that Alan, seemingly seasoned by war, would mourn the loss of these soldiers, a rarity in Carl's own experiences. "My lord, we must lay them to rest. Where do you think is most fitting?" Carl inquired, aware that such decisions should rest with the grieving leader. After a moment's contemplation, Alan replied, "Let us bury them beside the site where I intend to construct the Lord's Longhouse. Erect a stone monument bearing their names. Ymira should have the list. Inscribe upon it." He pondered briefly before continuing. "Let it read, they were loyal soldiers in life, valiant warriors, who willingly sacrificed their lives for their families. Their sacrifices are noble, transcending the mere value of life itself. Future generations shall remember and honor them." He requested that his name be inscribed as well. "Very well, my lord. I shall see to it immediately," Carl affirmed, nodding before turning to leave. "Carl," Alan called out, his voice slightly nasal. "Take care of their families, should they have any." "Of course, my lord. You need not worry about that," Carl assured him, bowing respectfully before departing. Alan took a deep breath and found a spot to lean against, drifting into sleep, utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. Though he succumbed to slumber, the camp's cleanup continued for hours, only reaching a semblance of completion by dawn. The camp fell into a profound silence, occasionally interrupted by the pained groans of the injured, yet this did not disturb the rest of the weary. When Alan awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He stretched luxuriously, alleviating the aches from sleeping in armor, and felt significantly better, enough even to chuckle at himself. "Indeed, I am merely an ordinary person oblivious to the finality of life and death. How shall I lead these people to survive?" He patted his stomach. Yes, he was hungry. As Alan washed up and wandered about in search of sustenance, Doris brought forth a stranger, a man named Oda, reputedly the leader of nearby forest dwellers. They bore gifts and expressed a desire to meet with Alan. The term "request an audience" struck Alan as somewhat unfamiliar, eliciting a smile of realization. He was becoming someone of a certain stature, having even gained the acknowledgement of the Eagle King. Having found no food, Alan gladly acquiesced to Oda's request, settling in a convenient spot to await their meeting. In truth, the previous night's battle had not only drawn the attention of the Great Eagles, the large-scale assembly of half-orcs, along with the ensuing chaos in the forest, would undoubtedly alert the nearby residents. Nearly 2,000 half-orcs marched by, and even united. The forest dwellers could not withstand such dark minions, which posed a catastrophic threat to their existence. Amidst their fear, the forest inhabitants observed the massive throngs of half-orcs traversing their concealed living areas towards Alan's location. Many villages dispatched their finest hunters to track the half-orcs' movements, seeking to uncover their intentions. Oda was among these hunters, serving as both the village leader and its most skilled tracker. Last night, Oda and other hunters witnessed the brutal confrontation firsthand, observing as Alan's forces decisively routed nearly 2,000 half-orcs, pursuing them to the edge of the dense woods. They also beheld the great eagles descending from the misty mountains to assist Alan's men, and realized that a formidable new neighbor had arrived, one that was human. Oda's purpose for visiting was straightforward: to ascertain the nature of this new neighbor, whether they posed a threat to their existence, and if there was potential for diplomatic relations, or even if they would offer protection. The residents of the Misty Mountains, like Oda, primarily settled here after the War of Moriah, fleeing the wrath of dwarves who had decimated the half-orcs from Zongdabard Mountain to the Jinwan Marsh. The humans, equipped and valiant, established numerous villages on the eastern side of the Misty Mountains. At this moment, the pressure of survival in the Misty Mountains had intensified significantly. It was not that the dense forest lacked sufficient resources for sustenance. Rather, the activities of the half-orcs were expanding, and news of their raids on the villages of woodland inhabitants was becoming increasingly frequent. The deceased became sustenance for both the half-orcs and their wargs, while the surviving villagers were enslaved, enduring lives of unimaginable misery. Such tragedies had been recurrent in recent years, leaving many residents in a constant state of fear, contemplating escape to the Black Forest or its eastern side, where it was said that the region around the rushing river was protected by forest elves, maintaining a semblance of order. However, the path to the eastern Black Forest was fraught with peril, offering only two routes. One was through the ancient path of the Black Forest, originally carved out by dwarves during their prosperous era, now patrolled by forest elves. In recent years, these elves had gradually retracted their defensive perimeter, leaving the old path in a semi-abandoned state, often frequented by half-orc wolf riders. The other route led north along the Black Forest, crossing the valley subjugated by the malevolent dragon, Smog, en route to Long Lake Town, a similarly dangerous endeavor, as the vast wilderness concealed unpredictable threats from dark forces. Neither option was particularly appealing. Of course, many chose to cross the Anduin River, directly entering the Black Forest. However, reports of gigantic spiders emerging in that vicinity posed additional dangers. The arrival of Alan and his confrontation with the half-orcs presented an alternative for these woodland dwellers. Much like Dorsalai and her kin, they could seek Alan's protection. A formidable leader could undoubtedly guide these scattered residents toward a more stable existence. Before meeting Alan, Oda felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain if this powerful leader would be amenable to his approach. Upon receiving permission, he was taken aback by Alan's youthful visage, a mere young man casually seated atop a pile of logs, clad in armor stained with the black blood of the previous day's brutal battle. With a smile, Alan regarded Oda, the first woodland inhabitant to seek him out. He was aware of the human presence nearby and the purpose of his confrontation with the half-orcs, to demonstrate his strength and invite those seeking stability to join him. The encounter between Oda and Alan, both harboring their own intentions, was marked by caution. One feared an outright plea for sanctuary might be rejected, while the other hesitated to extend an invitation for shelter, lest he frighten the man away. This meeting, in my perspective, was rather intriguing. Oda approached Alan with great care, bowing respectfully before speaking. "Greetings, my lord. I am Oda from a nearby village. I apologize for the intrusion. Please accept this small token of goodwill." He presented a small jar of honey, the finest offering his village could muster. Alan, lounging atop the wooden pile, gestured for Dorsalai to accept the gift and, with a smile, pointed to the toolbox opposite him. "No need for formality. Please, have a seat. What brings you here?" After a moment's contemplation, Oda settled onto the toolbox across from Alan, cautiously articulating, "My lord, you must be newly settled here, I presume? Might there be any assistance you require? Our village, though modest in number, is capable of lending a hand." Oda refrained from mentioning the battle from the previous night, for fear that Alan might question why they had not intervened. He also hesitated to directly request protection, uncertain of the young man's disposition. Understanding Oda's unspoken concerns, Alan chuckled. "Indeed, we have only recently arrived. I must admit, this locale is rather perilous. On our very first day, we vanquished a host of wolf riders, rescuing Dorsalai and her companions. Hardly had we settled when another wave of half-orcs assaulted us under the cover of night. Fortunately, we managed to fend them off. But there is much work to be done. Your assistance would be invaluable. However," here, Alan's tone shifted, "I have observed the increasing activity of half-orcs in the Misty Mountains. For your safety, have you considered relocating? Perhaps to the valley where we could coexist more conveniently?" Alan's words were a clear indication, which Oda comprehended with surprising clarity. He had not anticipated such smooth proceedings and eagerly prepared to depart. Wait. Observing Oda's departure, Alan recognized that his plans were beginning to bear fruit. More individuals would undoubtedly seek his refuge, and his spirits lifted as he hummed a tune, rising to forage for sustenance. The villagers from Oda's community arrived at Alan's location near dusk, comprising over 20 households and more than 30 able-bodied hunters skilled in archery. Along with their families, over 70 individuals in total. To welcome them, Alan personally ventured to the vicinity of Coral Rock to greet them. That evening, Alan procured an abundance of wine and provisions, hosting a lavish banquet to celebrate their victory from the previous night and to honor the arrival of Oda and his fellow villagers. Everyone participated, and Alan even prepared a clean space atop Coral Rock, presenting fresh beef and lamb to treat the great eagles. Uncertain if they would descend, he felt the banquet would be incomplete without their presence. The festivities continued until late into the night, with many great eagles alighting on Coral Rock to partake in the offerings Alan had prepared. Everyone reveled in the celebration, temporarily alleviating the sorrow wrought by the war. The visiting eagles also brought news from the Misty Mountains. There were no significant gatherings of half-orcs, and internal strife among them had surfaced. Alan considered this a positive development, at least suggesting a reprieve from the threat of war in the near future. Chapter 14. The Aftermath of War in the Misty Mountains at the half-orc settlement. News of defeat had reached the half-orc king. His ample visage was marred by a scowl of rage as he sat despondently upon his throne in the heart of the settlement. Not a single half-orc dared to approach within 10 paces of him. He pondered whether to instigate another conflict to salvage the dignity he had so publicly lost. With nearly 200 wargs dead, the wolf pack leader had become increasingly reluctant to cooperate, complicating future attempts to establish a cavalry of warg riders. Most troubling was the resurgence of the Great Eagles, longtime adversaries of the half-orc king, who frequently disrupted their plans in the Misty Mountains. Despite his knowledge of the eagles' enmity with the humans of the vast wilderness, their unexpected appearance to thwart his ambitions left him both furious and helpless. Ultimately, the half-orc king relinquished his plans to assault Alan once more. Another defeat would render him utterly humiliated. Some half-orc clans had already publicly declared their refusal to pay tribute, necessitating his immediate attention to this insurrection. With this in mind, the corpulent king shifted uncomfortably in his seat and took a deep breath. The repercussions of war do not cease abruptly. Numerous matters require resolution in its wake. On the battlefield, Alan had gathered an array of weapons and armor abandoned by the half-orcs. The ordinary half-orcs wielded substandard arms, yet the warg riders donned equipment of considerable quality, reminiscent of dwarven craftsmanship. Excellent gear indeed. Alan ordered the collection of these items, intending to either repair or smelt them for reforging when he acquired a blacksmith. Regarding the soldiers who had perished in battle, Alan pledged to support the children of those with families until they reached adulthood, providing them with substantial provisions and a sum of dinars as compensation for their parents' sacrifices. He inscribed this promise upon the seat in the Lord's longhouse. For every warrior who falls in my service, I shall care for their kin. After my death, my descendants shall uphold this oath. It was rather awkward that Alan was illiterate in both Colradian and Middle-earth scripts. The inscription was carved by James and Dorsley. Under the guidance of various leaders, the villagers embraced a thriving and hopeful existence. Countless houses and roads were constructed according to Oddman's plans, and the Lord's longhouse was completed, with the surrounding walls expanded significantly, finally resembling a genuine village. After careful consideration, Alan discarded numerous poetic names and decided on Wilderness Village, intending to rename it Wilderness Town or Wilderness City as it flourished, signifying his commitment to establish roots in this locale. Consequently, Alan commanded Carl to lead the villagers in cultivating the surrounding wilds. The forest-dwelling inhabitants lacked much experience, yet for the Rhodoks, it was a straightforward endeavor. Carl guided the villagers in using scythes to carve firebreaks in the designated area, drying the cut grass and placing portions of it within the firebreaks. They ignited the grass, continually adding dry twigs and hay to sustain the flames until the surrounding greenery was consumed, confident that the firebreaks would contain the blaze. Once the fire had extinguished, they employed hoes and similar tools to loosen the soil, mixing the ash and charred remnants into the earth, ultimately sowing wheat in the prepared land. Carl also designated individuals to consciously collect daily waste, combining it with grass and soil to create compost for future use. Of course, these matters did not concern Alan. He spent his days leisurely wandering the village, issuing commands and making decisions. This was nearly effortless for someone of Alan's theoretical experience, resulting in his considerable idleness, so much so that Ymira contemplated offloading some of her responsibilities onto him. During a meeting, several decisions were made. For safety, all villagers were to relocate to Wilderness Village, facilitating collective defense against threats from half-orcs or other dangers. In terms of daily management, Alan decided not to interfere with their internal governance. Disputes and petty theft would be addressed according to their established customs. However, as the village developed, formal laws would eventually emerge, albeit not in the immediate future. Concerning obligations, they were to allocate a quarter of their income to Alan and respond to his summons when required to address security or construction issues. Alan vowed to ensure their basic material needs were met during calamities, preventing starvation. In essence, Alan did not seize absolute power from the outset, nor did he desire to. He believed that if he performed well, the villagers would naturally heed his commands. Conversely, was it wrong for them to seek a better living environment? Moreover, there were not many individuals to manage. The current situation revolved around agriculture and hunting, lacking even commercial activities. Did they truly need to establish stringent laws and regulations at this juncture? Should a town materialize in the future, appropriate regulations would be instituted. Thus, Alan's populace had grown to over 1,000. When necessary, he could recruit an additional 100 or so warriors. Although they bore antiquated armor and wielded rudimentary weapons, they were skilled with axes and bows, making them formidable hunters, and thus their combat prowess was not negligible. For the most part, they spent their days hunting and tending to the fields. Alan's daily routine involved exercising with the nobles, engaging in conversation, patrolling with the knights, laboring alongside villagers in the fields, and remaining attuned to their needs. He occasionally climbed Carl's Rock to admire the scenery, though the lonely mountain remained elusive from view. Recently, while conversing with the soldiers, Alan discovered a desire for a tavern where they could drink and converse, with their wages lacking suitable outlets for spending. They hoped Alan would establish such a place for camaraderie during their watch. To address this, Alan approached Oddieman, seeking to discuss the tavern's location. Oddieman, with a slight smile, led Alan to a spacious area designated for commercial structures, where he could build a grocery store, tavern, clothing shop, or inn, while the blacksmith's shop was allocated elsewhere due to its unique requirements. In gratitude, Alan praised Oddieman profusely, promising to double the week's wages and urging him to promptly organize the construction of the tavern, clothing shop, and inn. Subsequently, Alan sought out Dorsley, hoping she could identify trustworthy villagers to undergo preliminary training under Ymira's guidance for future management of these establishments. Uncertain whether it was merely Alan's delusion or an inherent truth, the morale of the soldiers surged remarkably during the construction of the shops. Many toiled diligently, working overtime to aid in the building efforts. Alan remained puzzled by this transformation. However, the 3 shops were completed in no time. He procured a substantial quantity of goods from the simulator, pricing them at a quarter above the original cost for the villagers of Wild's village. For those villagers lacking dinars, Alan conferred with Yamala, suggesting she leverage her commercial acumen to establish a procurement station that would appraise goods brought forth by the villagers, facilitating their purchases. This matter was solely to be discussed with Yamala. Since the establishment of the village, her role had evolved from Alan's personal attendant to the chief logistics officer, gradually transitioning towards the responsibilities of a village leader. The myriad daily affairs concerning the well-being of the 1,000 villagers primarily fell under her purview. Yamala refrained from voicing complaints to Alan, as she wished to avoid giving him the impression that she was one to falter in the face of adversity. Yet, when reporting her recent work, her gaze towards Alan was tinged with a sense of grievance, her eyes bloodshot and dark circles under her eyes persistent. Witnessing Yamala's exhaustion, Alan felt a pang of regret. After the battle, he had been preoccupied with assessing the village's construction and the living conditions of the villagers and soldiers, neglecting to consider the extent of her busyness, an oversight he deemed unacceptable. To address Yamala's dark circles, he summoned Oda, Carl, and Doris, formally delineating the civil authority structure. Alan would nominally assume the title of village chief, while Yamala would manage daily operations. He did not wish for Yamala to serve him constantly, as it squandered her talents and capabilities. Accordingly, Carl, Doris, and Oda would assist Yamala in shouldering some responsibilities and powers, alleviating her workload. Upon receiving this arrangement, Yamala exhibited no particular joy, yet she did not resist Alan's directives. In terms of military affairs, Alan made no significant alterations. He retained de facto control, possessing the authority to command all soldiers within the village. Fathis, Bandak, and Arain continued to manage their respective troops, while Ganding assumed the role of captain of the Nord Royal Guard. Furthermore, some soldiers approached Alan, expressing a desire to cultivate their own plots of land surrounding the village, as they aspired to establish families and lead lives filled with warmth and companionship. To Alan, this was not an unwelcome development. He was uncertain if all soldiers harbored such aspirations, prompting him to engage in private conversations with them to discern their future intentions. Upon inquiry, nearly all the Rewrote soldiers expressed a yearning for their own land, willing to forego their weekly wages, which were primarily meager earnings from Rewrote crossbowmen and spearmen, insufficient to provide a prosperous life for themselves and their families. However, cultivating land was now a viable option, as Alan had instituted a policy granting ownership of any land they cultivated, with successful plots being registered with Yamala. Ownership would empower them to reap the fruits of their labor. Conversely, the Swadian Knights, Rhodok sharpshooters, and the Nord Royal Guards, who initially accompanied Alan, did not share this sentiment. They found farming excessively mundane and were content with their higher wages, which sufficed to support their families comfortably. Subsequently, Alan gathered all soldiers willing to relinquish their weekly wages in front of the Lord's Hall, acquiescing to their requests. His words were, "I shall never impede those who follow me in their pursuit of a better life. Since you possess such aspirations, why should I object?" However, he promptly articulated his conditions. Like the forest inhabitants, they too were required to remit a quarter of their total income, respond to his summons when necessary, and engage in training every fortnight. They were to return their arms to Alan for centralized storage, though they could retain their close combat weapons for personal protection. Alan assured them that until their harvests were realized, he would remain responsible for their sustenance, and furthermore, he vowed to continue their previous salaries as a reward for their valor in the last battle until the end of their days. The proceedings concluded amidst a chorus of cheers, and Alan genuinely sensed that these soldiers were not mere characters in a game, indifferent to all but their immediate comforts. They were flesh-and-blood individuals with genuine needs. With the soldiers returning to their agrarian roots, the village's growth accelerated, and the landscape was soon dotted with the diligent efforts of those tilling the land. Life meandered peacefully amidst this stability and industriousness until one fateful morning, a figure drifted into view from the waters of the Anduin River. Chapter 15. Bjorn. Thus, it can be said that James rarely had the time to seek out Alan unless there was a pressing matter at hand. The last time he approached Alan, it was to request funds for an extensive array of medical supplies. All the items were available in the simulator. Anything that existed in Colradia and was deemed commonplace could be procured with dinars. However, the costs were exorbitantly high, far beyond Alan's expectations. A set of surgical instruments crafted from high-quality steel and several ordinary glass vials cost Alan over 500 dinars. He purchased 4 or 5 sets, under the pretense of providing his students with a superior learning environment, ultimately draining 3,000 to 4,000 dinars from Alan's coffers. Yet this time, Alan was mistaken. James did not come to solicit funds. Rather, his hospital was housing an extraordinary patient, one who required Alan's attention. This patient was a towering giant, at least 2 meters tall, with a full, unkempt beard and disheveled hair clinging to his head in strands. When Alan first laid eyes upon him, the man was lying on 2 beds pushed together, his body swathed in bandages. A metal shackle encircled his left wrist, evidence of a harrowing escape, during which he had endured fierce battles before finally arriving at Cow Rock along the Anduin River. Alan immediately recognized the identity of the man before him. He was Bjorn, the skin changer from the movies, affectionately dubbed the Bear-Clawed Druid by some online fans. This was indeed a manifestation of his unique magical ability, a trait exclusive to his lineage. As Bjorn regained consciousness and found himself in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by onlookers, he abruptly sat up, his eyes filled with wariness as he scanned the room. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "Where am I? How long have I been unconscious? Who are you?" No sooner had he uttered these words than his gaze fixed upon Cress's neck, his expression shifting into one of intense focus. Alan approached the giant, meeting his gaze with calm assurance. "Dear friend, you are in the village of Wilderness. I am Alan, the leader here. This is our village hospital, and you have been with us for about half a day. Is there anything you require assistance with?" With a gesture, Alan indicated for Cress to present the pendant to him. Cress hesitated, but reluctantly removed the pendant and handed it to Alan. Alan then placed the sapphire into Bjorn's open left hand. Bjorn accepted the pendant without a word, his attention fully captured by the sapphire. He gently traced its surface with his right index finger and finally spoke. "This was a gift from my brother to his daughter. Alas, a year ago, his family was captured by a band of wolf-riding half-orcs. Stranger, it seems you have vanquished quite a number of them." After uttering this, he returned the sapphire to Cress, advising him, "Please take good care of it." Then, turning to Alan, Bjorn expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your care, but I must leave now. I need to rescue my family, who remain imprisoned by the half-orcs. Farewell, and should the opportunity arise, I will repay your kindness." With that, Bjorn rose and exited the hospital, stooping as he moved. Alan followed him out, raising his voice to inquire, "Are you truly planning to rescue them in your current state of injury? Alone? What makes you believe you can confront the half-orcs guarding them?" Without needing Bjorn to respond, Alan continued, Perceiving the turmoil on his face, "We exist in this realm rife with malevolent forces. We must support one another, dear friend. I am willing to assist you, but we require a strategy. First, I need to ascertain their location." Bjorn regarded Alan, a flicker of excitement illuminating his features. He was not one for subtlety. Speaking bluntly, and without the artifice of delicacy, "I know where they are. They are held by the desecrator Asog's son, Borg. There are several hundred of them. When I escaped, they were advancing through a tunnel, preparing to showcase my kin to the half-orc settlement. I know that tunnel. We can ambush them before they arrive." As he spoke, Bjorn's demeanor grew more fervent, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. "Very well, dear friend. As long as you can provide a familiar guide, I believe I can assist you. Alarion, go summon Oda and instruct him to meet me immediately. I require their strength. Cress, notify Ymira to prepare provisions for 3 to 5 days, as I will need them within an hour." After dispatching Alarion and Cress, Alan turned to Bjorn, advising, "I suggest you take this time to eat and allow our physician, James, to examine your wounds thoroughly. I need to gather additional forces. Do not be anxious. We shall depart soon." With that, Alan departed, seeking Ganding, as he needed the strength of the Nord Royal Guard. Once he had conveyed all necessary information, he set forth with those he had gathered. Their presence here indicated their agreement with the mission at hand. The Misty Mountains presented a labyrinthine terrain, cliffs, steep faces, dense forests. Rivers, valleys, and waterfalls were all in abundance. For this reason, Alan chose to enlist the forest dwellers, who had long inhabited the Misty Mountains, as the primary force for the ambush. Desewi, Cress, and seasoned Rhodok crossbowmen navigated this mountainous landscape with relative ease. In contrast, Alarion and 10 Nord Royal Guards found the trek exceedingly arduous, despite their equipment being evenly distributed among over 100 men. Even Alan bore one of their helmets. Yet they were still breathless. Their situation improved somewhat as they traversed a concealed cave, entering the tunnel within the Misty Mountains. However, prior to entering the tunnel, Alan had commanded the soldiers to gather a substantial amount of firewood. The path within the tunnel was also challenging. Yet the terrain was not as convoluted as that of the mountains. It consisted entirely of stone pathways, featuring both inclines and declines, making it significantly easier to navigate than the mountains. Alan harbored no malice toward Bjorn. His sole intention was to forge a friendly relationship with him. He had no designs on subjugating Bjorn. This was not the Three Kingdoms, where one needed to recruit formidable generals to wage war against rival lords. Here in Middle-earth, the enemies of the Order were evident, with Sauron glaring down from the Dark Tower, casting his gaze over all the virtuous inhabitants. When the time of crisis arrived, it sufficed for all to unite in mutual support. There was no need to complicate matters. Moreover, Bjorn's kin were remarkably versatile. They excelled in taming animals, mastering the art of producing various dairy products, baking pastries, and even beekeeping, yielding copious amounts of honey and mead. These were precisely the resources Alan would require in the future. Was it not essential for a town to possess its own commercial goods? This was a driving force behind Alan's desire to assist Bjorn. In time, he could recruit a few skilled villagers to learn from Bjorn, who would likely not refuse such an offer. This would not only greatly enhance the quality of life for the villagers, but could also enable large-scale production of mead, which could be traded with elves or dwarves, a delightful prospect indeed. Of course, Alan's villagers had an unkind disposition toward animals, as many among them were hunters, a trait that might not align well with Bjorn's way of life. Nonetheless, Alan had no intention of forcing Bjorn to reside within his village. After all, there was a vast oak grove nearby, precisely the location where Bjorn had lived in the original tale. Alan envisioned relocating Bjorn's family there, establishing a nature reserve to prevent the villagers from hunting in the area. As Alan traversed the path, he was perpetually in search of a suitable location for an ambush, a concept that Bjorn struggled to comprehend. Alan speculated that Bjorn's notion of an ambush might merely involve leaping unexpectedly from a concealed spot into the midst of the enemy, using his formidable strength to scatter them. However, military strategy encompasses far more than such simplistic tactics. The elements of time, terrain, and morale are paramount. At present, the advantage of time was lost, for the tunnel was shrouded in darkness, and Alan could barely discern his surroundings by the flickering light of a torch. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize the advantage of the terrain. He first commanded Cress to seek a place to scale the cliff while he meticulously traversed the riverbed, assessing the overall condition of the cliffside. After concluding that it would be difficult to ascend, Alan resolved that this would be their ambush site. The preparation for an ambush demands considerable effort, and Alan initially instructed Oda to lead over 100 mountain dwellers, utilizing the rope lowered by Crest to ascend the cliff. After further contemplation, he also directed Arain to join his loyal guards in the ascent, ensuring they transported all the gathered firewood to the cliff's summit. Finally, he entrusted Oda with several flasks of oil, explaining that they could use it to ignite the fire swiftly. Once Alan signaled, Oda and his team would set the bundled firewood ablaze and hurl it into the enemy ranks, creating chaos among them, while simultaneously allowing them to shoot down from their elevated position without endangering the captives Alan sought to rescue. Alan, Bjorn, Desaiway, and 10 royal guards from Nord concealed themselves on one side of the riverbed, awaiting the arrival of Balg. Their intent was to block the canyon's exit and obstruct the enemy's advance. This time, Alan specifically instructed the Nord royal guards to bear the Nord royal shield. For obstructing the enemy's path with a shield proved far more effective than wielding a colossal axe. Naturally, Alan did not opt to sever all potential escape routes for the adversaries. After all, their mission was to save lives. If the enemy were left with no avenue for retreat, one could only speculate the heinous acts these wicked and merciless beings would commit. Once all preparations were complete, Bjorn calculated and informed Alan that the half-orcs, accustomed to nocturnal activities, would likely arrive with their convoy within half a day, that is, during the latter part of the night. Reflecting on the matter, Alan noted that it was already the afternoon of the second day. All had covered a distance of at least 100 kilometers, with a considerable portion involving treacherous mountain paths. To expedite their progress, the soldiers had been granted minimal rest. In anticipation of the forthcoming battle, Alan issued a command for the entire group to rest, allowing them to consume their cold, hard rations and drink the pre-prepared boiled water before succumbing to slumber. After 3 hours of rest, Alan awoke and roused his subordinates. He dared not sleep for too long. Despite the presence of sentinels, the sudden awakening of many individuals in the confined space of the tunnel could arouse the enemy's suspicion, and Alan could not afford such a gamble. Subsequently, they all remained in silence, shrouded in darkness, awaiting the enemy's approach. This period of tension was excruciating. Speech was forbidden. Fire could not be lit, and their range of vision was severely limited, revealing only the outlines of their companions. For those accustomed to basking in sunlight, such an ordeal was profoundly disorienting. This torment seemed to stretch on interminably until the faintest stirrings echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Chapter 16. The captive. The majority of the tunnels within the Misty Mountains are cold, dark, and damp. Even the most resilient dwarves would hesitate to dwell in such an environment for an extended period. Yet, these tunnels have become favored haunts for the orcs, who shun the daylight, using these passages to navigate through the mountains while avoiding exposure to the sun. On this day, a cadre of 400 to 500 orcs traversed the tunnels, intending to reach the orc town to exhibit their newly captured prisoners and possibly engage in a round of slave trading. After completing their transactions, they would then proceed through the orc town en route to Moria, led by Balg, the son of Azig. However, Balg's good spirits had waned since a few days prior when a shapeshifter managed to escape during a moment of his inattention. Despite the significant damage inflicted by Balg and his wolf cavalry during the pursuit, he had ultimately witnessed the wretched creature plunge into the river below the cliff. Yet, the fact that he had not personally slain this audacious shapeshifter left Balg in a foul mood. Most orcs are both ignorant and foolish, displaying a cruel and volatile nature when confronting the weak, yet cowering in the presence of formidable foes. However, there are exceptions, such as Balg and his lineage, who possess cunning and intelligence comparable to that of humans. Furthermore, they are naturally tall and imposing, with a pallid skin tone that distinguishes them from ordinary orcs, the origins of which remain uncertain, perhaps too sordid for the chroniclers to divulge. Balg anticipated that the tale of his lost captive would spread rapidly upon their arrival at the orc town, likely outpacing even the most ludicrous of anecdotes about a blundering rival. Initially, he had hoped to mock a fellow orc leader, nominally equal to his father, regarding this mishap. However, with his own embarrassment now in tow, the prospect of ridicule lost its appeal. Balg, there is the scent of fresh humans, one of his companions remarked. This scent does not emanate from our captives. It arises from the dry riverbed ahead. The wolves of the Misty Mountains are known to accompany the orcs, said to have been bred by Morgoth in the First Age. After Morgoth's capture, they were drawn to the service of his minion, the Dark Lord Sauron. Unlike ordinary wolves, these creatures communicate through language rather than mere howling, leading some to speculate that they harbor dark spirits within. Their most commendable trait is their acute sense of smell. Bald's wolf companion detected the scent of fresh humans amidst the chaotic aromas of the tunnel. Upon hearing this news, a cruel smile crept across Bald's grotesque visage, accompanied by a derisive laugh. He had traversed this path countless times and could scarcely fathom that audacious humans would dare to lay an ambush in the tunnels. Did they not fear being overwhelmed by the multitude of orcs? Bald was nearly amused to the point of laughter by these oblivious humans, believing they underestimated him. Nevertheless, Bald refrained from making any rash decisions and casually dispatched a few orcs to scout ahead, eager to discern the intentions of the humans. The orcs, bewildered by the unusual order, strode into the riverbed with their bellies protruding, only to sense something amiss as they reached the middle of the river, their noses twitching in alarm, just as they came into view of Aaron. Upon seeing the scouting orcs, Aaron realized his plan had been compromised. Bald must have uncovered something unusual to send these orcs out for reconnaissance. Faced with this unforeseen development, Aaron understood he could not afford to wait idly. Even if he spared the orcs before him, Bald would likely send more to investigate. If they discovered the hidden group on the platform, their fates would be sealed. Aaron could not allow Bald to slip away with the captives under his very nose. With this resolve, Aaron leaped from his hiding place, brandishing his great sword and charging into the midst of the orcs. A few swift strikes dispatched the wretches, and he tore a piece of cloth from one corpse to wipe his blade clean before sheathing it. He then ignited a torch he had prepared beforehand and hoisted the severed head of an orc, signaling for Bjorn to follow. Aaron resolved to confront Bald. He strode purposefully out of the riverbed, the torchlight barely illuminating Bald, who sat atop his wolf, his pale skin striking against the shadows. Aaron inhaled deeply before calling out, "Bald, I know you're there, you wretched bastard, unable to keep hold of your captives." As he hurled the orc's head towards Bald, he gestured towards Bjorn beside him and continued, "Do you see this? I saved him. You and your father are both worthless. Your father lost his hand to the fallen Thorin Oakenshield, becoming a cripple, while you cannot even hold on to a battered captive." Aaron took a few steps forward, noting Bald's furious grimace, taunting him further. "What? Do you dare to contest me? Why do you stare at me with that hideous face? Come and kill me if you can." The orcs, a creation of Morgoth twisted from the children of Vader through dark powers, exist solely to obliterate all that is beautiful in the world. Typically, an encounter between orcs and humans or elves is a harbinger of a life and death struggle. Even a cunning orc like Bald could hardly tolerate such provocation, especially before his kin, being openly insulted by a human. He was young, brash, and reckless. He had once led a band of orcs to ambush Thorin Oakenshield as he fled from the elven dungeons. Bald understood that if he showed weakness now, the foolish orcs behind him would surely broadcast his cowardice. The shame of being perceived as feeble would echo from the mountains of Gundabad to Moria, reaching the ears of Azek. He could not allow such a disgrace to unfold. "Kill them," Bald roared, raising his weapon and spurring his wolf towards the riverbed. The orcs, spurred by his command, followed suit, brandishing their curved blades and wooden clubs as they charged at Aaron. Aaron, recognizing that his taunts had struck a chord, quickly pulled Bjorn, who appeared momentarily stunned, and retreated to regroup with his own comrades who had already crossed into the riverbed. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as Bald and his orcs charged towards the river, and Aaron reunited with his allies, a furtive figure emerged stealthily from behind a massive rock several meters away. The individual in question is Cress. From a tender age, Cress began to perform unsavory tasks for her lord. Compared to the average person, her vision in the shadows was notably superior. She concealed herself behind a stone, anticipating the moment when she could ambush the fleeing adversaries with her heavy javelin. She waited patiently until at last she spotted the enemy, albeit they remained several dozen meters away, sending a few lackeys to scout the area. Hastily, she took cover and witnessed her leader, Alan, vehemently berating the opposition, a sight she had never before encountered. It left her momentarily stunned. In truth, the first scent detected by the dire wolves was that of Cress. Otherwise, Borg's contingent would have advanced several meters forward before discovering the residents hidden amongst the cliffs. Cress's audacious initiative, combined with Alan's support, serendipitously yielded a favorable outcome. Once the dire wolves charged into the river's mouth, they were inundated with various human scents. Alan and his subordinates emerged from their concealment, engaging with the half-orcs, drawing all attention toward him, thus leaving Cress unnoticed. At this juncture, there were still about 13 or 14 half-orcs who had not followed Borg into the fray. Their prior task involved guarding the cages, but during a moment of repose, one comrade stirred too restlessly, rolling over near Bjorn's cage. The still strong Bjorn seized the opportunity, choking him to death, and subsequently absconded with the keys, escaping into the night. In pursuit, Borg led a significant number of wolf riders, but, upon failing to capture the escapee, punished them severely, even executing a few, feeding their comrades to the wolves. Initially, over 20 individuals had been tasked with the guardianship of the cages. They learned from their missteps. Even as Borg led the majority of the half-orcs into battle, they remained. Their not-so-sharp minds deduced that should anything befall the captives, Borg would not spare them, regardless of his victory. Thus, they lingered near the cages, fixated on the river, unperturbed by the conflagration and tumult of battle erupting nearby. As they observed the conflict, muttering indistinctly, several javelins suddenly struck down 4 half-orcs seated beside the cage. The force of the javelins sent their still-warm bodies crashing against the cage, producing a resounding clang. The other half-orcs, alerted by the noise, rushed toward the source of the javelins. Moments later, a flurry of throwing knives emerged from the darkness, taking down 4 more half-orcs in their path. The remaining half-orcs, gripped by fear, exchanged glances, hesitating before retreating slowly. At that moment, Cress, wielding her finely crafted curved blade, had circled around them, dispatching the 2 nearest foes with swift precision before pursuing the 3 fleeing half-orcs, methodically eliminating the last remnants of the adversary. Having vanquished her enemies, Cress exhaled deeply, commencing her search among the fallen. Shortly, she unearthed a substantial ring of keys, weighing them thoughtfully before making her way toward the cages holding the captives. This half-orc unit was tasked with guarding 5 large iron cages. The first 3 cages contained shapeshifters akin to Bjorn, 3 adults, 1 male and 2 females, alongside 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. As Cress approached, the captives exhibited signs of excitement, the clanking of their chains echoing in the air. While unlocking the cage, Cress whispered, "I have come to rescue you alongside Bjorn. Remain silent, stay quiet." At the mention of Bjorn's name, the captives fell silent, obediently allowing Cress to release their shackles. In the subsequent cages, one held 3 dwarves, while the other surprisingly contained 2 elves. Their condition was far worse than that of the shapeshifters. The dwarves, upon seeing their savior, made feeble attempts to struggle, their voices hoarse, whereas the elves lacked even the strength to cry out. Cress could only ascertain their survival from the slight rise and fall of their chests. Meanwhile, the battle within the river had reached a fever pitch. Chapter 17. Victory. Alan could hardly fathom that the impulsive Cress had already accomplished the objective of their current skirmish. As he rejoined his subordinates, he saw Borg commanding the half-orcs to charge into the river channel. Combat erupted fiercely at the midpoint of the channel, with Alan and his dozen or so men repelling wave after wave of probing assaults from the enemy. Borg, leading 30 to 40 wolf riders stationed at the river's mouth, was seething with anger but recognized that, as commander, he must not plunge headlong into the fray. The lessons imparted by his father were still fresh in his mind, and he was reluctant to endure such humiliation again. He found it perplexing that a mere handful of adversaries dared to obstruct him. Yet he deemed it prudent to expend the lives of his half-orc soldiers to wear down Alan's elite troops, planning to strike decisively when the moment was ripe. During this time, he attempted to employ his bow to eliminate Alan and his men, but alas, his arrows were spent, failing to penetrate the shields of the Nord Royal Guards or the massive sword wielded by Alan. Their mission was to trade at the half-orc town, and he had never anticipated such audacity in being ambushed here. The arrows he had brought were merely a personal indulgence, a testament to his fondness for archery. As Alan continued to repel the enemy, he and his soldiers gradually retreated into the darkness. Throughout this period, Bjorn had repeatedly offered to transform into a giant bear to join the battle, but Alan had steadfastly declined, insisting the time was not yet right. It was only when the pursuing half-orc forces entered the concealed cliffs of the woodland dwellers that Alan shouted, rallying his men not to retreat, but to advance. Charging into the ranks of the half-orcs from the left side of the tunnel, akin to a heated dagger piercing through butter, relentlessly slaughtering the half-orcs. Recognizing the opportune moment, Bjorn let out a tortured roar, his form swelling as he transformed into a towering bear, standing 2 to 3 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long. His expanded body ruptured the bandages that had previously bound his wounds, reopening them, but Bjorn paid no heed, charging towards the right side of the tunnel and sending several half-orcs flying in his wake, matching the pace of Alan's assault. Yet, Alan had overlooked a crucial detail. As a commander, the tension had led him to forget that half-orcs possessed exceptional climbing abilities, particularly those from the Misty Mountains. The woodland dwellers atop the cliffs found it impossible to shoot steadily at the half-orcs below, as they would inevitably be entangled by the climbing adversaries. Oda was acutely aware of this, having dealt with half-orcs in the Misty Mountains for years. However, he believed this was a prime ambush location. The cliffs offered relative safety while Alan and the heavily armored infantry faced the brunt of the enemy's assault in the river channel. What more could Oda say? In truth, Oda had little interest in rescuing the Skin Changers. He had heard of their notorious reputation, yet they resided far to the north of the Misty Mountains. While Oda's people lived near the high passes, the distance between them being considerable, and they had no prior ties. Nonetheless, Alan had issued the command, and they had only recently joined him, living relatively well. Oda had no desire to defy Alan's orders. What Oda did not anticipate was the remarkable enthusiasm among the hunters. The young men of the tribe were eager to participate. After all, who among them bore no grudges against the half-orcs? The chance to slay half-orcs was a cause for much joy. Familiar with the half-orcs, Oda remained vigilant as they launched their attack. Sure enough, upon discovering the ambush atop the cliff, Borg ordered a portion of the uninvolved half-orcs to begin their ascent. They swiftly climbed over the cliff, and Oda, prepared for this eventuality, engaged in battle with the half-orcs, leading his fellow woodland dwellers armed with axes, resulting in minor casualties among them. At this juncture, Alan and his 9 loyal guards stepped forward, discarding their heavy crossbows and hoisting their hard-won shields. Drawing their pointed weapons, they quickly charged before the half-orcs, forming a protective shield wall for the woodland dwellers behind them. More of the woodland dwellers began to respond, firing upon the half-orcs scaling the platform below. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the river, the Siway, taking advantage of the firelight, also began to shoot at the half-orcs climbing the wall, leading to a stalemate. Alan, rallying his men, formed another horizontal line to block the river channel. It was not that he wished to halt their advance. Rather, they were beset by an overwhelming number of half-orcs. For every adversary slain, another would immediately take its place, and pressing forward would soon leave Alan and his men encircled. Their numbers were simply too few to sustain such an onslaught. They could only withstand the half-orc attacks and hold them in the channel, affording the woodland dwellers on the platform more opportunities to strike. Bjorn, transformed into a giant bear, was an unstoppable force among the half-orcs, sending many of them flying and tearing them apart. Originally, Alan had strategized for Bjorn to remain near his group, coordinating efforts to eliminate the half-orcs and providing mutual support. However, this plan had quickly spiraled off course. Enraged, the bear-like Bjorn seemed to struggle with his emotions, roaring furiously as he charged forth, swiftly abandoning Alan's group and racing toward Borg's position. Borg, witnessing Bjorn barreling through the half-orc ranks, wore a grimace of malice. He shouted to his wolf riders, "Prepare the net." The wolf riders beside Borg produced a massive net intertwined with glimmering silver threads, hoisted high by 4 of them as they charged toward Bjorn. This net had been specially crafted by Borg to ensnare the skin changer capable of transforming into a bear. The threads, a resilient silver metal, had been scavenged by his father following the conquest of Moria and gifted to him. Although large, the net was lightweight, with weighted corners that allowed for easy throwing. Once ensnared, no beast had ever managed to escape. Meanwhile, several woodland dwellers atop the platform noticed the peculiar wolf riders and began to unleash arrows at them, successfully slaying 2 of the riders in the front. The enormous net they had been wielding landed amidst the throng of half-orcs, capturing many of them in its vast mesh. Those ensnared half-orcs inadvertently pulled down the wolf riders rushing toward Borg, ensnaring them in their own net, plunging the area into chaos. With Bjorn's assistance, the burden on Alan and his men was suddenly alleviated, dramatically accelerating their slaughter of the half-orcs. The scales of victory seemed to tilt in favor of Alan. Ultimately, as casualties among the half-orcs surpassed 50%, they could no longer hold their ground and began a large-scale rout. Even as Borg commanded the wolf riders to slay those attempting to flee, he could not halt their collapse, as they fled frantically down the tunnel from whence they came. Borg, observing the scene before him, was not overly surprised. He had anticipated this moment. He understood that relying solely on his foolish subordinates would never suffice to vanquish Alan and his companions. At that juncture, Borg felt it was time to deliver a decisive blow to his adversaries. His enemies, now utterly fatigued, were once again enveloped in the familiar darkness of the tunnel. The flames they feared extinguished, and they no longer had to worry about arrows raining down from the cliffs. Convinced of his advantageous position, Borg bellowed commands to attack, leading his wolf cavalry into the river, directly confronting Alan. He believed that if he could eliminate the elite few blocking his path, along with the bear, he would not need to concern himself with the archers on the cliff. By securing the area around the cliff, he could maintain the upper hand and strike down his foes at will. Alan, however, did not pursue the fleeing half-orcs. He had spotted the enormous net and realized that charging into the open would only leave him ensnared within Borg's trap. Thus, he chose to remain in the narrow confines of the river. Throughout the battle, Alan had been troubled by the fate of the captives, as Borg's forces had not yet entered the river, leaving the prisoners hidden in the dark recesses of the tunnel. He was deeply concerned that, in a fit of rage after his defeat, Borg might execute the captives out of spite, rendering Alan's efforts to rescue them futile. Soon, Alan's worries diminished. As Borg led his wolf cavalry into the river, he caught sight of three colossal figures emerging on the opposite bank, illuminated by the faint remnants of light. At this moment, Borg remained unaware of the threat lurking behind him. Noticing Alan's reluctance to engage, he commanded his wolf cavalry to deploy the massive net, hurling it towards Alan's position as they charged. Alan, raising his great sword in an attempt to deflect the descending net, was outpaced by 10 Nord shields that soared through the air, intercepting the net and causing it to fall harmlessly to the ground. Before long, the three immense figures materialized behind the wolf cavalry. They were three gigantic bears, slightly smaller than Bjorn, who had just liberated themselves from the clutches of the half-orcs. Under the guidance of Cress, they had taken refuge behind a large boulder, regaining a modicum of strength after consuming some food provided by Cress. From their vantage point, they observed the scattering of the half-orcs and the charge of Borg's wolf cavalry into the river. Fueled by their hatred for the half-orcs and concern for Bjorn, they quietly rose and made their way to the river's mouth. Cress gaped in astonishment as he witnessed them transform into colossal bears, charging into the river and flanking Borg's rear. Upon discovering the shape-shifted skin-changers, Borg realized the peril he faced. After Bjorn had disrupted the charge of the wolf cavalry, the bears had appeared behind them. Despite their weakened state, their sheer mass became a formidable weapon, capable of sending the wolf riders sprawling with a single blow. Borg understood he was now in a precarious situation. His retreat was cut off, and the captives were being rescued. The rapid turn of events was overwhelming. Yet he did not succumb to panic. Years of combat experience had endowed him with the ability to make sound judgments in crises. He was now seeking a path to survival. His rear was blocked by the three immense bears, while the front remained embroiled in battle. Yet, it was not entirely hopeless. There lay a potential escape ahead. Through keen observation, Borg discerned that apart from Bjorn and Alan, the remaining combatants were merely struggling to fend off the wolf cavalry. While time favored Alan and his companions, swiftly eliminating the wolf riders was an unattainable goal. At this moment, both Alan and Bjorn were entangled with several wolf riders, leaving them no opportunity to assist Borg. Seizing this moment, Borg shouted commands to the wolf cavalry at his side, recklessly charging toward the Nord royal guards who were valiantly battling the wolf riders before them. In the land of Colradia, the Nord royal guards were formidable, the only infantry capable of wielding massive axes against the Swadian knights on open plains, a testament to their combat prowess. However, compared to Alan or Bjorn, they were still merely ordinary men. Clad in heavy armor, they had already slain countless half-orcs. And under Alan's leadership, their spirits remained high, though their stamina waned. Under the relentless assaults of the wolf cavalry, some could no longer withstand the pressure and were toppled to the ground. After toppling a Nord royal guard, Borg did not linger. He led the surviving wolf riders in a frantic dash toward the half-orc stronghold. Meanwhile, Desavi, who had been firing from the rear, noticed Borg and loosed an arrow in his direction. Unfortunately, it merely grazed Borg's scalp before veering off. Undeterred, Desavi fired several more shots, managing to slay a few of the wolf riders fleeing alongside Borg. The stench of burning corpses filled the tunnel, dissuading Borg from relying on the wolf's keen sense of smell to track his enemies. Without dwelling on his fury, he remained resolute in his pursuit of Alan. leading his wolf cavalry out of the tunnel to scour the vicinity of the half-orc stronghold for any sign of his quarry. Chapter 18. Towards the morning was far from pleasant, with the sun intermittently peeking through the clouds. As Alan traversed the mountains, he found himself in a state of quiet discontent, pondering the performance of the goddess Arian, who he felt had not properly guided the vessel of the sun today. Naturally, he kept such thoughts to himself, daring not to voice them aloud. By this time, 2 hours had passed since their escape from the tunnel of the Misty Mountains. Among the rescued captives was an elderly dwarf who struggled to speak from Alan's back. "We must not proceed in this direction. We are far too close to the orc village. I know of another concealed exit, one that we dwarves stumbled upon during our campaign against the orcs. It is likely that even the orc wretches are unaware of this path. We can take that route." He coughed repeatedly as he spoke. Soon after, Alan heeded the elder dwarf's advice. He led his men to pile a considerable number of orc corpses at the river's mouth, dousing them in oil and setting them ablaze. Afterward, they paid no mind to the burning bodies, following the elder dwarf's guidance. After navigating the tunnel for approximately 15 minutes, they discovered a glowing exit and emerged from the Misty Mountains depths. Unbeknownst to Alan, as they exited the tunnel, Borg had once again rushed to the riverbank. Had Alan adhered to his original plan, he would have inevitably faced Borg in another confrontation within the tunnel. However, at that moment, Alan was too fatigued to concern himself with such matters. The elders had always told him that ascending a mountain was far easier than descending it, and now he truly understood the meaning behind those words. When they ascended, everyone had been brimming with energy. Although the path was arduous, their spirits remained high. Now descending, with the more familiar Oda leading the way, the quality of the path was secondary. They had spent 2 days and nights in relentless travel, with barely 3 hours of sleep, and had already clashed with the orcs. The morale of the group was dismal, with silence reigning as they trudged onward. Not from a lack of good spirits, but simply from sheer exhaustion. The dwarves, having consumed a modest meal and quenched their thirst, had regained some vigor. 2 younger dwarves were now able to walk slowly with assistance. Indeed, their race was renowned for its strength and resilience. It must be noted, however, that their greed was equally legendary, albeit a trifling trait among their many characteristics. In stark contrast, the 2 elves were in dire straits. The myriad scars upon their bodies and their vacant gazes betrayed the inhumane treatment they had endured at the hands of the orcs. Their ravaged souls had exacted a heavy toll on their bodies. Now, under Alan's care, they had just closed their eyes. In truth, elves did not require sleep in the conventional sense. They could even slumber whilst in motion. Alan surmised that they were perhaps soothing their wounded spirits. The elder dwarf on Alan's back was named Fudin. The 2 younger dwarves included one named Fry, who was Fudin's nephew, and the other, Till, the son of an old friend. Their party of over 20 had intended to cross the Misty Mountains to visit the Blue Mountains, where a portion of the Durin clan still resided. Fudin shared a tenuous connection with the ruler of the Blue Mountain dwarfs, Thorin Oakenshield, due to his ties with the king of the Iron Hills, Dane II. The intricacies of such relationships eluded Alan's full comprehension. Dwarves are a long-lived race, typically reaching ages exceeding 250 years by the 3rd age, a sign of their decline. In ages past, they lived even longer. They placed immense value on familial bonds, especially between fathers and sons. Fudin's son had joined Thorin Oakenshield in the Blue Mountains, prompting Fudin's desire to accompany his kin and witness his son's well-being. Due to well-known reasons specifically, the long-standing enmity between dwarves and sylvan elves, Fudin and his companions had opted to brave the perilous dragon-controlled valley rather than take the safer old forest road to the Misty Mountains. They circumvented Greywater from the northern edge of the Black Forest before proceeding toward the Misty Mountains. Unbeknownst to them, the old forest road had also become unsafe, and the woodland elves had abandoned their territory there. Fortunate as they were, they evaded detection by Smog, who slumbered atop his pile of gold. Yet, they grossly underestimated the orc activity in the vast wilderness. Fudin was a seasoned warrior who had fought in the Battle of Azanulbazar, the War of Moria. He believed the orc presence in the Misty Mountains had been nearly eradicated. However, shortly after crossing the Greywater, they encountered Borg, who was out hunting. Dwarves are typically formidable fighters, renowned for their martial prowess. But as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. In the wilderness, they could not outrun the mounted orc cavalry, leading to the death of most of their party and their subsequent capture. Now, only 3 of them remained alive, Fudin and 2 others, while Alan carried Fudin on his back. The elder rambled on about many things, from his introduction and the details of his capture to the past glory of the Durin clan and the present prosperity of the Iron Hills. He warmly invited Alan to visit his home in the Iron Hills, promising to offer the finest wines and feasts in gratitude for Alan's life-saving intervention. In truth, most dwarves are known for their sincerity compared to humans. As long as matters do not involve vast amounts of gold or exquisite gems, they generally uphold their oaths. However, this does not apply to the long-lived elder dwarves, whose promises often conceal their own desires. Yet, there was a way forward, contingent on the recovery of the two elves. Alan had no reason to refuse such a request, expressing his eagerness for Fry to join the village as a blacksmith, assuring him of generous compensation. Upon hearing Alan's agreement, old Feudin sighed with relief and fell silent, soon dozing off on Alan's back. The elderly dwarf, who had been incessantly chattering, was finally weary. To Alan, the very birth of dwarves seemed to indicate a fate fraught with hardship. As one of the Vala, the craftsmen all created them without the permission of Vader, the father of all beings. Moreover, all lacked the power to fashion a flawless being. At their inception, dwarves appeared almost like puppets, possessing little more than the instinct for survival. Upon learning of this, Eru chastised all. Although reluctant, all chose to dismantle his creations. However, in witnessing all's obedience and sensing the dwarves' innate survival instinct, Eru forgave him, adopting the dwarves as his foster children and granting them souls. Thus, they were allowed to propagate in Arda, with Eru decreeing that dwarves would awaken after the firstborn, the elves, and the secondborn, the men. Alan often felt that dwarves were akin to orphans, never fully escaping the clutches of fate. What saddened him most was Thorin Oakenshield, who, after enduring countless trials, ultimately perished at the hands of Azog. Alan often pondered whether Thorin, having conquered the dragon's sickness, would have been a better ruler for the dwarves in the north against the encroaching darkness. Certainly, it is essential to mention that their tumultuous fate is undoubtedly intertwined with their avaricious nature. Yet, at times, Alan contemplates whether this might be a veiled punishment from Vader for the dwarves, considering that humanity is equally greedy, albeit lacking the dwarves' unparalleled skill in wealth creation. The avarice of humankind often manifests in treachery and the slaughter of their own kind, rendering them immune to the peril of being targeted by formidable other races due to an excess of riches. Nonetheless, the dwarves' craftsmanship is indeed unparalleled, and Alan feels an immense joy at the prospect of his village soon welcoming a dwarven artisan. Chapter 19. The Ponde continent. As Alan and his companions emerged from the dense forest of the Misty Mountains, dusk was approaching. Under Alan's unwavering command, they had traversed the mountain for an entire day without pause. Remarkably, no complaints were voiced. Everyone understood that the later they exited the Misty Mountains, the more perilous their situation would become. They were determined to leave the forest before nightfall. During their journey, Oda had approached Alan with a suggestion to temporarily rest at a nearby village for a day, to better prepare for their travels. Alan declined this proposal, explaining that it could potentially bring disaster upon the village. He was not inclined to adopt the tactics of certain mountains that coerced others to join them. He preferred that those who followed him did so out of a genuine belief that their lives would improve. Upon exiting the forest, spirits lifted as they caught sight of the distant Coral Rock. Alan was confident that the sentinels stationed there had spotted them and that assistance would soon arrive. Indeed, Jamila, accompanied by James and the resting knight Swadia, came to welcome Alan and his party. Upon arrival, they tended to the wounded and provided an abundance of cooked food and clean water, which was somewhat unnecessary, as Alan's provisions had not yet been fully consumed. Nevertheless, it was a gesture of kindness from Jamila. As evening deepened, the group gradually made their way toward the camp, feeling safer as they walked. Along the way, Alan conversed with Bjorn about the future lives of their kin. He believed he had altered Bjorn's fate, transforming him from a solitary figure to one with a family and even neighbors. Alan was convinced that this would greatly enhance Bjorn's emotional well-being. Yet, he remained uncertain if Bjorn would wish to settle permanently near Coral Rock. Walking alongside Bjorn, he spoke earnestly. "My friend, I trust you can sense that the Misty Mountains are becoming increasingly perilous. It is no longer a suitable place for you to dwell. What do you say, Bjorn? Would you be interested in being my neighbor?" Bjorn felt immense gratitude toward Alan and admired his noble character. Few could summon the courage to risk their lives to assist a stranger in need. Such nobility was something Bjorn had only encountered in ancient poetry. When Bjorn responded affirmatively, Alan's heart soared with joy. He felt increasingly satisfied with his decision to lead his men into the Misty Mountains, not only gaining a temporary dwarf blacksmith, but also acquiring strong neighbors, which would significantly bolster their defenses against potential orc invasions. Surely, Bjorn and his kin would not merely stand by when the orcs came. Alan had already contemplated Bjorn's concerns. He believed that the villagers would fare better living in the hills and plains, where they could cultivate vast fields and graze livestock, making patrols easier and enhancing their protection. Alan was beginning to feel that his cavalry was somewhat lacking, and any expansion of territory would necessitate the construction of watchtowers, which was not feasible given the village's current productivity. The oak forest adjacent to the village was designated for Bjorn and his kin. It was a substantial area where Bjorn could thrive, as depicted in the original tale. Upon hearing this, Bjorn nodded in agreement with Alan's suggestion and began to engage in casual conversation. Their topics ranged from amiable animals to delectable pastries, from captivating stories to ancient verses, covering an extensive array of subjects. Alan, leveraging his vast knowledge, found it easy to converse with Bjorn, all the while silently pondering how he had never realized this towering figure was such a skilled conversationalist. Alan assigned the 2 sylvan elves and 3 dwarves to the Lord's Longhouse. At that moment, Yadiman suggested naming the modest wooden structure, which contained only a few rooms, Alan's palace, a notion that Alan vehemently rejected. Such a humble abode cannot bear the name of a palace. What shall we call it when we eventually build a castle? Lying in bed, Alan found sleep elusive, as the simulator provided new prompts. Acquired a hint of soul energy. Fractional amounts will not be counted. You have opened a new world. Extraction in progress. Congratulations. Welcome to the Ponde continent. Simulator cooldown period refreshed. Would you like to begin simulation? Yes, no. Yes. Simulator initiating. Please select the world you wish to enter. You have arrived at the Ponde continent. Time. Unknown. Location. Knowledge City. Abundant tavern here. In Knowledge City, one of the significant towns of the Bacchus Empire, you are enjoying a pleasant dinner at the tavern. However, a few individuals disturb your peace inappropriately. You suddenly sense that several newcomers, seated at a table near the window, are eyeing you with ill intent. Judging by their attire, they appear to be local gang members. Having just arrived by ship to Knowledge City, you find yourself in unfamiliar territory, unaware of their motives, yet you can feel their palpable malice. You realize you cannot remain here. You toss a few coins, rise, and leave the abundant tavern, wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets of Knowledge City. You can sense the gang members trailing closely behind you, far more familiar with the surroundings than you are, and you understand that escaping them is futile. Deliberately, you seek out a secluded spot in the streets to catch your pursuers off guard. Soon, you discover the ideal location, a narrow alleyway, merely a meter wide, nestled between a tavern and a brothel. You do not know where it leads, but you are confident that your followers will surely follow you inside and act against you. Confident in your abilities, you know that although you cannot dominate here as you might in Colradia, given the presence of magic and the generally superior combat prowess of soldiers here, your strength still surpasses that of any knight in a typical cavalry unit. As anticipated, you swiftly scale the wall, observing as the 5 individuals hastily enter the darkening alley. They soon exit, clearly realizing they have encountered a dead end. In the fading light of dusk, you can see the anxiety and confusion etched on their faces. You leap down from the wall, startling them, and draw your noble cross sword, a fine weapon crafted at great expense by your father for your status as a minor noble. Made of pure steel, it gleams with sharpness. The now stabilized gang members hastily draw their weapons and charge at you. In less than a minute, amidst the cries of the others, you hold your sword to the neck of their leader. You inquire about their reasons for following you, but he remains silent. With a swift motion, you slay one of the moaning adversaries, resetting your weapon at the leader's throat. Trembling, he still refuses to answer. You execute 2 more foes, and the leader, terrified by your nonchalance in the face of death, finds himself losing control, his trousers gradually dampening. You continue to hold your sword to his throat, silently watching him. He succumbed to despair, weeping as he revealed to you that a powerful figure had issued a bounty on the members of the underworld in the City of Knowledge, urging them to keep a vigilant eye on the youth arriving from beyond the continent of Ponde. The reward for capturing such individuals was exceedingly generous. Gazing down at your attire, a sudden realization dawned upon you, prompting you to press the gang member further about the location of his faction. He informed you that it resided within the slums of the lower district of Knowledge City. Nodding thoughtfully, You swiftly dispatched the 2 survivors with your blades, believing that your integrity and compassion were reserved for those who, at the very least, bore no malice towards you. The 5 wretches sprawled on the ground did not merit your mercy. You exited the narrow alleyway, carefully surveying your surroundings to ensure you had not attracted anyone's attention before departing nonchalantly. The commercial atmosphere in Knowledge City was palpable, even as dusk approached. Numerous shops remained open. You stumbled upon a clothing store and purchased several garments, subsequently seeking a secluded spot to change. Lowering the brim of your hat, you made your way back to the Bountiful Tavern, determined not to let the tavern owner escape your grasp. As the night deepened and the tavern prepared to close, you watched the lights extinguish within. Stealthily, you crept to a side window, using your long sword to pry it open before slipping inside. Navigating carefully around the furniture within, you spotted a guard slumbering at a table. Ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor, you found yourself outside the owner's chamber. The proprietor was not asleep. You could hear him tossing and turning in bed. Gently, you pushed open the door, but it creaked audibly, causing the tavern owner to bolt upright at the sight of you. In the dimly lit room, he could not discern your identity, yet he recognized you nonetheless. He refrained from calling for help or offering resistance, trembling as he whispered that he had wealth and wondered if it could atone for his misdeeds. At that moment, his wife and child awoke, neither screaming nor crying, but simply gazing at you from their bed, their eyes betraying a palpable fear. With a hint of amusement, you inquired why he did not flee. He offered a wry smile, explaining that all his assets and connections were tied to this place. Where could I run? He lamented. Where is there safety from danger? He further clarified that he did not willingly choose to ally himself with a gang leader, but running in a necessitated acquaintance with all manner of people, often compelling one to engage in unsavory dealings. He informed you that the Red Brotherhood was a formidable force in Ponde, notorious for their assassins and slave trade, causing many minor nobles to think twice before provoking them. You dismissed his concerns, informing him that his gang affiliations would vanish that very night. Henceforth, you would claim 1/5 of his tavern's earnings as a ransom for his life. Upon hearing this, the tavern owner countered that he could offer you a quarter, as his brother had previously intended to extract such an amount from him. You waved your hand dismissively, exiting his room. You could hear him exhale deeply, followed by muffled sobs emanating from within. From the tavern owner, you learned that the slums were merely one of the gang's outposts. Typically, only peripheral members frequented that area, while core members visited solely to collect protection fees and assign tasks. Their primary residence lay within a nearby residential district, located on the 3rd Street, 5th building, where affluent citizens of Knowledge City resided, even boasting their own patrols. Descending to the 1st floor, you left the tavern, casting one last glance at the guard still soundly asleep at the table. Guided by the proprietor's information, you skillfully evaded the patrolling soldiers and arrived at the residential area he had described. Indeed, even those entrenched in the underworld knew to secure a comfortable abode. The houses were predominantly stately 3-story villas of brick and wood, complete with their own courtyards. Guards patrolled the streets, brandishing torches, and it was evident that property prices here were exorbitant. However, this bore no relevance to you. Even in your previous life, such dwellings were beyond your means. You evaded the patrolling guards and zeroed in on your target, confirming there was no glass or other defenses atop the wall before vaulting over. Once inside, you crouched to observe the courtyard. It was tranquil, yet the 2nd floor of the villa was alight with the sounds of revelry, reminiscent of gambling. Paying little heed to the commotion, you traversed to the opposite side of the house, using both hands and feet to scale the 3rd floor balcony, and fortuitously, the door was unlocked. You descended to the 1st floor, first quietly assessing the layout. Apart from 2 drowsy guards stationed at the entrance, there appeared to be no other wakeful individuals. You stealthily approached, eliminating them with precision before commencing a more extensive purge on the 1st floor. You did not meticulously tally the number of lives you claimed. Aside from the few unconscious servants, there must have been at least 30 souls. You were baffled by the lax security of what was purportedly the most formidable gang in Knowledge City, but you dismissed such thoughts, attributing your prowess to your own growth. You could feel your strength had increased significantly, more than by 1/3, before you could fully grasp the reasons behind this surge. Your attention was drawn to the 2nd floor, where more prey awaited your reckoning. However, most rooms on the 2nd floor were vacant, with all remaining souls seemingly gathered in the brightly lit gambling room. Ultimately, you arrived at the door of this chamber. Inhaling deeply before covering your face with a dark cloth, With a decisive kick, you flung open the door and charged inside. Chapter 20. The Blade of Yawn. Upon entering, you discover a room approximately 30 to 40 square meters in size, dominated by a large rectangular table that occupies most of the space. Neatly aligned against the walls are several bookcases and wine cabinets, indicating that this is likely a conference room, though at present it serves as a casino. Inside, roughly 10 individuals are gathered around the table, engrossed in gambling. Their methods remain obscured to you, but 3 middle-aged men, evidently the leaders, clutch scantily clad female workers in their arms, wine glasses in hand, their smiles unyielding as they gaze in shock at your abrupt entrance. At last, the adversary seated across the table reacts, hastily pushing away the women in their grasp and seizing nearby objects to hurl at you, attempting to disrupt your advance. With a casual left-handed punch, you shatter a wooden chair that could have struck you, leaping onto the table and charging towards the remaining 4 foes. Breathless and desperate, he discards his imperial sword, gripping his left wrist tightly as he kneels, pleading for his life. You refrain from acknowledging his entreaty, instead raising your sword and demanding to know the whereabouts of Yawn, the Blade. He informs you that Yawn frequently frequents the Green Vine Tavern in the Noble District, where he engages in discussions with others, but beyond that, he claims ignorance. He also warns you that he is under the protection of Governor Justice, who oversees the City of Knowledge. Should you dare to kill him, escape from Knowledge City would be impossible. You scour the room, catching the mournful gaze of the elven woman, and discover 3 small bags of diamonds, a hard currency in the continent of Ponde, each worth 10,000 dinars, redeemable at various major city exchange points. Alongside, you find numerous IOUs and property deeds, which you take with you. Finally, you approach the elven woman's bedside. She gazes at you with confusion, nodding as she pockets the bag of diamonds. You then release her from her bindings and provide her with a set of ill-fitting male attire, as her previous garments were quite inappropriate. You lead her out of the villa, now a scene of carnage, and return to the fertile tavern. Re-entering through the same window, you once again encounter the guard asleep peacefully, pondering whether he might be a relative of the owner. Ascending the stairs for the second time, you stand before the proprietor's door, hearing the deep snores of a man within. You chuckle softly and knock on the door. The elven woman appears reluctant to share a room with you, but refrains from voicing her concerns. Sensing her discomfort, you assure her that it must be one room. She can take the bed while you will settle for the floor. She nods, introducing herself as Freya. The following day, chaos ensues in the central district of Knowledge City. With over 50 lives lost overnight, primarily in the affluent area, rumors swirl that the perpetrator is a notorious follower of the Serpent Cult. The captain of the Central District Guards faces immense pressure. Even Governor Justice, who oversees the city, sends individuals to demand accountability, insisting the culprit be apprehended swiftly. Consequently, house-to-house searches for criminals commence in both the central and lower districts. You remain undisturbed, despite the turmoil outside caused by the guards. The tavern owner informs you that aside from giving a quarter of his monthly income to the gang, another quarter is allocated to the captain responsible for guarding the area. Regardless of the chaos outside, the guards would not genuinely search the tavern, merely going through the motions. You trust him, and it becomes evident he is aware of how the bearded gang met its demise. His family is merely a room away, yet he makes no effort to relocate them, instead instructing his wife to keep their son indoors, assuring her he will handle everything. He is indeed a clever man, and you find yourself beginning to appreciate him. Thus, you conceal yourselves in the tavern's upper floor for 3 days. During this time, you engage in frequent conversations with Freya, her melodious voice a pleasure to hear. Through these exchanges, a foundation of trust begins to form between you. Despite her past of being sold, she remains a remarkably innocent young woman. Though she possesses the appearance and physique of an adult, her maturity seems stunted. In just half a day, you find yourselves sharing everything, and she expresses astonishment at your fluent Elvish, almost convinced you are an elf yourself. Now, she suspects you might be a half-elf lost to the world. Teasing her, you claim it is a wondrous magic, which piques her curiosity, prompting her to press for more information until you reveal it was merely a jest. The 3 days swiftly pass, and you begin to appear occasionally in the tavern's common area. Once assured of your anonymity, you start performing menial tasks such as serving drinks and dishes, claiming the identity of Alan, a neighbor's son related to the tavern owner, who has come to Knowledge City seeking opportunities for advancement. For now, you are merely residing temporarily with the owner, Paul. Before long, You become acquainted with the tavern's regular patrons, often chatting with these drinkers to gather intelligence from the outside world. One day, from the lips of an informant among these inebriates, you learn that the captain of the Central District Guards can no longer withstand the combined pressure from the wealthy and Governor Justice. He plans to randomly seize a follower of the serpent cult from the dungeons and publicly hang them at noon the following day, thus marking the conclusion of this shocking incident that has gripped Knowledge City. One drunken fellow jested that a bunch of scoundrels, if they must die, should do so quietly, only to be silenced by his companions. You hold little interest in witnessing the farce of a public execution, having seen too many similar spectacles. You are determined not to fall into such a trap. It serves both you and the captain well. Soon, the situation settles, and the tense atmosphere that once enveloped the streets dissipates. Yet, you are aware that some matters remain unresolved. You have not forgotten the bounty placed on your head by Yon, who is actively seeking you. However, entering the noble district is no simple task. The entire area is fortified by city walls, patrolled by genuine imperial soldiers. Even if you wish to scale those walls, you would find no means to do so. The majority of residents are imperial knights or relatives of imperial officials, and without the requisite status, entry necessitates proper documentation. You again approach the tavern owner. Realizing you are merely a newcomer in this city, you find no reason to decline, and the following day, armed with the necessary documents, you remove your weapons and smoothly enter the noble district. The living conditions here are indeed a marked improvement over the central district. Streets, several meters wide, are lined with greenery, with benches placed for pedestrians to rest. The thoroughfares are immaculate, likely due to regular cleaning. The houses stand orderly along the streets, a testament to careful planning. Guards patrol intermittently, vigilant against strangers like yourself. With courtesy, you inquire of a guard about the location of the Green Vine Tavern. He provides directions, cautioning you to behave and avoid causing trouble. You suspect this may be his habitual phrase. A quarter of an hour later, you arrived at the entrance of the Verdant Vine Tavern. On your way there, you deliberately strolled through the noble district. Although the environment was splendid, the area was quite small. One could traverse it in half an hour, its size comparable to an ordinary residential community from your past life. During your leisurely exploration, you took note of the architectural layout, ensuring it would be useful to you in the future. In the morning, the tavern was devoid of patrons. Sitting at the bar, you mused that it hardly deserved the title of a tavern. If given the choice, you would prefer to label it a club. The establishment was a two-story building, lacking the communal tables found in the prosperous tavern, featuring only private booths and rooms on the upper floor. The decor and furnishings were far more opulent than those of typical establishments, with gilded cabinets and a bar that sparkled with gold. You found it difficult to comprehend such aesthetic sensibilities. Upon your arrival, you explained your purpose to the guard at the entrance and presented a letter of recommendation from the tavern's owner, which you had indeed perused without finding any issues. There were none, in fact. Soon, you received word that the tavern's proprietress, Sophia, wished to meet you. She was a woman of mature allure, her face adorned with a subtle application of makeup, her long, curly brown hair cascading elegantly. Her deep azure eyes, prominent nose, and full lips complemented her attire, a lace white gown that accentuated her striking figure. Even you, with your worldly experience, had rarely encountered such a captivating Western beauty. At that moment, she held a glass of wine. Sitting at a table, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue as she regarded you. You approached her, inquiring what she required of you. Sophia set her wine glass on a nearby table, feigning surprise as she asked if you were not there to seek her assistance. You replied that you possessed no extraordinary talents, merely decent skills that might attract the attention of a prominent figure. This seemed to genuinely astonish Sophia, as she scrutinized you from head to toe. Just as an unsettling sensation crept over you, she issued a dismissal. She informed you that she needed to contemplate how best to assist you and assured you that Paul's wine would be prepared, inviting you to return in the afternoon. As you exited the Verdant Vine Tavern, an inexplicable feeling of unease lingered. You refrained from engaging in any frivolous activities, instead sitting resolutely on a bench outside for 2 hours. When afternoon arrived, you re-entered the tavern, where the guard informed you that Mrs. Sophia awaited you in the same room. Just as you stepped into the room, you sensed a rush of wind from both sides, and in that moment, you feared your identity had been compromised. However, you adeptly evaded the ambush from either side and swiftly subdued your assailants with minimal effort. The ease with which you thwarted the attack led you to pause, contemplating that this might merely be a clumsy test. Indeed, Sophia gazed at you in astonishment, expressing her admiration. With a beaming smile, she invited you to sit and poured you a glass of wine, inquiring about the source of your remarkable skills. You could only recite the carefully crafted lie you had prepared, claiming that your father was a retired mercenary, and that part of your prowess was inherited from him, while the rest was natural talent that rendered you stronger than the average person. Sophia raised an eyebrow, her enticing visage brightening with an even more radiant smile. She delicately licked her lips and informed you that she could grant you a status allowing free access to the noble district, but you would need to assist her with a task. When you inquired about the nature of the task, she stated that you had the choice to either accept or decline. There were no other options, nor could you pose questions. You acquiesced, following closely behind Sophia. A sense of foreboding flickered within you. Soon, she led you to a private room where 4 astute and robust men awaited. Sophia introduced you to the group, lavishly praising your adeptness. You could distinctly sense hostility emanating from 2 of the middle-aged men, prompting you to lament the age-old adage of beauty being a double-edged sword. As Sophia concluded her introductions, she presented the last man, a fellow with a buzz cut and a full beard. His facial hair obscured his age, but his narrow eyes conveyed a palpable danger. Dressed in a simple jacket, he bore a curved dagger with a golden hilt, its sheath adorned with exquisite gemstones. Upon hearing his name, your nerves tightened. He was known as Blade Yawn. Chapter 21. The dust settles as you gazed upon the man before you. An unusual glint flickered in your eyes. The agent, Blade Fong Yan, noticed your gaze, raising an eyebrow with a smile, inquiring if you had heard of him. You candidly recounted the rumors you had gathered about the renowned agent of the Red Brotherhood, a name that resonated throughout the realm. Laughter erupted in the room. One individual mockingly informed you that Blade Fong Yan was merely one of the agents of the Red Brotherhood in Boshishing, the other being the proprietress of the Green Vine Tavern, Madame Sophia, who primarily drove the business here. You stared in astonishment at Madame Sophia, struggling to reconcile her beauty with the notion of her being a treacherous femme fatale. You were acutely aware that the Red Brotherhood dealt in more than just elves. For the sake of profit, they would barter anything and anyone. Madame Sophia, observing your surprise, smiled gently and remarked that since you were already privy to certain matters, you could be considered half an insider, and thus she could divulge the task ahead. It turned out that the entire situation stemmed from your actions. The elven maiden you had rescued from the Beard Gang was a trade item intended for Governor Justice, and since you had liberated her, the transaction remained incomplete. To rectify this error and sustain the business of the Red Brotherhood in Boshishing, Sophia and her associates were compelled to locate 2 new elven maidens to deliver to Governor Justice. You nodded in understanding. Soon, Sophia arranged a room for you and, with an air of secrecy, informed you that you could express any needs to her, anything at all. 2 days swiftly passed, and after spending this time in your chamber, you set out alongside Blade Fong Yan, armed with your noble gauntlet and the composite bow Sophia had prepared for you. He led the expedition. The journey from Boshishing to Imel required merely a day on swift steeds. Departing in the morning, you rode hard and arrived in the village of Imel by the afternoon of the following day. This village lay in close proximity to the Noldo forest, where many villagers had met their demise at the hands of elves while hunting or gathering firewood. The enmity between elves and humans here was beyond count. Yet, you remained indifferent, recognizing that survival was paramount, devoid of moral judgments. After resting overnight, you departed the village the next day, heading toward the rendezvous point with the Ebony Knights. The Ebony Knights awaited your arrival. In truth, you were not the only buyer present. They offered not only elven slaves, but a variety of elven weapons and goods, while Blade Fong Yan negotiated with the leader of the Ebony Knights regarding the elven slaves. You set your sights on a Noldo composite bow. Inquiring about the price, you produced a small pouch of diamonds. But the merchant you were dealing with did not immediately accept them. Instead, he grinned broadly, suggesting that if you were willing to produce another pouch of the same, he would not only include a tube of Noldo arrows, but also sell you the Noldo steed behind him. It was evident that this astute merchant had noticed the additional pouch of diamonds you carried. Without hesitation, you surrendered all your diamonds, believing you had secured a significant bargain. Unbeknownst to you, upon mounting the elven steed, your formidable strength and exceptional horsemanship tamed the creature effortlessly. You rode about, casually drawing and releasing the Noldo composite bow. Your actions drew considerable attention, particularly from Blade Fong Yan, who had just finalized the deal for elven slaves. He frowned at you, yet refrained from expressing his displeasure at that moment, instead ushering the elven slaves and you to depart the area. You were acutely aware that they would soon sense something amiss. In truth, you had been familiarizing yourself with the elven steed's speed, allowing it to acclimate to its new master. At this juncture, you felt sufficiently acquainted. Your murderous intent no longer required restraint. Amid the terrified gazes of two individuals behind you, you knocked a Noldo arrow to the bow and aimed. With just 2 arrows, before they could flee, you claimed their lives. Subsequently, you drew another weapon and dispatched another member of the Brotherhood who approached you, leaving only Blade Fong Yuan. Hearing the cries, Blade Fong Yuan reined in his steed, aware that escape was futile. No human steed could rival an elven horse in speed. He regarded you cautiously, questioning whether a misunderstanding had occurred. Brandishing the Noldo composite bow, you remained resolute, refusing to allow him to dismount. Otherwise, you would not hesitate to slay his horse first, and then him. With a pallor of resignation, Blade Fong Yuan dismounted, standing on the ground, still perplexed about the animosity between you, a mere neighbor of Paul's family, and them. It was not only the Red Brotherhood in Bashishing that had received news of the bounty. Hunters, assassins, intelligence organizations, and slave traders across the entire continent of Ponde had been alerted. This bounty, issued by King Ulrich, promised a noble title and a land grant the size of a village, driving many into a frenzy. The principal instigator of the Red Brotherhood was the agent from Lion City, and recently, Blade Fong Yuan had become entangled in a minor business dispute with the agent from Lion City, Moonshadow Sufit. What began as a casual favor turned into an encounter with you, a formidable adversary. It was well known that members of the Red Brotherhood from different regions regarded one another with disdain. Due to business rivalries, sending assassins to eliminate competitors was commonplace. They operated independently, lacking a unified ideology, their sole creed being the pursuit of wealth. As for why Ulrich issued a bounty for you, Blade Fong Yuan was uncertain. He only knew that King Ulrich sought a young man recently arrived on the continent of Ponde, regardless of the consequences. His ancestor, Alfred, had merely been a duke of your family before the Red Terror, raising the banner against the Empire during the invasion of the Bacchus Empire. However, thereafter, under the encouragement of the Lion Knights, he shamefully usurped the throne, becoming the first king of the fierce Lion realm. You need not ponder the reasons. From the moment of your birth, you were the sworn enemy of Ulrich. Observing your ever-changing expression, Blade Fong Yuan slowly revealed a gleaming dagger from his sleeve, its blade bearing an unusual hue, a poison blade. Many might assume that the term blade referred to the ornate curved sword at Yuan's waist, yet in truth, this poison dagger represented the true essence of a blade. You approached the 2 bound elven maidens, removing the gags from their mouths. After allowing them to vent their anguish, you untied their bonds, informing them that, in addition to them, you had rescued another elf and were on your way to retrieve her. Subsequently, you scavenged 2 sets of garments from the slain individuals to provide the maidens, for their beauty transcended mere allure. You also entrusted them with 2 weapons. With weapons in hand, their trust in you visibly strengthened. You selected a few horses without a glance at the fallen bodies and departed from the scene. Ahan is a village located half a day's journey from the city of Bashi, situated in close proximity to the forest of the Noldor Elves. However, it lies on the fringes of the forest, rendering it unsafe for the elves. In the small grove near Ahan, you found a lush and sprawling tree for the 2 of them to take refuge. You left ample supplies and instructed them to remain hidden during daylight, emphasizing that all matters should be resolved under the cover of night. You also entrusted the extra horses to an inn in Ahan, knowing that you would still have use for those delightful steeds. A young child, having never encountered such a significant transaction in his life, swiftly seized the silver coins you offered and dashed towards the city. Soon, a fully enclosed carriage arrived beside you. Driven by the guard who had been sleeping in the tavern, he is Paul's brother. Compared to Paul, he is not particularly astute, but he possesses a basic proficiency in swordsmanship, a rather lackluster skill, and Paul merely keeps him around. You overheard Paul's voice from within the carriage as he handed a dinar to the child who had accompanied him. The child, elated, departed, and you followed the carriage out of the city gates of Bashi. Paul emerged with the elven woman, along with his wife and child. He understood that your summons were due to some urgent matter, and being astute, he gathered all his belongings, closed the bountiful tavern, and rented a carriage to escape. Watching him and his family, you smiled, growing fond of this clever man. You briefly recounted the events on the road, informing him that he could wait for you at the village entrance of a hun if he wished, or he could leave after leaving Freya behind. He could also take the bag of diamonds that Freya clutched, as she no longer required it to trust you. In truth, it had merely been a means to deceive the child. Regardless of where that bag might be, it was ultimately under your control. Paul pondered your words for a moment before agreeing to wait for you at the village entrance of a hun. Meanwhile, Freya in the carriage anxiously asked why you would not accompany them. You gently reassured her that you still had matters to attend to, urging her not to worry, as you would soon catch up. Though Freya did not fully understand, she nodded, indicating she too would wait for you in a hun. You conveyed to him that you were an associate of Madame Sophia from the Green Vine Tavern, presenting a document that substantiated your identity. You explained that you were currently unable to enter but had urgent news to relay to Madame Sophia and requested his assistance in delivering a message. You informed him that you had been ambushed on the road, and Jan had indicated that the assailants were quite powerful within the city, thus preventing your entrance. If Madame Sophia wished to learn more, she would need to come to the inn in a hun, where you would be waiting. Instead of proceeding to a hun, you waited 500 meters from the gates of Bashi for Madame Sophia. After half an hour, the familiar guard from the Green Vine Tavern arrived, driving a carriage out of Bashi, followed by a dozen light cavalrymen, heading toward a hun. You were confident that Madame Sophia would emerge, even if she were clever. She could not fathom that your objective was indeed her, especially with the two elves still in your custody. She would undoubtedly come out to verify the safety of her cargo. Riding your elven horse, you trailed behind them. You had no intention of creating chaos near Bashi. Unlike last time, when it was night, daytime would easily attract attention. No matter how formidable you were, you could not single-handedly vanquish a military force, especially since the elite fighters here were not necessarily weaker than you. Soon, sensing the opportune moment, you retrieved your Noldor composite bow and urged your elven steed to catch up with Sophia's caravan. After dispatching all present, you approached the carriage and heard Madame Sophia's voice, sweet yet panicked, as she inquired about your motives for such actions. Given her continuous support, you revealed the truth to her, and after a long silence, she pleaded for her life, offering her service as she possessed powerful connections and substantial resources in Bashi. She insisted that if you sought to reclaim your kingdom, she would be immensely valuable. It was evident that Madame Sophia had far more intelligence than Jan. Disregarding her pleas, you raised your Noldor composite bow and softly declared, "I cannot spare you." Through the curtain of the carriage door, an arrow swiftly ended her life. After a brief pause, you lifted the curtain of the carriage door to find Madame Sophia, lifeless with a crossbow in hand. Sighing, you let the curtain fall and rode away on your elven steed. By the time you reached a hun, evening was approaching, and Paul's family, along with Freya, awaited you in the carriage. You inquired about Paul's plans, to which he lamented that his business was utterly ruined. Even with the death of Madame Sophia, he could not avert the frenzied vengeance of the Red Brotherhood. He asked if he could accompany you and serve you. Having developed an affinity for this clever man, you produced the bag of diamonds once more and informed him that if he wished to follow you, he could establish a tavern in the town of Long River within the realm of the Fierce Lion. If all went well, you would soon journey there. Paul accepted the bag of diamonds, which indeed surpassed his entire fortune, yet he had never dared to claim such wealth. You and Freya watched as Paul's family departed, confident that this astute man would care for himself and successfully reach Long River. Now, you and Freya were bound to seek the two elven women and venture towards the forest of the Noldor elves. When you and Freya finally located the two elven women, it was already night. To your surprise, they recognized one another and chattered excitedly for quite some time. Reluctantly, you interrupted their reunion to share your forthcoming plans. You intended to enter the forest from the edge near Volwen, riding two horses, fully capable of reaching there before dawn, and then venture deep into the woods to return them to any patrolling elves you might encounter. Upon hearing this, Freya patted her trembling chest and assured you of your safety. You glanced at the naive girl, uncertain of where her confidence stemmed from. Was she perhaps the daughter of Aldaria and Ysrander? Even so, the enmity between humans and elves could not be resolved with a mere life or two. You had contemplated fostering a good relationship with the elves, yet in your memory, achieving such a rapport was exceedingly challenging, far beyond merely rescuing a few elven captives. Although you held no belief in the girl's words, you expressed gratitude to Freya before setting off in the direction of Volwen. Chapter 22. Discussing the issues of simulation chapters as a novice and an amateur author. My initial inspiration for writing this book stemmed from my reflections while immersed in the six-part saga of the Lord of the Rings. I found it deeply regrettable that Thorin and his two nephews met such untimely ends, and Beorn's fate was tragically disheartening. What wrongdoing had the common folk of Laketown committed? Balin, the venerable elder of the expedition, perished in the dark depths of Dimril Dale during the reclamation of Moria, a most bitter irony. Why must Boromir succumb to death? Gandalf's reincarnation resonated with an overwhelming sense of fate, a conclusion I was unwilling to accept, which compelled me to embark on this literary endeavor. This leads to another dilemma. The so-called free peoples of Middle-earth are in such a state. The northern men are utterly desolate. The dwarves are only just recovering. The woodland elves are preoccupied with their own woes. Lady Galadriel faces a formidable enemy in Dol Guldur. Rohan stands against Isengard, and Gunndor bears the brunt of it all. The elves of the valley are on the verge of fleeing. How can one salvage their plight? Thus, I must devise my own narrative device, ensuring that the power dynamics remain plausible and not overly alien. My familiarity with Mount Blade and its various mods provides me with confidence in crafting a stable and reasonable progression of power for the protagonist within this niche genre. This choice is also a tribute to my 7-year career as a Mount Blade content creator, as well as a nod to the friends who have transitioned from video platforms to support me here. Perhaps your interest was piqued by the allure of the Lord of the Rings, yet I implore you not to overlook the subsequent mention of the Mount Blade simulator. It is entirely understandable if the straightforward narrative does not appeal to you. I can empathize with that sentiment. As an amateur and fledgling writer, it is unrealistic to expect universal acclaim for my work. Constructive criticism from fellow readers is welcomed, as it reflects a desire for my improvement and the hope for even better creations. I appreciate such feedback immensely. However, the manner in which this book is written is intentional. Should I alter the simulation style, the complexity may increase, incorporating more narration and inner thoughts, potentially rendering it less of a mere account. I sincerely hope that if you find it unappealing, you may simply choose to skip ahead. Alternatively, if you are inclined to support my work, I invite you to read to the end and offer your encouragement. If not, patience is appreciated. I believe my updating pace is reasonable, consistently delivering around 4-5K words daily. The narrative will not extend indefinitely. The essence of The Lord of the Rings is rather contained, and the northern tales are even fewer. Once I conclude this story, the book shall reach its completion. Chapter 23. The stabilized Beorn clan. The trees in the Noldorin forest are so densely packed that even riding an elven steed, one finds it challenging to traverse, let alone an ordinary horse. A day has passed since you entered the forest, and throughout your journey, you have raised no suspicions. Now, as you lead your horse deeper into the woods after a day of trekking, Freya informs you that you have entered elven territory, and you may soon encounter a patrol. As if by some divine coincidence, the moment her words escape her lips, an arrow lands at your feet, a clear warning. You are astonished by their restraint, for your recollections suggest they would typically engage in direct assault, leaving no room for retreat. Perhaps their behavior is influenced by the presence of Freya and her companions. Before long, a small squad of scouts emerges from the shadows, led by an elven noble accompanied by several rangers and a dozen warriors, their distinct armaments revealing their varying ranks. Freya and the other two girls eagerly rush forward, while you stand to the side, hands raised in surrender, observing their joyful reunion. Soon, the noble elf approaches you, lowering her bow in acknowledgement. You anticipate that they might either release you or demand the elven items you possess before departing, but instead, the noble extends an invitation to their castle, where their lord wishes to meet you. Freya winks at you, seemingly assuring you of your safety, prompting you to ponder her true identity. The journey proceeds quietly, punctuated only by the excited chatter of the girls, which eventually subsides as fatigue sets in, enveloping the group in silence. After a week of traversing the forest, aside from encountering a few patrols, nothing else of note occurs. Your curiosity regarding the necessity of such distant patrols is addressed by the noble elf, who introduces herself as Alandia, a knight of the Islander family. Her demeanor is exceptionally courteous as she explains that they must safeguard the forest's integrity. Without their vigilance, avaricious humans would swiftly deplete its resources, leaving the elves exposed to their gaze. Acknowledging the elves' prolonged lifespans, you express your agreement with her concerns. Thus, you continue to weave through the forest until one day, you behold a vast lake beside which glimmers a city, Elaclay. The simulation concludes and is saved. The identity of the prophesied child of Ponde remains intact, However, one day, the people of Ponde will unite under a single banner, ushering in an era devoid of conflict and racial discord, where new possibilities await. You acquire an elven steed, a Noldorin composite bow, and half a quiver of Noldorin arrows. Please note that after redeeming these items, the simulator will enter a cooldown period, and you will lose these items within the simulation. You earn 1 point of honor, 30 points of reputation, and 3,000 dinars. Would you like to continue the simulation? Yes, no? No. Exhausted, Alan fell into a deep slumber on his bed. When he awoke, it was already the following evening, having slept for over 18 hours. His friend and physician, James, had checked on him, but upon hearing the steady sound of his breathing, he simply informed those waiting outside that rest would suffice. And there were no health concerns. Even after such an extensive rest, Alan felt lethargic. He surmised that the simulator was to blame, as he had forced himself into a simulation while in a poor mental state, leading to his mental exhaustion. With a throbbing headache, he lay in bed, gazing out at the sky, enduring his discomfort before finally rising. He instructed his assistant, Eileen, to summon Fathys, Ymira, and James for a meeting. Shortly, the key members of his team gathered in the meeting room. Alan, frowning as he sipped the herbal concoction prepared by Ymira, inquired about the wounded. James, seated comfortably, replied, "The situation is stable. They are fortunate to have no life-threatening injuries. They will recover swiftly under my care. Old friend, I am more concerned about your well-being. Are you certain you are all right?" Alan nodded, setting down his nearly empty bowl. "I am fine, truly. A little more rest will do me good." James acknowledged him with a nod, choosing not to press further. At that moment, Fathys spoke. "Alan, your recent actions have spread among the villagers. Soon, you will be known for your kindness and compassion. This is a positive development. I had feared that as your burdens increased, you might change. But it seems I need not worry. You will be an excellent lord. It is a pity, however, that I could not partake in the recent battle." Taken aback, Alan had not anticipated that the robust Fathys would harbor such concerns. He replied, "Fathys, if I ever change, I hope you will remind me, as you did today, to prevent me from making irreversible mistakes." Alan promptly drank a large gulp of the unpalatable broth, managing a smile as he swallowed, affirming his understanding through action. Observing this, Ymira relaxed, shifting the conversation to her responsibilities. The injured villagers require compensation. Their current hospital stay disrupts their lives. We must manage this aftermath properly. Of course, Alan assured her. I will take care of their needs while they recover. Very well, Ymira nodded, satisfied. Fathys informed Isavi to gather a larger group and head south. We may have stirred a hornet's nest, Alan instructed. Understood. I'll arrange it shortly. After attending to all pressing matters, Alan finished the herbal concoction and waved his hand to signal the end of the meeting. The next morning, feeling slightly rejuvenated, Alan rose from his bed. It was the perfect opportunity to strengthen his bond with Bjorn and address other affairs. As he sat at the table, he reminded himself to avoid simulations when significant matters required his attention to prevent any adverse effects on reality. Resolute, Alan prepared to leave, only to encounter Bjorn approaching him. Together, they made their way to the oak forest that Alan had mentioned. Although the forest was not far from Wilderness Village, the journey proved lengthy, fraught with steep hills and uneven terrain. After a strenuous climb, they entered a stifling valley before finally ascending again. It took them nearly half a day to traverse from Wilderness Village to the oak forest that was etched in Alan's memory. Even after residing near Kalyan for over a month, he had never ventured this way, partly due to the presence of Amaya, a lesser deity, and he had yet to determine how to approach such a being. On another note, Alan's personality is imbued with a significant dose of introversion. Otherwise, how could he possibly spend every day ensconced at home, watching films and engaging in battle simulations? He is not particularly fond of venturing far from familiar places. Since arriving in this world, the constant threats to survival have propelled him forward. Yet beneath his reclusive nature lies a flicker of ambition to contribute to the greater good, a common trait among those of his disposition, which has enabled him to accomplish various feats in the past. Bjorn is exceedingly pleased with the oak forest, having arrived here with his kin just yesterday. The distance from Alan's Wilderness Village is considerable, yet not insurmountable. The journey poses challenges for ordinary humans, but for Bjorn's tribe, it is merely a trivial obstacle. Once proper paths are established, horseback travel will take no more than an hour or two, making future gatherings between Bjorn and Alan a simple endeavor, which Bjorn deems essential for maintaining their friendship. Surrounding the oak forest is a vast expanse of flatland, adorned with an array of flowers and grasses. Wild bees and butterflies flit about the blossoms, and Bjorn is delighted to witness these industrious creatures, knowing that nearby lie several wild beehives. The forest is filled with tall, ancient oak trees, densely clustered and flourishing, providing convenience for Bjorn's tribe to establish their home. Upon his first glance at this tranquil land, Bjorn felt an immediate affinity, believing it to be an ideal residence for his people, intensifying his gratitude towards Alan. At this moment, he could not foresee that in an alternate reality, this land would belong to him, encompassing even the territory of the wilderness village. As Alan converses with Bjorn, he admires the surrounding scenery, ensuring he does not reveal his unfamiliarity with the area, as it is ostensibly the new home he has recommended to Bjorn. Meanwhile, Bjorn's tribe busies themselves, recovering significantly under James's care, though much of their improvement can be attributed to their robust constitution and magic, secrets of the shapeshifter clan that Alan has no intention of probing. Conversely, Alan sheds his cumbersome outer garments and joins the shapeshifters in their labor. As he toils, he perceives a tangible change in his physique, estimating a strength increase of roughly 1/3, akin to what he experienced in the simulator. Time spent in industriousness always seems to pass swiftly, and during moments of respite, Alan and Bjorn engage in conversation. Alan contemplates the slow pace of construction with only Bjorn's tribe members at work. Bjorn, how about I arrange for more hands to assist you? I can ensure that within a few days, you will have a splendid estate built. Bjorn chuckles and shakes his head in refusal. Alan, our clan believes that a home should be built by our own hands to ensure true comfort. Besides, the people of the wilderness village have already aided us immensely. This is but a minor task, and we do not wish to trouble them further. Seeing Bjorn's steadfastness, Alan recognizes their willingness to manage without assistance and shifts the conversation to lighter topics. At this juncture, Bjorn's wife, Marion, approaches to invite the two to partake in lunch. The shapeshifters adhere to a vegetarian diet, primarily relying on herding and cultivation to meet their daily needs, abstaining from the consumption of animal flesh. In terms of culinary skills, they excel in baking and take great pleasure in crafting such delicacies. Having just arrived the previous day, they hastily constructed a rudimentary baking oven, allowing Alan the fortune of sampling Bjorn's renowned honey cake. Even having savored fine foods in his past life, Alan cannot help but extol the cake's exquisite flavor. Since arriving in this realm, Alan has noticed a steep decline in the quality of his meals. Although he has access to all ingredients from Coradia, it remains a culinary wasteland. A prime example is the salted fish from the Nord Kingdom, which resembles nothing more than a piece of salt-soaked rag, both salty and bitter, a veritable torment. Alan often fears that excessive consumption of such fare may adversely affect his longevity. Marion, noticing Alan's fondness for the cake, promptly pours him a glass of water, smiling as she says, "Drink some water. Indulging too much in cake can leave one parched." As Alan devours the cake voraciously, he mumbles, "Thank you, thank you. You should consider opening a pastry shop in the wilderness village. With this skill, you could earn a fortune." Bjorn and Marion exchange glances and chuckle. Bjorn, still laughing, slaps his thigh and remarks, "What would we do with such wealth? Money holds little value in our lives. If you enjoy this, Marion can prepare many other pastries. Alan, you are always welcome to visit." Indeed, indeed, Alan nods enthusiastically as he continues to feast. After a satisfying meal, he pats his belly contentedly, having consumed 2 large pieces of cake. Sweet treats have a remarkable ability to evoke joy. Noticing Alan's satiation, Bjorn adopts a serious expression and says, "Alan, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Puzzled by Bjorn's demeanor, Alan inquires, Bjorn, feel free to speak plainly. There is no need for such formality between us. Bjorn continues, "Alan, it is this, since we will be settling here, I believe this land rightfully falls within your domain. I understand the obligations and responsibilities that accompany residing in your territory. Although we are friends, my clan does not shy away from our duties." Alan perceives Bjorn's concerns as somewhat excessive. "Bjorn, why do you say this? We are merely neighbors. I have never envisioned you as my subordinate." Waving his hand, Bjorn persists. "Do not rush to refuse, Alan. I do not intend to become your vassal. We are friends, are we not? You and your followers have rendered invaluable assistance to me and my kin, a debt that I feel we may never fully repay. I must find some means to express my gratitude, do I not?" What Bjorn articulates aligns with Alan's needs. He seeks the formidable military support of Bjorn's tribe, along with their knowledge of other methods. Initially intending to broach this matter gradually, he finds Bjorn has laid everything bare. After considerable contemplation, Alan gazes at Bjorn and solemnly nods, proclaiming, "May our friendship endure, my friend." Bjorn, seeing Alan embrace his goodwill, smiles and replies, "Indeed, our friendship shall endure." With all matters discussed, Alan bids farewell to Bjorn. As a leader, Alan's departure without prior notice alongside Bjorn from the village is rather impulsive and inappropriate. Bjorn understands this, escorting Alan to the edge of the meadow before waving goodbye and returning to his tasks. In truth, aside from the particularly anxious Eileen, no one else is aware of Alan's whereabouts. Alan is not one to linger in one place, often wandering aimlessly. Typically, any work-related issues are resolved after dinner in the Lord's Longhouse. Eileen, however, is different. He is Alan's attendant and oversees his personal guard. In the early hours of the morning, while he was merely attending to his needs, Alan quietly slipped away. When Eileen returned, he initially presumed that Alan was still in slumber. However, by noon, as he contemplated inquiring whether Alan would partake in lunch, he opened the door only to be met with an empty room. This revelation startled Eileen, leaving him speechless and hesitant to voice his concerns. Should this incident come to light, Ymira, James, and Phaedus would undoubtedly cast blame upon him. Moreover, as a steward and captain of the guard, losing the lord he was sworn to serve and protect would render him a laughingstock, or worse, a pariah, within the village of Wilderness. Overwhelmed and drenched in perspiration, Eileen could conceive of no sound solution. He could only rally his subordinates and scour the village in search of Alan. With outsiders obliviously believing he was merely on patrol, Eileen dashed toward Alan, and upon reaching him, breathless and flustered, he stammered, "My lord, where have you been?" Alan, noticing Eileen's sweat-soaked visage, felt a twinge of guilt stir within him. Yet, he endeavored to conceal his emotions and replied, "Me? I was visiting the Bjorn family. Is something amiss?" At last, Eileen managed to compose himself and responded, "My lord, there is nothing of concern in the village. But should you venture out again, please remember to inform me. I am your steward and captain of the guard. You cannot leave me standing at the door in silence." Feeling a shade embarrassed and recognizing the trouble his actions had caused Eileen, Alan handed him the honey cake that Marion had prepared. As soon as Eileen accepted it, an intoxicating sweetness wafted into his senses, causing his mouth to water profusely. "My lord, what is this?" he inquired. In a hushed tone, Alan replied, "This is a confection from the Bjorn household. I shall visit them often, and I promise to take you along next time. Let us consider today's mishap forgotten. Shall we? Please do not mention it to Ymira or the others." With Alan's urging, Eileen too chose to remain silent, recognizing that this was not a matter of pride. That evening, all present in the Lord's Longhouse were fortunate enough to savor the honey cakes from the Bjorn clan, which elicited a chorus of praise. As a girl, Ymira was the first to inquire, "My lord, where did these cakes originate?" Alan briefly recounted his day's endeavors, deliberately omitting the fact that he had left without a word alongside the Bjorns. He wished to avoid any potential discontent from Ymira, James, and Phaedus. Their well-meaning concern would only serve to burden him further. Suddenly, Alan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he proclaimed a decree for Wilderness Village. Under no circumstances were any villagers permitted to approach the Bjorn residence, nor were they allowed to hunt in that vicinity. Violators would no longer enjoy my protection. "Understood, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements," Ymira replied cheerfully, recalling the saying that delightful sweets tend to uplift one's spirits. Seeing the joy radiating from everyone, Alan retrieved his gem pouch, selecting the finest gem to present to Cress, followed by several others of commendable quality for the rest, as rewards for their recent endeavors. The elation that ensued upon receiving the gems was palpable, yet as Alan glanced at his significantly diminished pouch, he pondered the need for a different approach to rewards in the future. Chapter 24. The construction of the city walls. Recently, rumors have been circulating in the Wilds village, sparking conversations in the tavern for nearly a week. It is said that in the southern part of the village, 1 or 2 enormous black bears have been seen roaming nearby. Some believe these bears have been sent by the divine to protect the kind-hearted villagers, while others claim they are merely waiting for an opportunity to attack Wilds village. The tales have grown increasingly absurd, and initially, Alan hesitated to inform the villagers about the assistance provided by Bjorn and his kin in guarding them. After all, bears are ferocious creatures, and Alan feared inciting panic among the villagers. However, the rumors persisted. Thus, Alan reluctantly gathered the villagers to assure them that the bears were indeed their protectors and loyal friends, urging them not to worry. Upon hearing Alan's words, the fear of an impending bear attack dissipated, yet the story of Alan and the bears continued to be fervently discussed in the tavern, even drawing in the three dwarves who had recently recovered. Indeed, the three dwarves had regained their health, and upon learning of a dwarven blacksmith in the village, Yadiman established a forge near the banks of the Anduin River. However, it was merely a shell at first. He could provide a bellows, anvil, hammer, and clamps. But Alan could not supply fuel or a furnace. Thus, Fry's first task upon assuming his role was to construct various furnaces for smelting iron and burning charcoal. Fortunately, Fry was a skilled blacksmith, adept at handling these tasks. The mixed metal net, shimmering with silver, was also dismantled by Feudin and his companions. Fry informed Alan that the metal interspersed within was mithril, the finest metal found in Middle-earth, which, once melted down, would yield a sizable ingot. If Alan wished, Fry could craft a set of chainmail from this mithril, infused with the unique craftsmanship of the dwarves, resulting in armor that was not only remarkably lightweight, but also extraordinarily durable. Alan sensed that this mithril might prove invaluable in the future. Though he could not quite articulate why he felt this way, it was as if a fleeting inspiration eluded him. Before long, Alan found himself preoccupied with other matters. Ever since the rumor of the great black bears protecting Wild's village spread, many woodland inhabitants came to confirm this fact, gravitating towards Alan's village. A significant number pledged their loyalty to Alan, seeking his protection, while others merely relocated nearby to observe. Excluding these newcomers, the population of Wild's village had surpassed 2,000. Alan learned from the new villagers that they hailed from the southern regions, specifically from the southern edge of the Black Forest. The dark forces there had been growing stronger, with villagers frequently encountering unusually large spiders in the woods, a sight that had become all too common. Some recounted tales of pale-skinned half-orcs riding white wolves, leading a cavalry of wolf riders across the wilderness under the moonlight, searching for something, yet they had never ventured into Bjorn's patrol area. Alan recognized this as the malevolent influence of Dol Guldur, with the pale orc likely being Azig, who frequently traversed between Moria and Dol Guldur, managing his territory while currying favor with his master, Sauron. However, it appeared that Azig had no immediate intentions of assaulting Wild's village, as Sauron seemed to have assigned him a more pressing task. Alan's strength was not insubstantial. If he were to call upon all his people, he could muster over 600 warriors. Although most were woodland inhabitants with subpar weaponry and armor, they could still hold their ground in ambush or defensive scenarios. Fry had been utilizing the spoils from the half-orcs to forge some rudimentary weapons, yet there was not enough time to equip everyone, and proper armor was a distant dream, as its production was inherently slow, especially for high-quality designs. A significant issue loomed. Wild's village lacked any fortifications. While wooden fences had been continually reinforced and expanded, their wooden nature and limited height offered little protection against large-scale half-orc assaults. Moreover, not every half-orc commander was as foolish as the last. Setting aside racial considerations, Azig possessed considerable tactical acumen, capable of commanding tens of thousands of half-orc troops. Alan knew he could not underestimate him, given the current pace of Wild's village's development. He might find himself confronting Azig before the War of the Five Armies. Furthermore, Alan had acquired a substantial workforce. Yet he could not afford to deploy all of them to cultivate new lands, as this would significantly hinder the defense of the villagers. He felt it was time to construct a higher, thicker wall with a broader defensive range. This proposition received unanimous support during the meeting at the Lord's Hall. Yet challenges remained. There were no stones available in the vicinity of Wild's village. The Misty Mountains had plenty, but transporting stones from dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away posed significant risks and costs that Alan could not bear. After some deliberation, Yadiman proposed an alternative, to utilize wood. At this point, Yadiman spoke confidently in the meeting, exuding a sense of self-assurance and purpose. During my travels in the realm of the Nords, I observed that many towns and castles employed wood for wall construction. They would bury 5 to 6 meter long logs side by side in the ground, securing them with iron nails, wooden planks, and wire, creating 2 rows, and then filling the space between with earth. This method is far quicker and requires less effort than using stone. At this juncture, Yadiman turned to Alan. Standing tall as he declared, "My Lord Alan, I have studied this craft in detail during my time in the Nordic kingdom. Though I have not been with you long, please trust in my loyalty and my capabilities. I shall complete this task in the swiftest possible manner." Alan had never doubted Yatiman's loyalty or ability. He was merely contemplating one question. Would they truly source the wood from the Black Forest? Would the woodland elves come to confront him? However, upon further reflection, Alan considered that with the abundance of timber in the Black Forest, using a small amount should pose no issue, especially since he had not heard of any Ents residing there. He recalled that in the eastern part of the southern edge of the Black Forest lay a place known as Eastwood Bay, which had been cleared by humans for timber. If they had faced no repercussions, perhaps he too would be safe. Alan sat in his seat, lost in contemplation. At this moment, Fudin, whom Alan had invited, unexpectedly interjected. "In truth, you could use bricks. Walls constructed of wood inherently lack resilience. Employing bricks would provide strength comparable to that of stones. I am well versed in this craft, and the region surrounding Wild's village is not lacking in suitable clay. To repay your life-saving kindness, I would be more than willing to assist." Now, Alan found himself further conflicted, as both proposals bore their respective advantages and disadvantages. Using wood would ensure speed, though it required some processing. Its abundant availability would facilitate rapid construction. However, its defensive capabilities were inferior to those of stone or brick walls. On the other hand, opting for bricks would significantly enhance fortification strength, yet the construction would undoubtedly progress at a slower pace. After a brief period of reflection, Alan resolved not to dwell on his indecision any longer. He would embrace both options. Alan gazed at Athaman and spoke. "Athaman, please draft the necessary blueprints. My requirement is to accommodate between 3,000 to 5,000 individuals within the city walls for refuge, while also ensuring ample space for the storage of provisions and water sources. As for the construction methods, I believe we can proceed with 2 approaches simultaneously." Turning to Fudin, Alan courteously added, "I would appreciate your assistance with the brick firing process, and on behalf of all the members of Wilderness Village, I extend my gratitude for your support." Fudin quickly waved his hand, responding, "It is my duty. I am more than happy to assist you." Alan then addressed Athaman, saying, "The utilization of these materials is entrusted to you. I can currently provide a workforce of 700, allowing you the freedom to construct the walls as you envision. Please compile a list of the tools you require, and I will ensure they are procured promptly. I have 2 stipulations. Firstly, the work must progress swiftly, and secondly, please do not impose excessive burdens on the villagers." Athaman nodded enthusiastically, believing that if he succeeded in erecting these walls, he could secure his position within Alan's team and perhaps even etch his name into history, a tantalizing prospect for an engineer like him. Meanwhile, Ymira stood up, her expression troubled, and remarked, "My lord, if you are to summon so many people, food supplies will become exceedingly scarce. While our current provisions suffice for the initial few hundred, as the subsequent villagers are managing on their own, summoning an additional 700 for strenuous labor will rapidly deplete our resources." Wilderness Village began with just over 500 villagers and soldiers, all of whom had either fled their homes due to destruction by half-orcs or had arrived destitute. Alan had been solely responsible for their sustenance, a situation that would persist until autumn. However, summoning villagers would shift the burden to Alan, who would then need to ensure the sustenance of at least 1,200 to 1,500 individuals. The financial implications were daunting, requiring tens of thousands of dinars, considering 50 individuals at 10 dinars a day, 1,500 people for a month needing 9,000 dinars. With at least 4 months from summer to the end of autumn, Alan felt a headache coming on. He had a substantial surplus of dinars, over 90,000. But it was astonishing how quickly it could be consumed. The walls were essential, and if it required expenditure, so be it. He was not one to hoard like the dwarves. Lost in thought, Alan discreetly glanced at Fudin, who noticed and wondered why the young leader was looking his way, as he had no means to procure food. Resolute, Alan addressed Ymira, "Rest assured, I will resolve the food issue. You may proceed with your preparations. I expect everyone to be ready by tomorrow." After surveying the group, he asked, "Are there any further questions? If not, this meeting is adjourned." The assembly dispersed from the Lord's Longhouse. Alan, lying in his chamber, felt a looming financial crisis and wrestled with whether to initiate a simulation. After more than half a month of rest, he believed his mental state had improved considerably. Yet, he feared it might not be entirely restored, leading to further complications. After much deliberation, he decided against it, concluding that he required complete recuperation before proceeding. With a sigh, he lamented, "Choice is the greatest challenge in life." "My lord, do you have any commands?" called out Eileen, sleeping next door. "Nothing of concern. Sleep well," Alan replied, closing his eyes. Athaman led the villagers in constructing pathways. Realizing that transporting timber could not rely solely on human effort, the cooperation of carts was essential. Fooding was busily arranging the brick-firing site and kiln. The duties of Fadis and Bandak grew increasingly demanding, while Ymira exerted herself tirelessly in logistical support. Even James was engaged with his apprentices. Minor injuries among villagers were frequent as they toiled. Cress often found himself unaccounted for. Alan, feeling idle, noted that everyone was aware of his recent near-day-long slumber and his subsequent lackluster state. Although the villagers were unaware of the reasons behind his condition, they were sympathetic, recognizing that no one was more vital to the village than Alan. If he were to falter without a designated heir, the village could face uncertain repercussions. In light of this, Alan endeavored not to appear aloof. He frequently accompanied Eileen before the diligent villagers, inquiring about their needs and any issues they encountered during work. Should genuine problems arise, Alan would address them promptly. For instance, if a villager expressed a desire for meat after days of vegetarian fare, Alan would arrange a meat meal every few days. Likewise, if villagers requested a drink to unwind after work, Alan would procure some malt liquor, ensuring it was consumed only during breaks and strictly prohibiting any rowdy behavior. Bjorn's residence was taking shape, resembling a quaint manor, exuding comfort that evoked Alan's envy. However, not all was well. While Bjorn's presence kept half-orc threats at bay around Wilderness Village, their figures frequently appeared across the Great River. They would brazenly shoot arrows from the opposite bank, attempting to strike at the busy villagers and provoke Alan. To him, their actions were tantamount to courting death. Standing on the riverbank, Alan took aim with his war bow, dispatching several half-orcs who dared to challenge him. Yet, he felt powerless against this persistent provocation, merely allowing them to observe. Time passed gradually. The construction of the walls progressed steadily, and Alan's mental state improved little by little as he meandered through the village. This routine continued until one fateful morning when an unusual group arrived at the village entrance, a contingent of elves claiming to hail from the Woodland Kingdom. Chapter 25. The Hall of Thranduil. The arrival of the elves took Eileen by surprise, yet it was a predictable occurrence. The elves of the Woodland realm would undoubtedly wish to observe the situation of their new neighbors. Eileen merely had not anticipated their swift arrival. In truth, as soon as Eileen and his companions approached the vicinity of Car Rock, they were detected by the elves residing in the Black Forest. However, the elves paid little heed, for in their long, nearly infinite lives, such occurrences were commonplace. It was only after Eileen repelled the assault of the Orc King that the elves took notice, realizing that these newcomers might not be as simple as they initially seemed. The report reached the Elven King, but it did not capture Thranduil's attention. The Elven King was aware of the encroaching dark forces and was continually retracting the borders of the Elven Kingdom. He welcomed the presence of Eileen, a human neighbor daring to confront the darkness, yet it did not warrant his concern, as it was likely a fleeting moment. Soon, this human settlement might vanish amidst the overwhelming number of orcs. Thus, he merely commanded continued observation and dismissed the matter. However, the situation shifted after Eileen and his company engaged in a skirmish with Borg in the Misty Mountains. When he received an invitation from the elves to visit Thranduil's palace, Eileen felt a momentary sense of bewilderment. He believed he could indeed establish a magnificent human city in this land. For the dwarves, who were currently navigating tumultuous times, an additional ally would only bolster their strength. The dwarves would never abandon their kin unless absolutely necessary. They would not permanently reside in human towns to serve other races. Eileen expressed his gratitude to Feudin for his decision with the utmost sincerity. Subsequently, he led Feudin to the village entrance to greet the Sylvan elves arriving from the Black Forest. A total of 10 elves came to invite Eileen to their realm. True to the essence of Eru Il Vader's favored, these elves embodied the beauty of the world in their very beings. Each possessed strikingly handsome features, flowing hair cascading down their shoulders, and statuesque forms. Even while bearing their injured kin, they appeared remarkably composed. Particularly noteworthy was their leader, Legolas, who bore a mane of light golden hair and dark brows. Eileen found himself at a loss for words to describe the beauty of an elven male, only able to assert that Legolas was even more handsome than the average elf, radiating a subtle glow that was difficult to discern. Yet, Legolas's demeanor was far from pleasant. He appeared quite displeased, especially upon noticing Theoden trailing behind Eileen, which deepened his frown. Eileen, having received information from his subordinates, spotted the leading Legolas from afar. Upon their meeting, Eileen extended a warm invitation. "My Lord Legolas, welcome to my village. Shall we proceed inside to discuss matters? Allow me to extend some hospitality." Prior to his arrival, Legolas harbored no particular opinion of Eileen. In fact, upon learning that Eileen had rescued his kin, he felt a slight fondness. However, upon reaching the wild village, he discovered that Eileen's subordinates had recklessly felled trees in the Black Forest without his father's consent. To Legolas, this was an intrusion upon the territory of the woodland realm, inciting great anger within him, though he felt constrained by his father's orders. The sight of Eileen's companion, the dwarf Theoden, only intensified his ire. It was well known that the enmity between elves and dwarves could be traced back to the distant First Age, when the first king of the Sindar, Thingol, did not perish at Morgoth's hands, but rather at the hands of greedy dwarves, a debt that remained unresolved. Additionally, the former king of the hill, Thorin, had stolen the Starlight Gem from their lineage, making it all the more understandable that Legolas would not bear a pleasant expression in such circumstances. Eileen, however, remained unperturbed by Legolas's attitude. At this juncture, Legolas, perhaps in the period surrounding the Battle of Five Armies, was not particularly mature, exhibiting a volatile and childish temperament. Although he had reached adulthood, he had not matured under the watchful eye of his father, Thranduil. It was only on the eve of the War of the Ring that he began to exhibit growth, though his temper remained less than amiable. Observing Legolas's discontented countenance, Eileen chuckled lightly and remarked, "Very well, I am prepared." He then called upon Theoden, Erilene, and his 9 personal guards to prepare for departure. Eileen had initially wished to include Ymira, but she was preoccupied and could not join, perhaps another time. As for Cress, she had wandered off, and Eileen had no desire to search for her. When Legolas saw that the dwarf Theoden intended to accompany them, his frustration reached new heights. He furrowed his attractive brows and addressed Eileen. "My father did not extend an invitation to dwarves to his hall." Eileen glanced at the elder Theoden and then back to Legolas, responding, "My Lord Legolas, your father, the esteemed King Thranduil of the Woodland Realm, has invited me. Has he not? Since he did not explicitly state otherwise, I believe it is my prerogative to decide whom I shall bring along. Would you not agree?" Legolas's brows knitted even tighter upon hearing this. The wild village lay quite distant from the elves' realm. Even with an elven guide, it had taken them over 5 days to traverse the distance from the wild village to this concealed entrance. If it were solely elves, they would require far less time, as they do not need sleep and possess remarkable speed. However, the humans and dwarves in their company did require rest. Fortunately, Eileen and his companions were no weaklings. They maintained excellent physical condition and had not fallen too far behind. Upon entering the Black Forest, Eileen's first impression was one of darkness and oppression. Legends spoke of a magical force within the forest that could induce overwhelming fatigue and hallucinations in those who entered. Yet Eileen did not experience such sensations. He speculated that the elves had some special means to manage this situation, but he would never pry into matters of such racial secrecy. The days spent traversing the forest were exceedingly monotonous. The sun was obscured, and the passage of time was indiscernible. The surroundings seemed perpetually unchanged. Trees, trees, and more trees, until dusk, when they would rest, and at dawn, they would resume their silent march forward. Due to Legolas's continued lack of amiability, Eileen found little desire to engage him in conversation. Following the forest elves in silence as the elven path seemed endless. However, there was some good fortune. The 2 injured Sylvan elves began to show signs of recovery. Eileen had lost track of time in the forest environment, only aware that they had been walking for a considerable duration. One day, the surroundings finally shifted. They entered a part of the forest with sparser trees, where sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting refreshing rays upon Eileen's face. As they continued onward, a stone bridge appeared beneath their feet, spanning a tumultuous river. On the far side, grand archways formed by towering trees led to the entrance of a palace. Verdant hills flanked the palace, with trees reaching down to the riverbank, their robust roots extending into the water. Upon entering the palace, Eileen and his companions gazed around in awe, feeling like country bumpkins in the grand interior. Although Alan had encountered places more resplendent than this one, the enchanting woodland atmosphere was something he had only ever witnessed in films. It was said that the palace was the handiwork of dwarves. Within the palace also lay elements of magic. At least, Alan perceived them as such. For instance, the grand door he had just entered closed itself behind him, and the silvery lights that illuminated the space appeared to shine with a mysterious steadiness, reminiscent of electric lights from his previous life. After 2 months of relying solely on candles, this evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity in him. The group halted before a corridor formed by the roots of a great tree. Legolas entered to announce their arrival, and soon reappeared with a number of elves. "You may accompany me to meet my father. Your companions will be well taken care of by my kin, including this dwarf from the Iron Hills." Alan had never felt any concern regarding the dwarf. Thranduil would undoubtedly not trouble old Thorin. In both the films and the original texts, even when Thorin rejected his proposal, he merely confined them, treating them well with ample food and drink. Thranduil, the wise king of the Sindar elves, although somewhat reclusive and continually shrinking the territory of his woodland realm, was presumed by Alan to be deeply protective of his kin's lives. Although elves, upon death, would be reborn in the halls of Mandos and Valinor, the elves of Mirkwood were different. Both the Sylvan elves who had always lived there and the Sindar who had migrated later were averse to departing for Valinor. They cherished their existence in Middle-earth, respecting the traditions upheld by their former leader Orifer and their current leader Thranduil. Upon meeting Thranduil, Alan felt a renewed sense of shame regarding his limited vocabulary, acknowledging him as an elf of equal stature to Legolas. However, unlike Legolas, Thranduil exuded a noble demeanor, his calm visage reflecting the gravitas of a true king. Adorned with a crown woven from flowers, he sat upon an intricately carved wooden chair, a gentle smile gracing his face as he watched Legolas escort Alan to his throne. Rising from his seat, the king descended from his throne, his radiant face brightened by a smile as he welcomed, "Welcome, benefactor who has saved my kin, to my palace." Alan nodded respectfully to Thranduil, feeling somewhat anxious, and instinctively spoke more than necessary. "Esteemed Thranduil, there is no need for formality. The deeds of mutual assistance between our peoples can be traced back to the War of Tears during the First Age, where the great King Thingol of the Elves even adopted Durin, son of Rin. Though there were subsequent misunderstandings, it remains a tale worth recounting. There are also rumors that Durin of mankind wedded the daughter of Thingol, though the passage of time renders such claims unsubstantiated. In comparison to the grand tales of our peoples from millennia ago, my humble actions pale in significance." Thranduil was momentarily taken aback by Alan's words. Such historical references were not something an ordinary young man could casually articulate. He found himself questioning whether this youth was truly human. Nevertheless, Thranduil discerned no peculiarities in Alan, and cautiously inquired, "Are you a descendant of the Birian or Hadorian line?" Alan recognized the slight surprise in Thranduil's gaze and replied, "You can tell from my hair color that I am not of the Hador lineage. My family possesses many historical tomes, documenting events from millennia past to the present, which I am deeply engrossed in. Ironically, these scrolls do not reveal the origins of our own lineage." Thranduil, feeling somewhat relieved, jested, "I did not expect to find a young sage before me. Forgive my rudeness. Please, follow me." Alan quickly responded, before the wise King Thranduil, "I could never presume to call myself a sage. You may simply call me Alan." Thranduil smiled faintly at this, though the expression quickly faded. The group then proceeded to the king's banquet hall, where Alan, Thranduil, and Legolas took their seats at a private dining table. The elves began to present delightful dishes and fragrant wines, and Thranduil once again welcomed Alan, declaring the feast to commence. After sipping his wine, Thranduil casually remarked, "So, young sage, might your family records contain accounts of the grievances between our kin and the dwarves?" Alan paused in his eating, contemplating before responding, "Indeed. There are tragic tales that should never have transpired, chronicled in my family's scrolls. For instance, the death of King Thingol at the hands of dwarves due to a gem-encrusted Noglamir, a grievous event." He hesitated before continuing. "Furthermore, more recently, the former King Thurl of the Mountains, under the influence of disease and the One Ring, seized your family's treasure, the Silmaril. This too was a transgression that should never have occurred." Alan then reflected, "This reminds me of a saying from our wise ones. While humanity often seeks to learn from past events, they inevitably conclude that humans do not learn from their mistakes. I believe this adage encapsulates the essence of the two stories I just recounted." Thranduil's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Alan. "Those are not mere stories. Alan, if you are aware of these matters, Why then would you dare to bring a dwarf into my palace?" At that moment, not only Thranduil, but even Legolas scrutinized Alan, awaiting his response. Thranduil's subtle smile, almost imperceptible, revealed his intrigue in this young man. In his extensive lifespan, he had encountered countless humans, many of whom were remarkable kings, yet this youth evoked a sense that, when compared to those legendary wise rulers, Alan might not fall short in any significant way. Legolas nodded, having undergone a shift in perception through their conversation. Some of the events Alan spoke of were even beyond his own knowledge. Alan, sensing the approval, expressed his gratitude to Thranduil, realizing he had likely gained the friendship of the woodland elves. The banquet concluded amidst a joyous atmosphere, and after resting for a day within Thranduil's palace, Alan set forth once more towards the Iron Hills. Chapter 26. D&2 of the Iron Hills. Initially, Thranduil dispatched his subordinates to navigate elven boats along the forest river, directly transporting Lon and his companions to Long Lake Town. Upon disembarking, Lon beheld this renowned human settlement that was quite famous in the films. However, the group did not linger, and under the urging of old F. Lee, they set forth towards the Iron Hills. With Legolas accompanying them, he frequently whispered to Lon, sharing secrets unknown to others. Old F. Lee harbored suspicions that this young human had fallen under the enchantment of elven magic, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. In the woodland realm, the elves had treated him with utmost hospitality, neither slighting him nor subjecting him to any ill will. At last, on the eve of their arrival at the Iron Hills, Legolas departed. Throughout their journey, he and Lon had forged a commendable friendship, often exchanging tales of events that transpired over the millennia. Lon's extensive knowledge and commendable character garnered Legolas's respect, and they became friends. Lon was quite satisfied with this outcome. Legolas would undoubtedly prove to be a splendid companion. The Iron Hills, as the name suggests, are a region abundant in iron ore. The dwarves had been mining iron here for millennia, and these dwarves belonged to the same Durin lineage as those of the Lonely Mountain. Indeed, the king of the Iron Hills, D&2, and Thorin Oakenshield were cousins, as their grandfathers were brothers. However, the Lonely Mountain had fallen under the dominion of the malevolent dragon Smaug, rendering the dwarven kingdom of the Iron Hills the most formidable, if not the sole, dwarven force in the north. As Lon traversed the path toward the Iron Hills, he observed the desolate surroundings. It was evident that the dwarves did not engage much in agricultural endeavors. They thrived through their mastery of forging and sculpting. Water was plentiful, being the source of the river Celebrant, though traces of human activity were scant. Along the road, merchant caravans could be seen departing from or approaching the distant dwarven fortress, and Lon gazed at these caravans with envy, for his own village lacked any semblance of commercial activity. Soon, F. Lee guided Lon into the dwarven stronghold, where the guards at the entrance clearly recognized him. Upon learning from F. Lee that only 3 from their party had survived, the guards displayed expressions of sorrow. The dwarven race faced difficulties in reproduction, a persistent challenge to their development, compounded by many dwarf women opting for a life of independence, eschewing marriage. Likewise, some male dwarves devoted their lives to honing their crafts, choosing not to wed. Such factors exacerbated the already low birth rate among dwarves. As the guards learned of Lan's deeds through F. Lee's account, they expressed their gratitude to him. Consequently, Lon and his companions were granted smooth passage into the dwarven fortress. If Thranduil's hall represented a fusion of trees and magic, then the dwarven realm embodied a union of stone and craftsmanship. They had carved their home directly into the mountains. Upon entering the fortress, Lon found the dim environment somewhat obscuring his view. However, as his eyes adjusted to the light, a grand and magnificent vista gradually unfolded before him. Straight, orderly, and wide avenues stretched into various chambers of the castle, adorned with the masterpieces of dwarven artisans. Sunlight filtered through the mountain windows, casting a gentle glow upon the stronghold. Standing upon the stone path leading to the throne room, Lon peered down into the abyssal caverns, where countless dwarves toiled under the flickering flames, a testament to the prosperity of the Iron Hills. Before long, F. Lee brought Lon before D and Ironfoot. Compared to the elves, the dwarves were markedly more straightforward, their characters forthright yet stubborn. They quickly discerned whether an individual was friend or foe, and unless a matter of great significance swayed their judgment, they would remain steadfast in their opinions. In truth, such occurrences were rare, making them, in many respects, ideal companions. Once they accepted you, their friendship would endure for a lifetime. D&2's actions exemplified this principle. Upon learning the circumstances, he promptly declared that Lon had earned the friendship of the Iron Hills dwarves. To commemorate this bond, he prepared 10 sets of armor suitable for human use as a token of gratitude for Lon to take with him. This series of events led Lon to believe that Old F. Lee was not as distantly related to D.N. as he had claimed. Rather, he must be a figure of considerable importance within the Durin lineage. However, the dwarves' gratitude was both practical and direct, leaving Lon at a loss for how to express his own needs. That evening, D.N. hosted a banquet, where he and Lon engaged in spirited drinking. Lon seized the opportunity to inquire whether a few dwarves might be arranged to travel to his territory, offering handsome remuneration. D.N. laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively, stating that it wasn't a matter of compensation, but rather, as king, he could not compel his kin to undertake tasks they were unwilling to perform. Nevertheless, D.N. added that should Lon manage to outdrink him at the table, he would not hesitate to assign a few skilled blacksmiths to aid his good friend. In Middle-earth, the true champions of drinking are not the seemingly boisterous dwarves, but rather the elves, particularly the sylvan elves of the Mirkwood, many of whom are seasoned imbibers, having lived countless years. Some humans in the eastern regions of Mirkwood have established vineyards, crafting wines that are particularly favored by the sylvan elves. While dwarves are indeed capable drinkers, they typically surpass the average human in tolerance. However, Lon was not an ordinary human. His robust constitution allowed him to keep pace with D.N. from the evening's onset until the depths of night. Both men found themselves somewhat inebriated, their conversation growing increasingly congenial, ranging from Lon's village to the glory and trials of the Durin lineage, eventually meandering to Moria and the Battle of Azanulbizar. Lon blinked, his eyes slightly glazed, and remarked, "My friend, I know, that was indeed a brutal war, but fortunately, you emerged victorious. Yes, you triumphed." D.N., having had his fill, reflected on this matter with a touch of melancholy. "Yes, we won, but at what cost? We lost not only countless valiant warriors, but also a king and 2 princes, one of whom remains unaccounted for to this day. Our pride, Khazad-dûm, our homeland, where the Durin lineage has resided for generations, is still occupied by orcs. There is still." At this point, D.N.'s inebriation seemed to dissipate, revealing a flicker of fear upon his countenance. Lon, indeed feeling the effects of the drink, realized that despite his strength, he was merely human, not particularly fond of alcohol. He did not find beverages to be particularly enjoyable. Rather, he cherished the camaraderie of drinking with friends. While alcohol did not bring him joy, the atmosphere of sharing drinks with companions filled his heart with immense delight. At that moment, Alan seemed to relive the joy of drinking and chatting with friends, so he did not notice the expression on Dane's face. He downed another full cup of dwarven ale, his tongue heavy and speech slurred, mumbling, Yes, there should still be the bane of your kind, the minion of Morgoth, the fallen Maya, a jester who fled before the war, the fiery demon. I know. With that, Alan shut his eyes tightly, his head tilted back against the stone chair. As his voice dwindled, his head drooped to one side, and he succumbed to sleep, slipping gradually from the chair to the floor, a comical sight indeed. When Alan awoke, it was already midday the following day. He found himself in an opulent guest room, the bed soft and inviting, the blanket gentle and warm, so comfortable that he felt inclined to drift back into slumber. He recalled that he had made a request to Dane the previous day, wishing to hire a few dwarven blacksmiths for his territory. Dane, being a king of such stature, had insisted that Alan must outdrink him before he would consider the request. How absurd, Alan thought. He could not remember if he had indeed won their drinking contest. His memories were hazy, only retaining Dane's mention of losing a king and 2 princes in that war. Alan was aware of this tragedy. In the tales, King Thurl of the Mountain Kingdom perished at the hands of Azig during the conflict. The first prince, Nain, who was also slain in that war, was the father of Dane II and the son of the previous king of the Iron Hills, Groin. As for the second prince, Thorin II, he should still be suffering in Dol Guldur until Gandalf sought him out before the Battle of the 5 Armies, ultimately falling to Sauron. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Alan could not recall what had transpired afterward. He could only conclude that he had become drunk and fallen asleep. At that moment, hearing a noise from within the room, Iraine knocked on the door, having waited outside all morning. He felt a pang of regret for Alan's drunkenness, fearing that if Alan awoke and had no idea where to go, it would be quite the dilemma. After the knock, Irain's voice called out, "My lord, are you awake?" "Good, my lord. Just now old Feuding came by to inform me that once you awaken, you may proceed to the banquet hall at your leisure. The luncheon is about to commence." Listening to Irain, Alan quickly donned his garments, which still carried a hint of alcohol but bore no signs of vomit. He believed he had managed to maintain some dignity at the table by not succumbing to that fate. Once properly attired, Alan followed Irain to Dane's banquet hall. For some reason, Alan felt that Dane seemed more spirited today than the day before, which left him somewhat perplexed. However, he deemed it a positive development, especially since Dane had agreed to his request and decided to send 5 skilled blacksmiths to Alan's village. During the feast, Alan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Dane, who waved dismissively, beaming with a radiant smile, raising his goblet to say, "No need for thanks, my friend. This is yours by right. Let us toast to friendship." Alan raised his own goblet, echoing, "To our friendship." With that, he downed the fine wine in one go. After the banquet, Alan announced his intention to depart. Dane, wishing to extend Alan's stay, was gently rebuffed. Alan had been away long enough. Although his journey had gone smoothly, it had still consumed nearly a month. Dane expressed his understanding, recognizing that Alan, as a leader of his own realm, must attend to pressing matters. He then extended an open invitation for Alan to visit whenever he wished and bid farewell at the castle gates. As Alan reached the bridge near Lake Town, he spotted Legolas waving at him. The town's mayor, upon learning of Legolas's identity, had been exceedingly attentive to him. However, Legolas perceived the mayor's attentiveness as merely adequate. Hearing this, Alan laughed heartily, thinking that the mayor's attempts to curry favor had fallen flat. After all, the commercial activities in Lake Town relied heavily on trade with the woodland elves, making the mayor's flattery entirely expected, though regrettably, Legolas remained oblivious to the mayor's deeper intentions. Despite the woodland elves being dubbed the most uncivilized and barbaric of their kind, Alan felt immense joy living among them. Most were straightforward, enthusiastic about feasting and hunting. In their boundless existence, they pursued happiness and tranquility, and as long as they accepted him, they were indeed wonderful elves. They were generous, willing to share their food and joy with friends. Alan participated in hunting expeditions organized by Thranduil, and the region where the woodland elves resided was far more picturesque than the stifling forest paths. The elves, having lived there for years, always knew where to find game. Alan showcased his archery skills, which rivaled those of the ordinary elves, sparking Legolas's desire for a friendly contest. However, the outcome was predictable. Even a stronger Alan was no match for Legolas. In their idle chatter, Alan discussed trade matters with Thranduil. He urgently needed to secure food through alternative means, as he could not rely solely on purchasing from the simulator. This reminded him that the Woodland King was notorious for his fondness for wine. Perhaps he could use the simulator to procure wine and then trade it for food with the Woodland Kingdom via the Elven Paths. Upon hearing Alan's proposal, Thranduil expressed interest. "Alan, I believe I can agree to your request. You see, an elf requires interest during a lengthy life, and I have quite the penchant for wine. However, you must ensure that your wine is worthy of my table. Otherwise, I shall not consent to such a trade. Even as friends, I cannot allow my standards for wine to diminish." Alan assured him that this would not be an issue, for the goods from the simulator were of the highest quality, and he could provide 2 distinct types of wine. Even in this magical realm, wine existed. Thranduil smiled slightly at this. "Bring them forth, Alan. You may use the Elven Paths to reach here any time. I was about to abandon that route, but now I shall arrange for patrols to guard it. They will be ready to escort you whenever you come." Satisfied with this response, Alan felt content, as the Woodland Kingdom never lacked for wine. Thranduil's agreement to the trade was a gesture of friendship. After a brief stay, Alan bid farewell to Thranduil, who presented him with 20 longbows crafted by the woodland elves as a parting gift. Subsequently, accompanied by Legolas, they traversed the dark forest once more, arriving at the entrance of the Elven Path. Chapter 27. The increase of inhabitants in Wild Village. When he set off, the land was still cloaked in darkness, with only tender green shoots peeking through. Now, it has transformed into a golden sea, with wheat planted in spring nearing maturity. Occasionally, one can spot villagers in the fields, shooing away birds that seek to feast on their crops. It is expected that the harvest will commence in just a few days, in less than half a year. The landscape has changed remarkably, and Alan, walking along the narrow path through the fields, feels deeply moved, realizing that he has indeed altered this realm. At this moment, The village's population has grown beyond the mere 2,000 souls Alan had encountered. During the month he embarked on his journey, many villagers gradually relocated here, numbering over 1,000. In the following month, several hundred more arrived, and only recently has this influx subsided. It is evident that most of the forest dwellers in the vicinity have now congregated in Wild Village. Previously, without options, they clung to their long-established homes. Now, with choices available and dangers lurking nearby, the human instinct for communal survival drives them to settle in Wild Village. This phenomenon bears both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the increased manpower, facilitating tasks, and providing Alan with the confidence to confront the half-orcs. The downside, however, is that the half-orcs of the Misty Mountains will not idly watch as Alan and his people construct a human settlement on land they once claimed. A sudden sense of foreboding washes over Alan, akin to a storm brewing on the horizon. In the evening, he convened all his subordinates to learn about the developments in the village during his absence of nearly 2 months. Ymira was the first to report that nearly 4,000 individuals now resided in the village, which is quite significant on the continent of Coradia. With the rise in population, the village's area has expanded more than 5-fold. However, this increase has also multiplied the challenges of management, prompting Ymira to promote several assistants to help oversee operations. In terms of food supply, there is no significant shortage, as Alan had procured tens of thousands of dinars worth of grain to stockpile in the village's granary before his departure. The security situation is stable, with bears and fully armed knights patrolling the outskirts, while inside the village, the brawny Nord Royal Guards and sharp-eyed Rhodok marksmen prevent any disturbances, resulting in minimal reports from Bandak. Militarily, Fatus informed Alan that the newly arrived forest dwellers, along with the existing villagers, could muster a force of over 1,000 hunters ready for conscription. However, their equipment is generally subpar, and their discipline leaves much to be desired. While they might manage ambushes and small skirmishes, they are ill-suited for direct confrontations on the battlefield. To harness their potential, extensive training and adequate gear will be essential. Of course, Alan recognizes that discussing this now is impractical, as even equipping them with rudimentary spears would keep him occupied for a considerable time. At long last, after a prolonged wait, Yadiman has his turn to speak. Thanks to extensive preparatory work, the construction of the walls has only reached about 10% completion. At the current pace, full construction will not be realized until at least this time next year, and it will not encompass all the houses within the village. Yadiman has seized a moment to redesign the village layout. Viewed from above, Wild Village now resembles an irregular spider's web, radiating outward from Alan's longhouse at its center. The original walls erected to fend off half-orc attacks have been dismantled, replaced with a more expansive fortification. However, until the walls are fully constructed, the village remains defenseless. Fortunately, according to Disewai's report, the surrounding half-orcs have been remarkably quiet, and the Great Eagles have not brought any ill tidings. Only sporadic signs of half-orc activity have been detected from the forest dwellers migrating from the south, as if they are searching for something, their search extending from the old ferry crossing to farther reaches. Alan is unaware of what the half-orcs seek, but he is certain of one thing. Isildur died at the River of the Golden Lark while in possession of the Supreme Ring. This is evident. In that region once lived a hobbit named Gollum, who, at that time, went by the name Smagle. He strangled his friend to claim the Supreme Ring. Where is he now? Alan muses that Gollum is likely residing in the lake beneath the half-orc settlement. Yet, this concerns Alan not. He harbors no interest in Gollum's fate or the Supreme Ring, which he considers a mere trinket. That area is in close proximity to Bjorn's dwelling, where peculiar, diminutive old men reside, scruffy and unkempt. For security reasons, Disewai has refrained from approaching them. Suddenly, the news of a sorcerer stirs apprehension within Alan. He speaks firmly. Do not provoke him. I know who he is, and I will handle it in due course. After uttering this, Alan scans the room, inquiring, is there anything else of significance that I should be aware of? The group, in unison, shakes their heads, and upon Alan's dismissal, they depart. Simulator initiating. Please select the world you wish to enter. You have arrived at the continent of Coradia. Time, some deep night. Location, Overhaul, a certain street. At this moment, you are stealthily following your childhood friend Hunter, evading patrolling guards as you navigate the streets of Overhaul. Your familiarity with Hunter extends beyond the bonds of childhood friendship. He possesses another name that resonates more profoundly with you, Night Owl. You recall how just a few days ago, He excitedly shared at the tavern in Veluga that he finally had the chance to restore his family's honor, tearing up with joy as he spoke. In your 2 decades of friendship, you had never witnessed such a display from him. Hunter revealed that he had a mission. Upon its successful completion, he would ascend to the position of Lord over Sarandil, a promise made directly by Count Matthias. He further assured you that once he claims this title, you would no longer need to toil as a mercenary, for he would grant you knighthood. Faced with such astonishing news, you found yourself at a loss for words. As a descendant of a fallen noble family, Hunter cherished this opportunity immensely. However, the magnitude of this potential gain left him with few individuals he could trust, though you were undoubtedly among those he counted on. With the help of spies, you spent the day tracking down your target's whereabouts. Now, as you and Night Owl approach the location where Tashmin is imprisoned, 2 others will rendezvous near the walls, prepared for your escape as you slip away over the fortifications. The place of Tashmin's confinement is a noble's estate, and it is clear he enjoys favorable treatment, at least for now. Hunter opted not to have you accompany him into the estate, joking softly about the risks involved and asserting that the reward you would receive did not warrant such peril. He stealthily slipped inside alone. Everything proceeded so smoothly that it felt surreal. A mere half-hour after entering the noble's estate, Hunter emerged, bearing the unconscious Tashmin on his shoulder. You deftly took Tashmin from Hunter, and without a word, the 2 of you sprinted toward your predetermined escape route. Soon, you approached the vicinity of the city wall and encountered the informant. A sense of unease washed over you, for only one individual awaited your arrival. Despite his claims that another was preparing ropes atop the wall, you remained unconvinced. You entrusted Tashmin to Hunter, signaling him discreetly. He clearly understood and halted his steps. Silently, you drew the dagger from your waist and stepped behind the informant, gripping his hair with one hand while pressing the dagger to his throat with the other. You commanded him to slowly retreat without uttering a sound. At that moment, countless torches ignited, illuminating the surrounding area, revealing a multitude of Swadian soldiers rushing towards you from the wall-s direction. The informant, still intent on speaking, found no opportunity as you swiftly plunged the dagger into his neck, hoisting him overhead and casting him towards the approaching soldiers. Seizing the moment before they encircled you, you sprinted into the depths of the night alongside Hunter. Given your and Hunter-esque capabilities, it was inconceivable that only a single plan existed. You harbored a contingency designed exclusively for the 2 of you. However, with the enemy relentlessly pursuing from behind, the commotion would surely alert the sentinels within the walls, prompting them to intercept you, and you understood that such reckless flight would lead to both your deaths. You came to a halt, and Hunter, perplexed by your sudden pause, stopped beside you, eager to continue the escape. You swiftly informed him that this course would lead to demise, declaring your intention to remain behind and draw their attention. With a jest, you remarked that this was the only way to honor Hunter's knightly promise. In that instant, Hunter's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You could perceive his inner turmoil, yet the enemy would not grant him the luxury of indecision. Shadows loomed again behind you, and you waved at Hunter, who was burdened with Tashmin, before charging towards the enemy. At this juncture, the pursuers consisted merely of a small squad of Swadian militia and light infantry clad in minimal armor, their pursuit swifter than most. To you, taking their lives felt akin to crushing ants beneath your heel. You refrained from killing them outright, opting instead to render them unconscious. Before shouldering one of the fallen foes and seizing a sword, shouting to Hunter, who remained bewildered in the distance, you declared that you would carry Tashmin and instructed him to regroup at the designated location. Afterward, you dashed in the opposite direction, not witnessing Hunter's subsequent actions. He did not follow you. An increasing number of soldiers trailed behind, and your keen senses even detected the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, compelling you to navigate through narrower alleys. You created a cacophony, diverting the soldiers' attention from within the city, transforming the once quiet district into a scene of chaos. At last, you sensed the time was ripe, yet a multitude of troops encircled your vicinity. Each attempt to break free demanded an ever-increasing toll of lives, and the space and time for your escape dwindled perilously. You concealed yourself in a narrow dead end, taking a moment to rest. You would not surrender so easily. Tearing a strip from the clothing of a captive, you leaned against the wall, gasping for breath while wiping the bloodied sword in your hand. Gradually, the sounds of approaching voices grew louder outside your refuge. A middle-aged man's voice emerged, informing you that your companion had been captured, and assuring that if you surrendered Tashmin, your lives would be spared. Instantly, You recognized the absurdity of his claims. It was evident that Hunter had yet to be apprehended. You resolved to create a greater stir. You burst into laughter, declaring to those outside that they could only take what they sought by stepping over your corpse. The middle-aged man fell silent. And soon 4 Swadian soldiers armed with shields and spearheads entered, followed by a throng of their comrades. With your sword in hand, you advanced steadily towards the shield formation of the Swadian soldiers. As one stumbled towards you, your blade swiftly sliced through his neck, blood spraying across your face. Illuminated by the flickering flames in a grotesque display. This action unnerved the remaining 3 soldiers, who tightened their grips on their spears. You afforded them no time to contemplate. Swiftly reversing your spear and hurling it into the unshielded ranks, piercing through 3 or 4 of them before it finally halted. You then seized a kite shield from the ground and charged at the enemy like a specter. Your sword soon dulled, coated in thick blood. It was merely an ordinary blade, and even bones could not withstand the relentless blows. Now armed with a mace, you found it far more effective. Requiring no concern for the armor of your foes, your formidable strength could shatter bones and splatter brains, even through metal. Before long, the enemy presence vanished from your sight, leaving only a scattering of fallen foes while the rest fled in terror. You paid no heed to the moans of the defeated, but instead listened intently to the commotion outside the alley. A coarse voice clamored for the use of crossbows to eliminate you, hidden within the alley, insisting that their soldiers should not enter to die in vain. The earlier middle-aged man vehemently opposed this, asserting that Tashaman must not perish in Uxkhal, for such a loss could jeopardize the war effort, incurring the wrath of King Halros. A consequence neither he nor the Lord of Uxkhal could bear. Thus, the situation became strangely stalemated. Moments later, the middle-aged man outside courteously inquired if they could send someone to rescue the wounded inside. You acquiesced, recognizing that they posed no further threat and would merely await their fate. You did not mind granting them a chance at survival. You considered this an act of mercy, a facet of your character that was inseparable from your being. Yet this compassion would ultimately lead to trouble. As the newcomers carried out several wounded, they noticed your lack of aggression and, seizing the opportunity, hurled their torches deep into the alley. In the glow, they glimpsed the faces of the captives. Realizing that it was not Tashaman, they immediately raised their voices in alarm. This simple yet effective ruse was swiftly unraveled amid their shouts. The moment the torch struck the ground, you sensed something amiss. These individuals, trading lives for information, were denied the chance to flee as you smashed their skulls with your mace. Nevertheless, you still did not harm the groaning foes on the ground, but instead grasped your mace and retrieved a reasonably intact shield, charging forth from your hiding place. Within the alley, your perspective had obscured the enemy, but upon bursting forth, you discovered hundreds of soldiers brandishing an array of torches, blocking the entire street. To one side stood a pale-faced, extravagantly dressed middle-aged man, concealed behind a few seemingly capable guards, staring in stunned disbelief as he realized that you had emerged so audaciously. Without further contemplation, you swiftly dispatched several mercenaries guarding him, taking him hostage and positioning him before you. Just after you completed this sequence of actions, a cadre of dozens of Swadian crossbowmen, armed with heavy crossbows, had formed ranks a mere 4 to 5 meters in front of you. Commanding them was a bearded officer. His expression obscured beneath his facial hair, though you caught the sound of a shot being fired. Dozens of bolts were launched towards you, caught off guard. You managed to evade a portion, while the middle-aged man before you shielded you from some. Yet, 2 bolts pierced your thigh, the searing pain a constant reminder that today would mark your demise. In truth, the desire to kill had waned, as the delay had already stretched on long enough. If Hunter had not managed to escape, then this was simply his fate. You had done all you could. Realizing that escape was no longer an option, you considered the notion that a swift death could indeed be a fitting conclusion. Clutching the lifeless body, you observed the opposing crossbowmen swiftly and steadily reloading their weapons. Raising the deceased middle-aged man, you feigned a throw towards the crossbowman, only to hear a command for another shot. In an instant, your chest was pierced by a myriad of bolts, and you collapsed onto the ground, blood frothing from your mouth. You managed a faint smile at the approaching bearded officer, the figure before you growing increasingly blurry until, ultimately, darkness enveloped you. Your internal organs were suffering from severe hemorrhaging. You were dead. The simulation concluded with the result: failure. You earned 1 point of honor, 50 points of reputation, and 1,000 dinars. Would you like to continue the simulation? Yes, no? Alan chose no. for he had many matters to attend to, friends to visit, and a Maya waiting for him to get to know. Chapter 28. The deal with the Woodland Kingdom. What appeared to be an exploitative work schedule to Alan was, to the villagers, a matter of little concern. Alan reflected on his past, recalling the nights spent hunting where he would forego sleep in pursuit of his prey, enduring even greater fatigue than he felt now. It doesn't matter, he mused. As long as I can eat my fill and enjoy good food, I can endure this little fatigue. Yet, he found himself engulfed in confusion. At that moment, Yatiman, with a look of bewilderment, informed Alan that the original plan was to work for 1 hour followed by a 10-minute break. Upon receiving this clarification, Alan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he left the worksite, reminding himself that it was wise to trust the professionals. The 5 dwarf blacksmiths had been assigned to Fry, as he was the village's first blacksmith. Alan also utilized dinars to purchase a substantial amount of wrought iron, which he entrusted to several blacksmiths with the directive to forge a sufficient number of spears to equip the over 1,000 troops he could summon. There was no alternative. To rapidly assemble a fighting force, spears were the optimal weapon, especially in facing the half-orcs of the Misty Mountains, whose discipline was notoriously poor. As long as Alan's army could form ranks and the half-orc numbers were manageable, he felt confident in a direct confrontation on the plains. Regarding armor, an exceedingly scarce resource, Alan had no means to equip them at present. He could only hope that in the future, when finances allowed, he could consider purchasing from the simulator, though that would be exorbitantly expensive. The simulator offered no discounts. Even the cheapest leather armor would cost hundreds of thousands of dinars for 1,000 sets. Thus, Alan found himself in urgent need of trade, and purchasing from the Iron Hills was impractical due to the distance. Moreover, Thranduil might not even agree to allow the dwarven goods to pass through his territory. Alan contemplated that once he amassed sufficient strength, he would ensure the old forest road was opened for tax collection, imposing heavy levies. At present, Alan's primary objective was to establish a trade route with the Woodland Kingdom. With an ample workforce, constructing simple roads was not an overly complex task. Once again, he reiterated, food is vital. Alan was reluctant to halt the construction of the city walls, and his dinars for food were dwindling. The Siway was taken aback by Alan's arrangements. With an air of uncertainty, she remarked, "My lord, have you truly thought this through? I have no experience whatsoever. I believe Ymira would be far more suited for this task. I usually handle patrol duties quite well." Alan waved his hand, his face adorned with an encouraging smile. "The Siway, do not fret. Experience is not a prerequisite. You need not overly worry about your ability to accomplish this task. Your reconnaissance skills will serve you well. What I require is a leader, not a merchant. Trust me, you are exceedingly well suited for this mission." After hearing Alan's words, Desaiwe replied, "If you believe in my capabilities, I shall certainly strive to fulfill your expectations." The following day, amidst Cress's displeasure, Alan announced that he would lead a contingent back to the Woodland Kingdom, notably omitting Cress from the list. Furthermore, he instructed Ymira to keep a watchful eye on Cress, ensuring she would not slip away unnoticed again. To maintain appearances, Alan expended several thousand dinars on wines from the continents of Ponde and Caladia. Loading them onto a few flat carts, he set off with Desaiwe and several woodland residents. Alan also brought Yatiman along to arrange the construction of a road leading to the Elven Path. After approximately 10 days of travel, they arrived at the entrance of the Elven Path once more. Fortunately, Alan's requirements were modest. A width of 1 meter was sufficient for the flat carts to pass. Once the road was completed, they could utilize wagons for transporting goods. However, the construction of the city walls would inevitably be delayed due to the multitude of tasks Alan had assigned. He found himself reminiscing about the days when others were off to war while he had no responsibilities. The Elven Path was ill-suited for flat carts, as much of the road was stair-stepped. Thus, the group left the carts behind and proceeded on horseback, carrying barrels of wine. After traversing less than 2 kilometers, they encountered the guards of the Woodland Kingdom, led by Garion. Garion was not a scout among the elves. Rather, he was considered an elder among them. His position was that of the supervisor responsible for supplying red wine to Thranduil. In the original tale, it was Garion's inebriation that allowed Bilbo to seize an opportunity for escape, and he was the one who personally sent the members of the Lonely Mountain expedition out of the Woodland Kingdom. It is easy to imagine that this old elf would spend considerable time in the king's dungeon to appease Thranduil's wrath. At present, Garion was very much in good standing, trusted by the king, awaiting Alan's wine. Garion, a connoisseur of fine wines, was informed of Alan's new role as a supplier and had come specifically to meet him. His reasoning was sound. If the wine did not meet his standards, it should not be sent to the Woodland Kingdom, lest it waste the king's time. Alan found no issue with this. As the supervisor for supplying red wine to Thranduil, Garion held that right. Thus, Alan presented 2 small cups, one filled with each type of wine, to Garion. The first cup, from the continent of Caladia, revealed its quality the moment it touched Garion's lips. It was not inferior to the wines of Divinian, and Garion nodded in approval. Indeed, this journey was worthwhile. However, when Garion tasted the second cup, sourced from the continent of Ponde, he sensed something amiss. This wine was not only exquisite in flavor, but also possessed a unique quality. Upon consumption, a subtle power emanated from the wine, invigorating his being. Garion felt a heightened sense of reality in this world. He was astonished that a mere village of a few thousand could produce such an exceptional wine. He had only heard tales of the valley elves brewing a mead called Midjor, known for its restorative properties, but never imagined tasting a wine of this caliber. "May I have another glass?" "Just this one," Garion requested, handing his second cup back to Alan. Alan could see the satisfaction on Garion's face, particularly regarding the wine from Ponde. Pleased, Alan poured another glass for Garion. After the old elf sampled it again, he confirmed that it was no mere illusion. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Alan, "This wine is simply marvelous. It surpasses even that of Divinian. No, Divinians cannot compare at all. Let us hasten. I can hardly wait for His Majesty the King to taste it as well." Alan was taken aback by Garion's praise. He himself had tasted both wines and failed to discern any notable difference. He speculated that perhaps the first wine resonated with the elves' unique physiology, allowing them to sense the magical essence of the products from the magical realm. The second possibility was that the wine from Ponde was indeed special, given the magical energy present in its environment. Who knew what might have infused it? Alan's hypotheses were not unfounded, yet he had not considered that his own constitution was also unique, rendering him incapable of perceiving such energy. When it came to magical energy, the first thought that crossed Alan's mind was the addiction to magic from the world of Warcraft. However, upon reflection, one realizes that alcoholic beverages are inherently addictive, and it remains to be seen how Thranduil will react. Should he find it unappealing, it would be prudent to offer him Caladia's wine instead, lest this matter tarnish the friendship between the two factions. Under Garion's guidance, the group swiftly traversed the elven path towards the Woodland Kingdom. Unlike their previous journey on foot, a few days later, they arrived at the banks of a small river, where several elves awaited them in their boats. Garion informed Alan that the boats had been arranged after he relayed a message to His Majesty the King through the birds, who then timed the arrival of the party accordingly. Once the wine had been transferred from the horses to the boats, a few individuals, along with several elves, remained behind to watch the horses while the rest embarked on the vessels, gliding down the river towards Thranduil's hall. As Alan stood in the boat, he felt as though the elven vessels were enchanted. The elves paddled with seemingly little effort, yet they moved swiftly and steadily across the water. Garion, believing Alan to be intrigued by the river due to the exquisite wine, was eager to engage in conversation. He shared with Alan that this was a magical river. Anyone, apart from the elves dwelling in the Black Forest, who ventured too close would succumb to drowsiness, with some even falling into a deep slumber for an extended period. Alan was aware of this phenomenon but concealed his knowledge, feigning interest as he inquired about the source of the river's magic. As their conversation unfolded, time passed gradually, and Alan sensed that the boat had only journeyed for half a day before they reached their destination. Thranduil awaited Alan in his hall, a subtle smile gracing his features upon their reunion. He had learned from the birds of Alan's arrival with extraordinary wine, and his eagerness to sample it was palpable. Rising from the banquet table, he approached Alan, exclaiming, "Alan, welcome once more to my hall. If the birds have spoken true, you seem to have brought exceptional wine, and I am keen to discern what manner of exquisite beverage has garnered such praise from Garion. I trust it will meet your expectations, Your Majesty." Shortly thereafter, the elves arrived with crystal goblets filled with the carefully prepared wine. As a king, Thranduil elegantly lifted the crystal cup from the table and savored the wine sourced from the continent of Ponde. Upon tasting it, he immediately understood why Garion had sung its praises. The wine indeed possessed remarkable qualities that invigorated his spirit. This was no ordinary vintage, and most importantly, Thranduil discerned no trace of malevolence, such as dark powers, within it. Curiosity piqued, he pondered the origins of this remarkable wine, but, restrained by his royal decorum, chose not to voice his suspicions. Thranduil understood that this must be a closely guarded secret of Alan's lineage, and prying into such matters could jeopardize the friendship between their peoples. From Thranduil's demeanor, Alan inferred that the king was pleased with the wine, though the extent of his satisfaction remained unclear. After extensive discussions, Alan felt he had secured a favorable outcome, negotiating a price for grain that was tenfold the wine's original value. A barrel of wine priced at 120 dinars could now be exchanged for grain worth 1,200 dinars. With this arrangement, Alan anticipated that he would no longer face a grain shortage. Furthermore, Thranduil pledged not only to supply grain, but also to ensure the continuous maintenance of the woodland paths. He would arrange for the grain to be transported by boat to the confluence of the magical river and the path, where Alan and his party would collect it. In the spirit of their burgeoning friendship, Thranduil also promised to provide a substantial number of pack horses and to guarantee the safety of Alan's caravan within the Black Forest. Alan contemplated that trading several barrels of wine each month with Thranduil would suffice to meet his needs. The only concern was the logistics of transportation, a challenge that the elves would help resolve. Reflecting on the arrangement, Alan couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps Thranduil had drawn the short straw in this deal. However, Thranduil shared similar sentiments, believing he had benefited significantly from the transaction. This exceptional wine could not be valued merely by conventional standards. He sensed it would bring about positive changes for the Elvenking. Although the Woodland Kingdom did not cultivate grain, expansive plantations thrived on the plains east of the Black Forest. By trading a portion of the wine, Thranduil anticipated that merchants would readily approach him with grain. Once their agreement was finalized, Alan departed the Woodland Kingdom without delay, journeying towards the Iron Hills with Desavi. While he had no intention of conducting business with the Ironfoot Dane, the opportunity arose to visit a friend. Dane welcomed Alan with joy, praising the malt beer he had brought and humorously lamenting its scarcity. After spending 2 days in Dane's company, Alan set off on his return journey, bearing 10 dwarven swords gifted by Dane. Chapter 29. Time flies like an arrow, wishing everyone a happy mid-autumn festival in advance. As summer transitions to winter and spring gives way to autumn, the years have swiftly passed. Over these few years, Wild's village has finally evolved into a modest town. By the 4th year, the town walls were entirely reconstructed with bricks, significantly expanding the protective perimeter compared to the initial design. This change was necessitated by a modest increase in population, which, while not as rapid as in the first year, stabilized at just over 5,000 inhabitants. The subsequent growth consisted primarily of newborns, with the population yet to surpass 6,000. At that time, Alan deduced that the reputation of Wild's town had reached its limit. All available population had congregated here, leaving no further arrivals anticipated. To break the stagnation, one could only wait until after the War of the Five Armies. Once the dark forces in the Black Forest were vanquished, Alan planned to facilitate the reopening of the Old Forest Road, connecting trade between the eastern and western expanses of the Great Wilderness. With the flow of information, a portion of the population would naturally migrate to Alan's domain, at which point he would compete with King of the Valley and Dragon Slayer Baird for inhabitants. The benefits of reopening the Old Forest Road extended beyond mere population influx. It also encompassed toll revenues. After years of management, Alan recognized that the taxes he initially imposed were excessively low, yet he refrained from enacting any changes. This was largely because most townsfolk were not yet affluent, merely scraping by. Surpluses were exchanged for daily necessities and rudimentary weaponry, with a portion reserved as provisions. Diligent or previously well-off townspeople began demolishing their rudimentary wooden huts to move into sturdier brick and wood houses. Ultimately, the grain and goods flowed into Alan's possession through various channels. Moreover, with the trade support of the Forest Kingdom, Alan's finances remained relatively robust, particularly after the completion of the town walls. Alan turned his attention to the construction and expansion of roads, enhancing convenience for his caravans and the daily lives of the villagers. However, his simulator's treasury had significantly dwindled, and his attempts at simulation over the past few years had been anything but fruitful. Even though he could claim unchallenged dominance in Colradia, once thrust into the battlefield of opposing armies, individual prowess became negligible, unable to withstand the onslaught from all directions. His misfortunes compounded when, shortly after entering Pindar, he was captured by Gatu's raiding party. These brigands, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades, tied Alan to the back of a horse, ultimately dragging him to his demise across the plains. Even more unfortunate was the recent episode where he finally accumulated 5 points of honor, only to spend 200 reputation points to acquire a baronial title, only to awaken standing on a gallows, surrounded by hundreds of nobles and soldiers, and in a state of bewilderment, he was hanged. After reading the simulator's account, Alan spent 6 months in deep despondency, lamenting the arduous effort it took to amass that reputation. Such ill fortune deterred him from simulating as a chosen one, for the prospect of dying within the simulation was truly heart-wrenching. Alan also hesitated to increase the frequency of simulations, as the trade routes between Wild's Town and the Forest Kingdom had become plagued by unwelcome incursions from wolf riders and half-orcs, leading to thousands of their deaths at his hands. It was only recently that the disturbances had somewhat subsided, alleviating Alan of further concerns. Of course, there were still some benefits from the simulator. Over these years, apart from expenses, Alan had retained tens of thousands of dinars, though the hundreds of points of reputation he had garnered were nearly depleted, with an additional 2 points of honor earned. Alan mused that, according to Gundur's calendar, this month should be the month of abundance. If one were to follow the elvish calendar, it might be April, as most trees and flowers began to wither at this time. Hence April is also referred to as the month of withering. However, it could also be May, the month of winter, as Alan was uncertain whether the first day of the year for elves coincided with that of Gundur. On this day, Alan visited Bjorn, hoping to leverage Bjorn's connections to meet Radagast. Over the past 4 or 5 years, Bjorn's life had become increasingly pleasant. His estate was flourishing, and he had raised numerous animals. Moreover, Alan recently noticed that Marion's belly seemed to show signs of pregnancy, marking Bjorn as a true winner in life. Observing the small horses and dogs in Bjorn's estate, Alan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy regarding Bjorn's lifestyle. Standing beside Alan, Bjorn smiled and proposed, "Alan, if you wish, you may take the finest among them with you. They have expressed great admiration for you." Alan, glancing at Bjorn's radiant demeanor, waved his hand in resignation, saying, No, as much as I would like to, I am far too busy and cannot spare the time to care for them." Bjorn laughed heartily in response. "Well, let us wait until you're less occupied. I heard from Kreese that you haven't been in the best of spirits lately." Alan paused, surprised. "Kreese? Does she often come to visit?" Speaking of Kreese, Bjorn appeared quite delighted. "Indeed, she is a rather amusing young lady. She has complained to me about you quite a bit, saying you often go on adventures without bringing her along." Alan stroked his freshly trimmed beard and sighed. "It's not that I wouldn't take her. It's just her temperament might lead to unforeseen troubles." Bjorn, somewhat astonished, replied, "Really? I find her quite delightful. She frequently plays with my son Grim." However, Bjorn did not dwell on this topic, but rather invited Alan. "Enough of this chatter. Let us go inside for a drink. I've just brewed a fresh batch of honey wine for you to sample." As he spoke, Bjorn led Alan to a wooden table in the courtyard, where Marion had already prepared refreshments for Alan, greeting him with a smile before bustling off. The two settled at the table, sipping wine and engaging in conversation. Alan occasionally shared stories of his visits to the Forest King and the Iron Hills, while Bjorn listened attentively, offering his insights. Bjorn expressed his disdain for dwarves, deeming them excessively greedy, endlessly mining resources that would inevitably lead to disaster. Yet, at times, Alan could sense that Bjorn held a certain fondness for the Sylvan Elves, appreciating their closeness to nature and their authenticity. After sharing these thoughts, Alan casually inquired, "Bjorn, a few years ago, one of my subordinates mentioned a neighbor living nearby. Have you encountered him?" Bjorn nodded. "Yes, there is indeed one, residing in a nearby grove. He calls himself the Brown-Robe Wizard, Radagast. He is a good man, albeit a bit peculiar, traveling in a sled pulled by rabbits. Have you never met him?" "Indeed, I've been quite busy and unprepared, but now I wish to make his acquaintance. Do you know where he resides?" Alan continued, "I've heard his name and look forward to meeting him." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off. His home is not far from here." Without hesitation, Bjorn grabbed a bottle of honey wine and departed his estate with Alan. Radagast is a Maya, belonging to Yavanna, the giver of fruits of the earth. Consequently, he possesses a fondness for the flora and fauna of Middle-earth and is well versed in herbalism and the art of communicating with animals. Many small creatures are his friends and often assist him in times of need. When the mayor departed from Amon, they relinquished much of their power and wisdom, akin to a rebirth, assuming mortal forms upon their arrival in Middle-earth. Thus, Radagast sometimes appears somewhat simple-minded, lacking in insight and quick wit. However, His capabilities are far from weak. He possesses a strong sense of duty and never shirks from his responsibilities. This brown-robed wizard is not often found at home, frequently patrolling the area on his rabbit sled, keeping watch for malevolent forces within the dark forest. One such day, he happens to be at home, accompanied by a colleague. That colleague, adorned with a tall, pointed blue wizard's hat and a drab gray cloak, has unkempt hair and eyebrows, with a gray-white beard cascading to his chest. His amiable visage is complemented by wise eyes. He is another Maya, the bearer of the Ring of Fire, Gandalf. At this moment, Gandalf's gaze is fixed upon Radagast as he inquires about recent discoveries. They share a common duty and often gather to exchange the information they have gathered. When Elend and Beorn arrive near the cottage, they are discussing the settlement of Wildolent. Gandalf, who roams across Middle-earth, is intrigued by this human town that has emerged in the vast wilderness. In fact, he visited here a few years prior and observed Beorn near the old ferry crossing. At that time, he had more pressing matters and did not linger. To his astonishment, he finds that a small town inhabited by humans has sprung up in the years since. Thus, he has come to Roscobel today, seeking insight from Radagast. As Elend was establishing the village while Radagast was observing Dol Guldur at the southern edge of the dark forest, the small creatures offered him vague answers, merely indicating that signs of human activity had begun to emerge when nature was rejuvenating. He also learned that Elend had clashed with the half-orcs of the Misty Mountains. Subsequently, Radagast shared with Gandalf news of his newfound neighbor, Beorn, and his kin. Just as they were conversing, a small bird flew in, delivering the tidings of Elend and Beorn's arrival to Radagast. Elend had come alone with Beorn, not wishing to disturb the Maya with too many attendants. This young man from another world felt a twinge of apprehension. It was his first encounter with a deity of this realm. Although Radagast appeared somewhat dim-witted, it did not obscure his divine identity. Most beings in Arda are creations of Vader, the father of all, and the Vala, who are manifestations of Vader's thoughts. In essence, everything in Middle-earth is intricately connected to Vader. However, Elend is not one of them. Neither he nor the villagers he summoned are children of Vader. He is uncertain of the consequences that may arise when this information becomes known to others. Thus, Elend has been reluctant to engage with the exalted indigenous beings of this world, but avoidance is not a viable strategy. He resolves to meet Radagast, hoping to navigate these waters cautiously. Fate, however, plays a grand jest on him, for he finds himself before two wizards, the brown-robed Radagast and his colleague, the gray-robed Gandalf. Gandalf regards the unexpected visitors, pondering many thoughts in an instant. He possesses some knowledge of shapeshifters, having garnered insights during his extensive time in Middle-earth. Yet, he knows little of Elend, the young man who dares to lead his people to settle in the wilderness, piquing his interest. Therefore, he preempts Radagast's introduction with his own. Removing his hat and holding it in hand, he nods graciously to Elend and Beorn, his aged face breaking into a warm smile that exudes approachability. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Welcome to Radagast's little abode. I am a wizard, known as Gandalf the Grey. Elend, gazing up at the towering Gandalf, feels a rush of nervousness. His expression stiffens. Cautiously, he replies, "Good afternoon, Gandalf. I am Elend, the leader of Wildolent." Beorn, unfamiliar with this man, interjects awkwardly, "I am Beorn, residing nearby." At this juncture, Radagast finally interjects, "Allow me to introduce. This is my colleague, who has already introduced himself. These two are my new neighbors." Radagast scratches his head. "Well, let us not stand here, come inside." The group enters Radagast's cottage and settles down. Meanwhile, Elend's mind races, contemplating how to navigate his encounter with Gandalf. The latter soon articulates his curiosity. "Forgive my intrusion, young leader. When I journeyed through this vicinity years ago, I do not recall seeing this thriving settlement. May I inquire why you have chosen to establish a town in such perilous lands? Can you satisfy this old man's curiosity?" His voice is rich and soothing, and upon hearing it, Elend suddenly feels at ease. Elend understands that Gandalf has not discerned his unusual nature. Had he done so, this venerable figure would likely have denounced him as a wretch, brandishing his staff in fury. Since Gandalf has not recognized him, Elend's heart settles, and his thoughts shift elsewhere. Faced with this sage, known by many titles, mad sorcerer, slaver of Middle-earth, and socialite of the East, Elend wishes to jest with him. Indeed, in our clan, the wise often teach us to honor our elders and the young, as it is the path to societal stability. Satisfying an old man's curiosity is certainly my duty. However, I too have a question for the illustrious Gandalf the Grey. Elend smiles as he continues. According to our clan's records, long ago, perhaps a millennium, there was a sage who called himself Gandalf the Grey, who visited my ancestors. Might I ask if that Gandalf was you? If so, you must be an elf or a half-elf. If not, I am curious about your identity, as humans do not possess such long lives. Gandalf responds, well then, it is your turn, young man, to answer this old fool's question. Elend raises an eyebrow, realizing that Gandalf's words are akin to saying nothing at all. But he does not mind. It is merely a jest. I hail from the east. Upon hearing this, Elend observes Gandalf's friendly demeanor shift to one of seriousness, as his grip tightens around his staff. Yet, Elend's subsequent words cause Gandalf's serious expression to ease once more. Indeed, upon hearing Alan mention his origins from the east, a wave of tension washed over him. After all, that region was the stronghold of Sauron, teeming with innumerable followers of dark forces. He had never ventured into the east. However, he soon recalled Alan's confrontation with the half-orcs, as well as Radagast's previous account of Alan braving danger to rescue the shapeshifter's kin, along with the dwarves and elves held captive in the Misty Mountains. According to Radagast, Alan could not possibly be an agent of the dark powers. Gandalf was equally inclined to believe in Alan's integrity. If Sauron's minions had indeed become so cunning as to easily sacrifice their own kin for the trust of the virtuous, it would be utterly terrifying. Gandalf suspected Sauron harbored such thoughts, yet lacked the strength to enact them. Any being influenced by dark powers would never commit such an act. In that brief span of contemplation, Gandalf entertained many thoughts, and suddenly, a method illuminated his mind. He spoke. Ah, I see now. I have been overly concerned. My dear Alan, might you still wish to perpetuate the friendship between this old man and your kin from 1,000 years past? Alan mused, of course. It must be continued. If not, with you leading the northern folk, the elves of lawful reign, and the esteemed members of your White Council to flatten me, what would become of me? Dare I decline? Naturally, having such a sagacious wizard as a friend would be immensely beneficial for the future of the wild town, and he was genuinely delighted to gain a companion. Alan then considered Radagast beside him. No, he desired to cultivate the friendship of both wizards. In truth, Gandalf had not pondered who Alan's ancestors might be. Over a millennium, he had visited countless human settlements, many of which bore a resemblance to Alan. Yet this did not hinder him from establishing a rapport with the young man through Alan's words. Gandalf nudged his colleague Radagast, who seemed lost in thought, and together they expressed their desire to befriend Alan. With everyone in the room now as friends, the atmosphere of their ensuing conversation lightened considerably. Gandalf cautiously inquired, My dear Alan, do you find managing the town's affairs burdensome? Would you be interested in embarking on a journey with an experienced elder? Gandalf's plan was simple, to take Alan on a stroll, observing him closely. In due time, whether Alan was of light or dark would reveal itself without excessive speculation. Coincidentally, Gandalf had a recent plan that would allow Alan to accompany him. Upon hearing the invitation, Alan momentarily froze, as many thoughts flooded his mind. As a renowned wanderer of Middle-earth, Gandalf's proposition to travel together was not inherently negative, though it certainly did not guarantee safety. The journey could be fraught with peril. One need only consider the experiences of Bilbo and Frodo Baggins from the Shire. It seemed the event of the Lonely Mountain expedition was about to unfold, and Alan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of joining the main narrative of the world. In truth, Alan was overthinking it. The Lonely Mountain expedition had indeed been on Gandalf's mind. However, the gray-robed wizard was not referring to that matter today. Recently, rumors had circulated regarding the presence of Celebrimbor II in the Blacklands, and Gandalf felt compelled to investigate. While such rumors were often mere fabrications, he could not overlook the possibility, for Celebrimbor possessed something of utmost importance, and he was unwilling to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. Gandalf contemplated that from their current position, they could reach the Blacklands via the Dimril Dale, traversing the Misty Mountains, provided they were cautious and fortunate. The journey could be relatively safe, as long as they did not encounter too many travelers. They would also pass through lawful reign, where Gandalf believed Lady Galadriel should meet this young man who claimed to hail from the east. Observing Alan's momentary stupor, Gandalf assumed he was reluctant to embark. He continued, My dear Alan, have you heard of Lothlorraine? It is an exquisitely beautiful place, home to hospitable elves. Once you visit, you will surely be enchanted, perhaps even losing track of time. Would you not consider it? Alan raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of the elves' hospitality for the first time. Was it not said that entering their forest led to disappearance? Nevertheless, the accounts of its beauty were compelling, and he felt inclined to see it for himself. Esteemed Gandalf, I have heard of that place. Is it truly as stunning as you describe? I am quite intrigued. When shall we depart? To be honest, dealing with the daily grind of these tedious affairs has left me utterly fatigued. A spontaneous journey would surely alleviate my weariness. Alan understood that refusing to accompany Gandalf would not be an option. In Middle-earth, Gandalf had a knack for persuading others, and Alan was eager to visit the Shire, to meet the great burglar Bilbo Baggins and taste the renowned culinary delights of the hobbits. Moreover, to remain uninvolved in such pivotal events would be akin to being a mere fish out of water. With these thoughts in mind, Alan inquired about the destination of their journey. So, Gandalf, will our travels lead us to Lothlorien? I can hardly wait to witness the scenery you have so vividly described. No, my dear Alan. It is not solely Lothlorien, but other places as well. Do allow a touch of mystery to linger in this adventure. I shall prepare shortly, and I will seek you out, perhaps in a month's time. Delighted by Alan's agreement to his proposal, Gandalf enthusiastically recounted his experiences, engaging in lively conversation with the occasionally interjecting Bjorn and Alan. Indeed, Gandalf was an extraordinarily charismatic elder. His words were both humorous and wise, enriched by his vast experience and knowledge, easily endearing him to others. In such an atmosphere, Alan felt that their first meeting had left a favorable impression on both sides. As they parted ways, Gandalf reaffirmed their plans for the adventure with Alan. Having received a definite affirmation, he joyfully departed from Radagast's cottage. Throughout this exchange, Gandalf had scarcely contemplated the potential dangers involved. After all, few in Middle-earth could rival his power at this time. Why had he so readily accepted Gandalf's invitation? The mere mention of Lothlorien had conjured visions of its beauty, and he had ultimately convinced himself to join. As he reflected on this, a chill swept over Alan. He could only deduce that perhaps it was his fondness for Gandalf that led him to this decision. Alternatively, there lingered a possibility that Gandalf had employed some unknown magic to sway his judgment. Alan could not fathom the thoughts of this Maya, yet such matters inevitably stirred a note of caution in his heart. Bjorn, noticing Alan's unease, inquired if something troubled him, to which Alan merely shook his head. Chapter 30. Vitality, Dragon's Tear, Elixir of Immortality. It was evening in the town of Wilderness, within the halls of Alan. No longer was it the Lord's Longhouse. At that time, Yadiman had constructed a fully functional villa for Alan from bricks and timber in the same location. When Yadiman had proposed building a castle, Alan had declined, deeming it excessively costly, suggesting instead to repair the roads. At this moment, Alan lay in his bedroom, contemplating his meeting with Gandalf earlier that day. Simulator initiating. You have arrived at the continent of Panda. You have chosen the identity of the prophesied child. Time: unknown. Location: Noldor Forest. Elrical, your arrival stirred a ripple within the castle, a place long devoid of human presence. Under the watchful eyes of the many elves, you entered the tower of the Islander family. Freya's father, the clan leader of the Icelanders, awaited you within the tower. During your conversation, you learned that Freya was the sole daughter and the only heir of the Icelandic lineage. You found it perplexing that such a significant individual could be captured and sold. Fearing trouble, you refrained from asking questions, remaining reserved in the presence of the Noldor elves, for this was not Middle-earth, where humans and elves coexisted harmoniously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Icelandic presented you with a gift of gratitude from his kin. It was a complete set of ancient Noldor armor, including a knight's helm adorned with gems, silver gauntlets, ancient plate armor, and ancient boots, all engraved with elven sigils of magic, remarkably lightweight, yet incredibly durable. Common weapons could not leave a mark upon it, and it could withstand various forms of damage, particularly the helm, which Icelandic claimed could shield you from malevolent thoughts. However, Icelandic added that opportunities to utilize such magic were scarce in the present-day continent of Panda. It was merely rumored that a certain cult possessed such powers. You were astonished that the elves would bestow such a precious gift upon you, pondering that saving elven captives might yield greater rewards than capturing and selling elves themselves. An even greater surprise awaited you, as Icelandic carefully retrieved a necklace inlaid with emeralds from an ancient box. You could sense a hint of life force emanating from the verdant gem. Icelandic informed you that this necklace was called Vitality. Crafted by the ancient Noldor for a human friend, regrettably never delivered. This was his personal gift of thanks to you. Its function was both simple and profound, significantly extending one's lifespan, hastening recovery from injuries, and, should the wearer sustain mortal harm, the necklace would sacrifice itself to save the wearer's life. Now, this necklace belonged to you, and you transitioned from surprise to astonishment. However, Icelandir's subsequent words unraveled your confusion. The Noldor had long sought to find a human representative in their world. They had previously harbored hopes for the Silver Mist Ranger Knights, to whom Icelandir had imparted some of his training methods. The Silver Mist Ranger Knights held deep sympathy for the elves' plight and would assist them as allies in certain battles. Yet, being an official organization, they were bound to serve their sovereign, unable to excessively compromise human interests, particularly those of the local nobility. Consequently, Icelandir gradually relinquished his hopes for them, maintaining only a somewhat friendly relationship. Now, Icelandir spoke candidly, choosing you as his representative among humans, not for commercial purposes, but for martial ones. Many of his kin were trapped in the lofty towers of the nobility, subjected to human indignities. You fell silent, contemplating the prospect of becoming a traitor among your own kind, a path you had never envisioned. Nevertheless, the rulers of this continent were all your adversaries, with scarcely any friends to be found. After much consideration, you deemed the elves a preferable choice, for at least they were far more trustworthy than humans. You accepted the proposal and forged a friendship with Icelandir. Soon, the elves provided you with several pieces of information, leading you to Long River Town, where the Elner family had purchased 2 female elves from sordid slave traders. Riding an elven steed, adorned in full elven gear, you caused quite a stir in Long River Town. You took lodging at the tavern owned by Paul, publicly declaring yourself an elven slayer, boasting combat skills surpassing even those of elven knights, having slain countless elves. From that point onward, nobles flocked to visit you, eager to recruit you into their ranks. For in this era, formidable combat prowess was in high demand. You observed the various families discreetly, accepting invitations from a select few nobles to their estates, all the while showcasing your extraordinary martial abilities. Empowered by your elven gear, even the famed Horncall Rangers of Long River Town could not find anyone capable of matching you. In no time, your reputation spread throughout the streets and alleys of the town. Among the nobles you visited was the Elner family, where you meticulously studied their terrain and defenses, continuously probing their secrets over the following nights. At last, one fateful night, you launched a massacre against this ancient family, feeling no remorse, as they had betrayed your kin first. You stealthily eliminated the majority of the adult males in their family and absconded with 2 Noldor elves. By the following day, news of the incident had permeated Long River Town, and you became the prime suspect, a figure of immense strength and mysterious origins. At this juncture, you had already departed Long River Town under the cover of darkness, arriving at the Noldor Forest, where you entrusted the female elves to the awaiting Icelandir. Icelandir presented you with a corpse, that of an elf who had perished at the hands of the Cadu raiders days prior. Faced with the fully armored elven body, the nobles of Long River Town temporarily suppressed their suspicions about you. Subsequently, you informed them that you had some elven equipment for sale at Paul's Tavern. Elven gear always garnered interest, and even a single set attracted a considerable crowd. Icelandir was immensely pleased with the outcome, hosting a small banquet in your honor. Upon learning of your combat habits, he gifted you a Noldor longsword and a Noldor magical shield, thereby truly completing your set of Noldor equipment. Yet that was not all. At the conclusion of the banquet, Icelandir produced a radiant blue gemstone. He explained that this was the Dragon's Tear, a gem for which countless humans had pursued its brilliance. This particular gem was a token to celebrate the perfect beginning of your friendship, serving as both a gift and a reward. You gazed at the exquisite gem, momentarily entranced, for it represented far too much. You could not comprehend why Icelandir would present such a precious object, but you accepted it, for you were in dire need of it. Icelandir assured you that if your friendship deepened in the future, he possessed more of such gems, which could serve as additional rewards for you. End of simulation. Retaining the identity of the prophesied one of Ponde, you have garnered the friendship of the Noldor elves, establishing a current relationship status of amicable. This simulation has bestowed upon you an array of ancient elven plate armor, a Noldor longsword, a Noldor magical shield, several Noldor arrows, a Dragon's Tear gem, a necklace of vitality, and 2 bags of diamonds. Please be advised that upon redemption of these items, the simulator will enter a cooling period, and you will lose possession of these items during the simulation. You have earned 1 point of honor, 20 points of reputation, and 1,000 dinars. Congratulations on acquiring the Dragon's Tear Gem, a unique item for exchange within Ponde. Please find the exchange list below for your perusal. Elixir of Immortality. Consuming this potion grants approximately 50 additional years of life and a slight enhancement to physical attributes, with a limit of 3 vials per individual. Memory Elixir from Suyuan City. Drinking this potion enhances memory and comprehension, with a limit of 2 vials per individual. Enhanced Sigil Weapon. This allows you to augment a standard sigil weapon, imbuing it with flame or frost energy. Enhanced Sigil Equipment. This enables the enhancement of ordinary sigil equipment, granting it life energy and increasing stamina recovery. Elven Assistance. Exclusive to Friends of Elves, there are always some elves eager to accompany you, a friend, into the human realm. Would you like to continue the simulation? Yes, no? No. Do you confirm the exchange of the Dragon's Tear Gem for the Elixir of Immortality? Confirm. Do you confirm the exchange of all items except for the Elven Steed? Confirm. The simulator is now in cooldown mode, with a duration of 83 days. Soon, all items acquired by Alan in Ponde were neatly arranged on the floor of his bedroom, illuminated by a radiant white light. His gaze was immediately drawn to the vial of Elixir of Immortality. The small glass bottle contained a green, translucent potion resembling a fine emerald. Bubbles perpetually emerged and vanished, as if the potion itself were breathing. Alan stared at the potion for a moment before uncorking the bottle and drinking it in one swift motion. There was no distinct flavor. A gentle coolness spread from his upper body throughout his entirety, and apart from that, he felt nothing else. Alan speculated that perhaps his youth rendered him unable to perceive the potion's potency. He imagined that if this vial were administered to Yatiman, a significant transformation would occur. Among the array of items, aside from the potion he had just consumed, the most striking was the necklace. Alan lifted the necklace, admiring its exquisite beauty. He intended to gift this necklace to Yamala, believing it a fitting reward for her chronic dark circles. The necklace would not only suit her, but also provide a degree of protection. Yamala's combat prowess, in comparison to Alan's other subordinates, was not particularly formidable. Her strengths lay in versatility. She excelled in logistical management and could perform medical duties, while her combat skills were mediocre yet sufficient for battle. Most importantly, her current role was irreplaceable, and anyone who could substitute her would not earn Alan's trust. Thus, for the sake of their friendship and Yamala's significance, Alan resolved to present her with the necklace. The following day, upon receiving the necklace and learning of its effects, Yamala's mind flooded with countless thoughts. She had long hoped that Alan might recognize her feelings, yet she lacked the courage to voice them. Deep down, she was merely the daughter of a merchant, serving as Alan's maid out of gratitude for his life-saving actions. Aware of the vast social divide between them, Alan being of noble birth, Yamala understood that a noble could never wed a merchant's daughter. However, in that moment, she experienced a sense of hope, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. Yet, Alan's subsequent remarks extinguished her hopes. He generously praised her management skills, expressing his unwavering trust in her, before shifting to other matters. Yamala, observing the slight embarrassment on his face as he prepared to venture forth into danger, felt a tumult of emotions. Joy, disappointment, and resentment surged within her, ultimately coalescing into a single response. "All right, no problem. You go ahead and be busy." She donned the necklace around her neck and turned to leave. As Alan watched Yamala depart, he fell into contemplation. He was not oblivious. Over the years, subtle hints had reached him during casual conversations with James and Fatus. However, for various reasons, Alan had not entertained thoughts in that direction. He had once broached the subject with Yamala, but at that time, she had played the fool instead. What was he to do? He could only hope that Yamala would find her soulmate in the extended life ahead of her. Resolving to set aside such thoughts, Alan tidied up and prepared to discuss military arrangements with Fatus for his upcoming departure. Chapter 31. The turning point at the Golden Luanway River. A month swiftly approached its conclusion, and Alan began preparing for his adventure. Uncertain of the duration of his journey, he stocked 2 years' worth of provisions in the storeroom, which included wine from the Woodland Kingdom. He instructed Ymira to guard it diligently, ensuring that no issues arose that could jeopardize the camaraderie between their two races. Consequently, Alan's dinar halved once more, compounding the financial strains of an already struggling lord. During this period, Alan conferred with his subordinates, each responsible for different affairs regarding the town's various arrangements. Moreover, he possessed an exceptionally formidable set of equipment and made time to exchange for an elven steed, extending the cooldown period of the simulator by several days. Thus, when Gandalf arrived in the bustling town, he immediately spotted Alan, clad in silver plate armor, bearing a composite bow, and wielding a gleaming silver shield and longsword. Accompanied by a throng of admirers, he approached Alan on a magnificent steed that rivaled that of Emriel. Gandalf leaned on his staff, feeling an acute sense of exasperation. "My lord Alan, we are not embarking on a war. You cannot wander the wilderness in armor that would blind half-orc eyes. You must dress as I do, simple and inconspicuous." He shook his drab cloak and gestured towards Alan's regalia. "You may keep the bow, but the sword, forged by elven hands I presume, can also accompany you. The shield must remain here, and both the horse and armor should be left behind. Once we leave this secure area, riding will be impractical. Now, my lord Alan, please hasten to change your attire." Alan felt a twinge of disappointment, akin to wearing splendid garments in solitude, yet he understood Gandalf's reasoning. Initially, he had hoped Gandalf could magically resolve the issue, but it was evident that Gandalf could not. Resignedly, Alan introduced his subordinates to Gandalf and invited him to his hall for a visit, affording him time to change. As Gandalf followed the crowd to the hall, he observed the wilderness village. Previously, he had only received reports from Radagast, but witnessing the scene firsthand was far more vivid. The prosperity of the place astonished him. The peace within the town and the villagers' well-being hinted at Alan's and his subordinates' commendable management and martial capabilities. The economic situation appeared equally favorable, as Gandalf noted Fathi's training a portion of the troops in the courtyard. At that moment, Gandalf realized that Alan's village held great potential to evolve into a human force capable of resisting dark powers in the future. Soon, Alan changed into a suit of leather armor complemented by a gray-green cloak in his chamber. Upon entering the banquet hall, he found Gandalf joyfully engaged in conversation with everyone. True to his reputation as a socialite of Middle-earth, it took mere moments for Alan to discern the fondness his subordinates held for the elder, all of them smiling as they conversed with him. Noticing Alan, Gandalf rose and said, "My lord Alan, this attire is quite suitable for our venture. I believe we can set forth now. Gandalf, before we depart, I must emphasize that we are friends. Simply call me Alan, without the formalities." "Very well, my lord Alan. Shall we set off?" "Indeed." Alan shook his head in resignation at Gandalf's playful wink. This marked the end of Beorn's patrol. Beyond this point lay traces of wolf riders, and too many people would alert the dark forces. From here onward, only Alan and Gandalf remained, two solitary travelers. Familiar with the terrain, Gandalf suggested they avoid the broad plains and instead cross the old ford, navigating through the dense woods bordering the misty mountains. The path was arduous, yet for Alan and Gandalf, it posed little challenge. They traversed the forest, laden with supplies, but at night, bands of half-orcs often roamed the woods. To avoid escalating conflict, they circumnavigated these threats. Nevertheless, today, a squad of wolf riders caught their scent. Alan was aware of Gandalf's extraordinary magic, and today he employed a spell that rendered them temporarily undetectable, even to the wolves. Utilizing this ability, they ambushed the pursuing wolf rider squad. As the riders entered their ambush zone, Gandalf suddenly sprang from concealment, accompanied by a brilliant white light that stunned the wolf riders. Seizing the opportunity, Alan swiftly eliminated the wolves before dispatching the evading half-orcs. The ambush concluded swiftly, and the two tidied up before departing. Throughout their journey, Alan was constantly confronted by the monotony of trees, daytime trees, nighttime trees, starlit trees, lush trees, and withered trees, leaving him bereft of the ability to discern beauty in such sights. Fortunately, a few hapless half-orcs occasionally fell to their hands, alleviating the tedium of their travels. At times, they even rescued villagers besieged by half-orcs. One day, circumstances shifted. A great river emerged from the misty mountains, blocking Alan and Gandalf's path. Gandalf informed Alan that this was the Golden Lwanwe River, which flowed into the Anduin River. Alan recognized the river and eagerly shared his knowledge with Gandalf during their respite. "Gandalf, I read that hobbits once inhabited this area. Are they still present?" Gandalf, well-versed in hobbit lore, found the topic intriguing. Perched on a stone, he puffed on his pipe, releasing rings of smoke. "Alan, I must inform you that our journey will not extend that far. We shall cross the misty mountains and proceed to the dark. Gandalf abruptly halted, extinguishing his pipe and stealthily leading Alan toward the Wanway marshes. Soon, the sounds of battle reached their ears. Upon scaling a small hill, they beheld hundreds of half-orcs clashing with a score of humans. Among the half-orc ranks were numerous Uruk-hai, a breed bred by Sauron with discipline and enhanced combat prowess, not typical of the half-orc tribes dwelling in the misty mountains. Just as Alan prepared to charge forth, Gandalf restrained him, signaling for patience. The timing was not yet right. In the midst of battle, humanity found itself at a disadvantage, retreating while fighting, gradually arriving at the hiding place of Gandalf and Elrond. At that moment, Gandalf spotted several familiar figures, Saruman's minions, and recognized that the time to strike had come. He gestured to Elrond, granting him the freedom to act, and then charged down the hillside to confront the half-orcs pursuing the humans. With Elrond, the skilled archer, and Gandalf, the raging warrior, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The half-orcs, having left behind dozens of corpses, fled into the forest by the river, and the group chose not to pursue, but rather to tend to their wounded. Gandalf approached their leader, inquiring about their presence in this place. Despite Gandalf's life-saving intervention, the leader remained evasive, reluctant to divulge their true intentions, repeatedly expressing gratitude instead. Elrond interjected, informing Gandalf that these half-orcs likely originated from Dol Guldur, as the Misty Mountains at that time were devoid of such large gray-skinned half-orcs. Upon hearing Elrond's words, the others became even less willing to elaborate, quickly gathering their belongings and departing. At this juncture, Gandalf had already learned about Dol Guldur from Radagast. Subsequently, he had ventured there himself, but due to Radagast's rashness, Sauron, unprepared and wary of drawing attention, had fled to maintain his stronghold and search for his treasures. Thus, Gandalf uncovered no unusual occurrences, concluding that a ringwraith simply happened to be lurking there, discovered by Radagast, which was not considered significant. Coincidentally, Gandalf was also bound for Lothlorien, where he could discuss the matter with other members of the White Council. However, the situation had changed. Elrond had mentioned the presence of half-orcs in Dol Guldur, which contradicted Gandalf's previous findings of tranquility during his visit. This revelation compelled the burdened elder to reflect deeply. For Elrond, this was merely a minor episode. He understood the purpose behind Saruman's minions' arrival in this region. He also grasped why the half-orcs had come. Yet he struggled to find the right words to inform Gandalf. Thus, the two traversed the river Celebrant in silence, continuing towards Lothlorien. Along the way, Elrond observed Gandalf, who remained contemplative and silent, and felt a pang of conscience. Resolving to speak, he gathered his thoughts and addressed Gandalf. Regarding the river Celebrant, my kin possess another account. Are you aware of the tale of the river Celebrant's tragedy? Gandalf, pulled from his reverie by Elrond's inquiry, responded, If you refer to Isildur and his 3 sons, I am indeed familiar. I learned of it from Lord Elrond in the Vale of Imladris. Elrond mentioned that as time has passed, few are left who know the full details. He continued on with Elrond, partly fulfilling his promise to witness the beauty of Lothlorien and partly wishing to request Lady Galadriel to safeguard Elrond's village against the gathering dark forces that might seek to extinguish it in its weakness. Furthermore, Gandalf found joy in traveling with Elrond, a youth of noble character who revered the elderly and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Yet, Elrond's next statement once again reshaped Gandalf's perception of the young man. Do not be curious about how much I know, Gandalf. That would surely astonish you. I have another matter to discuss. Elrond paused briefly before continuing. I wonder if Lord Elrond has ever mentioned that Isildur possessed a treasure obtained from a great enemy? I do not wish to speak the enemy's name, but I believe you know who it is. That treasure was a ring, severed from the enemy's grasp by Isildur using the broken shards of Narsil. As Elrond observed Gandalf's expression growing increasingly grave, he offered his final hint. Isildur, who bore the treasure, perished in this vicinity, and now half-orcs from Dol Guldur and Saruman's minions have appeared here as well. Naturally, I cannot speculate how long they have been searching, but do you require me to continue? At that moment, Gandalf remained unaware of the profound secrets surrounding the One Ring. His knowledge paled in comparison to Saruman's, and he was entirely ignorant of Isildur's tale and the ring's significance. However, Saruman, a fellow member of the White Council, was already well informed. This white-robed wizard, favored in Gondor, had unearthed the whereabouts of the One Ring amidst the vast scrolls of Minas Tirith. In truth, he had coveted the ring for over a century, and at this juncture, He might have even located Isildur's remains. Today's events were merely a serendipitous intersection of Elrond's insights with Gandalf's path. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gandalf understood he could no longer venture into the Dark Lands. He had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, convening the White Council to deliberate on the whereabouts of the One Ring and strategizing an assault against the looming threat in Dol Guldur. Initially, he had ample time, having planned a dwarven expedition for the following year, but circumstances had shifted. Gandalf chose not to delve into why Elrond can possess such detailed accounts. Recognizing that many magical means could facilitate such knowledge, like the palette or stones crafted by Aenir. At this moment, he had no time to ponder trivialities. His sole desire was to hasten towards lawful reign. Very well, let us proceed together, Elrond declared, unwavering in his resolve, aware that his words would bear significant consequences. Yet he did not regret his decision. He felt an obligation to warn the elder who might one day fall captive to Sauron. If he could avert such a fate, it would be a commendable act. Upon confirming Elrond's intentions, Gandalf guided him towards lawful reign. The journey henceforth was devoid of previous leisure. Aside from the essential pauses for rest, they pressed onward, even dining on the move. This relentless pace markedly accelerated their progress, and after a fortnight, they finally reached lawful reign. Chapter 32. The Council of the White Path. Lawful Reign, one of the few elven realms remaining at the twilight of the Third Age, stands as the most prosperous and powerful among them. It is home to diverse elven folk, including Noldor, Sindar, and the indigenous Sylvan Elves, a branch of the latter. The realm is currently ruled by Celeborn and his wife, Lady Galadriel. Celeborn, of the Sindar royal lineage, might even have distant familial ties to Thranduil of the Woodland realm. However, Lady Galadriel's illustrious history surpasses even that of her husband. She is a bearer of the Light of the Two Trees, a princess of the Noldor, and one of the most formidable elves in Middle-earth, safeguarding and wielding one of the three elven rings, the Ring of Water, Ninya. At this moment, this noble and powerful lady stands before Elend. She gazes at him, her gentle eyes seemingly penetrating his soul. In such a presence, Elend finds it nearly impossible to maintain eye contact with her. He can only steal a fleeting glance at her countenance, which shines brighter than starlight and is softer than moonlight, before lowering his gaze. His mind is burdened with secrets he cannot divulge, and this concealment intensifies his feelings of shame. Then, a soothing voice resonates in his ear. It seems you harbor many burdens within your heart. Do not fret. Your kindness towards the weak and your courage to resist darkness are far more significant than any other matter. Raise your head. You need not feel this way. Comforted by this voice, Elend finally lifts his gaze to find Lady Galadriel smiling at him. He instinctively nods in her presence, unable to utter anything further. He has chosen to reside here. Gandalf had indeed spoken the truth. Lawful Reign is a place of breathtaking beauty. It is now autumn, and the exquisite trees native to this land, the Malorn, boast silver bark and golden leaves. By day, they shimmer under the sun's rays, and when the wind blows, the leaves appear to dance like a golden sea before his eyes. By night, the realm is illuminated by the magical lights of the elves, resembling the twinkling stars in the sky. The elves here are exceptionally warm and hospitable, treating Elend with great care. As he resides in this enchanted place, he feels as though time has ceased to pass. It seems but a mere moment has passed when Gandalf reappears, announcing that the council is about to commence. Initially, Elend harbors a slight grievance towards Gandalf, who brought him to this place only to vanish, leaving Elend alone at the entrance for quite some time until Lady Galadriel appeared. Yet, this minor annoyance has long since faded amidst the comforts of lawful reign. Upon hearing that he is to attend the council, Elend follows Gandalf into the gathering. The so-called council is merely a small, open-air banquet hall. Inside, 3 individuals are already seated: Lady Galadriel, whom Elend knows, and another elf. Though he bears no signs of age, the dark hairline of this elf appears slightly receded. His bright gray eyes seem to hold the brilliance of stars, and he gazes at Elend with a gentle demeanor, nodding in greeting. This is Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell, a bearer of one of the 3 elven rings, the Ring of Air, Vilya. Elrond is quite curious about Elend. In fact, he possesses a slight ability to see into the hearts of others. At this moment, he perceives no signs of darkness within Elend, at least not that of a servant to dark powers. However, the existence of Isildur's ring must remain a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few even at the dawn of the age. Over the years, Elrond has merely documented these matters in his writings, seldom speaking of them to others. He is intrigued as to how Elin's kin became aware of such knowledge. Nevertheless, as an exceptionally kind half-elf, as long as Elin is not an agent of dark forces, he is disinclined to pursue the matter further. The third individual is an elderly man clad in white robes. His hair, eyebrows, and beard meticulously groomed. His expression is grave, as if he is striving to suppress his anger. His bright, piercing eyes fixate intently on Gandalf and Elin as they approach. This is Saruman, the guardian of Isengard. Saruman is vexed by how that insufferable Gandalf learned of the One Ring and inadvertently encountered his minions who were dispatched to monitor the orcs near the Gladden Fields. This is not welcome news for him. He can no longer conceal his knowledge of the ring. At this moment, Saruman contemplates how to divert Gandalf and the others' attention, allowing himself more time to seek the One Ring. The Council of the White Path comprises 5 members, with the 5th being Círdan, who resides in Grey Havens and was the one who once gifted Gandalf the Ring of Fire. However, Círdan, being a mariner, is not present in Grey Havens at this time. Thus, only 4 wise beings gather for this council: Lady Galadriel, the White Wizard Saruman, Lord Elrond of Rivendell, and Gandalf the Grey. Elin, too, is considered a participant, albeit primarily a listener. In truth, any one of them could easily best him in debate. Elin prefers to remain in the shadows, feeling that merely attending such a council is a worthwhile experience. Yet, even among these renowned sages of Middle-earth, the council is fraught with discord. Gandalf begins by sharing the news he has gathered and his observations from the Gladden Fields. Saruman, in turn, chastises Gandalf for being too hasty and lacking patience and respect, directing scorn towards Radagast, who provided the information. He asserts that he has only recently learned of the ring's existence and has merely dispatched people to the Gladden Fields to verify this information. Saruman then confidently claims that, according to his sources, the One Ring has already flowed into the sea with the Anduin River, and that no one should be troubled by it. In truth, this is merely Saruman's own conjecture. He has even discovered Isildur's body, but has found no sign of the ring. Lady Galadriel remains detached from the contention between the two, silently smiling as she listens. Lord Elrond has already resolved that he and his kin will migrate to Aman. While he is committed to resisting the forces of darkness, his primary interest lies elsewhere. He occasionally glances at Elin, seemingly more intrigued by the young human. Seated in the corner, Elin realizes that this council is convening earlier than expected, as the topics discussed should pertain to the meetings of 2941 and 2951 of the Third Age. Many matters have been prematurely addressed, and now Elin begins to worry about whether the Battle of 5 Armies will even occur. Soon enough, the issue of the One Ring is quashed under Saruman's insistence, and the others come to accept his assertion that the ring has sunk into the sea, no longer posing a threat to the forces of good. As discussions ensued regarding how to confront the dark forces of Dol Guldur, Gandalf fervently advocated for a collective assault on the stronghold. Unlike the original narrative, this time, none opposed the notion. Even Saruman refrained from dissent, for he had become aware that Sauron was in search of the One Ring, prompting a preemptive strike. At this juncture, Elon, who had remained relatively inconspicuous, raised his hand to express his desire to speak. Though Saruman held little regard for this follower of Gandalf, Lady Galadriel permitted Elon to address the assembly. In the presence of such formidable figures, Elon felt a tinge of anxiety and cleared his throat before articulating, "If I am not mistaken, you intend to launch an offensive against Dol Guldur. I have several pieces of information that may be of interest. Firstly, my villagers have reported sightings of a one-handed pale orc frequently lurking near Dol Guldur. If my suspicions are correct, this must be Azig the Defiler, a pale orc active in Moria. It is said that he was slain by Prince Thorin Oakenshield a century ago. However, it is evident that his blasphemies are far from over." Elon paused momentarily to collect his thoughts. "Secondly, I once ambushed Azig's son, Balg, in the tunnels of the Misty Mountains. He hails from Mount Gundabad, which indicates that Azig still commands a faction of half-orcs residing in that region. Lastly, while I lack definitive proof, various signs suggest that the malevolent dragon Smaug, who lies in repose upon the lonely mountain, may have forged an alliance with the dark forces of Dol Guldur. Notably, I have yet to witness any conflict between him and the half-orcs of Gundabad. That, esteemed council, encompasses all the intelligence I can provide." Elon's revelations plunged the leaders of the White Council into deep contemplation. Clearly, the enemy's strength had exceeded their expectations. should they proceed to assault Dol Guldur. They would not only face the malevolence within its enigmatic fortress, but also contend with the half-orcs from the Misty Mountains and a dragon that could descend upon them at any moment. This was a dilemma that could not be resolved solely by the elves of lawful reign, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Eventually, Gandalf spoke, his tone heavy with resignation. With a sigh, he continued, "It appears this matter has grown increasingly complex. I shall expedite arrangements for an expedition. If we can drive out the dragon from the Lonely Mountain, we not only secure a vital strategic location in the north, but also alleviate some of the burdens associated with our advance on Dol Guldur. Even if we fail to drive him away, Thorin Oakenshield's presence at the mountain will undoubtedly provoke a reaction from our hidden adversaries, potentially granting us a better opportunity." Saruman remained non-committal regarding Gandalf's proposal, while Lord Elrond expressed his willingness to assist in any capacity needed, provided he would not be tasked with escorting the obstinate dwarves, which he deemed a calamity. Lady Galadriel concurred with this sentiment, and with most in agreement, Saruman refrained from objection, stating that his forces in Isengard were too distant to offer substantial aid, yet he would certainly partake in the assault on Dol Guldur. In truth, Gandalf did not anticipate any significant support from Saruman for the expedition. His main concern was ensuring Saruman did not hinder their efforts. The true contributions would likely come from Lord Elrond and perhaps Elon, who had quietly observed from the corner. With this in mind, Gandalf approached Elon, taking a seat beside him with a warm smile. "Elon, I regret to inform you that our journey must conclude here. I had hoped to show you the beauty of Dimril Dale and the culture of the Black Land, but circumstances dictate otherwise. I must prepare for a northern journey to rally the Wanderers in anticipation of our offensive against Dol Guldur." With a gentler smile, Gandalf's demeanor took on a hint of the wolf in sheep's clothing. "However, I shall embark on another adventure next year, commencing from the Shire and, if all goes as planned, extending to the dwarven kingdom of the Lonely Mountain, a place once thriving with unimaginable treasures. Would you be interested in joining me?" Elon understood that evasion was not an option, nor did he desire to escape this opportunity. Not only had he usurped Beorn's role in the original tale, but he also had his own aspirations in this conflict. Even without Gandalf's invitation, Elon would have eagerly participated. "Gandalf, I gladly accept your invitation. Traveling with you is truly a delight, and if I can assist in any way, please do not hesitate to ask. Elon of the Wilds is at your service." Gandalf felt a flicker of emotion at Elon's words, yet he quickly masked it, for the meeting had concluded and numerous responsibilities awaited him. Without further ado, Saruman departed in silence, while Lord Elrond approached Elon, extending an invitation. "Young human lord, should the opportunity arise, you are most welcome to visit Rivendell, where you shall receive a warm reception." Surprised by the offer, Elon, though unfamiliar with Elrond, maintained his politeness. "Thank you very much, Lord Elrond. I believe there will be an opportunity." Glancing at Gandalf, who was engaged in conversation with Lady Galadriel, Elrond seemed to grasp Elon's sentiments, offering a gentle smile and a pat on the shoulder before taking his leave. In his past life, Elon had speculated about the nature of the relationship between Lady Galadriel and Gandalf. Many claimed that Gandalf, a Maya, was significantly older than Galadriel, a fact that held true. When considering Gandalf's identity as Ol Ren, he was indeed an entire age older than any elf. However, Gandalf's existence was unique. Upon his departure from Middle-earth, he relinquished his power and wisdom, adopting the guise of an elderly human. In this light, he bore no distinction from a newborn. It was likely that he had discarded most memories of his former self, viewed as a new being. It would be entirely plausible for Galadriel to regard Gandalf as a younger counterpart. Some even suggested a romantic entanglement between Gandalf and Galadriel, leaving Celeborn in a state of betrayal. Having now met Lady Galadriel, Elon struggled to fathom such a notion. It seemed utterly implausible. If such claims were made in Gimli's presence, it would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation. Yet, these were merely fleeting thoughts as Elon prepared to depart lawful reign. Although a sense of reluctance lingered, he recognized the multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. Before his departure, Lady Galadriel bestowed upon Elon an extraordinary gift, a substantial quantity of soil imbued with the power of the Ring of Water. She informed him that by scattering a mere pinch of this soil in the fields, the plants within that vicinity would flourish abundantly. This effect would endure for an exceedingly long time. Gratefully accepting this precious gift, Elon acknowledged its significance for the town of the Wilds. Chapter 33. 5 consecutive draws by the time Alan once again set foot on the road to Wilderness Town. Winter had already descended. Snowflakes danced in the upper reaches of the misty mountains, and in such harsh and biting weather, even the half-orcs were reluctant to emerge from their hidden caves. However, the climate in the Anduin Valley remained bearable. Though crops ceased to grow, the great river had not yet frozen. Subsequently, a small meeting was convened in the hall to assess the current situation in Wilderness Town. The day after the meeting, accompanied by Fathies, Alan embarked on a journey along the Elven Path to visit Thranduil in the Woodland Realm. At this juncture, the Elven Path had undergone significant transformation. Most of the roads had been repaired, and many trees along the sides had been felled, dispelling the previous gloom and stuffiness. This improved condition persisted until the junction of the Elven Path and the River of Magic, clearly indicating that Thranduil had made considerable efforts for his dealings with Alan. Once again, Alan arrived in Thranduil's hall, presenting the king with a gift, a silver necklace adorned with numerous diamonds. Thranduil welcomed Alan's presence with great warmth, and upon seeing the gift, his joy was palpable, a radiant smile illuminating his face, a rarity among elves. Following this, the king hosted a grand banquet in honor of his human friend. During the ensuing casual conversation, Alan put forth his request for military passage rights. Thranduil was taken aback, as he was unaware of any forces within his territory that would warrant Alan's attack. Surely, he wouldn't consider assaulting Long Lake Town? That would be utterly unworthy. In response to Thranduil's inquiry, Alan candidly revealed his intentions, stating that his destination was the Lonely Mountain. Thranduil presumed that Alan's goal was the treasure hoarded at the Lonely Mountain, deeming it an unwise endeavor. As a friend, he felt compelled to dissuade Alan. Alan, I am aware that the Lonely Mountain harbors countless treasures. To be frank, it also contains the gems I covet. However, I must caution you, for a malevolent dragon dwells there, capable of incinerating countless armies with its flames. Even if you were to slay it, the losses would be insufferable. Merely for a handful of treasure, my friend, it is not worth it. Upon hearing these words, Alan realized that Thranduil had misunderstood his motives. Moreover, Thranduil was not concerned about Alan's greed for treasure. He merely wished to persuade him against sacrificing his kin for mere riches. Alan sensed that their friendship had developed a substantial foundation. Upon hearing Gandalf's name, Thranduil expressed a hint of disdain. Gandalf, Mithrandir? What is he scheming now? Let me ponder. He soon fell into deep contemplation, and after a long silence, Alan did not believe he could conceal the matter from Thranduil. Thus he admitted it openly. Upon hearing Alan's explanation, Thranduil erupted into laughter, devoid of mirth, only coldness, though it was not directed at Alan, which Alan understood. Assist them? Certainly. As long as they return the starlight gem of my family's heritage, I shall lend my aid. Your Majesty Thranduil, I will find a way to ensure that your family gem reappears in your treasury. Thranduil appeared somewhat astonished and inquired, What means do you possess? Alan shared his plan, which left Thranduil astounded. He had never anticipated that this young man would go to such lengths. Thranduil had never considered the possibility that Alan would deceive him, for it was entirely unnecessary. Even without Alan's promise, he would have granted the request for military passage rights. Then, Alan, my friend, how shall I express my gratitude for your friendship? Alan shook his head, replying, I cannot guarantee success, so let us defer expressions of gratitude for later. For now, I merely hope you will grant my request for military passage and provide assistance to Thorin Oakenshield and his company when the time comes. Thranduil pondered Alan's words for a lengthy period. Hearing this, Alan grew anxious, yearning to say more, but Thranduil interrupted him, clearly holding firm to his own convictions. Having secured military passage rights, Alan had additional needs, as he wished to purchase some elven bows and spears. In truth, he had long harbored this desire, yet had been too impoverished to dare make such purchases. Now, emboldened by the prospect of a lottery, he felt ready to speak up. Thranduil acquiesced, sweeping his hand to agree to sell Alan 300 exquisite elven longbows and 500 elven spears, along with a substantial supply of arrows. The arrows would suffice for Alan's needs for a considerable time, and Thranduil kindly indicated that he could settle the payment with 300 barrels of wine, allowing him to repay gradually without haste. For Alan, this was an extraordinarily favorable arrangement, and he had no reason to refuse. Overjoyed, he once again expressed his gratitude to Thranduil before departing the woodland realm the following day. Seated in his chamber, he eagerly retrieved his accumulated 5 points of reputation. preparing to draw from the lottery. At this moment, Alan found himself in debt. All the dinars in his possession barely sufficed to repay Thranduil, let alone purchase various supplies for the village or stockpile for the war, expenses that required funds. Now, Alan particularly hoped to draw some dinars. Confirm the use of 5 points of reputation to draw rewards in the continent of Ponde. Confirm you have received the following rewards. Please select 5 of them. Dragon's Tear Gem 3. As the name implies, this gem originated from the tears of dragons during the ancient times of Ponde. It seems to harbor extraordinary powers, and its resplendent brilliance is sought after by all. 10 Griffin Knights. Prophet's Child Identity Limited. These 10 knights comprise 5 fully fledged Griffin Knights and their apprentice Griffin Squire Knights. As guardians of the royal family of Ponde, they have sensed your identity and come fully equipped to pledge their fealty to you. Salary and accommodation must be provided. Twilight Knight Halimian, Hero. Elven Friend Identity Limited. Halimian's name is derived from his parents' aspiration for his life to shine as brightly as morning dew. He is a young but exceptionally gifted Noldor elf who achieved combat prowess assessment early on, becoming a formidable force among elves, even standing out within the ranks of Twilight Knights. His equipment, especially his armor, is a testament to his parents' sacrifices adorned with emerald marks. Having learned of your renown, he wishes to accompany you to explore this world. Salary and accommodation must be provided. 6 Twilight Knights 2. Elven Friend Limited. There are always some elves who wish to accompany you, their elven friend, to venture into the realm of men. Salary and accommodation must be provided. 100,000 dinars 3. Do not speak. You shall always need it. 50,000 dinars 2. Do not speak. You shall always need it. Sapphire Noldor Inscription Bow 2. This bow is an enhanced version of the Noldor composite bow, infused with even greater magical energy, enabling the Noldor arrows shot from it to possess the power of frost. Be warned, ordinary arrows cannot withstand its magical might. The Jade Symbol Armor, built upon the foundation of the Noldor Symbol Armor, possesses a more formidable magical energy, capable of accelerating one's stamina recovery, albeit at the cost of increased hunger. Alan, this time, did not linger in indecision. He swiftly opted for 200,000 dinars. He required a substantial sum to procure a batch of armor to equip his soldiers, even if only a portion of them. Subsequently, he entered his courtyard and selected the Twilight Knight Halimian and 12 other Twilight Knights. He similarly needed powerful combatants to accompany him in vanquishing the smog. As for the dragon tears and superior equipment, those matters could wait. Soon, the fully armored Halimian emerged, leading an elven steed, shrouded in a radiant glow, with the 12 Noldor Twilight Knights following closely behind. These knights were exceptionally formidable, standing out among the Noldor elves. When compared to any narrative character, they were only slightly inferior to certain members of the Fellowship. Halimian, having just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, scratched his head in confusion, glancing around until he spotted Alan and came to a halt. With palpable excitement, he approached the human and expressed, "My lord, I am grateful for your unwavering support to the Noldor elves. Halimian is at your service." Alan regarded the elven knight, whose armor surpassed his own, and replied softly, "Thank you. There will surely be a time when your skills will be required. The hour grows late. Please allow your brethren to rest. Tomorrow, let Irene guide you to familiarize yourselves with this place." With that, Alan instructed Irene to escort Halimian and the others to their quarters. After a prolonged duration, the simulator had cooled down, and Alan once again entered the simulated realm while reclining on his bed. Simulator initiating. Please select the world you wish to enter. You have arrived in the land of Coradia. Due to your reputation exceeding 5 points and your current prestige surpassing 100 points, you may exchange for an identity related to the nobility. Yes, identity selection in progress. Time, unknown. Location, Kingdom of Kurjit, near the village of Zegas. You are the second son of Lord Nianboale of Zegas. Not long ago, your father passed away, and according to Kurjit tradition, his estate is to be divided among his sons. However, for reasons unknown, your father bequeathed all land and the title of Nyan to your elder brother, while allotting the majority of the herds to you. Indeed, in Kurjit, herdsmen are also considered a form of property for nobles. You remain unaware of the conspiracy at play until your brother Nuam approaches you. Nuam proposes to offer you a substantial sum to acquire the 500 herdsmen in your possession. The Kingdom of Kurjit is semi-nomadic. Each herd is equivalent to a household in other cultures. Due to the nomadic lifestyle, Each herd can provide 1 to 2 able-bodied warriors and 2 to 3 warhorses. However, most of the wealth held by the herdsmen also belongs to their lord. They possess only usage rights, not disposal rights over their cattle and horses. This implies that you command at least 500 light and heavy cavalry, along with over 1,000 horses and several cattle and sheep. This constitutes a formidable force, yet the dilemma lies in your lack of a pasture and title, leaving you with few options. You may either accept your brother's money and depart, or lead your kin to establish a new pasture, which would undoubtedly entail a challenging migration. This is your brother's scheme. Traditionally, inheritance has never been divided in such a manner, yet it remains equitable, as both sides' values are relatively balanced. The significant disparity lies in the amount Newham offers, insufficient even for purchasing horses. You regard Newham's proposition with disdain, searching your memories and setting your sights on the eastern plains, where the population is far less dense, albeit conditions may be harsher. However, you are resolute in rejecting Newham's extortion. Noticing your refusal to accept his proposal, Newham's long-laid plans crumble, igniting his fury. He adopts a lordly demeanor, hurling insults at you and even resorting to a whip. Enduring the pain of 2 lashes, you, amid Newham's and his followers' astonished gazes, bring him down. Not only that, but you also seize the whip he struck you with and constrict it around his neck. You inform Newham that, as compensation for his punishment, the money now rightfully belongs to you. Newham's men, witnessing their leader's flushed face and the herdsmen gathering behind you, relinquish their boxes and retreat with the unconscious Newham. This is merely a family affair, even if you were to slay Newham on the spot, as long as one is willing to bribe. The consequences would not be dire. At this juncture, the village chief of Zegas, To'oju, approaches you, conveying that, by Kurjit's austere laws, you and your herdsmen must vacate Zegas territory to seek your pasture. You command To'oju to instruct all herdsmen to begin packing their belongings, preparing for migration before nightfall. Simultaneously, you confer with To'oju to ascertain the combat capabilities at your disposal. Through discussions with the chief, you learn that you have over 50 mounted archers, more than 50 lancers, and around 200 mounted warriors. The remainder consists of ordinary clansmen. If equipped adequately, they could possess significant combat prowess. You instruct the chief to gather the archers and lancers for an audience with you. These individuals were once your father's personal guards. Also regarded as a form of property, each had been allocated some pasture, land, and even herdsmen, enjoying a comfortable existence with iron equipment and fine steeds. Now, they have been assigned to you. As you observe them, despair and apathy are evident in their eyes. It is clear they do not trust your ability to lead them to a new pasture, yet they have no alternative. To resist would mean infringing upon the interests of all Kurjit nobles, and their fate would be far from favorable. Confronted with this reality, you say nothing. Words alone cannot affect change. You issue orders for their migration eastward to Turga, igniting a flicker of hope in their eyes. As they believe you intend to ally with the Lord Isugan, who controls Turga, you provide no further explanation, instead leading them towards Dasbifa before nightfall. This migration presents no significant challenges regarding sustenance, whether for livestock or humans. The primary concern is water. All Kurjit villages and towns are built near water sources, and without the Lord's permission, large-scale drinking from their rivers would undeniably infringe upon their sacred rights, leading to an irreconcilable conflict. You guide the vast migration party, departing Zegas before nightfall, yet remaining within its territorial bounds. The following morning, after both people and livestock have quenched their thirst in Zegas River, they commence their journey towards Dasbifa. As your sizable entourage enters Dasbifa, the local Lord Nyan Tuljuj, accompanied by his personal guards, approaches to inquire whether you intend to instigate a war on the plains. However, he presented you with 2 alternative choices. One involved spending money daily, which would only afford you 5 days of survival. The other required you to engage in an inequitable duel, where you would confront 10 cavalrymen, including Tuljuj, without the use of bows and arrows. Should you emerge victorious, you and your herders would secure a month of survival. However, defeat would demand the sacrifice of half your herders, and you would be compelled to vacate his territory immediately. You opted for the duel, asserting to Tuljuj that such an unjust contest and wager were unacceptable and that additional funds were necessary. Tuljuj, infuriated by your audacity, bellowed that victory would indeed grant you the reward. The battle unfolded before nearly 2,000 spectators. At the outset, Tuljuj perceived your demeanor as contemptuous, yet as the conflict progressed, he realized his misjudgment. In the glaring gaze of the crowd, you adeptly maneuvered your horse, evading the relentless pursuit of your foes, seizing upon their fleeting mistakes to unseat them one by one. You even reserved the choice of adversary, leaving Tulliuj for last, thus preserving a modicum of his dignity. Tulliuj, having relinquished his struggle, may have been tempestuous and cunning, but he was a man of his word. He informed you that the grazing lands near Turgo were at your disposal, and that funds would soon be delivered to you before departing. Among the nomadic tribes, strength reigned supreme. Your herders now regarded you not with apathy and despair, but with a mix of trepidation and a glimmer of hope. You understood that as long as you could secure a pasture of your own, all problems would be resolutely addressed. Chapter 34. The Horse Breeding Village. As you traverse the path, the most significant town you must pass through is Turgur, where you can replenish a multitude of supplies essential for your migration. Presently, you stand before the Lord Asugan in the castle of Turgur, who extends a gracious offer to you. For a mere quarter of your wealth, he is willing to grant you a pasture and the esteemed status of a noble. In the plundering kingdom of Kujit, such a price demonstrates remarkable integrity. Even though Asugan is renowned for his fairness, this proposition reveals his profound admiration for you. However, you graciously decline, and Asugan does not press the matter further. Instead, he informs you of a pasture located to the east, outside the boundaries of the Kujit kingdom. Though the land is not lush and can even be deemed barren, it is home to numerous traditional nomadic tribes. These tribes are known for their fierce temperament and refusal to submit to the existing laws of the Kujit kingdom, having been driven to this desolate land by the nobility. Asugan cautions you that settling there is no simple task. The absence of established rules renders it a true survival of the fittest. You express your gratitude to Asugan, and as you depart, he assures you that his doors will always remain open for you, albeit at the same price. In Turgur, you exchange the majority of your funds for supplies necessary for your migration. As some of the provisions are distributed, you observe incredulity etched on the faces of many herdsmen. With a dismissive exclamation, one herdsman urges you to leave his tent, and you depart with a smile. Soon, your caravan enters the territory of Dista Fortress, where the local noble has evidently heard of your reputation. He symbolically demands a small fee from you and instructs that you must vacate his lands within a week. Your journey through Dista Fortress continues, and finally, a week later, you arrive at your intended destination. Although the pasture is not particularly fertile, a vital river flows through it, essential for the herdsman. You command your men to set up camp. However, the locals certainly live up to their fierce reputation. That night, they present you with a grand welcoming gift. In the early hours, hundreds of riders armed with torches charge toward your camp. The sentinels you organized manage to intercept them, but not entirely, and amidst the chaos, you sustain a minor injury. A raging fire consumes most of your supplies, a third of your horses vanish into the flames, and countless herdsmen are either burned or trampled to death, with injuries numbering in the hundreds. Despite the significant losses, you also glean valuable insights. They did not anticipate your formidable fighting prowess and swift reaction. Thus, during your organized counterattack, you capture several prisoners. Initially, these captives exhibit defiance, refusing to speak and hurling insults at you, demanding a swift death. Compelled to employ some knowledge of torture, you eventually extract the truth from one. This ambush was orchestrated by 4 nearby nomadic tribes. Upon your arrival, they recognized you as a common enemy, having already divided the pasture amongst themselves after years of conflict. The previous afternoon, they convened, and by evening, a plan was established. They launched their assault under the cover of darkness, reaching your camp by dawn. They dispatched their strongest warriors, forming a 100-man unit, intending to overrun your camp and plunder your possessions. Yet, your men's unexpected strength forced them to retreat after suffering significant losses. With this information in hand, you swiftly tend to your wounds and rally your soldiers for a night raid on the enemy's gathering place. Amidst the rising dust and smoke, the air resonates with cries of vengeance, echoing far and wide. That night, with over 400 cavalrymen, you launch a surprise assault on the so-called royal tents of the 2 nomadic tribes, unleashing a massacre. Your decree is clear: those who surrender shall be spared. Nevertheless, at least a third of the population falls to your blades. Subsequently, you seize the pastures and water sources belonging to these tribes. However, the affair does not conclude there. After briefly securing the captives and your remaining herdsmen, you set forth once more with your cavalry, pursuing the fleeing tribes. The pursuit lasts 3 days and nights, until every surviving member of the tribes finally capitulates, and you personally sever the head of their leader. You take the time to bury the fallen enemies around your territory, creating mounds that stretch for over 2 miles, destined to remain as a tale of warning to other tribes on these plains. As a result of this engagement, not only do your herdsmen regard you with both respect and fear, but the majority of tribal leaders across the plains send you offerings. In the aftermath of the battle, your forces have suffered greatly. Only a little over 400 remain, with fewer than 300 capable of mounting a horse. Yet, you have not emerged empty-handed. You have taken many prisoners, nearly 1,000, along with thousands of warhorses, cattle, and sheep. The simulation concludes and is saved. Retaining the identity of the Lord of the Horse Breeding Village allows you to summon all the villagers, including over 400 cavalrymen, over 900 villagers, nearly 1,000 captives, 2,000 warhorses, 300 cattle, and over 4,000 sheep. Through months of diligent effort and numerous brutal battles, you have demonstrated your strength to these assets, who are now willing to embark on another migration with you. You are rewarded with 1 point of honor, 50 points of prestige, and 5,000 dinars. Would you like to continue the simulation? Yes, no? No, indeed. While continuing to utilize this identity in further simulations may yield greater rewards, Alan, a seasoned investor in previous lives, understands the wisdom of securing what one possesses rather than coveting the unknown. Should he perish in the upcoming simulations, he would lose everything, as this acquisition represents Alan's most significant gain in recent years. However, there remains a challenge. To summon these herdsmen, a new pasture must be found for them. The Anduin Valley offers ample space, yet Alan possesses only a rudimentary understanding of management, particularly in horse breeding. Although Alan lacks expertise, his subordinate, Fathys, a former cavalry officer, is well-versed in equine care, a realization that dawns upon Alan swiftly. The following morning, Alan seeks out Fathys, who is yet to depart, to discuss this matter. Fathys confirms his knowledge of horse breeding techniques and reveals that he has been contemplating this issue for some time. During his patrols, he has meticulously observed the surrounding environment. This valley indeed possesses numerous areas suitable for horse breeding. For instance, to the north of Wild's village, there lies an expansive pasture rich in forage ideal for livestock, complemented by several small rivers branching from the Anduin River, fulfilling all the requirements for horse husbandry. A small herd of wild horses already inhabits the area, and Fathys has long aspired to tame them, though he has been hindered by a lack of skilled personnel. Now, Alan inquired, and Fathys indicated that if necessary, he could secure the area to raise thousands of horses, which would be a trivial matter. When it came to the question of how many could be raised, he remarked that the more, the better. Yet, Fathys was perplexed and asked Alan why he sought a horse ranch when the entire town had barely 200 horses. Alan responded with a mysterious smile, opting to say little but requesting Fathys to lead him there for a closer inspection. Since Fathys mentioned that the location was quite distant, Alan prepared himself, along with Aaron and his personal guards, and they set off on horseback from the Wild's town. The place Fathys described was indeed far, nearing the Elven Path and, correspondingly, closer to the stronghold of the half-orcs, Mount Gundabad. This area posed certain dangers, as it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the half-orc wolf riders. Nevertheless, the landscape was breathtaking, a vast plain stretching for miles, with golden grasslands extending to the horizon. To the east lay the Black Forest, while the Anduin River flowed to the west, with several rivers meandering through the center. Although Alan had little knowledge of such matters, galloping across the grassy expanse on his elven steed evoked a sensation akin to the wind rustling through the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. He resolved that, even if it entailed some risk, he would establish a semi-nomadic, semi-settled village here. Time was of the essence for Alan. He was uncertain when Gandalf would arrive. He needed to complete substantial preparations beforehand, especially concerning the cavalry. Having several hundred mounted soldiers during the Battle of Five Armies would be invaluable. Would you like to relinquish the title of Lord of the Horse Ranch? Yes. Cooldown period, 2,152 days. As the simulator's notification concluded, a brilliant white light enveloped Alan and his companions. Soon, the villagers of the horse ranch, captives, horses, and livestock materialized in the expansive grassland, suddenly freed from restraint. The animals scattered chaotically, causing widespread disorder. However, the experienced herders quickly regained control, adept in handling livestock from years of practice. In contrast, the reaction of the herders and the Rhodok villagers was markedly different. They exhibited no confusion or unrest. Instead, they stood calmly according to their familial bonds, clutching their possessions and Alan's, gazing at him atop a high ridge. Under some unseen guidance, the herders began to kneel in droves before Alan, offering fervent worship and vocalizing praises to Tungri, the sky god. This phenomenon spread far beyond Alan's line of sight. Observing this spectacle, Thetis transitioned from shock to bewilderment, then to determination. He looked at his familiar yet alien friend, whose face wore an expression of discomfort, and spoke. Alan, my friend, though I have often witnessed your remarkable deeds since our acquaintance, this is rather. At this juncture, Thetis inhaled deeply, refraining from pursuing that line of thought, and instead continued with a sorrowful tone. If you truly are their deity, then might my path to redemption also lie in your hands? Years ago, in his quest for salvation, Thetis had traversed much of Colradia, acquiring some knowledge of the Cugic kingdom's religious beliefs. While differing from his own faith, if Alan were indeed divine, could he not offer sufficient enlightenment? Hearing these words, Alan felt a deeper sense of awkwardness. He understood the turmoil within Thetis's heart. He placed a reassuring hand on Thetis's shoulder, saying, You wield your sword not merely for the welfare of the good people, do you not? Your relentless toil has always been for the sake of our friendship. Your adherence to a life of simplicity seeks solace for your soul. If these are not acts of redemption, then what could be? Divine affirmation? That notion is utterly absurd. Thetis, contemplating Alan's comfort, fell silent, refraining from further inquiry. Alan, relieved to see Thetis calm down, exhaled deeply. He recognized that, compared to the Rhodok people, the Cugic were far more ignorant, barbaric, and superstitious. Otherwise, they could not have supported the ravenous nobles in establishing such a vast kingdom under those circumstances. Yet, he had never imagined being regarded as a deity, a notion that was difficult to accept. This sentiment compelled Alan to pace atop the hill, searching for Trog. Soon, he spotted him fervently kneeling on the ground, mumbling incantations. Alan approached and pulled him up, sternly commanding, Get up at once. I order you to lead the villagers in reconstructing the horse ranch. Furthermore, I do not wish to see anyone worshipping me as a deity. Remember, I merely relocated you here. Do you understand? Trog gazed at Alan with fervent admiration, believing this to be a miracle. How else could they have arrived in such a bountiful pasture if not through divine intervention? Thus, in response to Alan's command, Trog's enthusiasm intensified. He swiftly gathered the more esteemed members of the village to discuss the reconstruction of the horse ranch. Alan chose to remain, requesting Thetis to bring 80 men as he stayed to assist his newly acquired subjects in establishing their village. He was aware of the lifestyle habits of nomadic peoples. Their living standards were typically low, with a diminished resilience to disasters compared to agricultural societies, and most lacked permanent dwellings. Their living conditions often lacked robust healthcare and education systems, resulting in shorter life expectancies and stunted civilizational development. Yet, they also possessed many advantages. For instance, they often included tents among their possessions. Tents served as their homes, and these individuals exhibited remarkable adaptability to their surroundings. Unlike agricultural societies, which faced homelessness and destitution upon leaving their lands, Alan found his new subjects to be a source of relief. Before long, under the herders' management, various tents rose across the plains, with numerous villagers already mounted on their horses to delineate grazing lands. It had only been a little over half a day. At this moment, Alan sat within his tent, feeling exasperated as he repeatedly urged Trog, You must understand, I am not a deity. I am your lord. You must change the villagers' perception of me. Absolutely no worship is permitted, do you comprehend? Trog merely nodded in agreement, signaling his understanding. With that thought in mind, Alan felt increasingly troubled. He waved Trog out of the tent, his mind occupied with plans for the horse ranch's development. Alan envisioned creating a semi-nomadic, semi-agricultural village. Ideally, he would assign specific individuals to care for the horses, while the remaining villagers, with assistance from the original inhabitants, would engage in farming to supplement their livelihoods. Most of the horses would belong to Alan, destined to form a cavalry unit, which would require centralized management rather than the previous familial distribution. Additionally, a portion of the cattle and sheep would be entrusted to the residents of Wild's town to bolster their income. Alan also hoped for the villagers to adopt a stable lifestyle, for they were now his subjects. One bears the responsibility for their well-being and should strive to provide them with a superior living environment. Currently, The medical facilities in Wilderness Town are quite satisfactory. James has numerous apprentices who are capable of operating independently. A few of them could be dispatched to oversee the medical work here. The development of the village still requires the diligent efforts of 8-man, and Alan had not anticipated that this elderly engineer's workload would increase so significantly. This suggests that the old gentleman's health is remarkably robust, as he is still able to ride about on horseback. Reflecting on 8-man's significance and the arduous labor he has endured over the years, Alan resolved that if he could procure some dragon tears this time, he would provide 8-man with a vial of the elixir of immortality. Naturally, should this old friend decline the gift of prolonged life, Alan would not press him. Chapter 35. Alan's 3 legions and departure. Due to the impassable roads between Wilderness Town and Horseherd Village, Yamala was temporarily unable to assume control of the latter. She lacked the time and energy to handle such matters, as establishing a new village is a far cry from managing an existing one. For Alan, these tasks posed little difficulty, though they were rather tedious. Numerous minor decisions required his attention, effectively tethering him to his tent. However, with Alan's full cooperation and the tireless labor of thousands, the pace of village construction far surpassed that of Wilderness Village. Previously, Alan had designated this day as New Year's Day. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he intended to host a grand banquet every year on this date, inviting everyone to indulge in merriment and revelry. He restructured his forces, preparing to assemble a well-rounded army comprising infantry, archers, and cavalry. Previously, Alan's treasury had been modest, lacking both sufficient weaponry and resources to arm his recruits comprehensively. Now, however, he found himself considerably wealthier, possessing over 200,000 dinars, ample manpower and steeds, as well as a fresh supply of arms procured from the Woodland Kingdom, enough to form several distinct legions. To this end, Alan convened a military meeting attended by Fathes, Bandak, Irain, Herimian, Desaiwe, and Yamala, recognizing that an army must be well fed. During the assembly, Alan and the others deliberated and ultimately decided to adopt the military structure of the Rhodoks, utilizing squads of 10, companies of 100, and legions. However, unlike the Rhodoks, Alan's 10-man squads included the squad leader, as did the 100-man companies. Notably, the majority of the soldiers forming these legions would still be conscripted farmers who donned armor only in times of war, while the guards, squad leaders, company commanders, and legion commanders would receive additional compensation for their essential roles in daily management. If they were professional soldiers prior to this, they would receive double pay. Once the foundational management regulations were established, Alan proceeded to appoint commanders for the various legions. Fathes was designated as the commander of the Cavalry Legion. Alan's cavalry, though limited, managed to form 4 companies, primarily composed of Khergit warriors and a small number of surrendered captives. The officers were predominantly Swadian knights and Khergit horse archers. Alan invested tens of thousands of dinars to replenish their supplies, ensuring they were properly equipped with arms and leather armor. He also entrusted Fathes with 10 sets of human armor and 10 dwarven longswords, gifts from Dane, allowing him to manage them as he saw fit. Irain, originally the captain of the guards, was assigned as the commander of the infantry legion. Alan utilized all available resources to assemble a 600-strong melee force, primarily drawn from Rhodok soldiers and woodland inhabitants. This included 100 heavy infantry clad in chainmail, wielding massive shields and melee weapons, alongside 500 light infantry donned in leather armor, armed with elven spears. Most of them, being woodland residents, also carried their own bows and arrows. The infantry officers were mainly composed of Rhodok soldiers, not necessarily more formidable than the woodland inhabitants, but their prior training in the Rhodok army granted them valuable experience in organization. The expenditure on equipping these soldiers nearly depleted Alan's savings, particularly the heavy infantry, which cost him over 100,000 dinars. Lastly, he assigned 10 Nord Royal Guards to accompany Irain as personal bodyguards, ensuring the young man would be protected during battles and not recklessly lead the charge without support. Alan believed Irain was well suited for this role. His loyalty was unquestionable, being of noble descent and having received a comprehensive noble education. His years of following Alan in various skirmishes had endowed him with considerable experience. Irain was eager for an opportunity to prove himself, and Alan was willing to provide it. Moreover, Irain would have Bandak working alongside him, as Bandak was to command a 400-strong ranged legion. This contingent consisted mainly of Rewrote crossbowmen and woodland residents, including 100 crossbowmen and 300 archers wielding elven longbows. Their officers were primarily composed of Alan's former guards and Rewrote marksmen. The infantry and archers would typically collaborate in combat, allowing Bandak and Arain to coordinate and consult one another on any issues, given Bandak's decades of military experience. Alan's guard would subsequently consist of Harimian and the Twilight Knights of Nord, forming one of the most formidable forces at his disposal, accompanying him to the most perilous battlefronts. Finally, Desaiway was appointed as the reconnaissance commander, leading a contingent of Kurjit mounted archers to conduct routine scouting missions, thus relieving the Swadian knights of this burden, as their primary role was as cavalry shock troops. These 3 legions represented the bulk of Alan's resources accumulated over the 4 to 5 years since his arrival, serving as the foundation for his participation in the Battle of 5 Armies. Naturally, Alan retained other assets, including Bjorn's kin and several hundred reserve troops with subpar equipment. Though these need not be elaborated upon, it is noteworthy that these units, being non-regular forces, would still engage in agricultural and construction work during peacetime. Alan's current expectation was to conduct training sessions once a week. These individuals, having long contended with orcs, certainly possessed combat experience and courage, yet they lacked cohesion and understanding of discipline. In Alan's estimation, the Battle of 5 Armies would still require some time before commencing. After completing all these tasks, Alan awaited Gandalf's arrival. It should be soon, as both the original text and the film indicated that Gandalf first met Thorin Oakenshield in March of this year. This encounter subsequently led to the expedition to the Lonely Mountain. However, in the original story, it was purely a chance meeting, with Thorin approaching Gandalf. In the film, Alan speculated that Gandalf had likely been waiting at the Prancing Pony specifically for Thorin, encouraging him to undertake this grand endeavor, a notion Alan had confirmed at the White Council last autumn. Indeed, Gandalf, ever the Wanderer, arrived in Wilderness Town shortly after the new year. In light of Gandalf's evident fatigue, Alan extended him a warm welcome. Even for Gandalf, who had modest culinary preferences, the wine from Pindar was a source of great delight. He humorously remarked that he hoped Alan would prepare more for their forthcoming journey. During their casual conversation, Alan learned of Gandalf's recent endeavors. Following the council meeting, Gandalf had tirelessly traversed Middle-earth, not only reaching Eriador to confer with the interim leader of the Dúnedain Rangers regarding a joint assault on Dol Guldur, but also venturing alone into the great wilderness to scout near an ancient fortress, where he encountered the pale orc Azog, as described by Alan. This venerable figure had been laboring relentlessly across Middle-earth, a task that was undeniably arduous. As they conversed, Gandalf also prepared to briefly outline his plans to Alan. "We must embark on our journey in the coming days. I have received word from a trusted friend that Thorin Oakenshield, the son of Thrain, is lurking in the Dark Lands." At this moment, Gandalf reminisced about his previous intentions to take Elrond to that very place, a faint smile gracing his lips. He continued, "It is evident that I am not the only one informed of Thrain's presence in the Dark Lands. Thorin is also there, seeking traces of his father. However, I suspect he will likely return empty-handed." Elrond was fully aware that Thorin would indeed return without success, for Thrain too was still suffering in the dungeons of Dol Guldur. Nevertheless, Elrond could not help but admire the fact that Thranduil too was nearing 3 centuries of age. Even among the dwarven royalty of Durin's line, their lifespan surpassed that of ordinary dwarves, a remarkable testament to their will to survive. Should the assault on Dol Guldur proceed smoothly, Thranduil too would finally be able to convey the words he longed to share with his son directly to Thorin Oakenshield. At this juncture, Gandalf paused momentarily in contemplation before continuing. If he desires a safe passage, that path is inevitable for him. Otherwise, we shall have to seek him in the Blue Mountains. However, Elrond, I have some matters to discuss with you beforehand." Elrond regarded Gandalf's serious demeanor with curiosity, silently urging him to proceed. "I believe it unwise to divulge all our plans to Thorin Oakenshield, particularly as they involve the elves. Should Thorin learn that we are using him and his family's Lonely Mountain as bait alongside the elves, I doubt he would consent to this expedition." Gandalf harbored reservations, fearing that Elrond might perceive this as deceit and exploitation of Thorin Oakenshield. Yet, it was clear that his concerns were unfounded, for Elrond wholeheartedly agreed. "I concur, Gandalf. I too believe it unnecessary to disclose everything to Thorin Oakenshield. In truth, we do not even know if we will succeed. Let us wait until after our victory to discuss further, shall we? Upon hearing Elon's support for his proposition, Gandalf smiled and remarked, "While the outcome remains uncertain, we have made a commendable start, have we not?" Elon chuckled in response, stating, "That is contingent upon Thorin Oakenshield's agreement, but I believe he has no reason to refuse." The two, one elderly and the other youthful, shared a hearty laugh in Elon's banquet hall. Elon suggested that Gandalf should rest for a few days, as the journey ahead would be arduous. Simultaneously, Elon needed time to arrange affairs in the village. Gandalf consented, acknowledging that he had not had a proper rest in recent months and wished to familiarize himself with Elon's village during this time. Days later, Elon had finally organized all matters concerning Wildwood Town and Horse Pasture Village, preparing for their departure. In truth, for the past 4 or 5 years, Elon had been perplexed as to why Azig had not sent anyone to attack his village, nor why the half-orc king had not sought revenge against him again. However, after Azig's initial failure at vengeance, he had little desire to provoke Elon further. This fellow had survived from the First Age to the present, not merely due to his musical talents. Particularly with the emergence of several skin changers near Wildwood Town, such power was not solely the domain of the half-orc king. Even Azig had abandoned the notion of avenging Balk. Elon's strength had increased too rapidly. They both considered him a formidable opponent, one they did not wish to confront. Meanwhile, Azig was preoccupied, tasked with completing his master's orders while managing his own affairs. At that moment, Azig was lurking in the Dark Lands, tracking Thorin Oakenshield. Having released the news about Thranduil to himself, the vendetta of a severed arm was not easily forgotten by this pale orc, who not only spread false information but also offered a substantial bounty for the head of Thorin Oakenshield. In the shadowy corners, this news was common knowledge. Many humans aligned with dark forces were searching for Thorin's whereabouts. Yet, these matters held no relevance for Elon, who sat comfortably upon the back of a great eagle. Throughout these 4 to 5 years, Elon had maintained a cordial relationship with the great eagles, enforcing a few strict laws, including a prohibition against shooting at the eagles in the sky. Violators faced the forfeiture of all their possessions and expulsion from Elon's domain. Each time the eagles delivered new tidings, Elon would ensure that his subordinates prepared appropriate gifts to honor these majestic creatures. Notably, after acquiring diamonds, Elon commissioned dwarven artisans to craft a golden crown and a pure silver necklace, both adorned with an abundance of diamonds. He gifted the necklace to Thranduil, believing that the elves, who cherished starlight, would appreciate silver more. The crown was specially made for the King of Eagles, entrusted to other eagles to deliver as a gift. Elon could not fathom why the beings of Middle-earth held such an affinity for gemstones. Perhaps it was simply that his own fortune in gems had come too easily for him to understand. The assistance of the eagles was not summoned by Elon. Their bond was unidirectional, for he could not reach out to them. However, the Grey Wizard possessed the means to call upon them. Elon and Gandalf traversed the territory of the half-orc town on foot, crossing the Old Pass, which was not an advisable choice. The only relatively safe path lay across the Isen River ferry at Isengard, leading to the south-north road towards Bree. Yet, this route would consume too much time, and neither was inclined to take such a detour. Thus, Gandalf employed his magic to summon 2 great eagles. Unbeknownst to him, Elon had also cultivated a strong rapport with these eagles. Consequently, the eagles carried them a considerable distance, bringing them directly to the eagle's nest, where they rested for a day before being flown near the valley of Rivendell. Instead of disturbing Lord Elrond, they crossed the last bridge, stepping onto the east-west road toward Bree. Thus concludes the first volume, a chapter of self-discovery. Chapter 36, Summary Greetings, everyone. I am Homefa. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support, be it through monthly votes, recommendations, donations, collections, or suggestions. Each contribution is immensely appreciated. With your encouragement, I have stumbled through the past month to complete the first volume. If my calculations are correct, the first volume comprises just under 180,000 words. Initially, I intended to title it Meteoric Visitor, but I found it overly sci-fi, so I opted for self-cultivation of an interlude instead. This volume primarily chronicles the protagonist's rise, showcasing a modest strength in the realm of Middle-earth, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. I am particularly grateful to those who have offered diverse suggestions. As long as the feedback is constructive and not merely aimed at creating trouble, I am willing to consider it. I must admit, however, that I find it puzzling when some readers assert that I am destined to fail, urging me to abandon the work after I had penned merely a few tens of thousands of words. A daily update of 5,000 to 6,000 words is no small feat as an amateur writer. My endeavors are fueled solely by passion, and my skills are, regrettably, rather limited. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for your patience with my shortcomings. Additionally, I have always advocated for my protagonist to venture forth and meet various influential figures, as it would facilitate future interactions when needed. The demands of the plot necessitate such developments, and I find myself without alternatives. I sincerely hope for your continued support. One reader articulated a lengthy commentary, which resonated profoundly. As a non-professional web novelist, my efforts are driven by fervor alone. Without positive reinforcement, how could one sustain such endeavors? The daily output of 5,000 words cannot be guaranteed without your encouragement. In conclusion, this first volume has reached its end, and I shall soon embark on the second volume, the interlude sonata, marking a pivotal shift in the narrative. This signifies a serious entry into the main storyline. I shall conclude my summary here, expressing my gratitude once more for all your support. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Outsider of Bree, whether in the original text or in the film adaptation, serves as a significant location where much of the narrative unfolds. However, in reality, Bree is merely a quaint little town inhabited by intelligent and industrious humans alongside amiable and peace-loving hobbits, with a total population barely exceeding 1,000. Due to its strategic position along vital trade routes, it often sees displaced dwarves, laden with their meager possessions, seeking refuge for a night before embarking on their journey to the Misty Mountains in search of Thorin Oakenshield's protection, for the dwarf prince has been faring rather well there. Overall, Bree is a stable and tranquil place that has not faced the threat of dark forces for centuries. Of course, this peace has been maintained at a silent cost borne by unseen guardians. At this moment, Alan strolls along the streets of Bree, where the majority of the buildings boast a charming blend of stone and wood, reminiscent of medieval Europe. The evening has set in, and Alan has just exited the abode of a notably balding man with a prominent nose, Albert Drelly, renowned throughout Bree for his eccentric love of carrots. On his very first day in Bree, Alan encountered this peculiar character munching on a carrot by his doorstep. Indeed, Gandalf, that rascal, had brought Alan to Bree only to abandon him once more, claiming he needed to gather information, and it has been nearly a month since then. Faced with such circumstances, Alan felt helpless and could not possibly inform Gandalf that Thorin Oakenshield would surely appear at the Prancing Pony on March 15th. Alan understood he had ventured out too early, especially considering the journey through the Misty Mountains was expedited by the Great Eagles, who transported him and Gandalf from Carrock to Eriador in just 2 days. When they hastily arrived in Bree, it had taken them less than a month, and it was only mid-February. Upon arrival, the gray-robed wizard mounted the horse Alan had purchased and rode off, leaving Alan to navigate the town alone, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Yet, when Alan, drenched by the rain, entered the Prancing Pony, he found his dear friend Gandalf seated at a table, sipping beer with a broad smile. Gandalf, a man of formidable charisma, could leave Alan alone in Bree without inciting genuine ire. The young man took a seat opposite the wizard and called to the serving maid, Becky, requesting a cup of mead. Alan preferred this sweet beverage over beer. The Prancing Pony, owned by the Butterbur family, stands as the largest tavern and inn in the vicinity, frequently bustling with a diverse array of patrons from all walks of life. It is a hub of information where many gather to exchange news, including those who have aligned themselves with dark forces. On this day, Alan quickly recognized one such individual, a sinister-looking middle-aged man seated by the window, emanating an ominous aura, an enemy spy. Another notorious figure in Bree, the fearsome Old Bill, towering over 2 meters, seemed menacing, yet upon spotting Alan, he fled the inn like a frightened dog. While Bree had not faced the menace of dark forces, it did not preclude the town from harboring unsavory characters and malevolent deeds. On the 5th day of his arrival, one afternoon, while meandering through the marketplace and purchasing items of his liking, Old Bill had been observing Alan for quite some time. Taking advantage of his imposing stature, he approached Alan and seized him, using his size to intimidate the calm young man. This was an inevitable consequence, for Alan had carelessly displayed gold while shopping, attracting misfortune. Did Alan realize this? Yes. Initially, he had intended to retaliate against this brute. However, Seasoned by many battles, he sensed no murderous intent from Old Bill. The man did not wield any weapons, instead relying on his seemingly absurd strength to subdue Alan. Accepting the situation, Alan chose not to resist, finding the prospect of some amusement a welcome diversion from his otherwise dull existence. Yet, he pondered, did he truly seem so easily bullied? Was it his courteous demeanor that invited such treatment? Or perhaps his lack of visible weapons emboldened these ruffians? Alan did not wish to traverse the town armed to the teeth, for the elven-style weaponry often drew unwanted attention. This made Old Bill mistakenly believe he had encountered an unsuspecting lamb ripe for the slaughter. Soon, Alan was led to a shadowy corner, where 4 or 5 unsavory men with hostile expressions and varying weapons awaited. Faced with this scenario, Alan remained unfazed. He reached behind his cloak and, as if performing magic, calmly drew a long sword that glimmered with a cold light. How could Alan be without weapons? He had merely spent a few dinars to procure a veritable armory. The ruffians surrounding Alan were taken aback, as if they had witnessed a lamb transform into a fierce tiger. While they were still bewildered, Alan swiftly disarmed them, forcing them to kneel. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, he meted out punishment by severing their right thumbs, thus stripping them of their capacity for malevolence. Old Bill, who had initially seized Alan, was left dumbfounded, realizing he was done for. Even before Alan could express anything, the towering man fell to his knees. Alan, not one to show mercy, delivered a swift kick to his face, departing in high spirits. Poor Old Bill not only lost consciousness from that blow, but also half of his teeth. Rumors soon began to circulate in Bree about Alan, the seemingly polite outsider residing at the Prancing Pony, who was in fact a cold-blooded killer, prompting townsfolk to consider expelling him. Alan paid little heed to these tales, and the innkeeper remained silent, for Alan's generosity was rare, and he had not encountered such a lavish guest in many years. Nevertheless, in the days that followed, whenever Alan felt bored, he would seek out Old Bill for a friendly spar, the frequency of which he could no longer recall. Though Old Bill's teeth were surely all but gone, before long, new rumors spread through Bree, claiming that the notorious thug Old Bill Fernie was now the target of the outsider residing at the Prancing Pony. He now cowered in his dilapidated home, trembling in fear and daring not to venture outside. Yet today, this coward had the audacity to appear at the Prancing Pony, suggesting something was amiss, though Alan remained indifferent. He jested, "Alan, I did not anticipate that your reputation would spread so swiftly throughout Bree." Upon hearing this, Alan recognized Gandalf's jest and waved his hand dismissively, quietly inquiring, "Gandalf, do you have news of Thorin?" For today marked March 15th, and if no news arrived, Alan would need to consider whether his wings had begun to flutter anew, necessitating a discussion with Gandalf regarding their next course of action. Gandalf nodded, stating, "He will arrive by tonight at the earliest, or by tomorrow at the latest. I shall handle the negotiations, you may listen in." A rather disheveled dwarf, clad in a raincoat, entered the Prancing Pony Inn, tidied himself up slightly, and seated himself at an empty table in the center of the establishment. Despite his initial appearance of disarray, the dwarf was far from poorly equipped. He donned a well-fitted outfit and bore a dwarven longsword at his side. At that moment, he was enjoying a renowned pipe of Bree, and a contented expression graced his handsome, resolute face. This was Thorin Oakenshield, the prince of the dwarf clan. Meanwhile, Alan was preparing to approach and greet him, but Gandalf cast a meaningful glance at Alan, halting his advance. After a brief pause, Gandalf made his way over alone. Interestingly, a spy at the window hesitated in his seat, perturbed by Old Bill's escape. Initially, he could not fathom why the old man, who had promised a handsome reward, would flee. However, he soon noticed Alan, who was glaring at him, causing a jolt of realization as he recalled the rumors circulating in town, prompting him to leave the Prancing Pony in a hasty retreat. Thorin, too, had noticed the ominous figure staring at him, but with only one individual present. He remained merely cautious. He was reluctant to cause a disturbance, fearing it might lead to trouble for his kin and render them an unwelcome presence in Bree. Yet, with the departure of the sinister man, Gandalf took the seat opposite Thorin, allowing him to relax once more. Alan sat at a nearby table, sipping his honeyed mead and attentively listening to the conversation unfolding between the two. It must be said that Gandalf possessed remarkable eloquence. In a brief span, he managed to persuade Thorin, whose initially perplexed and doubtful expression gradually revealed signs of eagerness. However, Alan couldn't shake the feeling that Thorin was being led astray. leading him to reflect on his own situation and momentarily feel inferior to the dwarf prince. This was an inevitable sentiment, as Alan naturally harbored a fondness for the venerable Gandalf. Thorin glanced in Alan's direction and inquired of Gandalf, "Is this the burglar you sought?" Indeed. Alan's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of a ranger, and Thorin had long since perceived the connection between Alan and Gandalf. Particularly noteworthy was how the young human ranger had, with merely a glance, intimidated the shadowy figure, compelling Thorin to regard him with newfound respect. No, Thorin. This is not a burglar. This is my friend, Alan, from the town of the Wilds." Gandalf introduced Alan to Thorin, who acknowledged with a slight nod. Thorin furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering something, before responding, "I have not heard of this place." Alan then spoke in a calm and measured tone, neither submissive nor arrogant. "It is quite normal not to have heard of it. Middle-earth is vast, and moreover, the town of the Wilds is not particularly renowned. It is understandable that Thorin, grandson of Thrain and son of Thror, would be unfamiliar with it." Thorin nodded, dismissing Alan's comment and turning to Gandalf. "What of the burglar's selection?" The dwarf prince remained more concerned with the expedition's details. If a skilled human ranger could be of use, he was willing to offer a generous reward. "The candidate has been chosen. In a month's time, we shall gather at Hobbiton in the Shire. I will leave a mark at his doorstep," Gandalf replied. Alan, having just eaten that afternoon, found himself unexpectedly hungry as the inn remained bustling with patrons. He surmised that during the intervening month, Gandalf would likely have visited Hobbiton and sought out the hobbit Bilbo Baggins, whom he had been observing for quite some time. Yet, Alan chose not to voice his thoughts or inquiries, and thus, the two men rode on, passing through the Barrow Downs and the Old Forest, ultimately lodging at the Green Dragon in under the watchful eyes of the hobbits. Chapter 38, The Meeting at Bag End. The hobbits residing in the Shire are a branch of humanity, referred to as Perianeth in Sindarin, which translates to halflings. They bear no objections to this designation, but they prefer to identify themselves as hobbits. The ancestors of these diminutive beings can be traced back to ancient times, having traversed much of Middle-earth before finally settling in the Shire. They revel in a life of comfort and possess remarkable skills in farming, craftsmanship, and culinary arts. Their culinary prowess is particularly commendable. Their roasted meats are crisp on the outside and tender within, with aromas that tantalize the senses. Their stews are rich with an array of ingredients, yielding exquisite flavors. Their ham is thick and satisfying, leaving one wanting more. And their mead is a delightful blend of sweet and sour, never overpowering. This idyllic lifestyle renders the notion of adventure anathema to hobbits, who detest surprises and cherish the sanctity of their homes. Should the proprietor of the Green Dragon become aware of any such endeavor, he would promptly eject Alan from his establishment. In his desire to indulge in splendid meals daily, Alan has kept his thoughts to himself. This morning, Gandalf set out on his own business, leaving Alan unperturbed as he lingered at the inn, intending to visit Bilbo Baggins later in the evening. Given the close proximity of his residence, as twilight descended, after savoring his fifth meal of the day, Alan rose with a gift in hand and made his way to the abode of Bilbo Baggins. The future burglar resided in a place of considerable grandeur known as Bag End, the largest and most opulent dwelling in the area, which Alan had passed numerous times. In those days, Alan often witnessed Bilbo sitting at the door smoking, and they occasionally exchanged pleasantries. As their acquaintance deepened, Bilbo, ever the gracious host, would offer this tall stranger a pouch of tobacco, and they would share a smoke and converse. He was a simple and exceedingly polite hobbit. Had Alan not been privy to the unfolding narrative, he would never have fathomed that this hospitable and pleasure-seeking hobbit would embark on an adventure, ultimately becoming the legendary burglar. Bilbo Baggins. Upon arriving at the doorstep of Bag End, Alan could already hear the commotion within, indicating that the dwarves had arrived. He approached and rang the doorbell. And soon enough, a visibly exasperated Bilbo opened the door amidst a chorus of complaints. Upon recognizing Alan, he lamented, No, Alan, your timing could not be worse. Though I have often contemplated inviting you for afternoon tea." He glanced into the lively room and continued, "But as you can see, it is utter chaos this evening. A multitude of dwarves has suddenly descended upon my home, declaring their intent to hold a gathering. Please, Alan, could you come back another time?" Bilbo, upon seeing a familiar face, vented his frustrations, and Alan patiently listened. Then, with a sheepish smile, he replied, "Though I regret the inconvenience, I must inform you that I am indeed part of this gathering. Please accept my humble gift." Alan offered a slight bow and presented the wine, jesting, "So, Mr. Bilbo Baggins, I am at your service." Bilbo paused, and finally accepting Alan's offering with a sigh of resignation, replied, "Bilbo will gladly accept your service." "Do come in, Alan. At least you are not a dwarf, right?" Once inside, Alan settled into a corner, having come satiated and uninterested in participating in the plundering of Bilbo's pantry. However, just as he got comfortable, the doorbell rang once more. Bilbo's countenance, already nearing a state of frenzy, prompted him to set down his wine and return to the door, only to be greeted by a throng of dwarves following Gandalf into Bag End. Consequently, the interior of Bag End erupted into a frenzy of revelry. Remarkably, even amidst such unexpected disruption, Bilbo maintained his impeccable manners, finding time to brew a pot of tea and prepare a pouch of tobacco for Alan. After greeting Gandalf, Alan leisurely smoked while wandering about, indulging in the unfolding spectacle. This experience far surpassed any enjoyment one might find in a cinema. It was a true immersion in the moment. As the tobacco was consumed and the tea depleted, the dwarves eventually set about organizing their affairs. At which point Thorin Oakenshield arrived at the entrance. It must be noted that Thorin, the dwarven prince, commanded an impressive presence. Upon his arrival, the raucous dwarves fell silent, attentively observing him as he dined, until he was finished. In the original tale, Thorin arrived alongside Gandalf, and he had initially been buried beneath a pile of dwarves, which dampened his spirits. Only after Bilbo's lengthy apologies did his mood begin to lighten. Presently, this future king under the mountain was delayed, primarily due to his poor sense of direction, resulting in an irritable demeanor. His discontent was further exacerbated upon discovering that the burglar Gandalf had chosen was a hobbit devoid of combat prowess, especially after witnessing Mr. Bilbo Baggins faint right before him. Thorin Oakenshield was proud, stubborn, responsible, and charismatic. He had long led his displaced kin in search of a suitable existence. Undoubtedly, he was relatively successful, as the dwarves residing in the Blue Mountains held him in high esteem. Thorin placed immense importance on this expedition, as evidenced by the equal division of his ancestral treasure among the company. At this moment, the dwarven prince rose, gesturing towards Bilbo on the floor, and then at Alan. Addressing Gandalf with an air of resignation, "Why can't that human over there serve as my burglar? He could easily fulfill the role of scout." Unbeknownst to Alan, who was engrossed in examining the contract, their conversation would soon have implications for him. Nevertheless, Alan remained unconcerned, focusing instead on the contents of the agreement. Naturally, there was a place for Alan within it, and Gandalf would undoubtedly advocate for him with Thorin. Otherwise, how could Alan accompany Thorin to the end? The terms of the contract were akin to those in the narrative, except that Alan's role was to ensure the safe passage of all to the Lonely Mountain and to assist the dwarves in their endeavors, thereby securing at least 1/15 of the spoils. Alan found these conditions agreeable and, having mastered the art of writing, signed his name with confidence. Afterward, Alan rose and presented the contract to the venerable dwarf Balin, a figure of remarkable resilience, having sought to reclaim Moria at the age of 230. After a brief exchange with Balin to confirm the contract's validity, Alan approached Thorin Oakenshield. With a smile, Alan addressed the solemn-faced prince, "Your Highness, do you not believe that Bilbo could succeed as an adept burglar?" He gestured towards the still prostrate Bilbo, adding, "I am convinced this hobbit shall prove to be an exceptional burglar, perhaps even a master in his craft." Thorin Oakenshield, however, paid no heed to Alan's words, instead contemplating his own thoughts. After a moment, he smiled and replied, "If you are so confident, let us wager on it." Thorin finally displayed some engagement, slowly inquiring, "What shall we wager?" "I am inclined to believe that Mr. Baggins shall not even join our expedition." Many of the dwarves nearby nodded in agreement with Thorin's words. While they did not harbor any disdain for the hobbit who had graciously hosted them, their faith in Bilbo remained unshaken. They believed that a gentleman like Bilbo ought to reside comfortably within his cozy abode. The wilderness was hardly suitable for this hobbit. They even wagered on whether Bilbo would partake in the expedition, with Gandalf joining in the stakes. Aelonor shook his head as he observed them and turned to Thorin Oakenshield, stating, "I shall not wager on this. I firmly believe Mr. Baggins will join the expedition. I wager that one day you will indeed alter your perception of Bilbo Baggins, and he shall earn your respect. What say you, Thorin Oakenshield? Shall we bet?" Thorin furrowed his brow, inherently disinclined towards gambling. However, his lack of confidence in Bilbo Baggins was palpable, and he found himself particularly desiring Alinor to assume the role of a burglar. Thus, Thorin retorted, "What shall the stakes be? What is the time frame? Must it last a lifetime?" Upon hearing Thorin's agreement, Alinor beamed with joy and replied, "No, no, no. Let the time frame extend until we reach the Lonely Mountain. The wager shall be that, within reasonable bounds, we promise each other one task at that time. You may even ask me to be your burglar and confront the dragon." Thorin pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Alinor's wager. Meanwhile, someone finally remembered the old Mr. Baggins, who had fainted, and hurriedly lifted him onto a reclining chair. Chapter 39. Revelations. The following morning, on the road from Shire to Bree, a ranger named Alan, clad in the attire of a wanderer, was diligently surveying the surroundings. His role was that of a scout, bearing the weight of this responsibility. The presence of northern rangers here was significant. They silently guarded this secluded paradise, shielding the inhabitants, humans and hobbits alike, from the threats posed by malevolent forces. They belonged to the lineage of Minor, and after the fall of the kingdom of Amon Hen, their leader, seeking to preserve their dwindling strength, ceased to claim kingship and instead referred to himself as chief. This chief did not establish a new stronghold for his kin, but led the remaining members to become a nomadic people traversing Eriador. If Alan's memory served him right, most of them resided between the banks of the Brandywine and the water, in a region known as the Angle, situated in the southern part of the valley. However, he was uncertain who currently led this group, as his recollections contained no pertinent records. What Alan was certain of was that their present chief was Arathorn II's son, the future King Elisar. This boy, merely 10 years of age, was sheltered in the valley under the guardianship of Elrond, known in Elvish as Estel. In due course, he would acquire many more names, such as the more familiar Strider among the people of Shire, or Aragorn, who would shine brightly during the War of the Ring. Estel was destined to leave the valley at the age of 20. Perhaps on this journey, Alan would have the opportunity to meet this remarkable boy and forge a bond of goodwill. During his reconnaissance, Alan occasionally caught glimpses of Aragorn's kin, the Northern Rangers. However, it was evident that the group composed of 13 dwarves, 2 men, and a hobbit had not piqued their interest. Indeed, Bilbo Baggins ultimately chose to join this expedition, a fact that instilled considerable confidence in Alan regarding the hobbit. Alan found it difficult to fathom the transformation occurring within the mind of this newly matured hobbit. He could only speculate that, aside from Bilbo's inherent goodness, Gandalf's formidable persuasive abilities played a significant role. Regardless, when the hobbit approached, contract in hand, Alan felt a sense of relief. After all, fate is a capricious force. In the days that followed, the expedition arrived at Bree without incident, replenishing their supplies before embarking on the east-west road toward the Misty Mountains. The journey was not particularly perilous, aside from a few lurking brigands that Alan dispatched. There were no unexpected occurrences. Alan could discern Bilbo Baggins' discomfort. The hobbit likely yearned for the comfort of his cozy hobbit hole. Nevertheless, Alan refrained from catering to Bilbo's needs, knowing that Mr. Baggins must adapt to this new lifestyle, and he would undoubtedly do so. Yet, adventures, while often adorned with beautiful landscapes and thrilling tales, primarily consist of monotonous travel, interspersed with the occasional unwelcome surprise. On the 7th day since departing Bree, the expedition camped on a flat expanse beside a cliff. The location was well chosen, spacious enough to accommodate the members of the party, their horses, and their belongings, with a single passage that made it easy to defend and secure. However, as Alan sat by the campfire, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He felt a disquieting sensation but could not pinpoint its source, prompting deep contemplation. Soon, a series of peculiar sounds emanated from the distance, startling the hobbit who was quietly tending to the horses. Bilbo, lacking experience in adventures, immediately tensed and inquired about the nature of the sounds. The youthful duo of Keely and Philly, eager to lighten the mood, began recounting tales of the terror of half-orcs. They were swiftly reprimanded by Thorin Oakenshield, as their youthful ignorance of the long-standing hatred towards half-orcs differed vastly from the more seasoned dwarves, whose enmity was deeply ingrained. Even some of the dwarves present had fought in the Battle of Moria, and soon Balin began to narrate the events of that conflict. In this familiar scene, Alan's worry crystallized. His concerns were not unfounded. That very night, the expedition's trail was discovered by a band of warg riders, leading to an unrelenting pursuit by Azog. Realizing he had dawdled, Alan saw Thorin Oakenshield standing on the cliff's edge, posturing menacingly. To avoid alarming any potential foes, Alan discreetly signaled the skilled archer Keely. Lifting his Noldo composite bow, Keely understood the cue and readied his own bow, following Alan's lead. The alert members of the camp noticed the unusual behavior of Alan and Keely, casting questioning glances in their direction. Alan gestured for silence before stealthily approaching the edge of the cliff, taking care to peer through the trees towards the forest across the precipice, scanning for potential adversaries. In a moment illuminated by moonlight, he spotted two dark figures, two warg riders observing their camp from a distance of 100 or 200 meters. Alan was certain that Thorin's whereabouts had been compromised. Determined to prevent further complications, Alan prepared to eliminate the two foes, though he was uncertain of Keely's prowess in such a critical shot. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to attempt it. Alan indicated for Keely to target the left rider while he aimed at the right. With their targets established, they swiftly emerged from their cover and loosed their arrows. Alan's first arrow struck true, hitting one rider, while Keely managed to unseat the other from his wolf. Alan's next shot found its mark on the startled wolf, which collapsed. Though the second wolf, struck by Keely's arrow, did not perish but fled frantically into the woods. Recognizing the implications of this encounter, Alan understood that Azig would soon learn of their presence. The commotion created by Alan and Keely, along with the wails of the wounded warg, had indeed stirred the entire camp. Alan, filled with chagrin, declared, "Those were two warg riders. I fear they have discovered Thorin. I intended to eliminate them with Keely. But alas, one wolf has escaped." Speaking as he mounted his horse, he resolved to investigate the scene and perhaps pursue the fleeing wolf. Thorin commanded Keely, Fili, Gloin, and Dwalin to accompany him, while the others remained behind, though Gandalf chose to follow. After half an hour, they arrived at the site of the fallen warg riders. There lay the lifeless bodies of two half-orcs and a slain warg, with a trail of blood leading away into the distance, evidence of the wolf that had been struck down. Alan paid no mind to the murmurs of the others who were examining the corpse. At that moment, every member of the expedition was huddled around the campfire, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion, and as Alan approached, he overheard Gandalf's ire. The party had already been discovered by the warg riders, and Thorin Oakenshield was still bearing Azig's bounty on his back, which meant that the entire company was in grave danger. Gandalf vehemently insisted that they hasten to the last homely house to seek temporary refuge and gain the assistance of Lord Elrond, for few in Middle-earth could decipher the writing on that map. However, this proposal did not find favor with Thorin, who was exceedingly reluctant to involve himself with the elves. Instead, he merely organized more sentries and urged everyone to rest quickly, as they would need to quicken their pace starting the next day. This infuriated Gandalf, who spent nearly the entire night lamenting the stubbornness of the dwarves to Alan, who could only offer a sympathetic ear as he managed to catch a brief nap amidst the complaints. In the following days, the expedition transformed its previously leisurely demeanor, hastily pressing forward. Bilbo, being a novice to the rigors of wilderness life, found himself particularly strained. Feeling somewhat guilty about this unexpected hardship, Alan repeatedly extended his hand to assist Bilbo. Fortunately, throughout their journey until they crossed the final bridge, Alan did not detect any trace of the half-orcs, though he understood that it was merely a matter of time before they appeared. Along the way, Gandalf and Thorin clashed once more, with Gandalf reiterating his suggestion to head to the last homely house, only to be met with Thorin's refusal. Their argument reached an impasse, resulting in a cessation of communication between the two. Alan, feeling helpless in this situation, focused on performing his duties as a scout, opting to sleep at a distance from Gandalf at night. One day, while scouting the edge of a forest, Alan stumbled upon an abandoned village, realizing he had entered the territory of the trolls. In the lore, 3 stone trolls resided here, having been driven from the Ettenmoors. Alan surmised that rather than being chased away, these trolls, named William, Tom, and Bert, had fled to escape enslavement by the half-orcs of Gundabad. Their destructive power was formidable. Within a short span, they had devoured all nearby humans and even launched attacks on passing merchants. Thus, Alan's desire to eliminate them during this expedition stemmed not only from the 3 weapons in their cave, but also from a wish to prevent further harm to travelers traversing this area. Moreover, Alan recognized that this was his sole opportunity, as he would find it difficult to return to Eriador again. Determined, Alan resolved to locate the Troll's Cave at dawn and subsequently persuade Gandalf and the dwarves to unite in vanquishing these nefarious creatures. After all, it was not merely Alan and Gandalf, the dozen or so dwarves could be of significant assistance. Even though Alan was not particularly adept at tracking, he swiftly identified his quarry, for the trolls had left an abundance of evidence of their rampage across the land. Observing the foul-smelling cave, Alan stealthily entered, soon spotting the 3 trolls sprawled within, sound asleep, surrounded by scattered treasures. Alan did not contemplate ambushing them. Trolls were notoriously tough-skinned, and a surprise attack might not be sufficient to defeat them, especially since he doubted his ability to confront all 3 single-handedly. He firmly asserted that the expedition should eradicate these trolls, if for no other reason than the fact that the dwarves would also traverse this path. Eliminating the trolls would benefit everyone. Gandalf concurred with Alan's reasoning, yet Thorin Oakenshield remained silent, casting his gaze upon the other dwarves. In truth, Thorin leaned towards the latter option. He was stubborn, not foolish, and with the threat of half-orcs still looming, their priority should be to continue their journey. Witnessing this, Alan felt a twinge of helplessness, acknowledging that he could not overly rely on the dwarves' sense of justice. They were, after all, a band of ordinary folk. If one were to be generous, they were decent dwarves. Faced with the situation, Alan lamented, "It seems I have not fully articulated my thoughts. Beyond the trolls, the cave holds a plethora of glimmering treasures. I estimate they could fill several chests. Even if not for the sake of the travelers, we should consider the wealth at stake. It is imperative that we dispatch those trolls." This statement stirred considerable excitement among the dwarves. "Is that true? Are you certain? Could it truly fill several chests? What size are these chests? Why wait? The sun is setting. We must set an ambush at once. Hurry, hurry." The prospect of treasure swayed the majority of the dwarves, compelling Thorin Oakenshield to acquiesce to this endeavor upon witnessing their fervent reaction. Chapter 40. Combat and Persuasion. Having resolved to eliminate the 3 ogres, the party hastened to the vicinity of the cave entrance. The expedition team, pressed for time, had not prepared any traps, as they needed to maintain a low profile to avoid alerting the creatures within. Even the fire attack, which Alan particularly favored, was deemed impractical. The forest was laden with dry wood, and a wildfire would be uncontrollable. Moreover, Alan reasoned that smoke and flames might not inflict immediate lethal harm on the ogres. If they were to become enraged, the situation could become perilous. Thus, the group merely set up a modest fire near the cave entrance to provide adequate illumination during the confrontation. As they waited, darkness enveloped the landscape, and the members of the expedition sensed that the ogres were awakening. Gripping their weapons tightly, they concealed themselves, readying for battle. The less combat-capable hobbits kept a watchful eye on the horses from a distance to prevent the skittish creatures from fleeing in response to the impending clash. Alan harbored no concerns regarding the outcome of the battle. In addition to his prowess as an archer, he drew great confidence from the presence of Gandalf the wizard and Thorin Oakenshield along with his dwarven companions. The dwarves, though not tall, averaging around 5 feet, were formidable warriors, endowed with immense strength and remarkable endurance. Their agility in confined spaces was commendable, and their resilience in battle was complemented by unwavering loyalty and morale, making their performance on the battlefield far superior to that of ordinary human soldiers. Furthermore, Alan observed that the combat abilities of the 3 rock ogres, as depicted in the film, were rather lackluster. He perceived them as both foolish and inept, posing little threat. Soon, the sky had fully darkened, and twinkling stars emerged, casting a gentle glow as the moon ascended into the night sky. Inside the ogre's cave, a cacophony of voices erupted. "William, what are we having for dinner tonight? More sheep? I'm tired of it. Can't we try something new? I crave fresh, juicy meat," one voice complained. A booming voice responded, "Shut up, Tom. You should be grateful for the sheep. You ought to say, 'Thank you, William, for providing us with food every day.'" This was followed by a series of thuds and clattering sounds. "Instead of whining about the food, you should go out and catch something yourself," came another gruff voice. The speakers were clearly Tom, William, and Bert, the ogres residing in the forest. They seemed oblivious to any impending danger, preoccupied with their dinner plans, despite their daily meals of sheep. However, soon enough, they would no longer have to worry about what to eat, as Alan would ensure they did not survive the night. The den of the ogres grew increasingly closer to the cave entrance until a rotund head emerged. Perhaps life in this forest had been exceedingly comfortable for them. Or perhaps their minds were so singularly focused on food that they failed to notice any anomalies. They stepped out of the cave, oblivious to their surroundings. even as the fire pit was mere feet away, garnering no attention from them. At that moment, a brilliant white light erupted before the ogres, a spell meticulously prepared by Gandalf. This blinding light not only incapacitated the three ogres, but also instilled fear, rendering them momentarily paralyzed at the cave entrance. Fortunately, the light had no adverse effects on humans or dwarves. Seizing this opportunity, Alan swiftly loosed an arrow, striking the last ogre squarely in the head. Meanwhile, a flaming torch was hurled from Gloin's hand, landing accurately in the fire pit, igniting the oil-soaked branches and dispelling the surrounding darkness. The other dwarves charged from their hiding places, wielding their weapons with fervor, delivering blows to the stunned ogres. Alan, standing atop a large rock, drew his enchanted bow, keenly observing the skirmish, searching for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the ogres. The ogres soon regained their wits, swinging their massive arms at the dwarves while keeping a vigilant watch on Alan. Sensing any threat, they would raise their stout arms to deflect his arrows, successfully intercepting several despite sustaining injuries. Even as arrows pierced their thick limbs, they continued their relentless assault on the dwarves, their strikes powerful and unyielding. In the midst of the dwarven onslaught, the ogres even found time to hurl debris at Alan's position, forcing him to leap down from the rock. After all, Alan lacked the dwarves' robust physique. A blow could prove fatal. In a matter of moments, the battle evolved from a one-sided assault by the dwarves into a fierce exchange between them and the ogres. The ogres, colossal and tough-skinned, bore thick scales of deep green on parts of their bodies. Their ample diet had rendered them particularly resilient, and Alan surmised that their pain receptors were likely dulled, allowing them to quickly recover from sustained hits. With no other options, Alan stealthily repositioned himself, carefully observing the battlefield while continuing to seek an opening for a lethal strike against the foes. Soon, an opportunity presented itself. One ogre brandished a makeshift club, preparing to attack Dwalin nearby. Its head tilted back, revealing cruel eyes and large nostrils aimed directly at Alan. Clearly, these dim-witted creatures had quickly forgotten the threat he posed. Alan would not let this chance slip away. As the ogre raised its head, he released an arrow aimed at its nostrils. The arrow, propelled by the powerful enchantment of his bow, embedded itself deeply. This shot severed the ogre's actions. It dropped its club, clutching its nose in agony, emitting pained whimpers. Dwalin, poised to strike the ogre, seized the moment. He raised his axe and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's foot, cleaving off half of its foot. The injury caused the ogre to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, Thorin Oakenshield swiftly approached from behind, plunging his sword into the gap of the ogre's skull, bringing an end to its nefarious existence. At that moment, the ogre that had previously tumbled into the cave reemerged, dazed, as Alan watched in disbelief. The enchanted arrow still wobbled precariously from its head. Alan could hardly comprehend why this creature had not succumbed. Perhaps its brain was simply too small to be affected. Regardless, Alan once again locked onto him. The ogre stood at the cave entrance, its exceptionally large eyes wide in a distorted expression, preparing to assist its companion. An Oldoran rune arrow soared through the air like a flash of lightning, rapidly enlarging in the ogre's pupil before embedding itself deeply. At this moment on the battlefield, only one ogre remained. Though it fought desperately, charging and swinging, it was merely a cornered beast. Soon, it succumbed to the relentless assaults of the humans and dwarves, collapsing to the ground. The battle had finally concluded. Following this, it was time for the joyous looting. Despite their intense desire for wealth, the dwarves remained cautious. They extracted torches from the fire and cast them into the dark cave. The flames illuminated the motionless ogre on the ground and made the surrounding gold coins shimmer enticingly, their glow reflecting off the cave walls. Amidst the cheering, the dwarves rushed into the cave, happily filling their chests with treasures, aided by the flickering light. Alan, however, paid little mind to the mundane treasures. He held up his torch and searched throughout the cave until he found the beastbite sword, Orcrist. Following closely behind, Gandalf unearthed his future soul companion, Glamdring, the Foehammer. This two-handed sword would henceforth herald his title as a berserker of Middle-earth. Finally arriving, Thorin Oakenshield did not uncover any superior weapons. In fact, he was not particularly disappointed, as his prejudice against elves rendered him disinterested in most elven artifacts. Meanwhile, Alan had already drawn forth the renowned elven longsword, admiring the inscriptions under the torchlight. After a brief moment of admiration, he drew his Noldoran rune sword for comparison. Alan had long contemplated the possibility of bringing the rune magic of Pandia to Middle-earth. However, most of the magic related to weapon forging was tied to the Noldor, a closely guarded secret of their kin, which Alan dared not pry into. He intended to discuss insights on rune equipment creation with Lady Galadriel or Lord Elrond once he acquired the knowledge. After comparing, Alan tossed the Beastbite sword to Thorin, astonishing the Dwarven prince, who could not fathom Alan's motives. Alan then spoke. "Keep it. This weapon was forged by the elves of the First Age, and few remain in the world. This sword is surely a masterpiece. I am uncertain of its exact origin, but I can confirm with Lord Elrond when I reach Rivendell." Thorin, who was admiring the Beastbite sword, paused at Alan's words, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, "I have not expressed a desire to go to Rivendell. I have reiterated too many times that I wish to avoid entanglements with elves. They will not assist us." Alan nodded, acknowledging his awareness of this matter. He did not need to guess what Thorin would say next. He had heard too much along the way. He gazed helplessly at Thorin, feeling a deep sense of frustration that was evident on his face. "I do not wish to hear about dwarves and elves. My knowledge far exceeds your imagination," Alan lamented, sighing deeply as he continued to persuade the Dwarven prince. "Thorin, I believe you need not accompany me. You can simply camp outside Rivendell and wait for my return. Lord Elrond once extended an invitation to me. I perceive this as an opportunity." At this point, Thorin seemed somewhat perplexed by Alan's reasoning. Alan disregarded the Dwarven prince's thoughts and pressed on with his suggestions. "You have seen the map. The information it contains requires Lord Elrond to decipher. Thus, a visit to Rivendell is essential. If you trust me, you may entrust the map to me, and I shall seek out Lord Elrond to interpret it for you." At this juncture, Gandalf approached them, leaning on his staff, while Alan's tone grew increasingly strained. "If you do not trust me, it will require me and Gandalf to persuade Lord Elrond to meet with you. Ultimately, the map must be given to him, so we can acquire all the information. Or do you have an alternative method? If so, please present it immediately." Thorin Oakenshield began to grasp Alan's intent, realizing he had no other options. However, the Dwarven prince remained silent, his expression darkening as he glared at the human before him. Observing Thorin's demeanor, Alan felt a twinge of helplessness. He had prepared for the dwarves' obstinacy, yet it was evident his preparation had been insufficient. Suppressing his irritation, he continued to advocate for the expedition. "I merely hope you will consider the implications of this journey. I do not require your presence in Rivendell. In fact, you need not even trust me or Gandalf to partake in this matter. It can be accomplished with ease." Alan's urgency escalated. "Consider this, descendant of Thrr, future king of the Lonely Mountain. If you cannot decipher the information on the map and recklessly proceed to the Lonely Mountain without that knowledge, the key in your possession is but scrap metal. How will you find the door to your former home?" Thorin fell into contemplation during Alan's lengthy discourse. He was one of the more receptive dwarves to reason. Alan did not afford Thorin the opportunity to retort. The human ranger, amidst Gandalf's slightly surprised expression, turned and exited the cave to retrieve usable Noldorin rune arrows from the ogre's corpse. Initially, Thorin and Alan's relationship had been neither good nor bad, marked by a competitive spirit due to a wager. However, during their journey, Thorin learned about Alan's friendship with Durin, which served as a catalyst for their relationship to evolve positively. Alan's formidable abilities, particularly his contributions during their recent battle, had not gone unnoticed by Thorin, enhancing the Dwarven prince's perception of him. At this moment, Alan's lengthy discourse had stirred Thorin's anger, but also prompted introspection. Meanwhile, Gandalf discovered a dagger-like elven short blade from the ground. Chapter 41. The Valley in Estel in the Dead of Night. Alan lay awake near Thorin Oakenshield, quietly observing the restless dwarf prince who tossed and turned beside him. Earlier, in the cave, Alan had spoken recklessly, compelled by circumstance. Thorin's deep-seated aversion to elves was undeniable. Now, under Alan's influence, the narrative had shifted dramatically. The brown-robed wizard Radagast would certainly not hasten to Eliador to relay news of Dol Guldur to Gandalf, for Gandalf had already been informed of this matter last year due to Alan's intervention. Furthermore, thanks to Alan's warning, the expedition's pace was considerably swifter than depicted in the films. The Warg Riders would find it impossible to catch up to Alan and his companions in such a short span. Whether Gandalf could still orchestrate an opportunity for the entire expedition to enter the valley remained uncertain. If they did not enter the valley, they would soon reach the fringes of the Misty Mountains, where their progress would undoubtedly slow significantly. should the small party be pursued by warg riders within the mountains. The consequences would be dire. Alan was also troubled by another matter. He had not shown the map to Lord Elrond, which raised the question of who would decipher its information. Would it be Alan himself? If so, he had no intention of revealing this to Thorin Oakenshield at this moment. Being near Gandalf, he wished to avoid drawing attention, as it would be implausible for a mere human to possess the time to acquire such extensive knowledge. He preferred to wait until the day of Durin in the Lonely Mountain to disclose this information to Thorin, confident that the dwarf prince would acquiesce to his suggestion. Thorin was neither foolish nor delusional. Did he not realize that he needed the elves' assistance? It was Gandalf who repeatedly emphasized the necessity of elven aid, which only served to further injure Thorin's pride. In dealing with someone as proud as Thorin Oakenshield, it was essential to preserve his dignity and not directly expose his vulnerabilities. After all, when Lord Elrond extended an invitation, Thorin could have led his kin away, yet he chose to enter with the dwarves, indicating that he sought only a semblance of respect. With a mere step down, he would comply. Thus, Alan had offered him a way out. He would handle the map's interpretation alongside Gandalf, sparing Thorin the need to confront this issue directly. This arrangement would allow Thorin to maintain his pride while still procuring the necessary information, an optimal solution that Alan could conceive. Should Thorin remain obstinate the following morning, Alan would be forced to part ways with the expedition after leaving the Misty Mountains. By that time, Thorin would likely locate the hidden door. Yet finding the keyhole would be another matter altogether, leaving him in a state of frustration. At that point, if Alan could claim some understanding of the map and inform Thorin of his capabilities, the initiative would shift to him. When the moment arrived, Alan would decide whether to assist Thorin, when to offer help, and what price to demand in return, all dictated by his own whims. These tangled thoughts occupied Alan's mind throughout the night, and he managed only a brief, fitful sleep before dawn. The following morning, an exhausted Thorin Oakenshield handed the map to Alan, his face etched with displeasure, repeatedly asserting that his company would never enter the valley's gates. Alan accepted the map and handed it to Gandalf, exchanging a knowing glance with him as they stifled their amusement at Thorin's insistence. Before long, the entire company, under Gandalf's guidance, traversed a desolate expanse adorned with heather, making their way toward the valley. The weather was less than favorable, with light rain falling, which, while masking their scent, also posed significant challenges to their progress. The dwarves grumbled incessantly, their complaints reminiscent of a cacophony of quacking ducks, much to Alan's annoyance. Their forthrightness left little room for discretion regarding their feelings. Even Fili and Kili, the young princes, were not exempt from this tendency, in stark contrast to Thorin and Dane, whose comportment was considerably more composed. That afternoon, Gandalf led the group into a remarkably concealed path. This locale was so hidden that Alan would never have discerned it as an entrance without a guide. Upon reaching the entryway, they were greeted by a narrow gorge, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. The group rested in a slightly broader area for the night before continuing their journey. The subsequent path proved far easier than the previous one, clearly maintained by unseen hands. Soon, they emerged from the winding passage and arrived at the upper region of the valley, nestled within a canyon in the wilderness. The valley was a hidden haven established by Elrond during the Second Age, a sanctuary of breathtaking beauty. It had once faced the shadow of darkness, besieged by Sauron's forces. Yet the elves who dwelled there mounted a resolute defense and ultimately prevailed, ensuring that the region became the largest gathering place for elves in eastern Eriador. Now, Alan followed Gandalf down the staircase along the cliff, while the dwarves remained behind to set up camp, awaiting their return. What more could Alan and Gandalf say? They would simply accompany the dwarves on their journey. As they walked, Alan took in the scenery, observing the thunderous cascades adjacent to the elves' living quarters. Perplexed by how these elves could thrive amidst such clamor. Did they sleep well at night? Would they not suffer from fatigue? Many accounts described this place as a serene and beautiful locale. Indeed, it was strikingly lovely, yet Alan could not quite grasp the notion of tranquility. As they ventured deeper into the gorge, the roaring of the waterfalls gradually subsided, replaced by the gentle sound of a stream trickling over rocks. Soon after, they crossed a stone bridge and entered the valley's entrance. Lord Elrond had promised assistance the previous year, and thus the remaining matters unfolded smoothly. His kindness extended further as he personally dispatched messengers to invite the dwarves into the valley. With the Elven Lord's invitation, Thorin Oakenshield relented and chose to reside within the valley. That evening, Lord Elrond examined the map, and with his vast knowledge, he immediately recognized the lunar script, though the timing was somewhat amiss, leading him to request that the party remain for a few more days. After their arduous journey, the company welcomed this proposal, and even Thorin Oakenshield expressed gratitude to Lord Elrond. After all, the Elven Lord not only refrained from obstructing their passage, but had also extended his assistance. The dwarf prince was not devoid of decorum. As for Alan, he found great comfort in this temperate climate and picturesque surroundings. He relished spending time near the waterfalls, watching the water cascade from great heights into the pools below. Yet, the sound it produced was far from cacophonous. Rather, it was exceptionally harmonious. In this moment, the only notion that crossed Alan's mind was the word magic. During this time, Lord Elrond frequently sought Alan's company for conversation, covering a diverse array of topics. Most often, Alan found himself in a position of quietude, as there were matters he deemed unspeakable and others he simply did not comprehend. However, there were occasions when he managed to engage with the esteemed lord, particularly regarding the numerous grand battles of the Second Age in which humanity had participated. He also discussed the conflict between the Kingdom of Arnor and the Witch King of Angmar during the Third Age, a subject with which Alan was quite familiar, allowing him to express his lament for the Kingdom of Arnor. Before long, their dialogue shifted to the kings among men, specifically the Númenóreans. Alan was well aware of the connection between the Elven Lord before him and the Númenóreans. As a descendant of Eärendil, this half-elf possessed the right of choice. The life-loving Elrond chose to become an elf, living from the First Age to the present day, while his twin brother opted for humanity, becoming the first king of the Númenóreans. In essence, all royal bloodlines of Guldur and Arnor could trace their lineage back to him. Yet, Alan refrained from elaborating further, uncertain of which pieces of information were confidential, and thus, he merely commented on the current state of the Kingdom of Guldur and the D-Nedine active in Eriador. Despite this, the information Alan conveyed was substantial. Eventually, during one of their conversations, Elrond inquired about Alan's age, intrigued by how someone who appeared to be in their early 20s possessed such extensive knowledge. Simultaneously, Elrond speculated about Alan's origins. At that moment, Alan appeared no older than 20, though in reality, he was over 40, not wishing to deceive the wise half-elf, who would surely see through any pretense. Alan truthfully disclosed his age. Thus, that particular conversation came to a close. In the following days, Elrond did not seek Alan's company again. Alan believed he had gained Elrond's trust during their previous discussions, which allowed him to relax. However, it was not long before Lord Elrond introduced Alan to a young boy named Aragorn, though at this time, he was known as Estel. Elrond referred to him as the only son of his dear friend, currently residing in Rivendell. At that moment, the 10-year-old boy, already striking in appearance, stood beside his mother, Gilrian, gazing at Alan with elegance and confidence. Although Alan had long wished to meet the young Aragorn, the secrecy surrounding his own refuge meant that even Aragorn was unaware of his own heritage. Consequently, Alan felt uncertain about how to address this with Lord Elrond and had even abandoned the thought. Now, with this boy unexpectedly before him, Alan found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, this unforeseen encounter did not diminish Alan's fondness for the young lad. In their conversation, Estel spoke with clarity and wisdom, already displaying the early signs of elven intellect. Yet, he retained a sense of pride, approaching tasks with boldness and decisiveness, unafraid of challenges. After several meetings and growing familiarity, Estel surprisingly proposed a friendly contest of swordsmanship, inspired by Alan's tales of battling orcs. This request elicited disapproval from Gilrian, but Alan paid it no mind and acquiesced. As he was to depart Rivendell the following day, setting forth on his journey anew, it was but a small request. However, Alan was not adept in swordsmanship. He had always relied on his extraordinary senses, physical prowess, and knowledge of various weapons. This lack of understanding of restraint and feints meant that he often forced the proud young boy into a corner with a single strike. The outcomes of their contests consistently resulted in Estel's disappointment, as he was surrounded by ageless elves, none of whom could match his skills. He had always believed his swordplay to be commendable until today, when he found himself unable to land even a single blow against Alan, whom he perceived to be a mere youth. Noticing Estel's dejected demeanor, Alan pondered for a moment and reached a decision. He had long wished to present the boy with a gift, yet he had found nothing suitable. Today, however, he unsheathed the Noldorin sword from his side, and before Estel, performed a few elegant flourishes. The glinting blade reflected sharp beams of light in Estel's eyes, and the engraved sigils on the sword appeared to emit a faint silver glow, capturing the boy's attention. Holding the sword before his own eyes, Alan remarked, "This sword has not been my companion for long, yet it has felled countless evildoers. Lacking any noteworthy tales to commemorate, I have never bestowed it with a name." With that, Alan offered the sigil-engraved sword to Estel, who received it in astonishment. Alan then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and continued, "Today, I gift it to you, naming it Hope in your honor. I trust you will one day possess a weapon more suited to you, but until then, may it protect you and serve you well." The boy stood in stunned silence, glancing toward his mother, who, surprisingly, did not voice any objections but instead encouraged Estel to express his gratitude to Alan. Alan waved his hand dismissively, bidding farewell to Gilrian and her son, thus concluding their meeting for the day. The following morning, the expedition members had gathered their belongings and prepared to depart. Elrond informed Alan that Rivendell would always welcome him should he find the time to return, presenting him with 3 bags of lembas as gifts for himself, Gandalf, and Thorin Oakenshield. And so, they left Rivendell, embarking once more on their journey. Chapter 42. The Orc Town. The Misty Mountains, the longest mountain range on Middle-earth, stretches over 800 kilometers from south to north. It was forcefully raised from the earth by Morgoth in ancient times, a mad act purportedly undertaken to safeguard his followers from the relentless pursuit of the hunter Orm among the Vala. To the north lie the Grey Mountains, the mountains of Gundabad, and the Almar Range. The southern path leads directly to the crossing at Rohan, with Saruman's Isengard situated in this vicinity. The 2 primary passes traversing the mountains are the High Pass and the Redhorn Pass. Presently, the expedition party walks along the road of the High Pass. In fact, the High Pass features 2 pathways, with the lower one being relatively wide and easier to navigate. During the waning years of the Second Age, it was through here that armies advanced during the last Alliance War. The upper path, however, is treacherous, typically impassable for large contingents. In recent years, orc activity has surged, rendering the lower route perilous. Thus, at Gandalf's suggestion, the expedition opted for the higher road of the High Pass. Indeed, due to Elrond's influence, the White Council convened no meeting in Rivendell, allowing the gray-robed wizard to accompany the dwarves into the Misty Mountains. At this juncture, Elrond's foremost concern was the safety of the expedition members, for the orc caves had burrowed close to their position, and a fateful moment loomed, leaving him uncertain whether to intervene. Anxious, Elrond pressed ahead, scouting the path, though without a steed, he could not stray far from the party, rendering his reconnaissance efforts quite ineffective. Fortuitously, the party had traversed the mountains for over a week without encountering unexpected peril or foes. The weather remained fair, gradually lifting Elrond's spirits and prompting him to abandon any thoughts of interference. Although the path was arduous, morale remained relatively high as the group engaged in lively conversation, having regained their strength and spirits during their restful stay in Rivendell. However, this tranquility was shattered by a torrential downpour. Despite the party donning rain cloaks, the frigid rain soaked their garments. The mountain path became slick and treacherous, with loose stones and mud cascading down from the slopes, posing a constant threat to the travelers. Elrond sensed something amiss and requested a reduction in the group's pace. Thorin Oakenshield glanced at the dreadful weather and acquiesced. Even with a slower pace, danger lurked at every turn. The dwarves fared relatively well, their sturdy frames accustomed to such trials, and the 2 large men were seasoned in wilderness survival. Only Bilbo Baggins, with a small sword hanging at his waist, found himself particularly ill-equipped. This hobbit had lived his entire life in the Shire, never having traversed such perilous terrain. The present predicament, far from home for the first time, proved extraordinarily taxing. He faced numerous life-threatening encounters in quick succession, with the expedition members aiding him to varying degrees. Without their assistance, he might have perished amidst the dangers of the mountains. Yet, their leader, the acerbic Thorin Oakenshield, harbored deep dissatisfaction with the hobbit, believing Bilbo to be a hindrance to the entire party. Even after saving Bilbo's life, he could not refrain from uttering stinging remarks. The perilous environment and cutting words caused Bilbo's thoughts to oscillate. Elrond observed that the hobbit's yearning for Rivendell grew increasingly profound. Then, calamity struck anew. A boulder larger than Elrond himself came crashing down toward him as he led the party. The rock did not target Elrond, but struck the ground fiercely before him. The thunderous sound reverberated in Elrond's ears, and the debris even grazed his sweat-drenched cheek. The party fell into chaos, yet quickly regrouped under the command of Thorin Oakenshield, Gandalf, and Elrond, retreating from the site of the rockfall. Even so, the ground trembled with deafening roars behind them, hastening their steps. Soon, the group found refuge on the backside of a mountain, where the rumbling continued unabated for an hour, leaving their faces pale and breathless, devoid of any desire to converse. The relentless rain showed no signs of abating, but at last, the cacophony subsided. They were compelled to resume their arduous trek along the mountain path. Although the rockfall had marred the trail, careful navigation allowed them to proceed, albeit at a painstaking pace, leaving them increasingly fatigued. Thorin Oakenshield instructed Elrond to scout for a suitable resting place. Elrond nodded and set off. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a somewhat concealed cave. Spacious and dry, ideal for the party to camp. Elrond did not concern himself with whether it was the cave from the films. What mattered was that the expedition was in dire straits. If they did not rest soon, their exhaustion and frayed nerves might cost them dearly. Upon receiving the news, Thorin Oakenshield inquired about the cave's safety. Elrond furrowed his brow and replied, "There is no cave in the Misty Mountains that is entirely safe. It would be wise to sleep with one eye open." Thorin chuckled at this and said no more. Elrond's lord, Elrond, had shown no opposition to the expedition and had aided the dwarves significantly, which altered Thorin's attitude towards the elves of Rivendell, instilling a sense of gratitude for the efforts of Elrond and Gandalf. This greatly eased the tension between them, allowing for a more relaxed dialogue between Elrond and Thorin Oakenshield. Exhausted, the party hastened their pace upon learning of a resting place. Before long, under Elrond's guidance, they arrived at the campsite. They built a fire, consumed a meager meal, and settled down to rest. The day had been fraught with events. At this time, Bofur kept watch, while Bilbo plotted his escape, and Elrond sat close to Gandalf. Too anxious to sleep, he worried that the cave might connect to the orc town. He harbored the belief that all caves near the high pass led to the orc stronghold. As anticipated, the orc attack came during the party's rest. Despite Bilbo's warnings, the group was caught off guard in the ensuing chaos, but Gandalf and Elrond remained undetected. Utilizing magic, Gandalf rendered himself and the closely positioned Elrond inconspicuous just before the turmoil ensued. Once the uproar subsided, they leaped into the orc town just before the stone fissures closed. The surroundings were damp and eerie, illuminated only by a few flickering torches, barely allowing Elrond to discern the path beneath his feet. The domain was ruled by Elrond's old nemesis, the Orc King. His minions frequently employed such tactics to ensnare passing caravans. Thus, the expedition was not the target of an ambush but had unwittingly stumbled into an orc trap. A multitude of orcs raced along the wooden suspension bridge into the depths of the cave, eager to discover who had been fortunate enough to become their prey that day. After all, it had been quite some time since any travelers had ventured to the heights of Gowlai. Alan concealed himself in the darkness. Unlike the hobbits, he lacked the innate talent to slip away unnoticed in a crowd, necessitating his careful hiding. Once all the orcs had departed, Alan drew his sword and followed the path they had taken. Gandalf. After jumping down, Alan could no longer see the old wizard. It was possible that the wizard's magic had obscured Alan's vision, or perhaps Gandalf had his own agenda. In any case, it was not Alan's concern to fret over the old man's safety. After tidying himself up a bit, he set off along the orc's trail. As Alan traversed the path, he soon turned a corner and glimpsed a faint blue light vanishing into the depths of darkness. It was Bilbo Baggins and his sting. Alan understood that the wheels of fate were turning inexorably and that the ring, which would alter the fate of Middle-earth, was about to find its new master. However, it was ironic that this ring, transitioning from the hands of a recluse to those of a resolute individual, was not a fortuitous event. Throughout his journey, Alan had pondered whether to inform Gandalf about the ring's whereabouts, a dilemma that had plagued him for some time. Ultimately, he resolved to remain silent. Alan harbored numerous concerns. At this juncture, Sauron's power had nearly been restored. His shadow had long since regained its grip over Middle-earth. It was evident how formidable his strength had become. Another worry for Alan was Saruman, the White Wizard. Should Gandalf learn of the One Ring's location, he would undoubtedly summon the members of the White Council to deliberate on how to proceed. Consequently, there was a substantial risk that the ring would fall into the hands of Saruman, the leader of the council, a prospect that Alan could not accept under any circumstances. If that were to occur, the War of the Ring would inevitably be expedited, and the forces of good would have to contend not only with Sauron but also with Saruman, who had succumbed to the allure of power and possessed the ring. The world would descend into an era of strife between the two towers, a scenario that was nothing short of a nightmare. Alan shuddered to think of the calamities his people would face. He also considered whether Gandalf, upon discovering the ring's whereabouts, might directly alter his course toward Mount Doom. But he dismissed this notion. In the original narrative, once Gandalf confirmed the ring's location, he insisted that Frodo take it to Rivendell, where they could seek the counsel of Lord Elrond. Thus, if Gandalf were to learn of the ring's fate, it was more likely he would redirect his journey toward Lothlorien to convene a council to discuss the matter. At that time, Saruman had already been ensnared by power, but had not yet revealed his true intentions. He had ample opportunities and operated with impunity. After much contemplation, Alan concluded that it would be wiser to refrain from any action for the moment and to seek opportunities to enhance his own strength, which could potentially alter the course of the forthcoming war. As for the notion of keeping the ring for himself, Alan scoffed at it. Setting aside whether he could master the ring's power, he certainly did not possess the selflessness of Bilbo Baggins. Thus, upon seeing that glimmer of blue light, he proceeded forward without hesitation. Soon, he found himself in a vast, brightly lit cavern teeming with orcs, at least 1,000 of them. A particularly large orc was leading a group of smaller orcs in a heavy metal song, while captive dwarves were being held before them. Alan crawled closer to the scene of this peculiar concert. As he approached, he spotted Gandalf, hidden in a corner, seemingly preparing for something. Gandalf, in turn, noticed Alan and raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Alan understood what was about to transpire and instinctively squinted his eyes, aware that the moment for a swift escape was imminent. In a flash, Gandalf unleashed a long-prepared spell. A brilliant light accompanied by a fierce wind surged toward the surrounding orcs, blinding them instantly while the gust extinguished nearby flames. "Grab your weapons and fight, quickly," urged a voice, spurring the dwarves to seize their arms and prepare for battle. Following Gandalf's command, the group hastily followed him. Chaos erupted within the cavern as the dwarves fled along the narrow paths, clashing with the attacking orcs. The orcs seemed inexhaustible, wildly swinging their curved blades and clubs to intercept the fleeing group. Within mere minutes, hundreds of orc bodies lay strewn across the dwarves' escape route. Alan trailed at the rear, running swiftly while dispatching any hindrances in his path. As they continued to flee, more orc archers emerged from various corners of the cave, arrows whizzing perilously close above the dwarves' heads, plunging the group into peril. In response, Alan decisively sheathed his sword and drew forth his Noldorin bow. He positioned himself at the center of the group, utilizing the dwarves' cover to eliminate the orc archers. Though he lacked Legolas's flamboyant archery techniques, he was nonetheless effective. With his precise aim, the orc archers suffered heavy casualties, and no more arrows rained down upon the fleeing dwarves. Seizing this moment, the group quickened their pace to catch up with Gandalf. Just as they stepped onto a wooden bridge, the surface suddenly cracked, revealing the imposing figure of the Orc King before them. Behind them loomed a horde of orcs, while in front stood the formidable Orc King, blocking their path. Alan, unwilling to wait for the creature to utter a word, raised his bow and shot an arrow directly into its head, pinning it to the bridge. This act served as a form of retribution for the soldiers who had fallen over the years. However, Alan had overlooked a critical detail. The wooden bridge could not withstand the weight of the Orc King's corpse. It trembled and ultimately fractured, and before he could react, he and his companions plummeted into the abyss below. Fortunately, Alan landed atop a heap of dwarves, sustaining no injuries. Unfortunately, as he regained his senses amidst the disarray, the massive body of the Orc King crashed down upon them again, causing further injury to the group. Though Alan had sensed the impending danger and struggled to turn aside, his left arm remained pinned down, and waves of excruciating pain surged through his mind. Chapter 43. Home. The tunnel at the bottom of the orc town was shrouded in profound darkness, a realm so foreboding that even the resident half-orcs hesitated to tread there. Yet now, guided by Gandalf's radiant magic, the expedition team raced toward the tunnel's exit. They had lingered here for quite some time, engaging in several skirmishes with the pursuing half-orcs. Even now, an unending horde of half-orcs trailed behind them, intent on avenging their leader. Such behavior was hardly characteristic of half-orcs. At this moment, Alan, enduring the pain in his left arm, followed closely behind Gandalf. The throbbing agony heightened his senses. Just as he prepared to exit the cavern alongside Gandalf, a faint sound reached his ears. In any other circumstance, he might have overlooked it. but the peculiarities of his current state made him acutely aware. The sound emanated from a narrow tunnel beside him. Concern gnawed at him. Perhaps a half-orc lay in ambush for his comrades. Drawing his sword, he stealthily slipped into the passage and, crouched behind a stone, confronted a strange creature. This being was diminutive, with pallid skin, sparse strands of hair atop its head, and tattered trousers adorning its lower half. It pressed itself against the stone wall, raising its hands in surrender, its large eyes wide with a blend of fear and vulnerability as it regarded Alan. This was Gollum. After a few moments of silence, Alan stepped back and turned to leave. At that instant, a breeze swept past him. Alan understood that it was Bilbo Baggins who had acquired the One Ring. He paid little heed to it, and quickly rejoined the group, emerging from the cave. Finally, the team burst forth from the gates of the half-orc town, fleeing in the opposite direction to evade their pursuers. They ran for a considerable distance until they found temporary refuge in a grove as the sun dipped below the horizon. Alan retrieved his water skin and took a sip of Maruver, which warmed him, alleviating some of the pain in his arm. He seized the moment to assess his injury when Bilbo Baggins suddenly appeared, a glimmer of gold shining between his fingers, momentarily distracting Alan. Bilbo was expressing his heartfelt thoughts to the dwarves, undoubtedly moving all present. Alan recognized that from this moment forth, this hobbit, through his kindness, had begun to alter Thorin Oakenshield's perception of him. Nonetheless, this development bore little significance. It would not resolve the wager between Alan and Thorin. Alan was unperturbed. He trusted that Bilbo would eventually win over Thorin's proud heart. His concern lay elsewhere. Azig was surely on his way. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the chilling howls of wolves echoed, signaling Azig's approach, accompanied by wargs and wolf riders in pursuit of Thorin Oakenshield. Before the weary group could catch their breath, they were spurred into frantic flight by Thorin's warning of being out of the frying pan and into the fire. Alan sprinted swiftly, closely tailing Gandalf, disregarding the pain in his arm as he climbed to a vantage point above Gandalf, finding a relatively sturdy perch. Meanwhile, the rear members of the expedition were soon overtaken by a pack of wargs. After a brief skirmish, many scrambled up the nearest pines. Alan noticed Bilbo being chased by a warg, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow at the pursuing beast. Aiming for the creature's head, he misfired due to his pain, striking it in the back instead. The arrow pierced deep into its innards, and Bilbo managed to ascend a pine tree. Alan exhaled in relief. He then turned his gaze further afield, where a multitude of wargs had gathered, and Azig stood atop a stone, brandishing his weapon and uttering ominous proclamations. Can you smell it? The scent of fear. Alan, harboring long-standing disdain for Azig, aimed recklessly at his chest and released an arrow. By sheer chance, it struck Azig's already injured arm, the left one, which Thorin had previously severed. This act was undeniably humiliating, inciting Azig to command the wargs to assault the trees sheltering the expedition members. Before long, the wargs' relentless assault deprived Alan of further shooting opportunities. In truth, after releasing that arrow, the pain in his left arm intensified. Even if presented with a chance, he lacked the strength to knock another arrow. He could only cling tightly to the swaying trunk with his right arm, desperate to avoid falling. Earlier, Alan had observed Gandalf whispering something to the small moth. He believed that soon the great eagles would arrive to their aid, yet luck was not on his side today. The branch beneath him snapped from the warg's thrashing, and he could only rely on his right arm and legs to cling to the trunk like a koala. The situation was dire. The pines safeguarding the dwarves were toppling one by one, and soon all the dwarves clung to the same tree as Alan and Gandalf. In a matter of moments, Alan felt flames licking at the base of the pine, accompanied by the triumphant cheers of the dwarves. Then, the tree, which had borne the weight of the entire expedition team, succumbed to the jubilant shouts of the dwarves. Alan dangled precariously from the trunk, akin to a sloth, with a limited view of the chaos above the cliff, anxiously attempting to scale the trunk. However, the challenge was insurmountable with one functioning arm. Each attempt sent jolts of excruciating pain through his left arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip and plummet. Resigned, Alan awaited a turn of fate. Fortunately, this state of despair did not linger long, as the cries of the great eagles soon filled the air. The eagles, carrying the expedition members, flew through the night until dawn, delivering everyone to the vicinity of the car rock. At that moment, scouts from the nearby wilderness were stationed atop the car rock. Initially perplexed by the unusual number of eagles, they quickly discerned figures upon their backs. Using a small monocular, they confirmed the presence of their lord. Due to reconnaissance needs, they remained at the Carrock to better safeguard the surrounding area. Once the eagles descended, Alan slid down and immediately commanded the familiar scout. Meanwhile, Gandalf was attending to the unconscious Thorin Oakenshield's injuries. Alan noted that Gandalf's magic diverged significantly from conventional healing spells. It resembled a divine art more focused on mending spiritual wounds rather than physical ones. Before long, Thorin awoke at Gandalf's urging, the first word out of his mouth being Bilbo's name. Upon witnessing this scene, Alan realized that the narrative was unfolding along its predetermined path. Thorin Oakenshield, after enduring a series of rebukes, had finally transformed his attitude towards Bilbo. Once his emotions had stabilized, he exchanged a glance with Alan and nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that he had lost the wager with Alan at this moment. Meanwhile, a scout had planted a grand flag facing the direction of Wild's town from the summit of Carl Rock. The flag, a deep green, bore an embroidered golden crown, adorned above with 3 silver 5-pointed stars. This banner symbolized Alan. In fact, numerous flags were prepared atop Carl Rock, with the conventional colors being yellow and red. Yellow signified a need for caution, indicating the presence of strangers, while red denoted readiness for war, signaling the approach of foes. The flag's positions and quantities would also convey direction and numbers. For instance, today, Alan's flag was planted in the direction of Wild's town, indicating that individuals had appeared near Carl Rock. As Alan surveyed his companions atop Carl Rock, he cleared his throat several times to capture their attention. With his uninjured right arm, he gestured towards his territory and proclaimed, "My friends, welcome to my domain, Wild's town." The dwarves, gazing in the direction Alan indicated, were greeted first by a town rising prominently in the near distance. At the very center and highest point of the town stood an opulent house with a courtyard, surrounded by thousands of meticulously arranged brick and timber homes as the elevation decreased. Further out lay 4 slate-gray city walls, enclosing the town in an irregular rectangle, simultaneously safeguarding its inhabitants and structures. Warriors armed with bows and spears patrolled the walls, ever vigilant against potential dangers. At the eastern and western gates of the town, wooden fortifications known as moats stood guard. 2 wide roads extended from the gates into the distance, with smaller paths branching off like tree limbs weaving through the fields surrounding the town. The crops in these fields flourished abundantly, indicating a bountiful harvest this year, as numerous farmers busied themselves tending to the land. "Now, everyone, please cease your gazing. Allow me to invite you to my territory as guests. I shall ensure you are well entertained," Alan announced. The dwarves, who had regained their composure atop Carl Rock, were taken aback by Alan's invitation. They had not anticipated that such a powerful human lord would accompany them on this perilous adventure. Particularly Thorin Oakenshield, who recognized Alan as a human leader, was astonished by the prosperity of his town. Their surprise, however, transformed into elation, for they would finally have a place to rest after enduring considerable hardships along the journey. Many bore minor injuries, yet the resilience of dwarves was ingrained in their very essence. A human would have faltered long ago under such circumstances, such as a certain human lord nursing an injured arm. Just as Alan and the others descended from Carl Rock, Fathies appeared with cavalry from the direction of the town. Upon noticing Alan's awkward left arm, he was about to inquire, but was silenced by a look from Alan. Alan smiled and introduced Fathies to everyone, while also presenting the members of the expedition to Fathies. Due to the limited accommodations in Alan's lordly abode, he arranged for them to stay at an inn. He informed them they could rest for a while, as a banquet would be prepared, and someone would come to fetch them before noon. As the group settled into their respective rooms, Alan accompanied Bilbo Baggins into his quarters, engaging him in conversation. Bilbo, curious as to why Alan sought him out specifically, dismissed the thought, having long considered Alan a dear friend. From their time in Hobbiton, he felt an immediate rapport with Alan, who had not only cared for him during their travels, but had also saved his life on multiple occasions, fostering a positive impression of Alan in Bilbo's mind. Sitting in the guest room, Alan observed Bilbo's puzzled expression, unsure of how to broach the subject. He wished to see if his simulator would respond to the golden legend of this world, the One Ring. He even fantasized about whether the simulator, once upgraded, could enable him to traverse various realms. Unbeknownst to him, this thought process diverged significantly from his previous notions. After considerable contemplation, Alan finally spoke. "Bilbo, I believe we can consider ourselves friends, correct?" Bilbo, puzzled by Alan's inquiry, lacked the complex psychology of humans, and did not grasp the implication that one must solidify a friendship to fulfill ulterior motives. He nodded affirmatively, replying, "Of course, Alan. We are indeed friends." Alan, upon hearing this, nodded as well, though his expression turned somber as he said, "I know you acquired a magical ring in the orc tunnels. Please do not panic. May I take a look? I merely wish to see it." Bilbo, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "I thought no one had noticed. I'll fetch it right away." After a moment's hesitation, Bilbo retrieved the ring from his pocket and handed it to Alan. With great care, Alan placed his middle finger upon the ring. The simulator offered no indication, jolting Alan back to reality. In his mind, a torrent of images surged forth. Under the vast sky, the elven kings received their share. Within the stone halls, the dwarven lords received theirs. Among mortals, doomed to die, the 9 were granted theirs. In the shadows of Mordor, the throne lay untouched. The Dark Lord claimed his due. The One Ring, the ruling ring, the One Ring, the seeking ring, the One Ring, the guiding ring, binding all in darkness. In an instant, countless visions flashed through Alan's mind, sending a jolt through him. He hastily withdrew his finger from the ring and stumbled back 2 steps to steady himself. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast the images into the recesses of his memory. Shaking his head, he asserted, "I am fine." He then regarded Bilbo with a hint of envy, saying, "Bilbo, you are truly an enviable individual. Trust me, you will not only become a masterful burglar, but also a remarkable person." Bilbo, never having received such praise before, felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered, No, I hardly deserve such accolades." Alan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he adopted a more serious demeanor and cautioned, "Bilbo, take good care of this ring. It will aid you greatly. However, be wary. It is of great value and should not be seen by anyone." Without waiting for Bilbo to inquire further, Alan added, "Rest well. We shall meet at the banquet." Bilbo's voice echoed behind him, "Very well. See you at the banquet, Alan." At that moment, Alan felt his back drenched in sweat, realizing that he had been influenced by the ring long before. It was evident that the ring deemed Alan a more suitable master, exerting its allure upon him, ultimately causing him to recoil in fright. Alan felt a mixture of trepidation and relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he ultimately resisted the allure of the ring. Chapter 44. Meetings and banquets in the morning. Within the conference room of the Lord's residence in Wildlands Town, Alan sat attentively in his chair, absorbing the reports from various department heads. Upon departing from the inn, he had been intercepted by his subordinates, who escorted him here amidst their enthusiastic company. This journey had indeed extended for quite some time, nearly half a year, marking Alan's longest stay in this locale. Previously, his visits to the Iron Hills or the Woodland Kingdom to meet their kings rarely exceeded 2 months. During these past 6 months, Wildlands Town had made notable progress under the stewardship of Ymira and his subordinates, who had successfully cultivated additional farmland. The contributions from Horse Pasture Village, which provided a significant number of plow oxen and pack horses, had proven invaluable. After being trained by Bjorn, these animals were now capable of assisting the townsfolk with numerous tasks. With an increase in livestock replacing human labor, Ymira had finally managed to recruit enough students to establish the town's first school, albeit with only a handful of teachers who were instructing in the common tongue. Similarly, James had initiated his own medical course within this school. At this juncture, Ymira proposed a new decree. With the rise in the income of the townsfolk, many homes had been renovated into sturdy brick and wood structures. Additionally, some residents, due to their large families, had petitioned the Lord's residence for extensive plots of land. Hence, Ymira suggested implementing an annual fee based on the size of each household's dwelling to support the town's ongoing expenses. In previous years, most houses in the town had been wooden, with earthen roads that required minimal maintenance, and there was little concern for sewage issues. However, particularly in the past 6 months, a surge of new residents had moved in, seemingly in a competition to erect one grand house after another. Under the guidance of Adieman, further plans were in place to pave the main roads of the town with bricks, necessitating the hiring of sanitation personnel, recruiting night watchmen, and appointing area managers, all of which added to the complexity of town management. As a result, the administration of the town was poised to formalize in the coming years, requiring Ymira to recruit a substantial workforce to ensure effective governance. This impending requirement could potentially plunge Alan's finances into crisis, compounded by the fact that the regular forces at his disposal had significantly increased since his departure, hastening his financial expenditures. Following Alan's exit, the eastern Black Forest had seen a surge in the appearance of large, black spiders, which brazenly attacked lumberjacks even during daylight hours. To combat these arachnids, Fathys frequently summoned archers and spearmen to clear them from the forest, incurring considerable resource costs, yet the military had gained valuable combat experience in the process. Meanwhile, in Horse Pasture Village, there had also been frequent incursions from wargs and wolf riders descending from the Gundabad Mountains, who often ambushed unsuspecting villagers to steal their horses, resulting in small-scale skirmishes. In response to this situation, Fathys had arranged for Halimian to lead Alan's Twilight Night Guard, in collaboration with Deceivi's reconnaissance unit, to expand patrol ranges and guard against sudden attacks from the half-orcs. As for military training, since Fathys was preoccupied with the various defenses of Wildlands Town, that responsibility had fallen to Alien. The weekly training sessions had proven fruitful, with Alan's conscripts now capable of forming commendable battle formations, and they had gained practical combat experience against both the half-orcs and the black spiders. Trade routes and roads had become increasingly secure, and Adiman had successfully completed the widening of all thoroughfares. Upon finishing, he convened the townsfolk and utilized the timber from the previously constructed walls to erect 2 fortified gates surrounding Wildlands Town. Alan expressed his approval of Fathys' actions and concurred with Ymira's proposal to increase taxation. Indeed, as his influence expanded, the calculation of taxes could no longer remain as simplistic as it once had been. A brief meeting quickly approached noon, at which point Ymira's aides had already organized the banquet arrangements. Alan's staff lacked the culinary prowess of the hobbits, and the conditions in Wildlands Town were far from optimal. Consequently, the food previously served to the villagers had not been particularly abundant. However, since the arrival of Bjorn and his family, this situation began to transform. Various pastries and dairy products became popular in Wildlands Town, significantly enriching the townsfolk's dining experience. Furthermore, the establishment of Horse Pasture Village had revitalized Alan's livestock industry, making meat no longer reliant solely on fishing and hunting. The nomadic tribes' methods of processing meat differed greatly from those of agricultural and hunter-gatherer societies, further diversifying the culinary practices in Wildlands Town. Spices, beverages, and various daily necessities were either procured directly by Alan through a simulator or supplied by Fry's blacksmith shop and sold to the townspeople in local general stores. Thus, the banquet Alan had orchestrated for noon was far from meager. Rather, it was exceedingly lavish. This hospitality reflected Alan's respect for Thorin Oakenshield, the dwarf prince, and symbolized the burgeoning friendship between Alan and the dwarves. The dwarves, having cast off the fatigue of their journey, reveled in the feast, even engaging in songs and dances by the end, with Bilbo Baggins joining in the merriment. Alan also extended invitations to Fry, Tyr, and several other dwarves from the Iron Hills to partake in the banquet, affording them the chance to reconnect with their kin. Thorin Oakenshield, clearly perceiving Alan's goodwill, revealed a long-lost gentle demeanor as he shared drinks and engaged in casual conversation with Alan. Witnessing this scene, Gandalf felt a sense of relief, for he was soon to depart. He needed to journey to Lothlorraine, where he would meet with other members of the White Council to prepare for the assault on Dol Guldur. Now that the friendship between Thorin Oakenshield and Alan had significantly advanced, the path ahead would naturally be smooth for Thorin, allowing plans to unfold seamlessly, and Gandalf could depart with peace of mind. However, Alan himself remained burdened, for he still had to navigate the intricacies posed by Celeborn. The wager he had made with Thorin Oakenshield was intended for this very moment. In truth, the dangers faced by the expedition team had not been fully alleviated. Azig might be lurking across the Anduin River, observing Alan's territory. Alan surmised that this cunning individual would refrain from directly attacking his town, as he would soon be summoned by Sauron to prepare for a campaign against the Lonely Mountain. Nevertheless, he would likely dispatch Balg to pursue Thorin Oakenshield. Long ago, Alan had predicted Balg's pursuit route, which would likely take him from the expansive plains east of the Black Forest, racing toward the Woodland Kingdom, where he would lie in wait for an opportunity to ambush Thorin Oakenshield. Alan hoped that Thorin would avoid direct confrontation with Celeborn, thus sparing himself the dilemma of mediating between elves and dwarves. If, during negotiations, Thorin Oakenshield could acquiesce to Celeborn's demands and return the heirloom gem of the Woodland King. Many complications could be circumvented. Thorin would then have ample time to seek the hidden door into his homeland, while Alan would have additional time to prepare for the malevolent dragon that threatened to ravage Lake Town, a situation that would yield multiple advantages. Although this would result in the loss of thousands of elves' combat strength during the defense of the Lonely Mountain, the dwarves and Alan's forces could still fortify the gates of the Dwarven Kingdom. The location is easily defensible, yet challenging to assault. Even with Azig commanding tens of thousands of orcs and numerous trolls, breaching the defenses of men and dwarves within a short span seems implausible. Alan does not believe that Thranduil would idly watch as the orcs lay siege to the Lonely Mountain. He is already contending with threats from Mount Gundabad, the Misty Mountains, and Dol Guldur. Should the Lonely Mountain be added to this list, the orcs would encircle him. Unless he resolves to migrate, he is certain to offer his support. After all, it is a crucial strategic objective, and should it fall into the hands of the orcs, the entire North and Eriador would face an unending turmoil in the days to come. Even Alan would have to flee with his people towards Rohan. The current dilemma lies in the fact that even if Thorin Oakenshield is not afflicted by dragon sickness at this moment, and even if he has never donned the ring of Thrr, his greed pales in comparison to that of his father and grandfather. Nevertheless, Alan harbors little hope of persuading Thorin. Ultimately, all will hinge upon the conclusion of the banquet, and only after conversing with Thorin will Alan discern the outcome. Chapter 45. Preparations of each. The revelry in the banquet hall continued unabated, with dwarves and hobbits indulging in feasting, drinking, singing, and dancing. Meanwhile, the ever-smiling Ymira quietly calculated whether Alan's supplies were sufficient to host these dwarves for 3 days. Alan, along with Thorin Oakenshield, Balin, and Gandalf, had concluded their meal and convened in the meeting room to deliberate on the expedition's forthcoming plans. Wearing a vitality necklace and with his left arm in a sling, Alan candidly articulated his strategy. He proposed to dispatch the members of the expedition to accompany the caravan from the Wild's Town to the Woodland Realm in 3 days, a journey that would take less than 10 days. Upon hearing the proposal, Thorin Oakenshield immediately expressed his opposition, yet soon fell into silence. His dissent was merely a reflexive response, rooted in his poor impression of Thranduil, the Elven King. However, he understood deep down that Alan's arrangement was the most prudent choice. Alternative routes would not only consume considerable time, but also pose extraordinary dangers. The dwarf prince had long since left behind the naivety of his early days in the Blue Mountains. The arduous journey and the looming presence of the Lonely Mountain inclined him to accept Alan's suggestion. After some persuasion from Gandalf and the venerable Balin, Thorin begrudgingly acquiesced to Alan's proposal. With the most challenging aspect resolved, the remaining matters appeared significantly simpler. Alan and Thorin agreed that the dwarves would depart with the caravan 3 days hence, while Alan would set out a week later to catch up with them. After all, Alan was currently incapacitated and could not possibly accompany them on their arduous journey. At this juncture, he would only serve as a burden. Thus, Thorin consented to Alan's proposal, advising him to avoid undue delays in reaching the Lonely Mountain. Subsequently, Alan privately broached a matter with Thorin, their wager. Thorin declared his willingness to abide by the terms of the bet and pledged to exert his utmost effort. Alan did not impose any particularly onerous demands. Rather, he half-jokingly expressed a hope that Thorin would not incite the wrath of the Elven King in the Woodland Realm, as this might adversely affect trade between the Wild's Town and the Woodland Realm. Thorin pondered for a considerable time before agreeing, contemplating how best to face the Elven King given their historically fraught relationship. Lacking a viable strategy, he resolved to take things as they came. Ultimately, Alan's request weighed upon his mind, and after much deliberation, he reluctantly acquiesced. Of course, the true reason for his agreement was not merely a concern for his relationship with Thranduil. Alan presenting the dwarves to Thranduil might even elicit gratitude from the king. Nonetheless, Alan recognized that he would require Thranduil's assistance in future endeavors. Thus it was prudent to enhance mutual goodwill for the time being. With Thorin's agreement, Alan felt a surge of relief, as he would not have to navigate the complexities between two powerful factions. In the ensuing 3 days, Alan graciously hosted the members of the expedition, ensuring they had ample opportunity to rest. Before their departure, he assisted Thorin in preparing provisions and horses for the journey, even providing them with some gold to facilitate their purchases in Lake Town. Before long, the time for departure arrived, and the dwarves set off under Alan's watchful gaze. joining the caravan guarded by Disewi on their way to the woodland realm. Meanwhile, in lawful reign, forces were secretly gathering strength. Last year, Gandalf had tirelessly journeyed to Eriador, where he found the Dúnedain leader and conveyed the looming threat posed by Dol Guldur. Now, the Dúnedain Rangers extended their hand to the White Council in opposition to the encroaching darkness. Saruman, stationed in Orthanc, led a contingent of bounty hunters loyal to him into the forest, not to combat the darkness, but rather to preemptively drive Sauron from the vicinity of the Gladden Fields, hoping to be the first to uncover the One Ring. The support brought by Lord Elrond was nothing short of lavish. He arrived with a cadre of elite Noldorin warriors stationed in Rivendell, some of whom had participated in the last alliance of the Second Age. Their weapons and armor could be traced back to a region renowned as the City of Master Craftsmen, where the rings of power were forged. These elven warriors would form the backbone of the forthcoming conflict. The illustrious figure of the Elven realm, who had once turned the tide of battle against the Witch King of Aumar, now prepared to lead 1,000 fully armed Sylvan elves under the guidance of Lady Galadriel into the fray. They had readied themselves for combat, with scouts tirelessly monitoring the movements of Dol Guldur. On the second day following the feast, Gandalf declined Alan's offer for military assistance and rode towards Lawful Ring. The half-orcs here were not the snag who dwelled in the Misty Mountains, but rather the Uruk-hai bred by Sauron through dark sorcery. These formidable warriors stood as tall as men, disciplined and obedient, their strength undiminished even by sunlight. On the battlefield, they could rival common human soldiers, and Sauron had outfitted them with crude iron armor, their numbers exceeding 10,000. Moreover, in his quest to seize the strategically vital Lonely Mountain, Sauron had dispatched Azog with thousands of wargs from the Misty Mountains, as well as dozens of trolls from Dol Guldur. These trolls, a new breed known as Olog-hai, though varied in strength, bore no fear of sunlight, rendering them particularly fearsome. Once these troops were assembled, Azog would lead them, obeying Sauron's command, directly to the Lonely Mountain. Additionally, Azog sent his kin, bearing Sauron's orders, to the Misty Mountains to rally the half-orcs dwelling there. Tens of thousands of snag would converge from the depths of the Misty Mountains along dark tunnels towards Gundabad, where they would arm themselves before marching towards the Lonely Mountain. Such a force, even if Smaug remained unvanquished by the dwarves, would embolden Sauron with confidence enough to drive the foolish, greedy dragon away. Of course, Azog had not abandoned his pursuit of Thorin Oakenshield. He had commanded his son, Balg, along with his personal guard, to gallop towards the woodland realm. During this week, Alan met with the captains of his legion and engaged a few of them in a skirmish within the forest. One morning, villagers on horseback reported that spiders had reappeared near the logging site. Such occurrences could not be tolerated. If left unchecked, these creatures would soon overrun the place. To eradicate them, Fathies consulted with Alan and dispatched his guards to disseminate information throughout the town, preparing to summon a contingent of spearmen and archers. An hour later, led by Aaron and Bandak, the spearmen and archers assembled in the training ground, where Fathies succinctly outlined their mission before leading them along the path to the logging site. Alan, with his left arm hanging, joined the group of over 200 individuals as they jogged along the path, remarkably managing to maintain a semblance of formation. Upon entering the forest, the experienced spear bearers adeptly split into teams of 10. One such team, alongside the Nord Royal Guard, was assigned to protect Aaron, while the remaining teams grouped closely in threes, coordinating their efforts to track footprints in the forest, gradually advancing forward. The archers trailed behind the spear bearers in 3 teams, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Another 7 teams, led by Bandak, guarded the flanks of the infantry. As they progressed, they periodically called out to confirm their positions, ensuring no one strayed from the group. Alan, along with Fathies and his personal guard, brought up the rear of the procession. Not long after delving into the forest, the front lines encountered an assault from a dozen large spiders. These creatures were rumored to be descendants of the Ungoliant, possessing considerable size and a modicum of intelligence, though not enough to prevent them from launching an attack on such a large group. The spear bearers clearly understood how to confront these foes. Upon spotting the spiders emerging from the shadows, they remained composed. Forming small groups, they raised their sharp elven spears in unison to repel a single spider. The archers swiftly drew their bows, covering the spear bearers engaged in close combat. Their primary targets were the spiders that dangled from the trees above, as a well-aimed dive could easily inflict casualties upon the group. Lessons learned from past bloodshed. Bandak's contingent of archers, having taken their positions, unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the spiders that had yet to engage with the spear-bearers, swiftly decimating these dark creatures. After eliminating several of the large spiders, the group began to scavenge the battlefield for usable arrows. This skirmish was straightforward, and Alan felt immensely satisfied with their combat effectiveness. The attendees of the meeting included Jamira, Fathys, James, Bandak, Aaron, Desaiwe, Holimian, Oddyman, and Cress. The young Cress had matured significantly, no longer displaying her previous capriciousness. Alan had always regarded her as a junior. Now, she occasionally assisted Jamira, managing communications with Bjorn's family and hosting the Great Eagles at Karrock. The meeting extended from midday into the evening. At the outset, Alan articulated the necessity of participating in the war and the subsequent benefits it would bestow upon the Wilds village. At the very least, they could acquire 1/15 of the wealth of the Lonely Mountain, while also fostering deeper ties among humans, elves, and dwarves, opening trade routes, and enhancing commercial activities in Wildstown. Furthermore, should they play a significant role in the conflict, both Alan and Wildstown would gain renown throughout Rovanian, potentially reaching even Rohan and Gundur. These prospects represented substantial advantages for both Alan and Wildstown. Finally, Alan underscored the perilous nature of this battle and inquired whether anyone harbored doubts about participating. All present gazed silently at Alan, their expressions resolute and unwavering. During the subsequent discussions, Alan outlined the forthcoming military strategy for Wild's village. Initially, he would lead his Twilight Knights ahead to Lake Town and join forces with Thorin Oakenshield, awaiting the discovery of the secret entrance within the Lonely Mountain. Once that was achieved, Alan would depart for Lake Town to lie in wait, as his tasks would be complete, leaving the matters of the dwarves and the dragon smog to others. Alan recognized that he could not partake in the battle within the mountain's depths due to its overwhelming darkness, which posed a significant threat to a lone human. Instead, he would seek a more suitable combat environment, waiting near Lake Town with his guard to rally Bard and the town's defenders against the dragon. Alan contemplated that, even with the Noldor bow and arrows, he could not guarantee inflicting substantial harm on Smog. The outcome primarily depended on Bard's black arrow. Thus, if necessary, Alan was prepared to serve as bait, creating an opportunity for Bard to deliver a fatal strike. Meanwhile, Fathys would lead the bulk of Wildstown's forces towards Lake Town, arriving by mid-October. This contingent included 400 light and heavy cavalry under Fathys' command, 100 heavy infantry led by Aaron, 500 light spear-bearers, and 200 archers and 100 crossbowmen commanded by Bandak. They would traverse the woodland realm, establishing a camp in the nearby forests to await Alan's signal. Once Smog was dealt with, they would follow Alan's lead toward the Lonely Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, Alan's intention was to adapt to circumstances. If Thorin Oakenshield could successfully depart the woodland realm, Alan would enter the Lonely Mountain to aid the dwarves in their defense. If not, he would establish a garrison in River Valley alongside the elves, where they would set up a medical station to treat wounded soldiers promptly. Alan firmly instructed James to refrain from participating in the conflict, much to the doctor's displeasure. However, Alan deemed James vital to Wildstown. His combat prowess was insufficient for the dangers of such warfare. All logistical preparations for the departing troops would fall under Jamira's purview. The auxiliary forces would accompany the main army to Lake Town, and upon establishing their camp, they would retreat to the woodland realm for safety. Alan wished to minimize their exposure on the battlefield, deeming it excessively perilous. The villagers of Horse Pasture to the north of Wildstown would also seek refuge within its walls during the war. Once all subjects had entered Wildstown, the entire settlement would enter a state of lockdown. The Saiway would continue patrolling the outskirts of Wildstown to prevent surprise attacks from half-orcs. To guard against potential harassment from small half-orc units during the Five Armies War, Alan retained 100 archers and several hundred reserves. In truth, Alan was not overly concerned about Wildstown's defenses. He believed Sauron would concentrate all his forces against the Lonely Mountain, ignoring a mere speck like himself. Additionally, Alan planned to enlist Bjorn's kin to assist in the battle. His intention was to have Bjorn and Wolf, 2 adult shapeshifters, accompany him to the Lonely Mountain while the remaining 4 would temporarily reside in Wildstown for safety. However, all these arrangements hinged on Bjorn's consent. On the final day before departing Wildstown, Alan visited Bjorn's estate to see his friend and Bjorn's family. Arriving at the estate, Alan observed the smiling Marion, gently cradling her belly, and struggled to suppress his words. He understood that this conflict could extend into winter, a time when Marion would be nearing her time of delivery. As a husband and father, Bjorn would be unable to be by his wife's side, which troubled Alan. His mind raced as he pondered how to diplomatically present his request for Bjorn's assistance. Bjorn discerned the turmoil within Eren. Having already learned from Cress of Eren's forthcoming battle plans, this shapeshifter was not one to indulge in pleasantries. He gazed at Eren, whose expression was fraught with difficulty, and spoke candidly. Eren, do not be troubled. Both Wolf and I will undoubtedly participate in this battle. It transcends merely our friendship. It concerns the enmity between our kin and Azog. To thwart his schemes would bring us immense joy. After uttering these words, the towering figure of over 2 meters tall scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his demeanor as he continued. Eren, you are aware of Marion's condition. When the time comes, could I entrust James with the care of my wife? His medical expertise is exceptional, and with his assistance, I would be far less anxious about matters at home. Naturally, Eren saw no reason to decline Bjorn's request. Subsequently, they conferred about their departure time before Eren took his leave from the estate. Chapter 46, Reflections upon Launch tonight marks the launch of my work, and I find myself uncertain of what lies ahead. Allow me to outline my update plan. I anticipate that tonight's release will encompass fewer than 10,000 words. Should subscriptions prove favorable, I shall endeavor to present another 10,000 words tomorrow, after which I fear I shall be utterly depleted, with nary a drop left to give. Now, I shall share my sentiments. I never imagined I would reach the point of publication. This is not to suggest that I will not complete my work. Rather, my intention was to craft a book that belongs to me, perhaps shorter in length, yet infused with my own thoughts, merely a cherished memento of my creativity. Thus, I embarked on this journey without much confidence in securing a contract. I simply began to write, without overthinking, which ultimately led me to seek assistance from friends on Bilibili. Should I not secure a contract, I would certainly write at my own pace, oblivious to what the future might hold. Prior to uploading my content to Chitian, I had already penned over 50,000 words, during which time my writing was quite casual, producing a minimum of 6,000 words daily, and sometimes even 10,000 without hesitation. Though not every day. However, once I began posting on Chitian, I found myself increasingly anxious, as I had not anticipated such overwhelming support. It was profoundly moving to see my work ascend to the top of the fantasy new book rankings. I am immensely grateful for the feedback and assistance in editing from many supportive friends. However, after the launch, I must refrain from making arbitrary changes to the content, and I ask for your understanding in this regard. If the response is favorable, I shall enlist my wife to comb through any typographical errors. I possess a particular trait. When others extend their goodwill, I feel compelled to reciprocate. With support from my readers, I strive to write to the best of my ability. Yet, alas, my daily output has dwindled to 4,000 words of earnest effort, with 6,000 during my rest periods, a reduction of a third. Moreover, I do humbly request subscriptions. Ultimately, I must bow to the realities of life, for if my efforts can yield some additional income to assist with household expenses, it would be most welcome. The pressures of middle age weigh heavily upon me, dear readers. Additionally, I must quietly confess that for more than a month, my wife has lamented my newfound busyness, noting that I no longer have time to chat with her. If I could earn some money, perhaps that would alleviate our situation. Thus, I shall conclude my thoughts here. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. Thank you. Chapter 47. The unexpected Thorin Oakenshield. Half a year later, Alan once again set foot on the Elven path. In the past, his visits here were akin to a neighborly call. But now he was embarking on a journey to war, clad in his ancient sigil armor. He bore behind him the Noldoran sigil bow and a quiver of Noldoran arrows at his waist, along with a knightly long sword by his side. His steed was adorned with a colossal sword and a Noldoran enchanted shield. Remarkably, his left arm, injured not long ago, had fully healed within just a week, thanks to various enhancements. Following him were his loyal captain, Holimian, and 12 Twilight Knights under his command. The 14 of them, guided by the woodland elves, traversed the dark forest and were nearing the confluence of the Elven Path and the River of Magic. As Alan walked through the forest, he pondered the unwelcome realities he faced. He fervently wished that Thorin Oakenshield would adhere to his promise of avoiding conflict with Thranduil, allowing for a smooth passage through the woodland realm. If this were the case, the expedition could swiftly reach Lake Town for resupply and would likely have already set foot in the desolate region of the Shire. However, The Sylvan elf leading them bore troubling news. Although she expressed curiosity about the Noldor elves accompanying Alan, her expression reflected deep discontent as she recounted the dwarves' rudeness and lack of decorum. Apparently, upon arriving in the woodland realm, the dwarves had knocked out the elf sent to guide them, attempting to sneak away under their very noses. Such an audacious act left Alan in disbelief that Thorin Oakenshield could resort to such behavior. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled the dwarves' previous theft of weapons and armor from Lake Town, leading him to conclude that perhaps it was not so surprising after all. The other dwarves were promptly imprisoned in the king's dungeon, while Dwalin, who had struck the elf, suffered some injuries. Thorin was brought before Thranduil's throne, and the two, known for their contentious nature, quickly fell into an argument. Thranduil, showing no restraint, informed Thorin that should he refuse to comply, he had all the time in the world to wait, even if it took a century or two. Indeed, the immortal elves could afford to wait, but Alan could not. He understood that Azageth's forces might already be on the move. On a brighter note, the elven lady had only mentioned the dwarves, omitting any reference to the elusive burglar, Bilbo Baggins. This was encouraging, for Alan could scarcely believe that the elves would mistake a hobbit for a dwarf and imprison him. It was far more likely that Bilbo, utilizing his unique abilities and the ring, had managed to escape their watchful eyes. If that were the case, Alan need not worry about Thorin Oakenshield and his companions' freedom. They would soon be rescued by Bilbo, assuming the elves truly recognized hobbits. Thanks to Alan's intervention, Thorin Oakenshield had ample time, as it was still early August, and they had nearly 3 months until Durin's Day, October 19th to October 23rd. Alan was confident that the dwarves would not remain imprisoned for long, especially with a hobbit capable of vanishing into thin air on their side. However, he continued to contemplate how best to facilitate Thorin's rescue. After a brief period of consideration, he abandoned the thought, realizing he had no effective strategy, and concluded that perhaps he could only engage in verbal sparring with Thranduil while remaining observant. Thus, Alan and his company boarded the elven vessels, arriving with their horses at Thranduil's hall. Upon Alan's arrival, both Thranduil and Legolas welcomed him, receiving this human neighbor who visited so infrequently. To the elves, Alan's annual visits were indeed a notable occurrence. From Thranduil's demeanor, Alan discerned no sign of anger. The elven king exhibited remarkable composure. Instead, he appeared slightly astonished by the Noldor elves following Alan, most of whom sported rich golden hair, while a few others had pure black locks. In Middle-earth, only the Noldor exhibited such hair colors, with the exception of the Vanir, who resided in Aman. Initially, only the Vanir had golden hair, with the Noldor's golden tresses derived from the Vanir wife of their lord. Thranduil and Legolas's golden hair was of a lighter shade, closer to a silken gold with silver highlights, far less pronounced than that of Holimian and his companions. This hair color indicated that the elves following Alan were likely of a pure Noldoran lineage. Thranduil held a rather unfavorable view of most Noldor, believing their pride had brought about much calamity, including kinslaying and the downfall of Doriath. The sight of these proud beings serving a human compelled Thranduil to re-evaluate his perception of Alan. However, he soon became intrigued by Holimian's emerald sigil armor, sensing an unprecedented magical aura emanating from it. Had this been 4 or 5 years ago, he might not have perceived it, but for reasons unknown, his sensitivity had markedly increased in recent years. Thranduil speculated that the shimmering green sigils on the armor were the source of this magical resonance. Subsequently, the Elven King scrutinized all the guests, including Alan, and discovered that each bore sigils he had never encountered before. Particularly striking was the powerful magical energy radiating from the item around Alan's neck, further piquing his curiosity regarding these sigils capable of generating magical energy. After all, aside from their leader, none of the Sindar had ventured to Valinor to acquire those exceptional forging skills. Indeed, the craftsmanship of the Noldor was unparalleled in strength. Yet, the king refrained from inquiring further. Alan sensed Thranduil's gaze upon him, but felt powerless to act. Should he ever acquire the knowledge of these crafting methods, he would willingly share insights with the Woodland King. For now, however, he had other matters he wished to discuss. During the banquet, Alan swiftly broached the subject. "Your Majesty, why do you insist on detaining Thorin Oakenshield and his companions? This cannot yield any benefit for you." Thranduil did not address Alan's question directly, instead countering, "What do you think I should do with them?" Without hesitation, Alan replied, "I believe you should release them. Only by doing so will you have the opportunity to reclaim your ancestral gems. Keeping them imprisoned leads to stagnation, while releasing them opens up limitless possibilities. You have ample time. Why not take a chance? Thranduil did not outright reject Elrond's request. Rather, he pondered the matter, holding Thorin Oakenshield captive in hopes that the obstinate dwarf prince would yield and accept his terms. Thus far, Thranduil had kept the dwarves imprisoned for merely over a week. Despite the fact that they had harmed the Woodland Realm's elves, Thranduil did not resort to cruelty against them. Instead, he treated them lavishly with fine wine and sumptuous meals. Aside from the restriction of their freedom, their experience was akin to that of honored guests. Elrond's words held a measure of truth. Yet Thranduil felt that a week was insufficient time to soften Thorin's resolve. Therefore, the Elven King graciously declined Elrond's plea, offering instead that Elrond might visit the dwarves at any time. Elrond expressed his gratitude for Thranduil's generosity during the banquet, acknowledging that access to the king's dungeon was not something one could take for granted. Elrond had anticipated this outcome. Neither Thorin Oakenshield nor Thranduil was easily swayed by mere words. Even confirming the dwarf's condition was of paramount importance to Elrond, particularly to ascertain the fate of Bilbo Baggins. After the feast, Elrond, escorted by a guard, descended into the dungeon. Under the guidance of the elf, he visited each dwarf in turn, offering reassuring words to alleviate their concerns. Several times, as he passed by the door of Thorin's cell, he refrained from stopping, choosing instead to greet the others first. Once he had visited all the captives and found no sign of the hobbit, Elrond's heart was somewhat eased. Finally, he stood before Thorin's cell, his expression impassive as he remarked, "Thorin Oakenshield, grandson of Thror, son of Thrain, leader of the Durin clan, and the future king under the mountain. I can scarcely fathom that you would fulfill your promise to me in such a manner." Inside the dungeon, Thorin regarded his human friend with a gaze that conveyed reluctance to engage. The dwarf prince was acutely aware of Elrond's implications. He had handled the situation poorly, acting in stark contrast to Elrond's entreaties. Despite appearing somewhat haggard, Thorin bore no trace of despair, standing with dignity as if he were merely a guest rather than a prisoner. This was largely because Bilbo Baggins had indeed evaded capture, having met with Thorin earlier and assured him he would find a way to help the dwarves escape, which instilled great confidence in Thorin. However, the recent unfortunate events had tightened security considerably, as the woodland elves were aware that one among them had escaped. Meanwhile, the cunning burglar of the expedition, Bilbo Baggins, roamed the woodland kingdom, observing his surroundings and seeking an opportunity. Perhaps he was hidden in the shadows, silently watching the exchange between Elrond and Thorin. Elrond felt a tinge of frustration. Despite his utmost efforts and endeavors in front of both elves and dwarves, he could not avert their fate of imprisonment. Nevertheless, he refrained from further complaints and politely asked the nearby elf, "Might I have a moment to speak privately with my friend?" The elven guard, recognizing Elrond as a guest of the king, decided to grant him privacy, especially since he had heard about the arrival of several Noldor elves and wished to join the gathering, thus nodding and departing. Within the dungeon, Thorin finally turned his gaze toward Elrond, suppressing his emotions as he spoke in a flat tone. "Elrond, I indeed have failed to uphold our agreement. If you have come merely to mock me, you have succeeded, and you may leave." Elrond scanned his surroundings, crouching down to meet the dwarf prince's eyes. In a hushed voice, he assured, "I know that Bilbo has not been captured. I believe he will come to rescue you." Ignoring Thorin's look of astonishment, Elrond glanced toward a shadowy corner and continued, "I shall wait for you at Lake Town. Do take care of yourself. If I do not arrive, it would be prudent for you to wait a few days, as I must attend to some matters." With that, Elrond left the dungeon without waiting for Thorin to respond.